You just married a beautiful wife. But you are already thinking about your charming sister-in-law. Even when you are affectionate with your wife, you call out your sister-in-law's name loudly, as if afraid your wife won't hear. However, you do this on purpose so your wife can hear and drive away your sister-in-law. Because your sister-in-law works for the Demon Suppression Bureau, specializing in hunting extraterritorial demons. Although you are not an extraterritorial demon, you came here through reincarnation. So in order not to be mistaken for an extraterritorial demon and killed by your sister-in-law, you came up with this plan. At this moment, a woman in ancient attire is leaning against you, who is handsome and charming. Husband, my younger sister Qingyi wants to come and see me, and stay at home for a while. Is it convenient? You confidently replied, Madam's sister is my sister. Treat this place as your own home. Stay as long as you want. Even if you want to stay for a lifetime, I can afford it. Husband, you are so kind. The moonlight on her cheeks is like being dyed by the morning glow, slightly showing a charming peach color, with a slightly shy and evasive look in her eyes. She gives you a fragrant kiss. The next day, you embraced your wife Menghao, standing at the gate of the Meng mansion waiting, imagining what your younger sister-in-law would look like. Suddenly, a spirited horse galloped towards you, pedestrians evading one after another. Who is this? So uncivilized. Galloping through the city, you casually commented. The person on the horse immediately looked over, pulled the reins, and a woman in black clothing dismounted with a sword in hand, walking straight towards you. The heavy killing intent seemed to materialize, overflowing from her eyes like the cold wind of a winter night, making you shiver involuntarily. Where did this killer come from? Even the sixth son, who licks blood off his blade all year round, is trembling in fear, with his hair standing on end. At this moment, your wife Menghao, in your arms, was smiling happily, breaking free from your embrace and walking towards the woman in black. Husband, this is the younger sister in green clothes that I often mention. You couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, waved to the sixth son and others, and chuckled. We are all on the same side. Why be so nervous? Watching your wife embrace the woman in black. Her wife was wearing a white long dress, fluttering like cherry blossoms in early spring, gentle and pure. The younger sister in green clothes was tightly wrapped in black, like the frost of December, cold and fierce, outlining her graceful figure. One white, one black, one soft, one tough, one hot, one cold, like the two poles between heaven and earth, complementing each other, weaving a beautiful picture. Hey, ice and fire. This is good. Just as you were secretly amused, your younger sister-in-law turned her head with a cold look, plunging you into the cold winter. With such solidified killing intent, what exactly is she doing? How many people has she killed? Could she be some kind of serial killer? Immediately, your face stiffened, showing a forced smile. Let's go inside and talk. Back home, you stood aside, wanting to interject several times, but were deterred by the cold gaze of Qingyi, only daring to smile awkwardly and agree with your own wife. After a while, Qingyi finally expressed that she was a bit tired from the journey and wanted to rest first. Watching Qingyi leave, you finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wife, Qingyi's sister always carries a sword with her, with a heroic and valiant demeanor, don't you think? She works at the Demon Suppression Bureau, Menghao said astonishingly. You were instantly shocked. The Demon Suppression Bureau? That is an organization specifically for killing demons. Since you crossed over here a month ago, the only thing you need to be careful of is to avoid meeting people from the Demon Suppression Bureau. This is because in this world, there are extraterritorial demons possessing humans, often causing major killing incidents. And although you are not an extraterritorial demon, you are still a possession, and you might be detected by the Demon Suppression Bureau's magical instruments and mistaken for an extraterritorial demon to be killed. Is husband surprised? Menghao chuckled lightly. My sister has always liked to wield knives and guns since she was young. Surprised? More than surprised. I was almost scared out of my wits. Menghao seemed to open up and talked about many things about Qingyi. You pretended to be relaxed, listening attentively on the side, occasionally agreeing with a few words, but your mind was a mess, thinking all about Qingyi staying permanently in the day you would be exposed, making Menghao's plea useless. With the hatred of the world towards extraterritorial demons, once you are labeled as an extraterritorial demon, you will have nowhere to bury yourself. No, this little sister-in-law cannot stay. But you said yesterday to let the little sister-in-law stay as long as she wants, and today you regret it, showing your true colors, which might even arouse your wife's suspicion, unless you suddenly thought that you couldn't drive people away. But your wife could, so there would be no problem. With a thought in mind, you embraced your wife Menghao and said, Wife, Qingyi smells so good. Really? We sisters haven't seen each other for many days. I didn't notice just now. Menghao chuckled lightly, not thinking much, feeling that it was quite satisfactory for her husband to meet her own sister today. Seeing that Menghao had not thought in that direction, You couldn't show it too obviously. You had to take it slowly. When your wife finds out that her husband is actually coveting her own sister, she should drive away that evil spirit. Thinking of the beauty of it, Menghao suddenly felt even more charming and attractive. So you picked her up and headed towards the room. Husband, a little further. Don't let Qingyi hear. Menghao knew what her husband wanted to do. Blushing, covering her eyes and calling out. On the other side, Qingyi arrived at the guest room and looked at the woman floating down from the beam, asking in surprise, Master, how did you come here? As the woman on the beam floated to the ground, she took off her hat, revealing a smooth bald head like a mirror. I'm afraid you can't handle the evil stone alone. There will be many people coming to fight for the evil stone this time, and there may be several top experts. Qingyi nodded. Master, you should pay attention to hiding your tracks and not let others discover our relationship. I cannot abandon my identity as a demon sealing officer for now. Of course, in extreme situations, I will fight you to put on a show for others. Luyan chuckled lightly and then asked, how is your sister Menghao? She's doing well. Qingyi nodded, then shook his head and said, it's just that the man she married is quite useless. As a member of the Meng family, he has abundant resources but lacks ambition. He is still just a superficial figure. Moreover, the look in his eyes towards me is full of evil intentions. If it weren't for fear of hurting my sister, I would have killed him with a sword long ago. However, upon hearing this, Luyan appeared very relaxed on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil, because a month ago, she had secretly come to this place and on the day of Minghua's wedding, she secretly poisoned the groom, watching him succumb to her poison before leaving calmly, thinking that in the future, when Qingyi ascends to the position of sect leader as a holy maiden, she will then welcome back Menghao, who is in her perfect body, as a congratulatory gift. But right now, listening to Qingyi, that groom Menghao didn't die. That's impossible. I clearly watched him take the poison wine before he left. After a few perfunctory words from Qingyi, Luyan stated that she wanted to go out of the city to find the graveyard where the sin stone was hidden. She couldn't wait to see if that Menghao was really still alive. Husband, you're so bad. Akatsuki pulled the quilt with both hands and hid behind the curtain intent, revealing only a slightly reddened cheek. She was as shy and seductive as a budding flower, with fine beads of sweat waving and raining down on her forehead, filling her with the sweet, sweet smell of happiness. Afraid that Qingyi can't hear him, he keeps shouting her name. Mother, are you happy? Nasty. I want Qingyi to experience the same joy you feel, mother, and let her know that it was worth it for you to marry me. Menghao took the towel handed by the maid and personally wiped the beads of sweat on Minghu's forehead. She was once a great lady from a great lady's background, and she was slightly rushed and shy to be frank with Menghao, but she had no worries in front of the maid. Husband, I'll let Qingyi know how well I married. Menghao was too simple and did not hear Menghao's meaning beyond his words, and said with a serious face that she would praise Menghao in front of Qingyi. Menghao sighed. The heart is both regret and comfort. Feel their mother white like a piece of paper, such as that white lotus flower general purity, cannot bear to let her stained. Mother, you rest first, I'll go to the store. Walking out of the Meng mansion, Menghao was a little bewildered. Working from her mother, stirring up trouble, and blowing in the ear. Would it look too bad for him to end up being kicked out by her mother's own mouth? Alas, bad must be done, and as long as my sister-in-law is not gone, I am insecure. In addition to starting from his wife's side and driving away his sister-in-law, Menghao had another proper path to take. That was to raise his strength up and surpass his sister-in-law Qingyi. At that time, even if his sister-in-law wanted to make a move, he would directly restrain her, convince her with virtue, and tell her that he was not an extraterrestrial heavenly demon. So he thought that there would be no problem. It's time to get your act together and become a martial artist. Menghao exhaled the interface. Menghao, cultivation level, first heaven of the outer landscape. Technique, Tongxian Baodian level 1, 13 out of 100. Martial arts, lower yellow grade Meng family body forging fist, mastery, 25/300. Medium yellow grade Meng family stance steps, proficient, 66/200. Upper yellow grade treading snow without trace, introductory, 1/100. Yellow grade extreme 100 shadow sword technique, introductory, 1 out of 100. 5 tails of silver found. Do we consume 5 tails of silver to increase proficiency by 5 points? Technique, Tongxian Baodian level 1, 18 out of 100. This was Menghao's golden finger for crossing over. Kryptonite can be used to increase proficiency. At first, he also wanted to work on his kryptonite training and become a great warrior. Too bad reality doesn't allow it. As a son of the Meng family, although he was a side branch, his father was a member of the clan. He was matched with an expert of the outer landscape triple sky, and the huge Meng mansion was given to him to live in, with his beautiful wife by his side. It was like a hero's mound, and it made him a little happy. Humph, sister-in-law, just wait for me. When brother-in-law, I have kryptonite to cultivate my divine power. Let's see if you still dare to glare at me. Menghao had traveled over for a month. Everything was going well, and it was the first time he had encountered someone who glared so hard that he didn't even dare to speak. This made him stir up his fighting spirit to suppress his sister-in-law even as he was upset. When she was shouting extraterrestrial heavenly devil, if you have the ability to kill me, he raised his hand and opened her ass, and condescendingly told her, look at it clearly, I am your brother-in-law, not extraterrestrial heavenly devil. At that time, the misunderstanding will be cleared up. The sister-in-law was completely overwhelmed by her brother-in-law's charms, and from then on, she unraveled and sang with her husband. The sisters, one in a white dress and one in black, were a perfect match for each other. Ah no, it's called the fortune of the two ladies. Son, what are you giggling about? Papa Meng raised his hand and waved it in front of Menghao's eyes. Menghao came back to his senses and reached out. Father, give money, my sister-in-law is here and needs to be entertained. Chapter 3, Bullishness. I can get stronger with kryptonite. Is 20 taels enough? Papa Meng took out his money bag and grabbed a handful of it. Not enough. Menghao shook his head and put the 20 taels into his pocket, continuing to reach out. She's very pretty, I intend to chase her. You should have said so. Papa Meng hemmed and hawed, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a silver ticket. Menghao took a look, and it was actually 100 taels. According to the purchasing power here, 100 taels was equivalent to 1 million in the previous life, which was already not a small amount. You should know that the alias of 100 days of foundation building is 100 taels of foundation building, and as the name suggests, 100 taels of silver can allow an ordinary person to successfully build a foundation and step into the outer landscape. Any random outer landscape first heavenly martial artist could easily beat up 10 ordinary people, like the Meng family to his old man equipped with public money guard 6 son. External 3 days, monthly money but 3 taels, 36 taels a year, counting the management of food and housing and other benefits. The annual income can be 40 or 50 taels. 100 taels is enough to pay 6th son's salary for 2 years. She's still serving in the demon suppression division, and one look scares the 6th son and the others into trembling, not daring to look directly at them. Hiss! Old man Meng sucked in a mouthful of cool air and once again put his hand into his bosom and grabbed out 2 silver tickets, excitedly saying, must take, you strong combination, give birth to a big fat boy with good qualifications, strive to make our lineage, back to the clan. Meng family rules, cultivation to the internal view of the promotion of the clan. 3 generations without internal view will be downgraded. Their lineage, his father is still the clan, to him downgraded to the side branch. Like his dad is now in charge of the Meng family business in this entire county, there can be a lot of oil and water in between. In exchange for his sidekick status, he would at most be a steward of a store. Is daddy so rich? Menghao was stunned. Who could carry 300 taels of silver bills with them? According to Papa Meng's salary, it's only 100 taels of silver a year, and he's only been in this county for a few years? Dad, if I have one in a year, follow me. Papa Meng pulled on Menghao and went straight into his room, rummaged through the box and took out a few silver tickets from the hidden compartment and handed them over to Menghao together. He said with an excited face, 1,000 taels, your father my coffin capital, let go of the chase, give me at least 2 big fat grandchildren a year, 2 in 1 year, that's getting both sisters pregnant? Menghao swore to guarantee the completion of the task, and joyfully took the money and left. The birth of a child, he actually does not resist, born anyway, there are Meng's family to raise, brocade clothes, this is to enjoy the blessings to come. After Menghao left, a figure suddenly stepped out from the shadows. Old Meng, 1,000 taels just like this, do you want me to follow and take a look? The kid is old enough to know to ask me for money. The smile on Papa Meng's face faded. He let out a sigh of emotion and shook his head. Have someone keep an eye on the casino, as long as he doesn't go gambling. It doesn't matter even if he goes to visit a greenhouse and pisses away all his money. Whether or not to consume 83 silver taels to improve the proficiency of feats, is, cultivation, outer landscape second heaven. Technique, Tongxian Baodian second level, 1/200. Accompanied by the system beep, Menghao realized that the true qi in his body had indeed grown rapidly. What's the point of practicing this? Just go straight to kryptonite. He had crossed over for a month and occasionally cultivated and practiced, but his gongfu proficiency hadn't risen at all, so naturally he had little motivation to continue. Now, feeling the growth of power, that unrivaled mastery over life, left him wanting more. Cultivation can be so cool. Whether to consume 200 taels of silver to raise 200 points of proficiency, is, cultivation, outer landscape triple sky. Technique, Tongxian Baodian third level, 1/300. Go on. Whether to consume 300 taels of silver to raise 300 points of proficiency, is, Cultivation, outer landscape 4th heaven. Technique, Tongxian Baodian 4th level, 1/400. With 437 taels of silver left, Menghao directly threw away his promise to Father Meng to pursue his sister-in-law. Whether to consume 400 taels of silver to raise 400 points of proficiency? Is. Cultivation level, outer landscape 5th heaven. Technique, Tongxian Baodian 5th level, 1/500. This is the end of. Menghao couldn't get enough of it. This feeling of rapidly improving his strength and feeling himself becoming stronger and stronger was much more enjoyable than visiting a greenhouse casino. For an ordinary person, spending 1,000 taels to elevate to the 5th heaven of the outer landscape was definitely not worth it. And with this amount of money, it would be good to do some kind of business. But for the big clan families, spending 1,000 taels would allow their own children to advance into the 5th heaven of the outer landscape. They could be happy. Calming down, Menghao thought that he still needed to hide his cultivation, step by step on the surface, and behind the scenes, that naturally the higher the cultivation, the better. As long as he didn't make a move and didn't reveal his true chi, no one would be able to tell what his cultivation level was, unless someone was forced to put his hand on his dantian to probe. But the nature of this behavior, in the modern era of the previous life, is equivalent to a crime. At least 3 years to start. Still need to find a way to get money. Menghao doesn't dare to turn back to ask for money from old man Meng. 1,000 taels just got his hands on it, and when he didn't do anything, he asked for money again. How to look at it is very problematic. 37 taels left to do some business. Menghao calculated a circle, found that the city's lucrative business, basically monopolized by the big families, the rest of the edges, work and tired and bitter, earn less. He also do not see eye to eye. As for the part-time job, I'm now in the 5th heaven of the outer landscape. Go to work for someone as a guard. The monthly money is only 5 taels. A year is only 60 taels. That's a pretty good price for the average person, which translates into modern purchasing power. What about $600,000 a year? Menghao naturally couldn't look at it. Young Master Meng, newly made pastries, would you like to try them? Just as he was thinking nonsense, the steward of the roadside pastry store was fawning on the side, with a plate of cake in his hand. Menghao picked up the chopsticks and clamped a piece, tasted the flavor, felt not bad, sweet and greasy. Women should prefer to eat, casually tossing out a couple of silver. Go send some to my house, just in time for my mother and sister-in-law to try it. Passing by the melon and fruit store, he threw in another silver or two and had some fruit delivered to his old man as well. It can't be helped. When the young master goes out, the smallest unit is silver, and he never touches it with a copper coin. Chapter 4, Who says I'm more devilish than a devil's cult? I'm just amazingly well read. Shameless and disgusting. Lu Yun's breath was floating at the moment. Her mind was restless, and her face was filled with disgust. After talking to Qingyi, she thought about taking a look at Menghao. If he was the one she poisoned a month ago, before I could reach the place, I heard a man in the room shouting Qingyi. Qingyi, are you happy? Are you happy? There was also a female voice in there that responded in a subdued yet high-pitched manner. It made her blush, and she dodged and appeared by the door, wetting her fingers on her tongue and poking the window pane gently, looking through her eyes and being dumbfounded. The woman who was having fun with Menghao, which is Qingyi, is clearly her affectionate sister Manhwa. The poor nun is dirty. This matter was too stimulating for Lu Yun, and even some of her Taoist heart was damaged. Although she was from the devil religion, killing a person without any psychological burden. But this kind of thing that breaks through the worldly routine is really the first time to see. It only felt that Menghao, this person, was really bold, reckless, and lawless. Fortunately, the poor nun has long since passed the interview pass. If she had watched such filth before, I'm afraid that it would be hard to defeat the demon of the heart and fall into the hell of eternal darkness. Wasn't the purpose of entering the devil's sect to weaken the heart demon and reduce the difficulty of breaking through? This Menghao is simply more devilish than the devil's cult. Lu Yun no longer remembers how she left. Her body instinctively told her to leave, fearing that if she stayed any longer, her Tao heart would be broken. Master, what's wrong with you? Looking at Lu Yun's lost soul and damaged Tao heart, Qingyi was horrified. As soon as he pulled Lu Yun into the room, he proceeded to release his senses with all his might, sensing the hostility around him. What enemy has sneaked in and attacked you? Qingyi was shocked. She did not sense any traces of a battle just now. But her master Lu Yun is the heart and soul turbulence. Eyes have signs of inner landscape disorder collapse. Let master slow down. Lu Yun waved her hand. The image of Menghao standing on top of the sky and leaping over the dragon still in her mind. The shock was too strong for her to let go for a long time. Master, quickly adjust your breath. Qingyi was very worried, fearing that Lu Yun's Tao heart would collapse and fall directly from the inner scenery realm. Qingyi, protect master for me. Lu Yun did not hold on, sitting on the table with knees crossed, exhaled deeply, as if wanting to eliminate all those filthy images in the brain, especially Menghao's voice. Qingyi, am I good? Was like the ravings of a demon god, and his voice entered the soul. Under Qingyi's intense concern, Lu Yun finished her mediation and finally suppressed the images and sounds that were destroying the Dao heart. But even so, her Dao heart was damaged, making it difficult for her to exert her full strength. If it were known that the elder of the devil cult would have his Taoist heart impaired, the world would have laughed in shame. What kind of devil are you practicing, master? Looking at Qingyi's worried gaze, Lu Yun shook her head and said, I know you want to know what happened to master, but master can't tell. She sighed deeply. Master is afraid that if you say it, you'll have a broken Dao heart and fall off the realm. What? Qingyi was shocked beyond belief. What exactly was it that could shatter her dawning heart just by hearing about it? Master can only say that it has something to do with that Menghao. This person is truly abominable. Lu Yun gritted her teeth. That one look would have damaged her Taoist skills for at least 10 years. With the magic skill it would also take a few years of hard work to come back. I'll behead him. Qingyi was murderous, and was about to go out with his sword drawn. Lu Yun hurriedly stopped her. Never, she said helplessly. Mingyue is quite attached to that Menghao. If you behead him, how else will you sisters get along? Do you want to watch Akatsuki give you hateful looks? Qingyi opened her mouth. Thinking about it, if her closest sister Mingyu hated her so much that she hated her, then she might feel that there was no more meaning in living and simply die. The greater good is the greater good. Lu Yun pacified. Right now, seizing the Sin Stone is the key. When you get the Sin Stone and successfully break through to the Dharma body, you'll be able to use all of the underpinnings left behind by my demon sect. At that time, no matter if it is your Fu family's blood revenge or my demon sect's revenge for the extermination of our family, we will all have the opportunity to avenge it. Qingyi took a deep breath, suppressed his restless mind, and nodded. Master, I'll listen to you. That being said, she was actually a little curious in her mind. What exactly had Menghao done that could cause her master's Taoist heart to be damaged and his Taoism to be deficient? Even the master was able to speak out, letting her know about a situation that could potentially cause her Dao to collapse as well. Curious. Want to know. Of course, she knew the priorities and thought that after she captured the Sin Stone and achieved the Dharma body, she would then ask her master about it, or simply find Menghao directly to ask what was going on. Qingyi, you and stay here in the Meng mansion. For the teacher to go out of the city to find out where that cemetery is. Lu Yun paused for a moment and added, be sure to stay away from that Menghao. Don't let him defile the Taoist heart. Is this person really so evil? Qingyi was shocked to be able to make them demon sect elders feel that Menghao would taint the demon sect holy maidens Dao. Who's the devil and who's the big devil here? Is it hard to believe that this Menghao is not the sect leader of any other demonic sect? Of course, she knew it was impossible. If that was the case, Lu Yun would have pulled her and run away. Why would she let her remain here? So, Menghao is a guy who is not a member of a devilish sect, but is amazingly devilishly talented and comes with the attribute of polluting other people's Dao heart? Master, as Lu Yun was about to go out, she was called out by Qingyi again. What's wrong? She turned back to inquire. Qingyi hesitated and shook his head. It's fine. Just want to say, you pay attention to your safety. The matter of the sinful stone is spreading very widely among the demonic paths. The other demons will definitely not let you go when they see you. I know. Don't worry. Master isn't a vegetarian. Whoever dares to hit the poor nun's idea will be sent to see Buddha. Lu Yun waved her hand and said with confidence on her face. Only after seeing his master leave did Qingyi withdraw his mind. She was just going to say that the graveyard was hard to find, so why not just wait for the news to spread and let the guys who know feng shui arrive? But thinking that if the master stays here, he will also be easily contaminated by Menghao, so he might as well go out and fool around outside, so as to save the Taoist heart from being damaged again. What exactly is this Menghao capable of? Obviously just a loser, uneducated and idle, having a background like the Meng family, yet still only a mediocre person of the first heavenly layer of the outer landscape. Qingyi murmured, more than a little curious about this brother-in-law, who had long since looked the other way. I don't understand how these people can go beyond what they know and do such confusing things. She would have liked to go straight to the past and see what was wrong with Menghao, but thinking that I had just told my sister that I was not feeling well and wanted to rest, it would not be appropriate to go over there now. Then get some sleep and meet him at dinner. Chapter 5. I also want to be a warrior, not for the girl in return for her body, but only to uphold justice. The night was low and the candles were burning. This Li Ji saved that weak woman, worried that she would be nuisance by bad people again, offered to send her home. When he arrived home, Li Ji was surprised to find that the tender woman's home had a 5-year-old girl who was eating chaff soaked in clear water. Li Ji didn't realize that this weak woman's home was so difficult. and couldn't help but say, this kind of thing should still be eaten sparingly. In the Lai Fu Inn, a storyteller resided in the middle of the hall and was recounting anecdotes of the jianghu. His voice was loud and magnetic, attracting a crowd of onlookers to listen to the book, some standing, some sitting, but all crowding the tables and chairs. The inn's shopkeeper weaved his way through the crowd, adding tea and pouring water from time to time. On the second floor, on the table of the best listening position, there was only a magnificently dressed eunuch sitting, listening to the book while peeling the skin of a melon seed and putting it into a saucer. Once he had peeled a plate full of melon nuts, the male then copied a spoon and scooped up a spoonful into his mouth. Chewing on a melon nut, he squinted contentedly. Hey guys, guess what the weak girl came back with? Mr. Storyteller made a suspenseful statement to pique the interest of the group. Nui Nui, call daddy. If the warrior doesn't mind, my daughter is willing to give her body in return. The onlookers, naturally, had no problem voicing the delightful answer. Mr. Storyteller laughed softly, before waving his hand and saying, that weak woman said. I let the warrior see the joke. This is also only eaten when Nui Nui has her birthday. Usually it is not eaten. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath. I did not think that there are such poor families in the world. Even the chaff and other pig food have to be eaten on the daughter's birthday. All of you are city people who can sit here and listen to my book, so naturally you don't understand the life of the poor. Mr. Storyteller laughed, then said, Li Ji warrior, like the group, was greatly shocked, in order to save this lonely mother and daughter, so he took them into the Li residence. Yes, warrior Li is really good. To be a warrior, you have to be like Li. Many of the people present drank loudly, their eyes were mesmerized, and they seemed to have already substituted into warrior Li. On the second floor, Menghao, who had just finished dazzling a plate of melon seeds, couldn't help but smile when he heard this. It's great to be a warrior. Not only can you make a name for yourself, but you can also spend the night with a beautiful woman, well-spoken, and deserving of a reward. With that, he picked up a couple of silver pieces from the table and tossed them toward the hall. Mr. Storyteller's eyes were quick, and he got up quickly, clasped his hands together to pin up the silver, bowed deeply, and said with a clever tongue, I wish young Master Meng 1,000 years as a constant. All the laughter and amusement, joyfulness and unceasing joy, gold and jade, a long life of wealth and prosperity. This one tale of silver, in modern times, would be the equivalent of rewarding a Shakeology host with 3 carnivals. Not to mention the storyteller, even the other guests were overwhelmed with emotion, only thinking that young Master Meng was handsome, rich, and charitable. Today time is not early. Menghao, afraid of his own mother, worried, got up and greeted the other table to sit with the dinner of the 6th son and others. Embarked on the road home, Menghao went out, naturally also a little row, although do not like to sit in the sedan chair, but also with 4 guards. In terms of strength, these people were not as good as him, but bring them along, and when they encountered those shrewd scoundrels, they would have their own guards to clean them up, saving them from dirtying Menghao's hands. Having just crossed over, Menghao wasn't used to having people following him, and as a result, he suffered and was blackmailed by the ungrateful. Although someone mentioned that this was young Master Meng, and scared the gang of rascals away, but it was also an eye-opener for him. Since then, Menghao went out. The guards do not leave the body, so as not to be as wretched as in the beginning. There is a mouth to say that the helplessness. Rocco, ask you something, young master, you say, walking down the road. Menghao beckoned 6th son and casually said, say, if you're desperately in need of a sum of money right now, what's the fastest way? How do you obtain it? 6th son was stunned for a moment and returned, young master, I will take the deed of the family's house to the master and beg him to lend me some money. Looking for my dad? Menghao was speechless, then said, if you don't look for my father, what do you do? Then find a few others in the county, and not looking for them? Then we can only go to the pawnshops or money changers in the county. 6th son was a little confused, not knowing what the young master was asking him this for. Menghao was flabbergasted for a moment, then set the conditions. You don't have the deed to the house. What do you do? There is no deed to the house. 6th son scratched his head and returned, without the deed to the house, and if I'm desperate for money, I might just have to go and play for my life. Finally arriving at the part Menghao was interested in, he hurriedly pursued, how do you play with your life? Responding to the call of various warriors to either cut down the demons or uphold the righteous path. If you really can't, it's okay to reveal a bounty for the Department of Demon Control. What's it all about? Menghao pursued. Demons are all treasures on their bodies. It is said that the pills used by some large sects to give their disciples a breakthrough to interview are taken from those demons. Every demon is a walking golden dollar. Hit and you can drop money. Menghao was curious. Then why don't you go? Sixth son sardonically laughed. Young master is joking. I am only the third heaven of the external scene, placed in the jianghu, not at all into the stream. Demons anyone, then the third-rate masters are only strong, and is not something I can covet. He shook his head and said, I just want to follow the warrior to get rid of the demons. I'm afraid I'm not even qualified. So you were saying play dead? And not all great warriors look down on the likes of us misfits. Rocco explained. Some demons also have intelligence and will set up some traps that require someone to wade through. In addition, if you are lucky enough to catch up with those families that are involved with the devil's way, and follow along with them to plow through their families and exterminate them, you will also be able to make a lot of oil and water. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I heard that there is a big family in the next county that has a relationship with a certain person in the devil's way, and was copied and destroyed by the jianghu warriors. A distant relative of mine is said to have gained a lot of benefits from that raid. A wave of fishing for money that I could only earn in a decade. 10 years and only a few hundred taels? Menghao skimmed his mouth. But it was understandable. The relatives of sixth son. The probability was that they only got a small head, or picked up a leak. If you can copy a large family, I'm afraid I can get thousands of tens of thousands of taels of cash, which may still say less. The big head is definitely the residence stores and other real estate. Is not very good to find a suitable buyer. By the way, if there is a secret martial arts book, it can also be worth a lot of money. Sixth son suddenly added. Menghao's eyes lit up as he pursued. How much is my Meng family's Tongxian treasure code and 100 shadow sword technique worth? Sixth son scared a shiver. Young master, you don't mess around. Meng family kung fu. Leaking people die. Even if someone steals and sells it, no one dares to learn it. Meng family law enforcement hall is afraid that it will chase to the ends of the earth. The Tongxian Baodian in Menghao's hand was not a complete one, and it was only enough to practice on the outside. He laughed. I'm not selling. I'm just casually asking. If you speak boldly, young master, I'll lend you 2 guts. Upon hearing this, sixth son still shook his head like a rattlesnake drum. The Meng clan's divine skill is a supreme mastery. There's never any buying or selling. It's a priceless treasure. Chapter 6 Whelp. If I become a warrior, I'll have to raise my son by my side. Qingyi. Just try it. Menghao held a butterfly hairpin and chased after Qingyi with a smile piled on her face. Qingyi's face showed a difficult color, waving her hand while retreating. Sister, don't make things difficult for me. You know me. Growing up I didn't love any of this. It's okay. It's just the two of us. No one else will see. Menghao smiled and said, I actually want to see how our Qingyi looks in red makeup. Qingyi glanced at the few maids around her. As the holy maiden of the demon sect with a hidden identity, she had to be cautious in every word and action. She couldn't do anything to ignore the existence of these people. Minghua's body was weak, and after chasing after a while, she couldn't run anymore and stopped in place to catch her breath. She pouted, a little sullenly. Qingyi couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken as she watched, and her heart softened as she thought of the way her sister had shielded her when she was a child. Sighing lightly, she stepped forward to support Menghao. Sister, let's go inside and try. Yeah. Minghua's face was instantly filled with joy, and she gleefully asked her subordinates to bring her favorite sets of clothes to her room. When things were ready, Qingyi kicked out all the subordinates, leaving Menghao alone. These damasks and silks, complicated to wear. Qingyi is a bit clumsy. Menghao couldn't see past it, so she let her open her hands and help herself to wear it. Qingyi had no choice but to put her heart in the right place, thinking that she would fulfill this request of her sister. The bottom of his heart was actually vaguely worried. This time when the news of the sinister stone spread, there were definitely quite a few first-rate experts who had arrived, and she and her master alone were afraid that it would be difficult to fully counteract them. If there was an accident, maybe these days would be the last time the sisters would ever spend together. This is your brother-in-law personally for me to pick the style. Even the size is also his hand for me to measure. Just fit. Is my favorite? Menghao paused for a moment and removed Qingyi's tunic before realizing that her chest was wrapped in a corset. Slightly surprised. Qingyi, it's very uncomfortable for you to be wrapped up like this, isn't it? She said, stepping forward and starting to undo the restraints. Qingyi slightly bit her lip and hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she didn't resist. These may be the last days the sisters will spend together. Whoa! Menghao was a little surprised that her sister was even more volatile than she was. If she let her husband know, she was afraid that she would miss Qingyi more and more. Qingyi had been living in the Meng mansion for some time now. These days, Menghao tended to leave the house early in the morning, running to inspect the various stores of the Meng family's properties, saying that he wanted to pick a better store to guard when Pops stepped down later. Busy business, busy until dinner time to come back. Although he did not say anything, but Menghao knew that he must be working this hard because he had said before that he wanted to feed Qingyi. Moreover, every time the night between clouds and rain, Husband will always call the wrong name. If once or twice would be fine. Time and time again so. She also gradually understand. Husband must like Qingyi. It is also said that the waist of Qingyi is soft. A horse hanging in the beams of the room will have some flavor. But also said that Qingyi is aggressive. But I do not know what kind of posture will be between the beds. The most humiliating thing for her was when Menghao said, Qingyi, her feet are white and tender. I really don't know how she maintains them. That hissing demeanor was as if he was going to eat her, making Menghua a bit fearful, always feeling that her husband was a bit epileptic. In this way, she also understood her husband's meaning and knew that he wanted to marry Qingyi into his family as well. Akatsuki thought about it for a moment and realized that it seemed to work just fine. Qingyi was working as an errand boy in the Jin Demon division. The tip of the sword was very dangerous, and she was also a little worried. If it was just that, it would be fine. She was afraid that Qingyi still had the idea of avenging their Fu family, which was simply the point of no return. Instead of letting Qingyi send herself to her death, it would be better to convince her early on to marry Menghao, and the two of them would be able to be with each other day and night. She took a deep breath, her mind united, clearing the distractions out of her mind. Qingyi didn't realize that she had subconsciously thought of Menghao's face purely because Mingyu had mentioned it around her ears too many times. The word husband was always on her lips. Since the Fu family was destroyed, Menghua has been displaced, seen the world cold and cold, disheartened at the time. Menghao and let her feel the warmth again. This earthly worthiness of being lost and found makes her cherish it, so naturally she can't forget it and brings it up from time to time. Wow, Qingyi, this red dress suits you so well. It really looks good. Looking at the mirror as if it were a yellow blossom girl. Ting ting, Qingyi slightly embarrassed. Always feel that the mirror is another world. That person is not her. Sis, is that okay? Don't be in a hurry. Try all of them. Try this one again. I'm telling you, this is your brother-in-law's hand-designed. There is no on the market. While the two Menghua Qingyi sisters were messing around in the Meng mansion, Menghao was currently sitting leisurely in the tea house listening to a book. There are a lot of storytellers in the city, and tea houses and restaurants, and even greenhouses sometimes hire some. Compared to the cock and bull story of Zhang Erdog Wang Mazi, people are more eager to know about the great events in the Jianghu Lake, and they are also eager to get a glimpse of the outside world from the story. Although the tea house didn't have the best location for listening to books like the second floor, Menghao still had an elegant seat with a good location. He would have liked to go to a tavern inn, but recently the county had seen an influx of foreign jianghu people. The strength of this group of people were both high and low, even the four streams of experts in the 8 or 9 heavens of the external landscape. Many of them didn't look like good people. Banditry, that was really a mess when they didn't say anything. They moved their knives. Menghao wasn't afraid of them. He just didn't want to suffer an undeserved disaster, like that Zheng family's son, who had been inexplicably chopped up and was still lying at home. Even his old man have repeatedly cautioned to remind him to be cautious. The Meng family name is even more touching the life. He died in vain. Menghao is a traveler. Naturally know the importance of this are not hiding to the tea house. Jianghu people, the tip of the sword. 9 out of 10 are drunkards. So the tea house is relatively peaceful. Mostly locals, the Jianghu to come, and only a small number of seemingly decent chivalrous women and young warriors. And these foreign Jianghu people came to their small county purely because of a Jianghu rumor. The tomb of the White Cloud Mountain Villa's master, the great warrior Li Ji, is said to be near the half-slope 2 miles outside the city. Li Ji warrior was a third-rate expert of the interview triple sky in his lifetime, one of the most powerful people for hundreds of miles around. And in the tomb, in addition to gold and silver treasures, there are also the legendary clear heart treasure pearls, that can assist the outer view in breaking through to the inner view, quieting the chi and concentrating the spirit, and lowering the heart's demons. Li Ji was suave and dashing when he was young, but in his later years he lived a miserable life. 5 sons, all killed by enemies, and the great warrior, Li Ji, has long since passed the age of majesty and lost the ability to pass on his family's legacy. It's a good thing that he was a young man who was all over the place, looking through them one by one, and he did find a son. This is a self-respecting mother who didn't want to come into the light of the Li Qi warrior, who raised her son to adulthood by virtue of coiling clothes for a large family. Chapter 7. This Jianghu was really dangerous. Fortunately, young master, I am smart, and escaped again. The listeners were a little puzzled and interrupted the storyteller. How is finding a son late in life miserable? Isn't it a good thing that a son who hasn't been raised for a day is straight into adulthood? Mr. Storyteller, however, laughed softly and said, all of you can guess why warrior Li Ji was miserable in his later years. Could it be that another enemy came and killed his son as well? Or maybe that mother won't let her son identify himself with the great warrior Li Ji, and has always refused to take the surname Li? The listeners were divided. The storyteller, however, shook his head and said, that mother did not stop her son from identifying with Li Ji. It's just that son, after learning that he is the son of Li Ji, he beat up his own mother. And while doing so, he cursed, damn old woman, making me suffer for more than 10 years. The crowd's jaws dropped, followed by a burst of anger. And such beasts? Outrageous, when it's really inappropriate to be a son. This kind of beast, Li Ji should be beheaded. In the group thought, according to Li Ji's life trajectory and logic, encountered this kind of thing, necessary to chop the rebellious son under the knife. Non. Mr. Storyteller shook his head and said with a long sigh, Li Ji warrior's reputation for a lifetime is all ruined by this son. He said a son does not teach his father, and it is his fault when his son is not around to listen to his teachings, and that stinking, who hid his son's origin, deserves to die. That's right, Li Ji obeyed his son and beheaded that son's mother. Hiss. The whole room sucked in a breath of cold air. I didn't realize that this Li Ji warrior, who spent the first half of his life in righteousness and bravado, was a great warrior of his generation. On the verge of death, he was so stupid that he did such a ridiculous thing. Mr. Storyteller wanted to go on, but the group was not happy to listen, and said they wanted to hear the end of the son of the beast. In short, Li Ji was extremely miserable by that animal son, bowed his head and did a lot of things, and even knelt down to his former enemy. But as it turned out, it was not exchanged for the true heart of the animal's son, a backstabbing at a critical moment. He was about to behead the son of the beast, but was put off by a word. The son of the beast said, this is what you owe me. What you owe me for abandoning me for 18 years. Li Ji was disheartened, and collected his wealth with that pearl of clear mind, and took it into the tomb together, and his beastly son, after losing the shelter of Li Ji, was beheaded at his mother's grave by a young jianghu warrior. Good kill. Cheers from the stage. Menghao followed suit and took out 1 or 2 silver pieces, tossing them directly to Mr. Storyteller, eliciting another round of praise from the other party. No wonder, this Li Ji is from your local area, but even your local people don't know much. How do such people, who have no sense of right and wrong, deserve to be celebrated? A young warrior at the next table came to a realization. There were 4 people at this table, 2 men and 2 women, all in their late teens and early 20s, manned by a long sword and dressed in the usual chivalrous martial arts uniforms. They were all valiantly handsome. They had special patterns tattooed on their waists. And Menghao didn't know much about the jianghu and didn't see which sector school they were from. It was the 2 female warriors. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but they were always staring at him, and when they were eye to eye, they gave him a shy smile. Here comes the dragon well. The store assistant was so enthralled that he forgot to serve the tea, and only after seeing Mr. Storyteller take a break did he hurriedly bring a pot of tea up. Menghao sniffed and moved away from the peanuts spread out on the table, leaving his space free for the teapot. Just as the store assistant was about to serve the tea on the table, a big bald man suddenly stood up on the side. Here's my tea. Saying that, he directly threw a bite of peeled garlic into one of the teacups held by the shopkeeper. This master, your tea is still in the back. This is young Master Meng's. The store assistant was dumbfounded, not expecting anyone else to dare to cut off young Master Meng. Clank, clank. As the words fell, Sixth Son and the others instantly stood up, sheathing their accompanying swords. Hey, hey. Hey, I don't know. That bald big man hastily waved his hand, making an innocent look. This tea, give back to Nim. Rocco, Menghao shouted, signaling them to sit down, then smiled lightly and said, it's okay, you garlic are into the cup. You drink it first. Garlic in tea. What the hell kind of food is that? Also, where did this tea house get the garlic that comes with it? Although this bald man was unarmed, he was big and thick, especially those hands, which were as big as a bear's paw, with thick finger bones, not simple at first sight. Gee, how can this be good? The bald man had a sardonic look on his face and then said, this young master, why don't we drink together? You're welcome. Menghao waved his hand and refused. I suddenly remembered that there are important matters at home, so I won't drink this tea. The store assistant on the side was uneducated and stupidly asked, then young Master Meng, is your tea still hot? It's not hot anymore. This gentleman's tea is on my tab. To Menghao's relief, the big man was full of thanks, stating that he was a great person, but did not stop him. The 2 young teenagers at the next table, on the other hand, let out a voice of contempt. Oh, being stomped on? Still don't know how to fight back. Reverse to pay for others? What a wimp. A handsome face for nothing. The 2 had long been looking at Menghao with displeasure. The reason was naturally because the fellow senior sister, as soon as she entered the tea house, stared at Menghao non-stop. That nymphomaniacal look. Watching them was both panicked and sad. The people involved in the jianghu and the local good people all stared in disbelief. I want to see how young Master Meng, the most powerful man in this county, will fight with the foreign jianghu people. Who knows? To their disappointment, that young Master Meng just smiled and did not speak, running as fast as he could. Gee, he's gone. This is a good spot. Time for me to sit down, right? That bald big man was an afterthought, sitting on Menghao's previous seat as if no one else was there. After leaving the tea house, Menghao's feet flew in a cold sweat. The sixth son on the side was a bit indignant. Young master, you are too polite to him. Why don't you let me teach him a lesson? Menghao glanced at him and said breathlessly, is that how much you want me to take care of your third aunt? Ha! Sixth son was shocked. Young master, could that big man be an expert? 85th on the Earth ranking list. Bitter sentiment demon hands had emotion. A first-rate expert of the 9 heavens of the inner landscape. What Menghao didn't dare to tell is that this guy is a great devil of the devil's path, killing without blinking an eye, and likes to suck people's brain marrow. Of course, the favorite thing to do is to pretend to have no intention of provoking, and then passively counterattack, acting like you're all bad people, bullying me. He was obviously targeted randomly, but luckily he was resourceful and escaped by leaving the room skillfully in the first place based on that garlic right. Chapter 8 Tai. The Devil's Path Olden. How dare you ruin my salty fish life. When I grow up, I will destroy it. Is it really the bitter sentiment demon hand had emotion who is number 85 on the Earth ranking? Old man Meng was a bit shocked and once again followed up with a question. 1,000 times over. Menghao nodded his head and said seriously, I've spent the past few days studying the 3 main lists of heaven, earth, and humans released by Qingyi Pavilion, as well as the secondary list, the subterranean dragon list. The 4 major lists were all released by the Qingyi Pavilion in conjunction with the court. Only the top 100 will be taken from each list and updated monthly. The threshold of the heavenly ranking is the Dharma body powerhouse, and those who are on the list are all giants on one side. The earth list is also not to be underestimated. The worst person on the list is the 9th heaven of the inner landscape, which can be called the strongest group of people under the Dharma body. The human ranking was the top 100 inner scenic powerhouses within the age of 30 with strength rankings, and their cultivation levels were generally between inner scenic 2nd sky and inner scenic 5th sky. However, the most eye-catching of them all, when it comes to the top 10, breaks ahead of the others. Cultivation is basically between the 7th and 9th heavens of the inner scenery, and some of them even reside in the human list and the earth list at the same time, and the double list stays in the name. The last one, the potential dragon list, was viewed as a candidate list for the human ranking, and again, only young people were selected, and those who were expected to step into the human ranking in the future could be selected. The cultivation level of the people on this list was a bit mixed. The top-ranked ones had the cultivation of inner view triple sky, and not being on the human list meant that their strength was not as good as the experts on the human list of inner view triple sky. Other than that, a large portion of the list was filled with young generation experts from the 8th and 9th heavenly realms of the outer landscape. As the jianghu people flooded in, Menghao worried about his own safety, so he purchased the 4 major lists to check them out. I didn't realize it would come in handy. It was also fortunate that he was smart, plus quick to react. If he really let sixth son make a move, he was afraid that even he would be killed on the spot, and his brain marrow would be sucked dry by that devil. Suffered. You first do not return to the Meng house. Stay in the Chamber of Commerce. I will contact the clan. Papa Meng was also intimidated. That was a great devil on the earth list. Even the small clans in the county had to be careful in dealing with it. After passing the news up, Papa Meng asked people to notify a few other families in the county, as if afraid that Menghao wouldn't understand. He explained, although we're from the Meng family, in the county, we're in the same boat as them. Whether the family is hostile or friendly, we can't decide. It's up to the people above us to decide. All we can do is try to have as little trouble as possible under our own rule, and do good to others, so that we have more ways to live. Can you understand that? Menghao nodded his head slightly, knowing what his old man meant, that everything was prioritized in his own interests. It was a relief to him. In this era, many family sons and daughters, that are for the sake of the family to throw their heads and sacrifice their lives at the drop of a hat. Luckily his old man wasn't pedantic and knew how to change things so he could live longer. Father, my mother is still in the house. I'll go get her. Don't go, Father Meng said with a sad face. This is the Meng family Chamber of Commerce, involving Meng family property. They are also afraid of Meng family misunderstanding. Easily will not come over. Isn't your sister-in-law in the mansion, a person from the Jin Demon Division? Her background is hard enough. She should hold up. He mainly didn't know whether or not that bitter demon Han had emotion had spared his son, and if he was still staring at Menghao in a cat-and-mouse stance, then he would be sending him to his death if he went back. Instead, staying in the Meng family Chamber of Commerce was relatively safer. After all, With the strength of the Meng family, not to mention one hachette, even 10 would not be enough to look at. But this is just the county. There is only one clan descendant of his, the hidden dark hand, but also only the 9 heavens of the outer landscape. Hataki Motian really want to make a move. No one can stop it. No. Menghao balked. I have to go back. She's married to me. She's my person. I have to protect her. He thought, if people really want to make a move, staying at the Chamber of Commerce will scare them into not moving? Have been a devil, and still afraid of your Meng family's name? Of course, this was the worst possibility. If that devil was just epileptic but didn't want to seek death himself, odds were that he wouldn't chase after him. Later, I'll go back with you. Seeing Menghao's resolute attitude, Papa Meng let out a long sigh and turned around to look for something. A few moments later, he wore a Meng family uniform, put on the unique clan logo, and pulled a group of guards to follow him, before heading to the Meng mansion with Menghao. Fortunately, the road did not encounter anyone who blocked the way. Even some of the jianghu people, upon seeing the clan's logo on Papa Meng, respectfully saluted and made way. Father Meng didn't make a big deal out of it, and politely returned the salute, showing off the demeanor of a son of a great family. After returning to the Meng mansion, Menghao hurriedly found Mingyu and saw that she was unharmed. Then he breathed a long sigh of relief. There's no one strange in the house, is there? If it was before, Menghao wasn't too worried. After all, the jianghu people who came to the county were all at the external level, and they all favored the righteous path. But now that the great devil of the Devil's Way had appeared, it would be impossible to stay. And who knew if any other devils had appeared? No, husband, is something wrong? Where's Qingyi? Let her out. Menghao looked around and didn't see Qingyi. She's in her room. I'm calling her. Although Mingyu didn't know what was the reason for her husband's hurry, she believed that Menghao wouldn't harm her. Who knows? Mingyue went into the house and didn't come out for a long time. Menghao was in a hurry and hurriedly traveled. Seeing that he was about to step over the threshold, suddenly a strong killing intent surged out of the room, causing him to instantly freeze. Sweat oozed from his forehead. Qingyi's light voice also came from the inner room. I'm changing. Just a minute. Good. Menghao revealed a forced smile. I had thought that when his sister-in-law was about 5 or 6 heavens of the outer landscape, she wouldn't be much different from him. Now, it seemed that it was possible that sister-in-law had crossed the 2nd threshold of the outer landscape and reached the 7th, 8th, and 9th heavens of the outer landscape. The 9 heavens of the outer landscape was stopped into 3 realms by 2 thresholds. A hurdle here in the 3rd heaven, a hurdle in the 6th heaven. Some people can't cross it for the rest of their lives. A few moments later, Mingyue walked out with Qingyi on her arm. To Menghao's disappointment, Qingyi was still wearing black tights. What's wrong? Cyan asked casually. The bitter fiend beast had emotion. The 85th on the Earth ranking list might be eyeing me. Let's quickly leave and go to the Meng family Chamber of Commerce to take shelter from the wind. What? Qingyi was a bit surprised. How could this guy be staring at Menghao? It's too late to explain. Let's go to the Chamber of Commerce first. We'll talk about it when we get there. Menghao was in a hurry. Before he came, he looked at death as if he was dying. But nothing happened on the way. Now the hope of living has become bigger. Then he should hurry up and go. Don't make any more trouble. Fortunately, Qingyi also saw his anxiety and did not ask more questions. The group went out again and hurried towards the Meng family Chamber of Commerce. Qingyi didn't want to ride in the carriage, but she couldn't argue with Menghao, so she ended up sitting with Mingyue. Now that the city is in such a mess, and you two were born so beautiful, what if you are targeted by thieves? Sitting in the sedan chair, Qingyi savored the words spoken by Menghao, and had such a strange feeling in her heart. Menghao personally drove the horse, glancing back at the compartment from time to time, fearing that a demon would appear and silently take Mingyu captive. It was only until this moment that he had developed a strong desire and urge to become stronger. In these chaotic times, the Meng family couldn't give him a sense of security, and the only thing that could protect his wife and family was his own strength. Chapter 9 Pops, I'm showing my cards. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm actually a genius. Menghao is weak, although weak, but he does love his sister very much. Qingyi gave a heartfelt sigh. She could tell that Menghao truly loved Mingyue. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a special trip back to the Meng mansion to pick up the person when there was a possibility that he would be targeted by the great demon hatchet. This changed her senses towards Menghao. Before, not killing Menghao, forcing through the discomfort, and spending time with him together was purely because he didn't want his sister, Mingyu, to be sad and upset. Now, seeing that Menghao loved her sister Mingyu so much, Qingyi suddenly felt that it was a good thing. In case she died, her sister would have Menghao to take care of her, which was better than being alone. Looking at Menghao, who was standing at the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce, walking back and forth, anxious, Qingyi suddenly felt that this guy was still a bit handsome. Brother-in-law? The corners of Qingyi's mouth turned up slightly as he pulled Mingyu back to his room to rest. Young master, there's news. Rocco ran back sweating. Something happened at the tea house. Do you remember the 2 young warriors and the 2 chivalrous ladies who were at the table next to ours? Menghao nodded. Of course he remembered that those 2 chivalrous women had been peeking at him since they entered the tea house. And those 2 young warriors, when he was avoiding the bitter sentiment demon Han's hatchet, they even spoke out to taunt him. What happened to them? All 4 of them are dead. Opened up and had their brains sucked out. Lu Zi said with a pang of fear. If it wasn't for the young master being smart and taking them to run away first, the ones who were sucked in the head right now might have been them. This result, Menghao had expected. After all, from the meaning of those 2 young warriors' words, in their place, if they were bullied by hatchet, they would inevitably take action. But he was still a bit shocked when he actually got the cause of death of the 4. A nice young chivalrous man who died because he said a few wrong words? What about hatchet? He left after eating the man, saying something like, "It's a shame I didn't get to taste the marrow of that handsome gentleman's brain." Menghao's scalp tingled as he listened, but he also realized that the other party was really just acting on impromptu intentions and wasn't really eyeing him. Moreover, from the words, it could be heard that Hatamatsu showed no signs of chasing after him to eat him hard. And after that? After? Lu Zi scratched his head and said, after that, the officials came to wash the floor, collected the bodies for the 4 young warriors, and pacified the owner of the tea house. Aren't they going to arrest Hatchet? As soon as Menghao's words left his mouth, he realized that he had said a stupid question. Catch? Rocco was bewildered and didn't know how to answer for a moment. It had been more than a month since Menghao had crossed over, and he had long since realized that the official government in this world was different from that of his previous life. In his previous life, he was the head of the family, and he could manage anything that happened. But he could not manage it and let the court manage it. And in this world, the government just collects taxes, and it's okay to control ordinary thieves. As for people and things in the jianghu like Hattori, only the people of the Jinmu division would care. The Jinmu division does not have a stronghold in the county, and the lowest level stronghold is also in the county town. Even if it is reported, it is probably too late to hunt down, and at most, a bounty order will be issued. But this kind of bounty order, each big devil carries dozens of them on his body, and the debt is too much. Which still cares? His sister-in-law was a person from the Department of Devil Suppression, but come to think of it, she was just an ordinary official, and her strength was only at the level of a fourth-rate expert. The county isn't safe. Menghao suddenly realized that living in the county, if a big devil casually passed by, even if the city was slaughtered, no one would be able to stop him. Thinking about his leisurely days these days, he realized that it was just luck and ignorance that made him live in style. But now, knowing the truth, how can he be as carefree as before? Still need to find a way to get stronger. Time gradually passed, until nightfall. Hatchet didn't show up, and the people in the Chamber of Commerce relaxed. Menghao, on the other hand, once again found Papa Meng. Father, I want to cultivate. I want to advance to winter scenery and bring our lineage back to the clan. Throughout the day, he pondered the future, finding himself in possession of a good deal. The biggest bit of advantage was that he was a son of the Meng family. There is no shortage of techniques, no shortage of martial skills, as long as the cultivation level is sufficient. Not to mention the small clans. Even if one becomes a full-fledged member of a large clan, it is still possible. At that time, whether it was Pops or Mingyue, he brought it to the Meng family land. If we're talking about safety, the Meng family land should be one of the few safest places in this world. Well, that's a good thing. Father Meng was overjoyed. His own son is not doing his job, does not like to cultivate. Since the end of the 102 foundation building, promoted to the outer landscape, basically no movement. He was actually very worried that his son would not have a good life after he retired. However, if Menghao could become an inner view expert, then he would rejoin the Meng family's small clan, which could ensure the wealth of their lineage for 3 generations. Dad, there's something else I've actually been keeping from you. Menghao had a sardonic and embarrassed expression on his face. What's the matter? You boldly say, it's fine. Father can withstand it. Father Meng was very pleased in his heart, always feeling as if his son had grown up overnight. Of course, it was mainly the external factor of hat emotion that influenced him. He could tell that his son was under a lot of pressure in the midst of this incident, and his mind seemed to have suffered some kind of shock. Menghao paused for a moment and put on a look like I'm laying down my cards, saying, I'm actually gifted with a very good qualification. Papa Meng was flabbergasted. You're well qualified? 102 foundation building has passed for so long. It is still only the first heaven of the outer landscape. He suddenly opened his mouth. Wait, aren't you an outer scenery first heaven? Right. Menghao displayed his outer landscape fourth heavenly cultivation and shamefully said, "My son has been hiding his qualifications for fear that he is too good and will be forced by you to cultivate. I didn't think about how to cultivate, but this cultivation can't control rubbing up. Your." Papa Meng subconsciously looked to the side. In the shadows, an aged figure stepped out and nodded slightly. "Old Meng, this is the outer landscape fourth heaven. Father Meng also worked hard to cultivate when he was young, but unfortunately, he never stepped over the outer landscape three heavens that hurdle. After the golden age of cultivation, he was also disheartened, and then did not cultivate much. His cultivation slowly fell, and returned to the realm of the outer landscape one heavens. Hearing that Menghao was an outer landscape fourth heavenly cultivation, he was greatly shocked, followed by tears. "Father, did you see that? Your grandson has made a difference. Grandpa, did you see that? My son has made a difference. Pops, I was actually an outer landscape triple sky before." Menghao was not waiting for him to finish his excitement. Striking the iron while it's hot, "I know a jianghu person," purchased the Xianling Dan from his hands, which broke through the first threshold of the external view in one fell swoop, crossing into the external view of the fourth sky. "Xianling Dan?" Old man Mang was shocked. "What kind of person can possess Xianling Dan, and sold this Dan to you?" These kinds of pills that could help cross the threshold were all superb. How could they be bought and sold that easily? Otherwise, he would have entrusted his father to buy this Xianling Dan back then. Menghao scratched his head and explained, "It's an eccentric red-headed old man who keeps asking me to go with him and learn alchemy from him." Chapter 10, Oops, another day of trying to cultivate, kryptonite, upgrading, outer seven heavens, fourth-rate master, old Meng. This could be some kind of hidden master. As soon as Menghao's words left his mouth, the old man at the side took the initiative to explain. It is said that there are some sects and clans that avoid the world and go out to select disciples at regular intervals. Only when picked will they be brought back to the middle of the mountain gate to pass on the sect's mastery. It's likely that Meng is also being looked upon by some high-ranking person. No way. Menghao, however, vetoed it with a mouthful of disdain on his face. That old man definitely can't be some kind of hidden master. He is like a beggar, but also very greedy for money. "My elixir. He asked me for 1,000 taels of silver it. We call that a fair trade. 1,000 taels for a Xianling Dan?" This time, there was no need for anyone to explain, and old man Meng himself felt ridiculous. Back then, if someone had offered him 1,000 taels to sell a Xianling Dan, he would have joyfully gone to buy it. Father Meng realized that his son was still too naive to realize that the red-haired old man was really a legendary hermit and high priest. Their Meng family, in fact, was no worse than these hermit sects, and things like the Xianling Dan and similar were also available. But the Meng family is so prosperous and has so many clansmen that it is not enough for the first line of the big clan. So how can it be divided among the smaller clans or even the side clans? Besides, if one can't even cross the first threshold of the outer landscape, how can one talk about genius? And what is the value of cultivation? How long have you known each other? Papa Meng asked next. "Quite a while." Menghao scratched his head. "It seems like a year, but that old man doesn't appear very often, occasionally appearing to seek me to ask for a cold chicken, but also asked me to go to learn alchemy with him." Papa Meng breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that he hadn't done anything to Menghao for a year meant that the hermit Highlander, odds were, was a decent person. He had no doubt about the strength of that tall man. After all, something as precious as Xianling Dan had been taken out. As for swindling Menghao, he felt it was unlikely. If they really wanted to target the Meng family, they couldn't possibly start with Menghao, a marginal character from the sideline. "Son, this high man, you must maintain the relationship. Do not take the popularity away." "That's for sure." Menghao nodded. "If it weren't for the fact that his strength is not bad, I wouldn't even think of hiding it from you." The words still revealed that he didn't want to cultivate in the past. In fact, this was the wording Menghao came up with himself during the day. There is no such thing as a hermit. It's just a reason to justify needing money for your Goldfinger. Besides, his money only comes in, so there has to be an outlet for it. Also, putting on the persona of being well qualified would make it easier for future cultivation to dabble without attracting attention. He looked through the original owner's memories, and at the very least, he hadn't had his dantian touched and his cultivation probed by anyone else in a year. That's why the hidden cultivation comment stands up to scrutiny completely. Most importantly, he was only a sideline of the Meng family, and even though his father was a member of the clan, his cultivation of a first heaven of the outer landscape was among the ranks of those who were not treated well. Their father and son. This is not concerned. Menghao qualification is high or low, all by his own personal appeal can be. This is also fortunate that his father, in order to give him more family property, which took the initiative to apply for transfer to the county, became this side of the Meng family chamber of commerce of a hand. Otherwise, according to the status of his father's clan, they should be living in the small clan side of the county, and those who knew their roots were not good enough to make up a situation where he had a very good natural talent. Son, why do you want to get up and talk to Dad about this today? Father Meng realized that his son might want to ask him for money. Otherwise he wouldn't have kept it from him for so long and only said it now. Because I want to become stronger. I want to advance to interview as soon as possible, and bring father and Menghao back to the county. Menghao said seriously. It's too unsafe here. Just passing by any big shot can crush us like ants. So, that old man also has a lot of elixirs, all of which help cultivation growth. Menghao scratched his head and said, he did say he sold it to me before, but I thought he was trying to cheat me out of my money, so I didn't buy it. Hiss. Papa Meng sucked in a breath of cold air. This hidden master's elixir. Others begged for it. In his son's place, he even voluntarily refused. This is worthy of my son. Say it. How much money do you need? Your father, I have plenty of money, Papa Meng said with bravado. 1,200 taels. No problem. 1,200 taels only. Old man Meng agreed in one mouthful. Menghao hesitated for a moment, took a step closer, and whispered, Pops, if you're caught by the clan, will you have problems? His old man's obvious annual salary is only 100 taels, only a few years after he came to this county. Last time he casually gave him 1,000 taels, and now it is 1,000 taels for 100 years. If this is not greedy, who believes it? I'm a clan member, a minor clan member, Father Meng confidently said. This small amount of money, your father can withstand, not a big deal. He paused for a moment and then added, however, if you can be promoted to inner scenery and become a clan member, that would be even more of a problem. Even if your father and I were to be checked, you would still be able to cover it. Seemingly afraid that Menghao was worried, he gave another example. Your grandfather, that is, my father, he coveted much more ruthlessly than your father me, but he's still in the county for good. Why? Because my third brother is Nekai, and in his line, the clan status continues for another 3 generations. Menghao recalled and seemed to have such a third uncle in his memory. At that time, all the relatives of his grandfather's line were centered around the third uncle, to the left and right. At each gathering, a dozen or so tables of relatives take turns standing up and making a toast to thank Uncle Sam for his contributions to the family. Whoever says something insincere will also get a cold shoulder from Uncle Sam. There are parties on various holidays throughout the year, and the relentless variety of praise for Uncle Sam makes him miserable. After all, as far as his grandfather's lineage is concerned, the most unproductive underneath is his father, and with a sparse population, he is the only son, so naturally he is mocked every time, and treated as a counterexample. It is politically correct and the right way for the sons of big families to have more children. His father, who had only one wife like him, and after his wife passed away, he no longer took a wife and had children, was considered an anomaly within the clan, an extremely rare existence. If you think about it, his dad didn't leave the county all for the sake of saving up for him. He should also not want to be ridiculed and mocked by his relatives. Menghao waited outside, and after a long time, his father came out. This time, in addition to the silver bills, there were 4 ingots of silver dollars worth 400 taels. I can see that although his father said it easily, 1,200 taels, it is not as easy as last time to get it out. It all needs to be topped off with silver dollars. This is normal. The County Meng Family Chamber of Commerce business, earn the big head is certainly to send to the clan, even if over a handful of oil and water, but also to have degrees, cannot be too much. Whether to consume 500 taels of silver to raise 500 points of proficiency? Whether to consume 600 taels of silver to raise 600 points of proficiency? 2 upgrades in a row. Menghao didn't even encounter a little bottleneck. For other people, a triple sky breaking through the 4th sky and a 6th sky breaking through the 7th sky were thresholds that could potentially hinder a lifetime. But it passed very smoothly for him. Cultivation level, 7th heaven of the outer landscape. Technique, Tongxian Baodian 7th level, 1/700. In one breath, he had dried up to the 7th heaven of the outer landscape, becoming a 4th-rate expert in the jianghu, and Menghao was overjoyed. According to the progress, with another 2,400 taels, he would be able to go straight into the inner landscape and become a member of the Meng family clan. The 1,200 taels that he got from Pops were consumed in a flash. 1,100 taels. The remaining 100 taels would be used as Menghao's daily expenses. As young Master Meng, you can't even have a silver reward, right? Chapter 11 TSK, the sister-in-law is designated to look at me. For me to take out the anger. Secretly beat up Hatamoto. Young master, something big has happened. Rocco returned sweating profusely, panic and anxiety all over his face. When Menghao saw this, His mind became more and more uneasy, and he urged, "Speak quickly." Hatchet was beaten up. Ha! Menghao was stunned for a moment, then revealed a look of surprise. Isn't this a good thing? It was by another demon. Sixth son cried out. The 46th ranked on the Earth ranking list and the 9th ranked on the human ranking list. Blood Shadow Phantom Frostblade G. What? Menghao was startled. How come there's another devil here? Blood Shadow Phantom Frostblade G was once one of the 10 great devil sects, the holy daughter of the erotic heart sect. Eroticism to take people's hearts and souls as the main cultivation direction. By their eyes and planted the love seed of the man. A body of cultivation will be willingly dedicated to each other. Therefore, the devil's sect acted too badly and sowed seeds all over the place. And not only did the righteous path not treat it well, but even the other fellow sects of the devil's path were a bit fed up with it. After all, how could one look at their own family's easily cultivated devil Dao saint son, the future devil Dao giant sinner, following behind the eroded heart sect demoness ass like a licking dog? How could one look at it and be ashamed? As a result, when the major forces of the righteous path organized the purging of the erotic heart sect, many of the demonic sects chose to turn a blind eye and stood by, allowing them to be exterminated. These are not important. The important thing is, this Blood Shadow Phantom Frostblade G, temperament changeable, sometimes charming like fire, sometimes cold and ruthless face like frost, the culprit who wiped out the entire Fu family. Menghao's face was a bit heavy. His mother, Mingyue, and his sister-in-law, Qingyi, were the only two survivors of the Fu family left. Although Mingyue had never said anything about revenge, Menghao had also seen her looking into the northern sky and secretly weeping. Before this, Menghao had never thought of avenging Mingyu. After all, he planned to be a lying young master of the Meng family and be a dashing rich man for a lifetime. But now, he had decided to pull himself together, cultivate hard, become stronger, and take control of his destiny. In the future, if he is strong enough, he will take revenge for Mingyue. Menghao thought in his head about how excited she would be when he threw the head of the Blood Shadow Phantom Frostblade G in front of her. But now, what happened then? Was that hatchet killed? Where's that Frostbite Heim? What is she doing here with us? Menghao was vaguely worried, fearing that this Frostbite G was here to find Mingyu to eliminate her roots. Hatamatsu wasn't killed. Sixth son quickly said, Frostblade G will let Hattie Mot on injured. The two are fighting. Suddenly a group of righteous warriors to intervene. The two great devils are being hunted down and scattered. The righteous warrior is here? Menghao breathed a long sigh of relief, and his nerves, which were originally taut, finally relaxed. He was suddenly glad that there was still the existence of the righteous path in this world, or else they were all madmen like the devil's path who killed without blinking an eye and didn't move to exterminate their families, and then there was really no way for ordinary people to live. Good job. You keep poking around. Menghao praised sixth son, then turned around and went upstairs. He wanted to find Akatsuki to say goodbye and tell her it was okay and she could sleep soundly. Hatamoto was beaten. Did you do it? Or is Mayor here? Lu Yun questioned with a somewhat ugly face. She actually had an answer in mind. Qingyi was a bit weak, but his face remained unchanged as he said indifferently, I am at least a member of the Demon Suppression Division, so it's only right that I teach a lesson to the devil. Lu Yun frowned. That wasn't a very good reason, and it sounded a bit stupid. Your nonsensical behavior is an easy way to reveal your identity. She suspected that Qingyi had made his move because that Hattie Matian had almost killed Menghao, but it's ridiculous. Qingyi also despised Menghao, so how could she fight with had emotion for him? Unless, she did it because she was afraid of Mingyu's sadness. But the problem was, Menghao didn't die, and retaliating after the fact. How do you think it's wrong? Had emotion is too arrogant. As the holy maiden of the demon sect, I won't allow someone else to be more arrogant than me where I am. Qingyi looked bland and said another reason that seemed a bit more reasonable. This is more like it. Lu Yun heard this, but nodded in satisfaction. This is my erotic heart sect's holy daughter. She paused and was about to say something else when Cyan's words made her forget what came next. The group of God's sons from the righteous path are here. What? Lu Yun was shocked. Qingyi shook his head and said, it should be that Had Emotion's appearance has attracted their attention. Focusing resources on inquiring about the devil's way still lets them know the truth. Lu Yun hated to gnash his teeth. There must be a who hired the guy to come over to make trouble. She slightly apologized. It should be May's enemy. You are being dragged down. There's no harm in it. I borrowed her identity to act. It's only right that I suffer from her karma. Qingyi, however, waved his hand without any concern. Things are a little complicated now. Lu Yun frowned and said, before it was just competition between our demonic sects. The people who came basically counted. Now that there are more sons of gods of the righteous path, I'm afraid it's not going to be very good. Qingyi shook her head. They don't necessarily look at the sin stone, just like Mayor and the others. As divine sons, they all want to achieve the heavenly Tao Dharma body, and they can't see eye to eye with the use of external objects such as sinful stones to achieve the Dharma body. Lu Yun woke up, nodded and said, "That's true, then they come over. The probability is that they are mainly to get rid of the devil, and they are not expected to be very interested in the sinful stone. Young people see fame as important, and it's a catalyst for their motivation. If the older generation had come over, they would have inevitably focused on taking the sinister stone. Let's take one step at a time. There are advantages to having more people come. At the very least the tomb should be found soon." Qingyi was not panicked. The sin stone was exclusive to their erotic heart sect, and could not be used without the corresponding technique, and even if the bystanders took it, they would have to seek them out to trade. It would naturally be best if he could capture it himself, and if he couldn't, then he would have to trade something of equal value. "Son, come down with me quickly." Menghao had only been warming up to Mingyu for a few moments, and the atmosphere had just been mobilized when Papa Meng knocked outside the door. Mingyu hurriedly pushed Menghao away, her face flushed with shame as she hurriedly organized her messed up clothes. "Husband, you should go." Phew, being interrupted from a good thing. Menghao was also a bit annoyed, but he knew that Pops wouldn't interrupt for nothing. Only after Mingyu had gotten into the screen did Menghao open the door and walk out. "Pops, what is it?" "The Zong family is coming," Old Father Meng said with a grave expression. "Not a small county clan, but the children of a large clan in the clanland. It is said that it is still a divine son of the top 10 in the sequence ranking. We are now going downstairs to meet. You must be polite and respectful when you see it. I don't know the nature of the people coming. Don't offend them." Menghao was greatly shocked, although he did not pay attention to the affairs of the clan, but the sequence said that he still knew. This was the system of selecting the future patriarch within the Meng family, and was the foundation of the Meng family's ability to prosper and survive for a long time, as long as one is a Meng family member, no matter which lineage they come from, and their cultivation qualifications are sufficient. They can all enter the sequence and compete for the position of the future patriarch. The only winner will naturally become the future patriarch, and the rest of the sequence will be able to take over the various vacant positions at the top and become the right-hand man of the patriarch. The 100 great sequences, the first 10 are honored as the divine sons. I didn't expect such a character to come. Chapter 12. I was ready to endure the humiliation. I just didn't realize that it wasn't worth using at all. "Pops, what shall I call the Son of God once I meet him?" Outside the doors of the Chamber of Commerce, hundreds of men, women and children, neatly arranged, stood facing the direction of the main road. These are all the sons of the Meng family, with the exception of Papa Meng, a member of the clan. The others are all side branches, the Meng family members who really plowed their way through this small county. Menghao, on a regular basis, has an average relationship with these side branch children and doesn't walk around much. Of course, the main reason was also that his old man had said that he would return to the county when he had made enough money over here. It's still safer on the county side than the smaller counties, with many relatives within 3 generations. Just call Lord Godson. Old Father Meng had seen the generation of Godson from afar back then when he was young and knew how to address him. What about the others? Clans uniformly called elders. Never mind age. After Papa Meng's enlightenment, Menghao gradually came to his senses. The Meng family can be divided into 3 pools: the major, minor and side branches. The side branches, regardless of age, are addressed as elders when they meet the minor and major clans. In the same way, it is the same when the small clan meets the big clan. There is no such thing as an older person from a side branch who leans on his or her age in front of the children of the clan. Of course, people in the same pool, such as those who were all children of small clans, would still respect the older division. In the end, there are still too many Meng family members. Open branches and leaves do not know how many generations. Purely on the basis of seniority, maybe an old man of the clan to give the side branch of the young children to kneel down and kowtow. If we really do this, do the big and small clans still want to lose face? This world was after all a world where strength was honored, and those who could become a major or minor clan were bound to be too much stronger than the side branches. Even if he was like Papa Meng, although he was a small clan, he only had the cultivation of the first heaven of the outer landscape, but his third brother as well as his grandfather were all inner landscapes, and when something happened, there would still be people who could stand up for him. "Pops, when we get along in private, I'll still call Lord Godson, as well as the elders?" "Yes, unless they tell you what to call it. It's all about honorifics." Menghao stood following his old dad at the moment, and was considered to be at the very front of the line of these hundreds of people. After all, his old man was the only clansman in the entire room, and he was also the hand of the Meng family chamber of commerce over here. Compared to Menghao's ignorance, the other side branches, both young and old, did not say a word, obviously already clear about the joints. There is no such thing as a wrong name. All the clansmen, all dressed in their clan uniforms, wearing clan emblems and logos representing side branches and small clans, waited quietly. If it were usual, there would have been a crowd of curious people around, but today it was empty. It turned out that Pops had long ago ordered the several hundred guards of the Meng family to spread out and clear the streets. Menghao was carefully calculating in his heart how to greet and get along with the other party when he met the Divine Son later. Every word and action must be as respectful as possible, according to Pops, and there must be no offense to the other party. Not to mention the matter of the higher status of the big and small clans compared to the side branches. Just to say that people's strength was there, killing a disobedient side branch clansman with their hands. No one within the clan would say anything. At the same time, he secretly prayed in his heart, hoping that the Divine Son who came wouldn't be too flighty and wouldn't make things difficult for him. Menghao had thought that if Pops had called them down, then the Divine Son and the others should be coming soon. But who would have thought that after waiting for almost 2 hours, there was not a single shadow to be seen. He was a bit sleepy with his outer landscape 7th heavenly cultivation, let alone others whose cultivation was inferior to his. It's like Papa Meng, pounding his back many times to move his body. Menghao was a little hard to see. Pops, why don't you go in first and rest? If you really can't, squat on the ground and sit for a while. Don't be ridiculous. Father Meng rebuked and taught. You have to remember that the upper zone has unlimited power over us. If you die because squatting causes the upper zone to be displeased, it would be a wasted death. He let out a low sigh. Even if your third uncle or my grandfather stepped in, there is no way. Looking back and realizing that Menghao's face was written with surprise and astonishment, Papa Meng felt that he had said too much, and fearing that it would be too much, he added an explanation. Of course, a normal shined son would not be so cruel, and the reason I say this is in case the visitor just happens to be such a person. After all, there is only one life. Menghao understood. Even if among 100 Meng family upper zones, only one of them was a lunatic with an odd temperament who killed people at the drop of a hat, they can't bet on whether or not the person they run into will be one of the 100. Either, it's a gamble on their own lives. It would be better to stand a little longer, to show one more smile, to have a more respectful posture, than to lose one's life without any reason. Your waist don't be too hard. In a moment you must bend lower than me. Old Father Meng is afraid that Menghao is not enlightened, lawless and accustomed to lawlessness, and offended the Shangzong to be splattered with blood on the spot. He was right to think so. Menghao was only 12 or 13 years old when he was brought to this small county, and was treated respectfully by the entire side branch of several hundred Meng family members. When he was here, in this small county, there was only one young Master Meng. All the other Meng clan children were automatically taken back as young Master Meng. If the original body was still around, it might have really offended the upper clan because of its nature. But Menghao is a crossover. Know right from wrong, know the importance, know that a man should be able to bend and stretch. Don't worry, Pops, watch me perform later. Isn't it just flattery? Menghao laughed darkly. In this month alone, he had seen too much flattery. Wouldn't it be nice to mimic the gestures of others towards him and turn around and treat the Divine Son and other upper zones? After waiting for another hour, lunchtime was over, and many people's stomachs rumbled. The others were fine, although they were exhausted. No one dared to complain, but Menghao couldn't hold back a bit and cursed in his heart. He also knew the importance of the situation and didn't mutter under his breath. Coming, just as he was bored, a group of richly dressed people finally appeared in the distance. Greetings to Lord Godson, and greetings to all the elders. Elder Father Meng took the lead in bowing, and the rest of the hundreds of clansmen from the side branches, followed by bowing down together, respectfully shouted. The sound shook the heavens, and the Divine Son and the others could naturally hear it. Menghao had been staring at his old man and the others behind him with his afterimage, and hadn't dared to look up when he saw that they were still bending over. After a while, their footsteps could be heard in his ears getting closer and closer before a calm and indifferent voice rang out. Are you in charge here? Precisely. Junior sect sub-brother Meng Yukai greets Lord Godson. Papa Meng was the only one who raised his head. Menghao knew that although he was above the other side branches in terms of invisible status, after all, his old man was a clan member, but in the eyes of these upper clans, he was wearing the garb of a side branch, so he was no different from any other side branch. One generation of sidekicks is a sidekick, and 10 or 100 generations of sidekicks remain sidekicks. For the Meng clan, as long as someone cultivated to inner view, even if they were 1,000 generations son of a side branch, they would still be able to be promoted to a minor clan. Get us a place to stay. Arrange for someone to search for Li Ji's grave outside of the city again, and notify me immediately when you find it. Listening to the voice, it was a very young man, and the probability was that it was the Divine Son of the Meng family. Having said this, the footsteps went away, accompanied by Papa Meng. Fortunately, This time the upper clan came to be very gentle. Having President Meng to deal with it saves us a lot of work. It wasn't until he was completely deaf to the movements of the upper clan, and someone behind him stood up straight and started chatting idly, that Menghao got up as an afterthought. Looking at the empty streets, he was in a trance. The words that had been prepared for 3 hours in advance and silently thought out, the words to talk to the Divine Son and the many clan elders, didn't work. People didn't even want to talk to them or get too involved. This is so thoroughly relegated to the background that it doesn't even qualify for conversation. Menghao shook his head with a bitter smile. I don't even know what this Divine Son looks like. Chapter 13 The Feeling of Being Ignored. Dish just practice more. I want to become a master. Menghao didn't know what he was thinking, but he always felt frustrated. When I didn't wait for the people, what was in my mind was that a great man can bend and bend, and there is no shame in order to live. It had all been built up mentally, but it turned out that when people arrived, they just ignored him. Young Master Meng, what do you think? Should we take some time to pay our respects to Lord Godson? Some clansmen who were good at flattering and fawning took the initiative to come up next to Menghao, thinking to let him lead the way to make some connections. Menghao waved his hand and turned to leave. It just felt like a shame on my face. How does he deserve to be called Young Master Meng? In front of that Divine Son, he was like an inferior. Husband, are you hungry? This is the porridge I had someone prepare for you. It's always hot. Thank you, ma'am. Menghao took the bowl and buried his head as he scooped up and drank one spoonful at a time. Absent-mindedly, he finished the porridge. Only then did he put the bowl down. And Akatsuki took the initiative to send his arms around him. Husband, don't think too much. You and I can still embrace each other more than anything, right? She had seen Menghao's loss since, and took it as a sign that he had been humiliated by the Zong family. Carefully comforting him, Menghao opened his mouth, with the intention to explain, but he didn't know how to speak. Did I tell her I wasn't humiliated? At first I was worried that I would be humiliated, and I even did the mental construction, prepared to be humiliated and not return the favor. And I never expected that people didn't humiliate me, they just ignored me. Husband, no matter what happens, I am by your side. We're still together, aren't we? Menghao could feel Mingyu's love, but he somehow felt a growing sense of desolation in his heart. After reaching the extreme, a few moments of anger were actually born. Even, he thought of the party, when someone called him Young Master Meng, and he inexplicably felt ashamed. It's like, he doesn't deserve the title. His heart roared angrily, but later, Menghao fell silent. He realized that his anger was unjustified. What's the root cause? It lies in his status as a son of the Meng family. These days, being called Young Master Meng is honored by all and sundry. He really thinks he's somebody, but now it seems that people honor the Meng family, not him. Menghao. This powerful illusion originated from the Meng family, who, as a side branch, was naturally inferior when facing the upper clan, to assume their authority and to be held accountable. So it's all fake, Menghao murmured in a low voice, realizing that only the power obtained by himself really belonged to him. If his strength reached the ninth sky of inner scenery right now, would that Divine Son ignore him? If he had been Dharma-bodied, would the Son of God in turn have groveled to him? The thought that this world was a place where the strong were honored had flashed through his mind hundreds of times, none of which were as good as experiencing it once for himself. Menghao experienced it twice. Once comes from a sense of powerlessness as an ordinary person when faced with Hatamatsu. The second time was when he faced the Meng clan's Divine Son, as a powerless sidekick. He didn't even deserve to be looked at squarely by others. Getting stronger. The only way to get real respect is to get stronger. Husband? Mingyue noticed that her husband's breath had stabilized a lot. Mother, it's good to have you. Menghao looked at Mingyu's concerned eyes, touched her head, and laughed lightly. I'm fine. The dish is just more practice. Sooner or later, I'll turn into a supreme powerhouse, so that no one will dare to ignore me. This part of the psychological journey, too shameful, Menghao difficult to speak, or decided to bury in the heart, not to tell outsiders. Although he desperately wanted to become stronger, Menghao knew that this could not be rushed, and he still needed to find a way to get money. In the evening, Menghao finally met Papa Meng. Is the upper clan settled? Yes. Has taken up residence in the East Street Mansion. The East Street Meng Mansion, the land of the local Meng family side branch, was even better than the Meng Mansion he himself lived in terms of size and luxury. Menghao nodded slightly and then said, Father, what is the name of that Divine Son? He wanted to use the Divine Son as his first small goal to surpass the past. I don't know. Papa Meng shook his head. If he doesn't say, I don't dare to ask. However, listening to the other small clans, the Divine Son is said to have internal view 9 heavens, just do not know is the sequence several. Menghao thought about it carefully. And there was a man with the surname Meng ranked 36th on the Earth ranking list. and the remarks labeled him as the sixth divine son of the Meng clan sequence. I wonder if it is the son of God. Then, he pursued the appearance and character of the Meng clan's divine son. Inwardly, he actually expected to get some bad descriptions. Who would have thought that the son of God in his old man's mouth was handsome, good-tempered, and treated people very well, seeming to notice his son's disorder. Although he was surprised, old man Meng also smoothly said, "But this is all on the surface. Who knows how it is in private? The divine son ordered us to go out and search for the tomb, and as the head of the younger generation in our county and my son, there is no reason for you not to go out of the city." Papa Meng laughed. "I will give you a team of people. You also go out of the city tomorrow to search for them. But don't be a fool and run halfway up the slope. Just hang around the perimeter outside of town. Halfway down the slope is the most likely place to find Li Ji's grave, and there are a lot of people staring at it, and it's also easy to get into trouble." "I know." Menghao nodded and didn't refuse. "If you want to become stronger, you always need to be exposed to the affairs of the jianghu, and this matter of Li Ji's tomb is just the right time to participate in one or two." It was just that he didn't know how a mere heart-clearing pearl that helped the outer view break through the inner view was worthy of the divine son of the nine heavens of the inner view personally coming over. This Meng prosperity is really overbearing. The 10th divine son of the Meng clan in the district dares to stalk the holy maidens and devils in the entire city. Does he really think we're all vegetarians? Lu Yun was furious, although she was not targeted, but as a member of the devil's path, she also felt the same. Qingyi laughed softly. "From what master said, the ones traveling with that Meng Yi are Zhang family's Dao son, Zhang Chuanji, and Su family's goddess, Su Chao Chao. These two grew up together with him as childhood sweethearts, and are deeply involved in the triangular emotional vortex, acting with him as the center, and setting the power of the three families against us. Since it is normal, these three are not so bad," Lu Yun said with a grave expression. "The number of first-rate experts they are traveling with is a bit high. All old people, right?" Cyan said casually. "Indeed. Do not have to care. Are some small clan of old rotten wood, for their own children and grandchildren to seek a way out?" Qingyi laughed darkly and said, "The more of these people the better. The more of them, the safer the two of us actually are." "Ha!" Lu Yun was stunned for a moment, and quickly came to a realization and reacted. The small clans are old and decrepit, and if they want their own lineage to be promoted to the large clans, either their children and grandchildren have excellent qualifications and meet the conditions of the clan, and reach a certain realm before their age, or they can only hope to be promoted to the Dharma body realm. The sinister stone was unique to their erotic heart sect, and could not be used by an onlooker who seized it. Therefore, these old rotten woods, even if they run into the two of us, they don't dare to kill, they don't want to kill, and they will even sneakily release water. That way, when they get the sin stones, they can trade with us for items equal to the value of the sin stones. Chapter 14, I'm surprisingly a little good at this. Outside the city, in a clearing, a dozen or so strong young men, with shovels, dug down hard. Menghao stood not far from the side, talking with a feng shui gentleman. In the bushes further away, there were a few figures hidden away, quietly peering this way. These were the jianghu people who had come for the clear heart jewel. The only ones who can openly and honestly dig around outside the county are the three great families in the city. Moreover, hiring people to dig also costs quite a lot of money, and many jianghu people, since they don't want to waste money on such things, then they can only keep an eye on the various teams digging pits. Menghao's group, which was being stalked quite little, was after all still far away from the half-slope that was rumored to be the most likely place to hide Li Ji's tomb. A few days digging down, the harvest is actually not small. With the assistance of Mr. Feng Shui, Menghao dug out 100 taels worth of property. Naturally, this private wealth did not need to be divided with others, and the excavation team's wages were reimbursed by the Meng family. As for digging graves with a bad reputation, hey, the Meng family's godson ordered the operation. It's none of his business as a side branch. There, after digging for a while, someone finally digs something. A quick confirmation. In addition to the bones of a corpse that had been buried for an unknown number of years, there was a pair of gold bracelets. Menghao took it away with satisfaction and greeted the crowd to rest, while looking at the bushes and opening his mouth to shout, "Friend over there, stop hiding and come out for some watermelon." Next to them were several wheelbarrows full of preloaded watermelons. The money was naturally from Papa Meng. It's used for him to make friends with people in the jungle. Menghao chose the most cost-effective way. A few carts of watermelons. Can't even use 10 taels. The money saved is just enough to improve the martial arts. The money wasn't much. 500 or 600 taels. Barely enough to raise his cultivation from the 7th heavenly hall to the 8th heavenly hall. But Menghao thought that even if he raised it to the 8th heavenly hall, his combat power wouldn't be raised much, so he might as well raise his martial arts skills up. Yellow Grade Extreme 100 Shadow Sword Technique, Minor Achievement, 1 out of 400. He had 4 yellow level martial arts at his disposal, all of which he had learned from the Meng family. Among them, this 100 Shadows Sword Technique was of the highest grade, reaching the Yellow Extreme grade. None of the other feats were of sufficient grade, but the price for improving proficiency was the same. The most cost-effective way was naturally to just cultivate extreme martial arts. The 100 Shadows Sword Technique was not bad. It was said to belong to the same lineage as the higher grade 1000 Shadow Sword Technique and Shadowless Sword Technique, which would make transferring to another school even easier in the future. For others, martial arts proficiency improvement was tougher than cultivation, and more of a test of enlightenment. If you don't have enough enlightenment, even if you work hard for the rest of your life, you may not get half an inch. But for Menghao, as long as the feats were introductory, he could kryptonite to improve his proficiency. Instead, the difficulty was only in getting started. In the past few days, Menghao wasn't all about finding the tomb, but also interacted and communicated with the jianghu people. There were even friendly sparring sessions with some of the famous young warriors. What he also didn't expect was that his cultivation of the seventh heaven of the outer landscape had not been taken seriously, but instead, the 100 Shadow Sword Technique of the minor achievement realm had been spread and had gained fame amongst the crowd of outer landscapes. Young Master Menghao of the Gentleman's Sword is really atmospheric. The secret of jugglers, who had long been hot to trot, saw the cut watermelon with their eyes straightened, their mouths blowing as they drilled out of the forest. Gentleman's Sword, the name given to him by the jianghu people of the outer landscape level. The reason for this was naturally because Menghao was afraid of death and declared his own cultivation and realm before the fight. Make sure your opponent isn't stronger than him, and that's the only way you'll agree to a cut. As a result, in the eyes of the others, he was afraid of being mistakenly injured and purposely declared his cultivation realm and martial arts. It was also from here that he realized that the 100 Shadow Sword Technique of the minor achievement realm was surprisingly considered strong among his peers. This was because most of the jianghu warriors who sparred with him mastered 1 or 2 middle or top grade martial arts, and those who possessed extremely high grade techniques were extremely rare. Moreover, none of these martial arts were as proficient as he was, and they were usually mainly introductory and proficient, with the occasional proficient one being a long-established chivalrous person. By the end of the day, everyone just assumed that Menghao was trying to instruct others, leading to many young chivalrous men and women, who were constantly sparring with him. A few days down the road, he had made a small name for himself among the outlandish journeymen outside of this city. Menghao also gradually realized what the jianghu was. It's when a group of people get together for something and then fight and compare who's better and blow each other off a bit. As a son of the Meng family, he had a deep background in high strength, and he also liked to treat people to watermelons, so he naturally gained a lot of favor. And the name given to him was naturally good. Jianghu people, whose names are given by outsiders, tend to possess many nicknames until the most appropriate of them is left behind. A gentleman's sword is considered more polite. As far as Menghao knew, there was also a youth from the Zhang clan, small clan with the 9th heaven of the outer landscape, who was nicknamed Gravedigger because of his arrogant nature and always looking at people with his nose turned toward the sky. It pissed the guy off so much that he wailed and went around asking who gave him the nickname. In terms of digging graves diligently, that naturally Menghao is the most diligent, but cannot help jianghu people have a filter. A few days down the road, Menghao also somewhat liked this jianghu life. The group was gathering to eat melons and chat, when suddenly a flock of pigeons sprinted in the distance. What's with all the pigeons? Someone sensed that something was wrong and performed a lightweight maneuver to rise up into the air and grab a pigeon down. He took out the letter paper from it, and was not pleased. I've found it. Li Ji's tomb has appeared. It's really over there on the half slope. What else is there to dig for? Without saying a word, Menghao hurriedly led the crowd there. These days, he mixed in the jungle and knew a lot of news. This includes the case of the Devil's Way. It was said that the divine son of the Meng clan often fought against those in the Devil's Path and decapitated several great devils. The Devil's Way in the county seems to have pretty much run away, and the remaining jianghu visitors are 9 times out of 10 members of the Righteous Way. In this way, Menghao was not afraid to go to the halfway point. Anyway, this land realm Meng family godson currently has the greatest voice and power. No matter what his purpose is, while eating meat, he can always let their Meng family children follow and have a soup, right? Menghao didn't ask for anything else. As long as he raked in some wealth, even if it was 700 taels, he could raise his cultivation level. By the time we reached the halfway point, we found that the place had already been crowded with people, and everywhere was filled with jungle visitors who had come to join in the fun. The outer view cultivation level was the bottom line, and most of those who dared to come here had crossed the first hurdle, and at worst had the cultivation level of outer view 4th heaven. Some were even like Menghao, crossing the 2nd hurdle and reaching the 7th heaven of the outer landscape. What Menghao didn't think about was that the divine son and the others, who were supposed to be in the city, had arrived at the scene after the fact. At this moment, he was guarding the entrance to the tomb and did not rush to enter. What are they waiting for? I don't know. Maybe it's testing how the air is in the tomb. Just as the bystanders were puzzled, a thunderclap suddenly rang out in the sky. Menghao, do you really think that there's no one left in my devil's way? Chapter 15 First Battle. Woohoo! I'm still in the background. The black-clothed devils emerged in great numbers from all directions, surrounding all the righteous people in the center. Various weapons with sharp blades were sheathed, and the two sides confronted each other vigilantly. Menghao was slightly shocked. He had thought that there were already enough jianghu visitors from the righteous path. Who would have thought that there were even more people coming from the devil path? If there were 300 to 500 people on their side, then on the side of the devil's way, there were as many as 700 to 800, or even thousands. Wanting to borrow us to make a name for yourself? I'd like to know what you, Menghao, will make a name for yourself with when this group of people are dead. There was a devil Dao giant stepping on the treetops and sneering contemptuously. Menghao already knew the name of the Son of God, and twisted his head to look at him, realizing that the other party also had surprise written all over his face, as if he hadn't expected so many people from the devil's path to show up. Seeing his reaction, Menghao felt bad. This showed that Menghao hadn't thought about this situation at all, and hadn't made any preparations, so when the time came, he might actually let these devils get their hands on them. Had emotion. How dare you? With a cold expression on his face, Menghao looked at one of the demonic paths and let out a roar. Ha 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 ha. Had emotion laughed maniacally and said triumphantly, "You don't really think I'm coming for the sinister stone, do you? A holy son hired me to put on a show to see if I can fish out your Meng family's divine son. It's more of a pity that Menghao didn't come, but you came instead." As Hatchet's words fell, the crowd couldn't help but be surprised out loud. Menghao, that 36th place on the Earth ranking list, the divine son of the Meng clan? Supposedly ranked 6th in the sequence within the Meng family. Menghao's face was suddenly iron blue. What he couldn't accept was that the other party wasn't targeting him, but Menghao, who was just piggybacking on him. His voice was icy. "Who hired you?" Had emotion snorted. "This bit of eyesight is not there. It is really a flower in a greenhouse. Compared to Menghao, it is too far away." The sword in Meng's sheath was unable to hold back, and automatically came out of its sheath, and was about to run towards Had emotion. A pretty young woman on the side suddenly stopped and shook her head. "Brother Easy, don't be impulsive. He is deliberately provoking you to do it. Be careful of accidentally injuring yourself." Su Chaoqiao pointed to the righteous people present. 300 to 500 of them. Most of them were only at external cultivation level. If Menghao fought with Had emotion, he was afraid that he would accidentally injure a lot of people, and even if he escaped today, his reputation would still be stigmatized. Yes, the killing intent in Menghao's eyes nearly materialized as he coldly said, "Dare to fight with my Void Sky Realm? Really think we're afraid of you?" Without waiting for Hatchet's reply, there was a devil who couldn't wait and split the void with an axe, drilling in headfirst. Seeing this, Menghao also cracked the air with his sword and tracked in. The other inner scenery powerhouses followed suit. What surprised Menghao and the others was that the inner scene experts on the Devil Dao side also went to the Void Sky Realm with a tacit understanding and did not make a move against them. Regardless of righteousness and devilry, bullying the small with the big is a big taboo. There are Dharma bodies above the inner scenery, and who knows if there are any sons and daughters of Dharma body realm powerhouses within our group. The good news is that we only have to face this group of demonic path bastards with external cultivation. The bad news is that there are twice as many of these people as we are. There are experienced and righteous jugglers who tell the truth. At a time like this, one can only fight. Gentlemen, the Divine Son and the others will win. Delay until the Divine Son and the others come out, and we will live. Some of the small sex children shouted out, and from the expressions on their faces as they leapt to their feet, one could tell that they were eager to make a name for themselves. The journeymen, however, had no such thoughts, and many of them secretly looked at each other, making eye contact. Kill. I don't know who started it, but the two sides soon killed each other. On the side of the righteous path, green shirts and white clothes were predominant, while on the side of the devil's path, there were clear black clothes, as if the dress code had been negotiated in advance. Both sides could easily recognize friend and foe. Menghao also panicked at this moment, or the first time to participate in the battle between the righteous and the devil, can only be wrapped by the crowd, and the group of black-clothed devil to start killing. Fortunately, his cultivation was not low. The seventh heaven of the outer view, plus the 100 shadows sword technique of the minor achievement realm, he was invincible all the way, and it was hard for anyone to stop him. At first, he didn't dare to lay down a heavy hand, but after watching the righteous jianghu guests he had talked to before die in front of him, Menghao realized that this wasn't a passing game. After that, Every sword was made with full strength, picking the lives of several people of the Devil's Way. Leave the life of this handsome gentleman to me. There were powerful people of the Devil's Way with strong external 9 heavens who took the initiative to take on Menghao as a tough opponent. Just by exchanging hands, Menghao perceived that the other party's martial arts were not bad. Although not as good as his, reaching a small degree of success, they were still at the proficient level. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than his, he had actually vaguely suppressed him. Don't let them get away. At that moment, there was a sudden ringing in the distance. Menghao was startled when he swept his remaining light. The righteous jianghu guests, even half, killed a road and escaped. Damn! He couldn't help but be chagrined. He should have known that he would have followed the kill out. I didn't think too much of it at the time, and when I heard someone from the small clan yelling to hold, I literally stopped fighting where I was. There were already few people on their side, and now with half of them missing, they were even more stretched to face the Devil's Way, and people kept dying. At the back, even Menghao was hit by several swords. Damn! No martial virtues. Menghao was helpless. Whenever he was blasting away with that enemy across the street, there was someone sneaking up behind him. It was nothing like the one-on-one situation in the previous cut. Looking around, the field was filled with black-clothed devil-dao thieves, and Menghao was a bit alarmed. Could it be that I'm going to die here today? And before, the children of the small clans who had shouted for everyone to hold on had also died before Menghao followed them. From the look in his eyes as he fell, Menghao could see a hint of unwillingness. No, can't just die like that. Menghao doesn't even know who I am. Even if I die, let's wait for the day when he looks at my back and dies, right? Besides, if I die, won't Menghwa be widowed? If I had known, I wouldn't have come to this mess and honestly saved up for liver cultivation. Menghao's mind was filled with thoughts, and his heart was filled with remorse. Suddenly, he was struck by an idea. If we enter this Li Ji's tomb and find possessions, won't we be able to quickly raise our cultivation? Quickly, kill into the tomb and defend it according to the terrain. There's still a chance of survival. When it came down to it, he couldn't hide his clumsiness and roared angrily, attracting a large wave of people to gather around. A group of people fighting to the death, and lost a few % of their peers, which is the remaining dozens of people can be killed into the tomb. As he was about to jump into the tomb, Menghao swept his remaining light. It was discovered that these devils, instead of rushing after them, were instead scrambling for the many possessions on the corpses on the ground. It made him glad and a little ashamed. How could one be forced into such a situation by this rabble? Chapter 16. I might have fallen asleep before the chicken thrown in the tomb could be pulled out. Menghao and the others jumped in after him, but there's no way to think about whether it's poisonous or not at the moment. Cackle. A short way inward, I found the rooster I had thrown in earlier still alive and kicking. I don't think it's poisoned. Just head inside. The group of people from the Devil's Way were too busy scrambling for the possessions on the ground and did not give chase. It could also be that they felt they couldn't escape, and instead of chasing them in and fighting in the narrow passage, they would be better off guarding the outside. But the people present, all of them were escaping from death. How dare they bet on when the devil's path will come down? And they don't care if there are any organs. They hurriedly went inward. It was a long walk before the line stopped. What's wrong? Why did you stop? With the 2-meter wide tunnel, the people in the back couldn't see what was going on in front of them, and they opened their mouths to ask questions. There's a fork in the road ahead. 3 forks in the road. How do I get there? The crowd was only amazed. Li Ji was only in the 3rd sky of inner landscape. How could he have built such a large tomb? Go together. The back is blocked by the Devil's Way, separate and easily broken by each one. Not so good. In case you miss the main chamber, the clear heart pearl will be. Many of the people present were running towards the clear heart treasure pearl, and were not willing to miss out on it. As to whether or not you can live after getting the pearl, that's a later question. The people deliberated for a while and finally decided to split up. The already small number of dozens of people split into 3 waves, each taking one passage. Menghao's position was backward, and he didn't know how many people had gone in all 3 passages. So according to his habit, he chose the passage to the right. Someone in the front had brought a fire break, which did dispel some of the chill. This time, the walk took longer, nearly an hour, and it didn't even reach the end. Is this Li Ji's grave? Why is it so long? An hour and it feels like it's almost 10 kilometers. What kind of tomb can be built 10 kilometers long? The crowd was shocked and afraid, always feeling that something was not quite right, but the few people leading the way in front of them still kept on their feet. Hey, brothers in front, can we stop for a little while and take a break as a group? It should be almost there. Don't stop. Be careful of the pursuers behind. You, said a few people in front without looking back. Ghostbusters? Menghao frowned, guessing if he and the others had entered some kind of circle. He had read tomb raiding novels in his previous life, and there were references to similar spinning conditions. Of their group, only the leading few had fire folders that brought a faint bright light. These people didn't stop, and the others had no choice but to follow and keep going. No one wants to be in a completely dark tomb passage. The crowd walked on for a few moments more, and just as someone suggested resting again, a clear view opened up before them. They walked to a massive chamber. "Baby!" someone exclaimed, suddenly lunging toward a corner of the chamber. Menghao twisted his head to look and was shocked. In that area, there was a tree that was so golden that it looked like it was made of gold. Without waiting for him to move, one of the men beside him suddenly lunged in a certain direction as well, and the leader, who held the firebreaker, raised his hand high in the air, and the brightness went up 3 times at once. As if resonating with it, sparkling golden reflections appeared everywhere within the chamber. "It's all treasure. So much gold." Everyone was thrilled to be in close proximity to the charge. Menghao also revealed a joyful color, and came to a golden Buddha statue and grabbed it. Such a big piece of gold can be worth a lot of money, right? He joyfully summoned the system. Instead, the smile on his face gradually froze. In the system interface, in the column of wealth value, there was not a single change. Menghao was a bit disbelieving, and grabbed another golden statue next to him, with the same result. "It's fake?" He was a little surprised that the system didn't recognize that there were only 2 things going on. One is judging that the property belongs to someone else, and the other is something that has no value. This is a tomb, and the owner has been dead for 100 years, so how could there still be an owner? As Menghao twisted his head to look at the others, wanting to clarify, his back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. In the chamber, there are no other people, clearly a set of dry corpses and dry bones. When Menghao's heart jumped, sweat hairs stood up for a while, looking around the tomb. Empty, those golden treasures, also long gone. As for the fire folders that should have stood in the center area to light up the chamber, they had been turned into a flickering candle flame with an eerie glow. Playing me? Menghao wanted to cry. The big guys came in together. Dozens of people. How is he left alone? How did a good jungle chivalry incident turn into a ghost story? Menghao quickly turned back, thinking that he would rather face the devil's way than stay here. But when he turned over, he froze in place again. The passageway where the party had come in was also long gone. Looking around the chamber, there was, surprisingly, no way out. Is this an illusion? Menghao forced down his fear and felt around a bit, realizing that the touch and everything was normal, and didn't feel out the difference. But without a door, how could he have gotten in? So, the truth is that I was caught in an illusion at some point, and my body laid down? That's too strong, isn't it? Menghao was shocked. He hadn't felt anything wrong the entire time, and was completely unaware that he was under an illusion. In his mind, he flashed through the many illusion-related novels and anime settings he had read in his previous life. Menghao began to try to break the illusion. Fake. I'll count to 3 and slowly wake up from my dream. 1, 2, 3, don't sleep. Wake up. If you don't wake up you're going to get posterity. After tossing and turning for a long time, Menghao sat down disheveledly on the ground. He didn't even know who had cast the illusion on him and what his opponent was trying to do. This time it's really a matter of life and death. Wait. Menghao suddenly wondered if he could go forward and deduce the time when the illusion appeared. It seems that Meng Easy and a group of their inner scene experts haven't entered the illusion yet. This group said they were going to fight in the Void Sky Realm. Could it be that I am under the influence of the Void Sky Realm? Regarding the Void Sky Realm, Menghao knew some, but not much. From the information, it was seen that the Void Sky Realm was an illusory world that itself existed in another dimension of this world, dependent on the real world. But this Void Sky Realm, ordinary people can't see or enter it. Only when one's strength reached the inner scenery and one's spiritual will was able to materialize could one enter the Void Sky Realm, influenced by the realm of the void. In that case, there's something wrong with the tomb. It should have been affected by the Void Sky Realm when it jumped into the tomb. But I'm just an ordinary person. If a strong person interferes with it with their spiritual will, it's still possible. Who is it? Li Ji's remaining spiritual will? That source of interference. Menghao looked around and focused on the candle flame in the center area. When you think about it, there was a bright light when you first jumped into the tomb, so someone struck a fire. Since the person who struck the flaming folders was a fake, the candle flame might have been there to begin with. In that case, I may have been transported to this chamber as soon as I entered it. Everyone else, they're just my hallucinations, or I imagined them? With this in mind, Menghao came to the lamp and after hesitating for a moment, he clenched his teeth and blew out a breath. The eyes suddenly became dark. Chapter 17. You smell good. It's my family's Qingyi smell. Mysterious and ancient runes flickered, emitting a faint shimmering light. A figure manifested from it, as if straddling the edge of reality and illusion. Sometimes clear, sometimes blurred. Totems carved with special meanings release energy above the altar. On both sides of the altar, two figures sat opposite each other, and behind them, each had a vine inserted. As if these vines possess life, they gently swayed and sucked, and between them, pounds of energy, sucked out from those two figures and poured into the altar. Boom! At the center of the altar, the hidden figure suddenly smashed into it. A vine popped up in the void, wanting to pierce the body of that newcomer, and then stopped in midair, seemingly hesitating for something. Seeing the newcomers descending, the two people with furrowed brows and agonized faces locked by the vines were startled. This is brother-in-law. Before Menghao could stand still and figure out where he was, a familiar voice came to his ears. Turning his head, an unfamiliar yet exceptionally beautiful and charming woman looked at him with surprise and excitement. It's me. I'm Qingyi, the woman hurriedly explained. I'm using an illusionary body. I'm Qingyi. Across from her, another bald man, on the other hand, was bursting at the seams when he heard it. What the hell? Still not hallucinating? Menghao was speechless. How could Qingyi have this kind of winks? This illusion is starting to seduce him again. Isn't it? Little brother. I didn't expect us to meet here. At that moment, on the other end, the big bald man was speaking. Menghao twisted his head to look, and it was the same hat motion that he had seen before at the tea house, throwing garlic into his teacup. Thanks for the tea money the other day. A smile appeared on Hatamotion's face, and he pretended to say softly, you left in a hurry that day, and did not have time to repay? Oh, repay what? Sucking his brain marrow? On the opposite side, the woman who called herself Qingyi mocked. Menghao was flabbergasted for a while, especially staring at his head, as if alive, coming back to vacillate, but hesitant to root down the vines, gradually coming to a realization. Either that, or he's in a hallucination and everything is in his imagination. Either that, or he had entered somewhere by mistake, and the vine probably didn't make a move on him because it thought he was weak, or the program wasn't up to par. Little brother, you don't want to be fooled by this demoness. She is the 46th ranked on the Earth list, the holy daughter of the erotic heart sect, the blood shadow phantom Frostblade G who prefers to charm and control men. The bald man shook his head and said, although the old man is also a member of the devil's path, he has never done the thing of destroying a person's entire family. Erotic heart religion which, that not only to charm men, but also to eat dry, while each other's cultivation are absorbed together to go. Wait, are you telling me this for some purpose? Menghao stopped the duo and asked directly. It was clear that he had entered this place by mistake, albeit accidentally, but these two seemed to know why, and even knew what he, the one who had entered by mistake, could do for them. Brother-in-law, see that vine on your head? The woman who called herself Qingyi, directly said, if you grab that vine and stick it into Hatuemotian's body, you'll be considered to have saved me. Little brother Meng, don't let him fool you. When Hatamotion heard it, he quickly said, this demon girl is definitely not your sister-in-law. As he said that, he suddenly paused, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Little brother Meng, the woman you married, is she a member of Fu's family? Menghao looked at the woman on his left and realized that her face had changed. Then he looked at Hachette and nodded slightly. Her name is Lu Meier, the sacred maiden of the erotic heart sect. She was the one who destroyed the entire Fu family back then. Hatamotion was all excited and agitated. Your mother is one of the survivors of the Fu family. How could she be your sister-in-law? Little brother Meng, I think that your sister-in-law has met an untimely end long ago and was killed by her. I even think that she may have come here with the intention of decimating the population. Upon hearing this, Menghao's heart and mind stirred as he twisted his head to look at the charming-faced woman and drank coldly. My mother's family, but you destroyed them? The charming-faced woman opened her mouth, somewhat speechless. Ha 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 ha. Little brother Meng, this kind of thing is known to the whole world. How dare she, Lu Meier, deny it? Hatamotion is very excited. Never thought that the dark flowers and a village, the new little brother, just with the opposite side of this Lu Meier have a grudge. I'm asking you, my mother's family, but did you exterminate them? Menghao asked in a cold voice. It's me. Lu Meier's eyes dimmed and she nodded in acknowledgement. How dare you, demon girl, how dare you lie to me? Say, how is my family Qingyi? Menghao was furious, reaching out, grabbing the vines in the void, and heading towards that Lu Meier. Hachette watched the show from behind him, a grin spreading across his face. Lu Meier glanced at the opposite side of Hachette who seemed to be winning, and then looked at the shockingly angry Menghao in front of her, and said seriously, would you believe me when I say that I am Qingyi? You think I'm blind? Menghao directly interrupted her and laughed coldly. My Qingyi is so high and cool and clean. How can you have this kind of Thai and charming look? In a few words, he had already arrived in front of Lu Meier, his hand holding up the vines, and did not rush to make a move. Instead, he turned back to look at Hat Emotion and asked, "This vine will just stick to her?" "Right." Seeing that the victory had been decided, Hachette didn't dare to say anything else, minimizing his presence as much as possible. "She won't resist?" "No. She's immobilized now. She can't move. So I'm not in danger?" "No. Little brother Meng, don't worry and do it boldly. She definitely won't resist." Hat Emotion was ecstatic in his heart, and his eyes towards Lu Meier were filled with teasing. Menghao twisted his head over, reached out and wiped his hand on Lu Meier's face, especially where the side cheeks were, and didn't find any fake masks or anything like that. "Demonis, what more sophistry do you have? Illusory body means advanced, unless it is lifted. I will be in the shape of Lu Meier," Lu Meier explained feebly, and she seemed to know that she couldn't seem to convince Menghao. His face was pale. "But I really am green. You're Qingyi, so you destroyed the Fu family?" "It's me." Menghao was surprised and a little stunned. "You're sick, right? You say you're Qingyi, and you admit that the Fu family was destroyed by you. Don't you know that my sister-in-law Qingyi is a member of the Fu family?" Lu Meier nodded. "I don't know if you believe it or not. The Fu family was destroyed by me, but I am indeed Fu Qingyi." Tears glistened in her eyes, as if she herself didn't believe the rhetoric and had already resigned herself to her fate, only with a strong look of unwillingness flickering in her eyes. Menghao paused after hearing this and froze for a while, before he came closer to her, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "It smells so good. It's the smell of my Qingyi." After saying that, under Lu Meier's puzzled gaze, Menghao took the vines and slowly walked towards Hachette. Chapter 18. "And you, my naive and bad friend, have you forgotten that you once tried to suck the marrow out of my brain? Little brother, don't let her fool you." Hat Emotion's eyes widened and hissed, "She is the holy maiden of the erotic heart sect, killed the Fu family's entire family. She herself admitted it. Little brother, you've been compelled. You've been compelled by her. The sacred maiden of the erotic heart sect has the ability to compel people. Wake up, wake up, wake up." It wasn't until Menghao walked in front of Hat Emotion that he changed his face and said fiercely, "You have to think clearly. If you kill me, when she gets out of the trap, you will die." Menghao nodded slightly and asked, "Do you know a way how to make me leave?" "I know. I'll tell you if you kill her." Hat Emotion seemed to have found life again, and hurriedly said, "As long as you stick this vine into her." Upon hearing this, Menghao turned back to Qingyi and asked, "Do you know a way how to make me leave?" "It might have to wait until I get out of the trap." Qingyi was a little unsure of Menghao's thoughts at the moment, and could only answer truthfully, "Vines in him and you get out of it?" "Right." Seeing Qingyi nodding, Menghao no longer hesitated and slowly inserted the vines into Hatchet's body. "Kid, you'll pay for this. You've been lied to, and in the near future, you'll end up with me. No, you're worse off than me. Your heart, your body, your cultivation, will all be plundered by her." Hat Emotion eyes filled with hatred. He said heatedly, "When you return home and find that this demon girl even killed your mother, you will know what is called regret." He kept cursing without much stopping, but it was obvious to the naked eye that his body was getting weaker and weaker under the absorption of the two vines. On the other hand, the vines on Qingyi's body were also absorbing the energy in her body, but relatively speaking, it was much slower than Hatchet's. Qingyi was a bit curious and puzzled, wondering why Menghao chose to believe her in the end. A moment later, Hachette had been sucked to death by the vines, and he stopped cursing and asked instead, "She's admitted that she killed Fu. Why do you still believe her?" When Menghao heard this, he glanced back at Qingyi and realized that confusion was also written in her eyes, as if she also wanted to know the answer. The corners of his mouth rose in a smile as he faintly said, "So what if she destroys the entire Fu family? The Fu family has nothing to do with me, but I am willing to avenge the Fu family for the sake of my mother. Qingyi is my maiden's next of kin. That's my next of kin. If my lady wants to kill her, then I will do it, and if my lady loves her, then I love her." Ahem. Menghao coughed lightly and said, "She's my sister-in-law. She's my family. And you, my naive and bad friend, have you forgotten that you once tried to suck the marrow out of my brain?" He snorted and continued, "Have you forgotten that it was you who was entrusted with the task of designing a way to attract Mengichio over?" Hatchet was already so weak that his voice was weak and inaudible. "Aren't you afraid she'll get out of her trap and kill you too?" Menghao put his ear up so he could hear it, and after hearing it, he smiled slightly and returned the word fear with his mouth. Fearful. But this was as optimal a solution as he could think of. When he first entered this place, he quickly figured out the situation. A flirtatious woman who claimed to be his sister-in-law was trapped in this weird place with the Hatchet Man duo. There was an altar that was absorbing their energy through the vines, and maybe he was there because he couldn't get an inside view or something. the vines appeared but didn't suck him in. Judging by the reaction of the two men, it was in the hope that he would stick the vine on the other one. This means that when the altar sucks its fill, or someone dies first, there is a high probability that the other person will get out of the trap. At the very first moment, Menghao vetoed the option of letting Hachette out of the trap. After all, this devil prefers to suck people's brain marrow and kill without blinking an eye, releasing it purely without a chance to live. On the contrary, that flirtatious woman-child, one and all said that she was Qingyi, and also admitted that she had destroyed the Fu family's entire family. This haughty streak really has a few flavors of his family's Qingyi. If she is Qingyi, then getting hat emotion killed will allow him to live. If she wasn't Qingyi, she was bound to have a good relationship with him, or she wouldn't have said those words, and after getting out of the trap, there was a high probability that he would be able to live. Therefore, all of Menghao's later remarks were meant to increase the chances of surviving under the she's not Qingyi option. Create yourself in the mold of a brainless believer in the maiden and a brainless believer in the green man. As for Hachette, he wasn't trying to tease his opponent. It was just to increase that emotion and feeling of Qingyi coming back from the dead, so that when she got out of the trap, she would diminish her ill will towards him. After comparing his mouth, Menghao quickly retreated back to Qingyi's side. The venue was just this big. He himself was definitely unable to get out of the trap and could only rely on Qingyi. So before this, pretending to be brainless and trusting of her was much better than being wary. Qingyi, will you be able to get out of the trap if he dies? Menghao was close enough to smell her scent. The flavor was naturally different from Qingyi, but when he said the scent was the same, it was the same. Right. Although Qingyi was not inserted into the vine by Menghao, there was already one on his body, and after such a long time, he was also sucked into weakness. But she was already much better compared to the dying Hachette over there. What is this place? Menghao took the opportunity to inquire. Qingyi did not hesitate and directly said, there is a treasure under this altar called Sin Stone, which is an exclusive treasure of my sect, able to allow people to break through from the inner view into the Dharma body realm. Originally, only the people of my religion could find this place, but this Hachette, she shook her head. I think I taught someone to tell him the way in. Menghao was stunned. This kind of work that sends people to their deaths. There are still people who rush in to do it? Seemingly seeing his doubts, Qingyi said bitterly, the world thinks that Spirit Guide has dedicated everything for Master Ancestor. Now it seems that before he died, he wanted to take his Master Ancestor with him. It's just that the Master Ancestor was killed before he was able to come and take this sinful stone, leaving only a few messages for future generations. After Qingyi's narration, Menghao realized what the concepts of Master Ancestor and Spirit Guide were in her words. In modern times, it is probably a dog licking to the extreme. For a woman, all of his family property to give. Organs are also in the donation, but also in the critical time, willing to die for her. No wonder everyone in the erotic heart sect is crying out for help. Who wouldn't swear at this ING place that specializes in training dog lickers when they see it? Concerned about his little life, Menghao couldn't help but ask, are you borrowing Lu Meier's identity? Right. Qingyi nodded his head and said, the Fu family's full family was destroyed by my hands, but at the time it was rumored that it was Willow Meyer who did it, and that someone had devised a way to try to take her. She heard it and sought it out, but did not fall for it, and secretly pulled me into the religion, and the two of us have shared her identity ever since. Hearing this, Menghao interjected, does Mingyu know about your extermination of the Fu family's entire clan? No, but she doesn't know about my hidden identity as a witch. She doesn't want me to take revenge. Qingyi's eyes were bleak inside. Mingyu, she actually doesn't want to live. Our Fu family has offended a terrifying existence. The enemy wants to tease us. Gave us two options. The Fu family all die, or by Mingyue's hand, kill the whole clan. Then she can live. She wants to die with the Fu family. Qingyi paused for a moment, her eyes resolute. But I don't want to. I don't want to give the enemy such a pain in the ass. On what grounds? I want revenge. Even if I have to bear the curse of killing my whole family, even if I die and never be allowed to live again, I want to live, until, handily, the enemy is slain. So, I made a deal with the enemy, and I personally destroyed the Fu family, so that my sister Mingyu and I could live. Menghao frowned. The option the enemy opened up. Why was it for Mingyu to do it? Because, Qingyi opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. But Menghao could also sense that the Fu family's enemies might have been recruited by Mingyu. With Mingyue's beautiful appearance, perhaps it was because of her beauty that she had gotten into trouble? What exactly are your Fu family's enemies? Menghao couldn't help but ask. Don't inquire. This matter has nothing to do with you. You only need to protect Mingyu. The enemy is much more powerful than your Meng family. Qingyi didn't want to involve Menghao in this. She just wanted to take on this matter alone. At the same time, The opposite hachette was completely sucked into a human stem, and the vines hanging behind Qingyi's back snapped off with a crash. Chapter 19. The messy people are finally gone. And little master, I am young master Meng again. Puff! The vines behind Qingyi followed along and disappeared, and her body fell straight to the ground as if she had lost her support. It's okay. Menghao rushed forward to assist. Quick, help me there. Qingyi, however, was staring at the center area of the altar with a burning gaze. Menghao twisted his head to look as a divine energy surged above the altar. From its trajectory, it looked like it was breathing something. He didn't dare to wink and quickly assisted Qingyi over. Qingyi really didn't seem to have much strength left, and most of his entire body was leaning against Menghao. Put me down. When they arrived at the location, Menghao followed Qingyi's instructions and put her into a cross-legged position to perform gong. Then, without Menghao being able to see it, the green clothes cast various spells and strangled, striking the energy in their bodies into the lower part of the altar. After some dazzling maneuvering, the various types of energy floating outside the altar gradually dissipated. A heart-shaped stone, slowly rising. This is the Sin Stone. Qingyi's eyes glittered with tears and seemed to be very excited. That can make people achieve Dharma bodies. After realizing that Menghao's reaction was flat, she couldn't help but test. If you want it, I can give it to you too. After all, I owe my survival to you. What words? Menghao rolled his eyes. Didn't you say that this thing can only be used by those of you who have practiced the erotic heart sex techniques? Besides, in the future, I'm bound to achieve the heavenly Tao Dharma body, relying on external objects to achieve the Dharma body. I still don't see it. Good. I wish you success. Qingyi smiled and reached out, and the heart-shaped stone floating in midair reached her hand. After collecting the stone, Qingyi signaled Menghao to help her up. We are now in the middle of the gap between the void sky realm and the human realm, which is why you, a person who is not of the inner view realm, can break in. Let's escape while the others are still in the melee. Qingyi immediately cast a spell and strangled. Menghao realized that the world around him was like a scene that transformed rapidly, appearing in a world similar to the bottom of the sea at one moment, and then as if traveling between clouds at another moment. This void sky realm, it's really magical. In the effort of lamenting, the surrounding scenes had switched hundreds of times. Buzz, with a strange roar, a primeval forest with tall trees and lush foliage came into view. Back, without the need for Qingyi to remind him, Menghao himself felt an indescribable sense of euphoria. Fong was in the crevice of that void sky realm. There was always an inexplicable sense of oppression, as if he was lacking oxygen at any time. Take me to that tree. Qingyi leaned against Menghao, her head pressed against his chest, her eyes constantly signaling. It was evident from her reaction that the means by which she had fled the scene had taken all of her strength. Yes, Menghao didn't ask too many questions, and picked Qingyi up in a princess carry, and in a few prancing movements, he jumped to the trunk of a tree dozens of meters high. This is the place to uncover. Under Qingyi's guidance, Menghao discovered an artificial tree hole, and after probing inside, he realized that there was a different world inside, a platform that would support a person reclining, enough dry food and water to survive for at least half a month. This is what I prepared in advance. I didn't expect to really have a day to use it, Qingyi explained with a smile. She was still using the appearance of Lu Meier at the moment, and with her knitted brows and smile, she had some seductive power. Menghao gulped straight as he watched, fearing that he would lose his temper, so he averted his gaze, but his body eventually reacted. Aoi's face instantly reddened. Just put me there. She was still in Menghao's arms at the moment, and the hard object she touched at her femur shook her head and limbs. Hey! Menghao was also slightly embarrassed, not expecting to lose his temper after enduring all the way here. It was really because this body of his sister-in-law was too alluring. Every move exuded charisma, making people want to ruthlessly tyrannize her. Carefully placing the green dress in place, and following her instructions, she filled her side with water and food. You can go back to. Don't let your sister worry. Menghao coughed and nodded. Then I'll come see you tomorrow. No, you stay away for now. Qingyi, however, shook his head and said, when you go back, don't talk to others about me. Wait for Meng Prosperity and these people to leave. Then you can come over and pick me up. Menghao nodded slightly. He didn't really want to come over. The current appearance of his sister-in-law was exactly the same as that female devil, Lu Meier, and if he was misunderstood to be colluding with the devil girl, then even the Meng family would not tolerate him. Besides, he wasn't confident in his own strength right now, and was worried that when he went out, he would be followed by an expert. Then it'll be 10 days at the most, and if they're not gone, I'll sneak over and bring you some supplies. Yes, Qingyi nodded, his eyes slightly complicated as he watched Menghao leave. When the men had gone, she lay for another quarter of an hour, and seemed to regain some strength, before she rolled over and got up. and went out of the tree hole, walked a few hundred meters to the north, climbed another tree, and in the same spot, found another tree hole. Once inside, food and water were stored here as well, and more importantly, in this position, one could just about see the condition of the tree hole from before. It's not that I don't believe you, it's really because I'm carrying a blood feud and it's not time to die, Cyan murmured in a sigh. Menghao went back to the county town and found that the battle on the half-slope had already ended, just in time for the righteous people with external cultivation to return to the city to rest. Some inquiries were made, but the people present knew little, except that when they left the tomb, the devilish thieves had all disappeared. As for how the battle between Mengzi and these first-rate experts went, no one knew. They just heard that they had returned to the city a long time ago. When Menghao saw this, he was also relieved, which meant that this matter was considered to be over. He first went back to the Chamber of Commerce and reported his safety to his old dad. Then he heard that divine son, Meng Ichio, had already left. The other small clans followed suit. Not only them, but the large and small clan children of the Zhang and Su clans also left together. With the most notable person leaving, the devil Taoists naturally had no reason to stay, and they all dispersed as well. That being said, Menghao didn't dare to act rashly. While calming Mingyu and telling her that Qingyi was fine, he secretly investigated the situation in the city. After a week had passed, and realizing that the city really seemed to have returned to its former calmness, with no outsiders to disturb it, Menghao relaxed. Finally gone. I'm young Master Meng again. Menghao took a long breath. This period of time, really tense nerves, a day cannot sleep well. He was afraid that some flower pickers would break into his home and forcibly pick him or his mother. Mingyue. The small county city regained its tranquility, and Menghao quietly left the city to find Qingyi. Chapter 20 Great Joy. I'm on the subterranean dragon list. This Tianji pavilion still has some vision. Where are the people? Menghao followed the scene in his memory and sought out the tree hole where Qingyi was hiding, only to find it empty. This week, he was actually quite worried, afraid that when he came over, he would see a dead man, and he wouldn't be able to give Mingyu an explanation at that time. Is it gone already? There you are. At that moment, a voice rang out behind him, almost scaring Menghao off. Turning back around, Qingyi had transformed into his own form, wearing a black coat and standing on the trunk of a tree. You can get up? Menghao asked carefully. Qingyi changed into his original appearance, looking unusually high and cold, especially the hidden murderous aura revealed between his eyebrows, so that people dare not be too frivolous. Aha! Qingyi nodded slightly, his face expressionless. Those people are gone? Right. Menghao pretended to be relaxed and laughed. The powerful characters, as early as a week ago, left, and the remaining jianghu guests, also in the past few days one after another to leave. Is my sister okay? Good. Very good. Just a little worried about you. What did you tell her about me? Qingyi inquired in what he thought was a more casual manner. However, in Menghao's ears, there was a sense of questioning that made him a bit terrified. Ah, this. I'd say you just happened to run into something related to the Zhenmu Division's mission again and went to track it down. Menghao scratched his head and explained. Mingyu, she has me to take care of her. It's quite good. Aha! Qingyi nodded. Go back, said dozens of meters high tree trunk, jumped straight down. In Menghao's astonished gaze, she unexpectedly landed very smoothly, as if she were a falling leaf, floating lightly without having the slightest impact on the ground. Still not going? Qingyi walked for a while, heard no sound behind him, and turned his head to look, only to realize that Menghao was still frozen on the tree trunk. Oh hoo! Menghao moved in a hurry, borrowing his strength between multiple large trees, and stepping out a small pit when he landed. Seeing that Qingyi turned around and headed forward again, he hurriedly followed, but in his heart he was muttering in a low voice. It's not as bad as turning into that look of Lu Mayer, fierce, like I'm some kind of enemy of yours. You're just because you're my sister-in-law, but if it were anyone else, I would have stopped serving you long ago. Humph, if it wasn't for my sister-in-law, I'd turn around and report it. Let's see how long this witch of yours can be proud. For the past few days, Menghao had been pondering what strength Qingyi actually had. In the end, he came to the conclusion that it was the 9 heavens of inner scenery, on the same level as Mengyiwu, but in terms of strength, she might be even stronger than Mengyiwu. After all, she was on the list, ranking high on both the Earth ranking and the human ranking, even surpassing the Divine Son who was 6th in the Meng clan sequence. On the way back to the county, the two did not say a word, the whole silent rush. This made Menghao slightly disappointed. I thought that after what happened a week ago, I was kind of close to my sister-in-law. I didn't realize it hadn't changed much from before. She was still as cold as ever. You're scared of me? Suddenly, Qingyi stopped his pace and twisted his head to ask. Menghao didn't pay attention and almost crashed into her. and he saw that he was about to pounce on his sister-in-law. Who knew that at the critical moment, Qingyi's foot flew up and kicked him out. After rolling around on the ground a few times, Menghao raised his head in a sorry state, a little bewildered, but after seeing that hint of impatience in her eyes, he hurriedly said, "No, we have this relationship. I'm afraid of what you'll do. It's normal to be afraid of me. After all, I'm a murderer and a demoness." Qingyi, however, was talking to himself, seemingly thinking about something, only to shake his head a moment later, leaving a sentence, "You are too weak. If you become equal to me in strength, you won't be afraid of me. Aren't you talking crap?" Menghao was speechless. If he had the strength to be better than this Qingyi, he would have to spank her hard and show her what it meant to be a brother-in-law's majesty. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up!" Qingyi didn't even turn his head back, so he knew that Menghao hadn't moved yet and urged, "Oh who?" Menghao sheepishly cleared the images from his mind and followed in silence. The road behind. Both sides still did not talk much. Almost to the county town. Qingyi only left a sentence, "Here is safe. I go back first." Looking at Qingyi's back as he flew away, Menghao rolled his eyes. "Say it like you escorted me back." Obviously she was the unseen one, making it seem as if he was the devil that everyone was shouting at. "However, this is good. Holding on to my sister-in-law, even if she finds out that I'm the one who took over my body, I guess she won't do anything, right? Sister-in-law, you don't want your secret of being a witch to be known, do you?" Menghao coughed softly, thinking that it would be better to wait until his strength exceeded Qingyi's before saying this. Otherwise, there is a risk of being killed and silenced. "When I just returned to the Meng mansion, I saw Pops guarding the door with a happy face." "Pops, what's wrong?" "Son, you're famous." Papa Meng joyfully held a pamphlet. "Tianji Pavilion's weekly magazine. You're on the list." "I made the list?" Menghao froze, and after receiving it, he followed the location of his old man's finger and saw his name. 96th on the subterranean dragon ranking. Menghao, 18 years old, 7th heaven of the outer landscape, specializes in the 100 shadow sword technique, already at the minor achievement level. Battle record, in the battle for the sinister stone, killed the Devil's Path rookie who was originally ranked 96th on the subterranean dragon ranking. Title, Gentleman's Sword. Description, when sparring with people from the jianghu, he would always report his cultivation and martial arts realm first, and even if his strength was far superior to that of his opponents, he would still point to the point and show his gentlemanly demeanor. Ha! Menghao froze and finished reading the description. Wasn't his self-reporting of why he practiced his martial arts realm because he was afraid of running into a powerful character who would accidentally decapitate him? However, the original 96th ranked rookie of the subterranean dragon ranking was decapitated by him, which was unexpected. "Pops, could there be a problem with this list?" Menghao himself was a bit puzzled. The scene was so chaotic. "I didn't even know who I killed. So they could know? Welp, don't dare bull asterisk 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 asterisk." But Old Man Meng was startled and quickly said, "This is a list produced by the Tianji Pavilion. People, Qingyi Pavilion, that is the world's famous big power. More than our Meng family for a long time. There are countless powerful people of the land goddess realm in the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. And with this kind of demonic means, knowing who you have defeated would not be a breeze?" When Menghao heard this, he immediately reacted that this was not a simple ancient time. This was a metaphysical world with transcendent powers. There might be that kind of divine artifact that could sense everything in the underworld in existence. The good news was that all of the lists released by the Tianji Pavilion only counted battle results and did not look at private cultivation. This means that if someone doesn't want to be on the list, they just need to not fight anyone. Chapter 21, Challenge me? You want to step on me? Yes, you can. Just cough up the silver. The weekly magazine released by Tianji Pavilion had a lot of content. Not just a page of newspaper, but a booklet with as few as 10 pages or as many as dozens of pages, depending on what happened in the jianghu during the week. The first page is the equivalent of a layout, which briefly describes the events of the week, mainly with headlines. Menghao flipped through the weekly magazine, and compared to the change in his ranking, the one who was mentioned the most on the page was Mengyiwu. Not only is there an introduction to the Battle of Half Slope, but there are also some interviews with celebrities with commentary. Zhu Yunxian, as the 10th sequence of the Meng family. Meng Yi's strength is not bad amongst the first-class experts. This time I'm afraid that I have a chance to be on the human list or even the earth list. Yuan Jun, it's just a vegetable chicken pecking at each other. A piece of broken stone, arguing over head to head. Laughable, laughable. Some reviews are moderate, others are just plain spicy. The most important thing is that all of these critics are also famous existences. If I were Mengyiwu, and I got the name of a dishwasher, I'm afraid I'd be so angry that I wouldn't be able to sleep. Menghao stole a moment of joy and twisted his head to look at his old man. Who is this Yuan Jun? He had also been paying attention to the jungle for the last 2 weeks and didn't know much about a lot of things. I don't know. Father Meng, a businessman, which care about the jianghu, shook his head and then said, however, if the family name you, it should be the royal family. Well, she's got that going for her. Menghao shrugged his shoulders. It was better for him to comment less on such characters, so as not to get into trouble. None of this matters, old Father Meng said excitedly. Son, you've made it to the subterranean dragon list. Our lineage is saved. It's not much of a big deal, is it? Menghao was unimpressed. The district submerged dragon list, a human list candidate list, can have any gold content? Don't talk nonsense. This is the subterranean dragon list, a list that only contains the top 100 in the whole world, not to mention our lineage, many small clans, and even large clans' direct lineages. I don't know how many of them have not been on the subterranean dragon list. When Papa Meng heard this, he was even more excited than Menghao and kept emphasizing the importance of this list. Menghao still didn't care. Compared to his sister-in-law Qingyi, who stayed on both the Earth list and the human list, there really wasn't anything for him to be proud of on the submerged dragon list. Seeing that Menghao still didn't bring up any interest, Papa Meng let out the killer. Lord Godson, back in the day, didn't make it to the subterranean dragon ranking either. What? Menghao was startled. You mean Meng Easy? Papa Meng signaled him to lower his voice a bit before nodding his head. That's right. Not only him, many of the Qingyi in the top 100 of the sequence have never been on the subterranean dragon ranking. Son, now you know how good you are. Menghao didn't care about those in the back. And it was only after hearing that Meng Prowler really hadn't been on the subterranean dragon ranking that he couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth turn up. Meng Easy, you're nothing more than that. You haven't been on the subterranean dragon ranking, young Master Meng. I have. Papa Meng sheepishly wiped his sweat. Meng family Qilin Z. The worst is the cultivation of the fourth heaven of the inner landscape. To be on is also on the human list. The subterranean dragon list. It could be said that most of the children of the world's families had never been on it, because their cultivation speed was too fast, and they had already skipped the conditions for entering the list before they had even left the mountain. This list basically exclude the strongest natural talent of the handful of people. The big forces do not have a few importance. On the contrary, the ordinary jianghu people are very important. Son, this is 1,000 taels. You cultivate well. Not enough money, just say. Papa Meng suddenly pulled out another handful of silver tickets. Pops, where did you get the money? Menghao was surprised. Last time, Lao Dad was pulling out silver dollars. There must not be much money left. Hey, if you work for Lord Godson, can you get less money? Papa Meng said with a smile. Menghao drifted off. This time, Megichio stayed over here for a not-so-short period of time. No matter whether it was for food, clothing, or acting on his orders and sending people out to dig up tombs all over the place. All of it cost money. Meng Easy naturally wouldn't pay for it, but he could order to take money from the Meng family Chamber of Commerce. Pops does what he's told. Maybe even makes up for old bad debts along the way. Menghao didn't refuse. He was in need of money right now. 1,000 taels wasn't much, but it could raise one level of cultivation. Son, you concentrate on cultivation. Early cultivation to the outer landscape 9 heavens. We go back to the county town small clan side. 9 heavens of outer view. Can compete for the clan's resources to help you advance to inner view? Menghao wanted to say that he didn't need it, but on second thought, there were resources within the clan anyway, so it would be better to not use it for nothing. And if he could compete for it, it would be good to turn around and sell it. Seeing his old man leave, Menghao was in no hurry to go back to see his mother. Anyway, she was probably having endless words with Qingyi right now. He found a greenhouse nearby, and while drinking tea and listening to the music and enjoying the dance, he evoked the system. Whether to consume 700 taels of silver to raise the Tongxian Baodian's proficiency by 700 points, is Menghao. Cultivation, 8th heaven of the outer landscape. Technique, Tongxian Baodian 8th level, 1/800. Martial arts, lower yellow grade Meng family body forging fist, mastery, 26/300. Medium yellow grade Meng family body steps, proficient, 67/200. Upper yellow grade treading snow without trace, introductory, 3 out of 100. Yellow grade extreme 100 shadow sword technique, minor achievement, 1 out of 400. In terms of cultivation, with another 700 silver taels, he would be able to cross over into the inner scenery, and at that time, he would be considered to have officially crossed over into the jianghu. After all, what kind of jianghu people are they if they can't even enter the realm of the void sky without going to the inner landscape? Martial arts. Menghao, on the other hand, did not intend to continue to improve. When he arrived at the inner landscape, he would go directly to the clan to learn the corresponding Xian level technique. While this was going on, there was a clamor from downstairs. Gentleman's sword Menghao, come out and fight. Is the gentleman's sword upstairs? I would like to spar with you for a while, and I hope that you will not hesitate to teach me. Menghao was stunned for a moment, and then a shopkeeper ran to report that a bunch of jianghu guests had gathered downstairs. He went to the window and looked down. Sure enough, at the entrance of the greenhouse, there stood dozens of jianghu clients with various types of swords and weapons. The gentleman's sword is really here. Menghao, dare you fight me? Seeing Menghao show up, the people underneath immediately became excited and shouted. Some were still polite, and some were aggressive, as if Menghao owed him a lot of money. Rocco, these people are. Although Menghao's strength had now reached the level of a fourth-rate expert, and was even on the subterranean dragon list, he was still accustomed to taking Sixth Son out with him. Young master, these people should be trying to get famous. You see, that master with the axe, the 9 heavens of the outer landscape, just left a few days ago, and here he is again. It took Menghao a long time to understand the situation. It turned out that they were all running towards his subterranean dragon ranking. Some of them were trying to cut a deal to see how far they were from those on the subterranean dragon list. Some of them were just running to challenge Menghao, and if they could win, they would have a chance to get on the potential dragon ranking. Looking out the window at the jianghu guests waiting for his response, Menghao suddenly had a plan, and a big smile appeared on his face. The hearts of all of you who want to advance, Meng can understand, to create learning opportunities for more people. For those who want to challenge me and keep their name on the subterranean dragon ranking, the entry fee is 100 taels, 10 taels of silver for those who want to spar with me and gain my guidance. Chapter 22. I didn't hire an actor. This is something he wanted to help with. What? You have to pay for the challenge? Some were shocked, mouths open, jaws agape, as if they couldn't believe their ears. There were others who thought that Menghao might be joking, only to realize that he was already greeting the crowd, telling those who wanted to challenge and spar to approach Sixth Son to register and pay. There are not enough venues here. All of you go to my mansion. Menghao led the way towards the Meng mansion. There was a sister-in-law there, and with her strength as a first-rate expert, she wasn't afraid of anyone flipping out. A bunch of people thought it was amazing and ridiculous. A famous figure on the subterranean dragon list was so tacky, like he had fallen into the eye of money. On top of the eye rolling, many people even felt that Menghao might have gotten onto the subterranean dragon ranking rather by fluke. Mr. Huang has been learning martial arts since he was a young boy, and is a famous genius in 10 miles and 8 townships, practicing diligently every day, not daring to slack off for a moment. The resources needed for cultivation. There are my Huang family to prepare for me. I just need to work hard and diligently and not waste my talent. This Menghao, whose family lineage is much better than mine, thinks that there is no lack of resources, but he's out of his depth and all he thinks about is silver and copper. Some people don't explicitly say it, but the words reveal contempt, feeling that such a person would not be worthy of being on the subterranean dragon list. For all of this, Menghao didn't care, guiding the crowd to the Meng mansion. On the way, he also met people who came to challenge him, and he invited them all together to the Meng mansion. When he arrived at the Meng mansion, there were even more people over here looking for his challenge, all still asking the underlings where Menghao was. Young Master Meng is back, accompanied by an underling's shout. Everyone's attention in the room was focused on Menghao. Menghao similarly explained the rules of the challenge, and then had Sixth Son go to the mansion to set it up as he saw fit. The mansion was large, and dividing an area for socializing was perfectly adequate. Of course, Menghao was also afraid that thieves would miss him, and sent someone to talk to Mingyue, so that she would first move around the other half of the district in the next few days. Name, cultivation level, specializing in techniques. What realm you have cultivated to, write it all down. 2 enrollment tables were set up, someone to register and someone to collect money. One is a challenge sign-up table and the other is a cutthroat sign-up table. Challenges were not to be watched, and cuts were to be made right there on the field in the demarcated martial arts arena. On top of that, Menghao's personal cultivation and martial arts realm were all written clearly. 100 Shadow Sword Technique Small Achievement Realm. This is too strong. Seriously? Big brother, you came over to challenge. Didn't you read through the subterranean dragon ranking instructions? It's all written above. What surprised me, on the contrary, was Menghao's cultivation level. Before it was still the 7th heaven of the outer landscape, and now it's the 8th heaven? Some of the people in the 9th heaven of the outer landscape, although their martial arts realm was inferior to Menghao's, thought that they might have a chance to win since their cultivation was 2 heavens higher. This one screwed up some people's confidence. For a while, the challengers, who were still staggering, were all silent. Let me, bunch of goons, in the crowd. One person stepped out and looked at the others with contempt, his face slightly condescending as he said, I, Huang Yiming, will first take a look on this submerged dragon list, As long as I can make it to the subterranean dragon ranking, not to mention 100 tails, even if it's 1,000 tails, Mr. Huang is willing to do it. Huang Yiming signed up and paid the money painfully under the gaze of the crowd. Huang Yiming, cultivation level 9 heavens of external scenery, yellow grade upper grade martial arts, proficient realm. As the person registering sang out Huang Yiming's information, it caused a clamor from the crowd. With this strength, you still dare to challenge? Although that Menghao is only at the 8th heavenly layer, he has mastered the yellow grade extreme technique and has also cultivated it to the minor achievement realm. Hey, this Huang, don't look at the big words. I'd like to see what he's capable of. Not necessarily Menghao is only the 8th heavenly cultivation. Maybe it can consume him. Some people had burning eyes, thinking that they were no worse than Huang Yiming, and wanted to see if they could challenge Menghao through comparison. Gentlemen, challenges are meant to be fair, and it would be too unfair to me if I let the big guys see me fight through. Menghao smiled and said, therefore, challenges are uniformly not allowed to be watched, but dicing can be. After explaining, he took Huang Yiming and headed to another, more private martial arts arena. Old Huang, do you really want to be on the list? When he arrived at the place, the corner of Menghao's mouth turned up, revealing a tasteless look. Hey, young Master Meng, don't laugh at me. The arrogance on Huang Yiming's face disappeared, and he smiled sarcastically and touched his head. Mr. Huang was saved by you last time, and I'm still too grateful to be able to do this kind of villainous thing. Just thinking that since young Master Meng wants to fight with the great and powerful from all sides and hone his skills, I, Huang, will help with the fun. This person was clearly a survivor from the righteous side of the last half-slope incident, who was on the verge of being killed when he was saved by Menghao in passing. Menghao laughed. Don't lift me up. I simply just want to make some money. He was under the greenhouse. When he saw Huang Yiming, he wanted to recognize each other. Who knew that this person was perversely provocative? Menghao knew what he was going to do, and now it seemed that he was really trying to play along with him. Old Huang, do you want to fight? We have this relationship. I'll let you win once is also okay. That won't work. Huang Yiming directly refused. How can the potential dragon list just let go? Even if I want to go on, I also want to challenge others. Menghao still had more than 300 taels with him, took out 100 taels and handed it over. Since Huang Yiming cooperated with him in the show, he naturally couldn't charge people's entry fees. The two made small talk for a while longer, and when they felt it was about time, they headed out the door. In the exchange area, more than 100 martial artists did not feel bored, but instead walked back and forth with each other, laughing. There aren't many scenes where you can relax and communicate like this, really, and a lot of people quite like the atmosphere. Menghao naturally didn't skimp on the food and had his underlings send all kinds of tea and pastries. Out. They're out. How did it turn out? The attention of the crowd naturally fell on the duo once again. Huang Yiming started acting once again, with an exuberant face and a hint of regret in his eyes. This battle is lost for Huang, he said unwillingly. Menghao, you're just a little bit better than me. After I figure out that move of yours, let's fight again. Menghao nodded with a grave expression on his face. Brother Huang is really not bad in terms of strength. It's only the proficient realm of the yellow grade upper rank technique that can actually force Meng to such an extent. If I give you a little more time, in time, you will surely surpass Mr. Meng. I didn't expect that this battle would be so enjoyable, and Menghao was slightly enlightened. The crowd listened in awe. Huang Yiming almost won? Menghao had another realization from the actual battle. If I'm on instead, won't that be a win? For a while, many people who felt they were stronger than Huang Yiming began to sign up. Seeing this pomp and circumstance, Menghao smiled faintly. First come, first served challenge order. Line up to enroll. Line up to pay. All have a share. Don't squeeze. Chapter 23 What Others Disdain. I am willing to do. The world laughs at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at others for not being able to see through it. What is he doing? On the roof, Cyan hid behind the rubble, watching the bustling conditions in the distance. Earlier, she was chatting with her sister, Mingyue, when she suddenly felt a bunch of jianghu visitors enter the Meng mansion. Although none of them were strong, only at the outer realm, they were numerous. Wondering if he had been exposed, he made an excuse to separate from Akatsuki and then checked the roof alone. Who knows? He saw Menghao leading a group of people walking in. At that moment, she blushed, thought Menghao had reported her, and this was bringing someone to get her. Thanks to her trial and error when she was in the treehouse, she thought Menghao was trustworthy. Originally, he had already killed and decided to take out all of this group of people and then take his sister, Mingyue, far away. Who knows? Menghao stopped the people in the martial arts arena again and said something to the group. The distance was too far for her to really hear the details, but she also realized that this group of people came to the Meng mansion. Not at her. I misunderstood him. Qingyi's emotions were a bit repetitive, and his heart was slightly embarrassed. Consider it an atonement for temporarily protecting you for a moment or two. With that in mind, she tumbled off the roof and went to the closest place to the martial arts arena over there. Then, she heard Menghao's conversation with Huang Yiming. Sign up for a challenge? Qingyi was dumbfounded, somewhat shocked by Menghao's brain circuitry. What's the point of being on the subterranean list and using it to make money? No, it's his first time. How do you react so quickly? She was a little bewildered. After careful recollection, I have never heard that anyone who has been on the list would do such a thing. What's the difference between that and those businessmen from Ichijiki? There are transcendent powers in this world, and naturally, strength is honored. Speaking of a million things, only the practice of martial arts is high. The things like this to get money, that are no future of martial arts training people will do. Just like old man Meng, who had already resigned himself to his fate by staying in the first heaven of the outer landscape. He was put to work in this part of the Chamber of Commerce. In her perception, there were only two types of people who liked money. One category is those who have no future in martial arts training and are forced to go into business. The other category was the children of the Cold family who had no cultivation resources and needed to earn money to obtain them. But even for the children of the Cold family, usually only those with average qualifications would do such things. The really well-qualified children of the Cold family will choose to join various martial arts sects. Although the resource support is not as strong as the children of the family, but it is still much stronger than relying on oneself alone. No business. Influenced by his father, I guess. Qingyi shook his head, and his gaze toward Menghao was filled with disappointment. Previously, when she was in the Void Sky Realm crevice, she was still a bit shocked when she realized that Menghao had the cultivation level of the seventh sky of the outer landscape. Thought I misunderstood my brother-in-law. He wasn't uneducated. He still had some skills, especially after secretly going out to inquire about what Menghao had done in Halfslope during the time he was in the treehouse later on. His impression of him was greatly changed. How can you not know what's right and what's wrong? Compared to making money, it's obviously more important to improve your strength. With strength, won't money come easily? For those of them who stood at the head of the pack and had the highest qualifications, what they really needed to pay attention to were the various thresholds and obstacles on the path of practicing martial arts. Resources, in fact, are only a small, if not insignificant, part of it. Otherwise, if resources were really that important, why cultivate at all? Wouldn't it be simpler to pile martial artists with resources? The eye is still narrow. Look for an opportunity to mention him. Qingyi, as a person who had been there before, a first-rate expert of the ninth sky of inner landscape, felt the need to help Menghao, his brother-in-law, point out the way. After figuring out what Menghao was doing, she lost interest in continuing to watch. She had her origins sucked by the altar last time and still needed some time to recover. Right now she naturally had no time to waste. Off duty, please return. Everyone, we're closed for the day. Come back tomorrow morning at the hour. Menghao stood in front of the martial arts arena with a big smile on his face, waving his hand to bid farewell to the gods of fortune. Young Master Meng, thank you for your hospitality. I'll come back tomorrow to spar with you again. Young Master Meng, farewell. Tomorrow I will spar with a few more senior brothers before deciding whether or not to challenge you. The 200 or so jianghu guests present were all very polite in their farewells. There were quite a few people who hadn't actually signed up, but Menghao still told them to stay. Not only did the tea party pastries go uninterrupted, but when it came to mealtime, they also treated the guests to a meal, which naturally gained them no less favor. Unbeknownst to him, Menghao had already counted the accounts. Eating and drinking tea can be worth a few dollars a day. Counting down, 10 taels cannot be used, but he had scored more than 1,100 taels in this small half-day. A large portion is naturally contributed by the challenger, and a small portion is contributed by the cut. In fact, not all of these 200 people had come to challenge Menghao. A lot of it is actually coming to see more. After all, living traces of the submerged dragon list experts, the young generation who do not want to come to meet, understand the contact. Menghao, on the other hand, was the one who happened to take advantage of the challenge to provide a venue for the crowd to communicate. These jianghu guests, placed in various places, were all considered to be geniuses on one side, and it was rare to meet so many powerful peers on a regular basis. Right now, there is just such a platform to meet. Of course, popularity can be so high. Naturally, there is no shortage of beautiful women to heat up the scene. Among the more than 200 jianghu visitors, there were surprisingly 40 to 50 female warriors of the younger generation. Some of them were the children of small families. Some were from cold families and were self-made, and others were disciples of sects. As far as Menghao could see, there were 4 or 5 pairs of young men and women who locked eyes, going from not knowing each other to being ambiguous. For this situation, Menghao was naturally happy to see it. Only by developing this kind of dating atmosphere can we attract more people to come. He didn't believe that some people could be bashful enough to just eat and drink for free without paying a little cutting fee. In fact, there is a tendency today to use the cut fee as an admission ticket. There were several people who had paid the sparring fee and just had a few simple moves with Menghao, and then stopped doing anything. Some others even paid the cutting fee, and when it was his turn, he was too busy chatting with pretty girls to care about cutting. After seeing the jianghu people leave, Menghao collected the money, gave some rewards to his subordinates, and started to review the game. This format is quite good and very profitable. From what they know, other people on the subterranean dragon ranking or the heaven, earth, and humans ranking have never organized this kind of meeting. I can see that everyone who is in the jungle is very in your face and has a heavy dose of iconoclastic baggage. Menghao realized that those who practiced martial arts well in this world were naturally just like the stars in the previous world, and were sought after by millions of people, even more than the previous life star status. After all, strong, that is really grasped the power of speech. Naturally then, there had never been one like him, who was on the subterranean dragon ranking, but made a big deal about challenging for money. In a previous life, it might be equivalent to a first-tier star lowering his or her price and running off to walk around and preside over the opening ceremonies of small supermarkets and shopping malls. Or maybe it's the equivalent of the business world's 3 horses running off to make money yelling at stalls, mainlining a drop in price. The martial artists of this world are equivalent to the 4 identities of the previous world in one, having power, money, status, strength, face, and also being particularly sought after. Hey, these are all vanities. Making money to raise your cultivation is the right way. Menghao thought about it carefully. Can idle baggage be food? It was better to make money. After all, he had earned more than 1,000 taels in a small half-day, and he could step into the 9th heaven of the outer landscape at any time now. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to upgrade, fearing that when he reached the 9th heaven, others wouldn't dare to challenge him. It is natural for this kind of lucrative business to be fine-tuned and engaged for a while longer. Chapter 24, It's over. My sister-in-law has a showdown with me. Husband, Qingyi went out for a trip and seems to have suffered some setbacks. It is the time of weakness. You can take advantage of the opportunity to enter. On the couch, Mingyu was lying in Menghao's arms, her fingertips drawing circles on his chest, and on her forehead was a fragrant sweat. Before, she just had that glimmer of an idea that she wanted Qingyi to be like her, to marry Menghao and live out her life peacefully. However, there was some hesitation, feeling that this was sorry for the Fu family, although their parents, before they died, told the sisters not to take revenge and to live their lives incognito. It was true that she couldn't do anything about revenge, but she knew that Qingyi had never given up on it, so it wasn't sure whether or not to help her husband chase Qingyi into his hands. However, in the very week that Qingyi disappeared, Mingyu suddenly became worried again. She was afraid that one day she would wake up from a nap and suddenly receive bad news about Qingyi. Think about the woman who caused the destruction of their Fu family, that monstrous to suffocatingly powerful background. She felt that she couldn't continue to condone Qingyi's revenge, because this revenge simply couldn't be avenged. In the end, it just ends up with Qingyi getting killed. Instead of that, it would be better to let Qingyi enjoy her husband's love and affection as much as she did. She was sure that once Qingyi had felt her husband's majesty, she would be happy to do the same. These days, I've been testing Qingyi's mouth. Qingyi, she doesn't like men who are weaker than her. Husband, you're even on the subterranean dragon ranking, so I think you're a bit stronger than Qingyi. Also, Qingyi doesn't like the feeling of being a hangdog. You should show more of your dependable side in front of her. As Mingyu said, she reached out and a maid brought a bag of aromatherapy. This is the flavor that Qingyi likes. She opened the incense bag, took some powder, and dotted some on various parts of Menghao's clothes. Mother, don't worry. I will work hard and strive to let Qingyi stay with you as soon as possible. His own mother was so giving and helping him pursue his sister-in-law, so he must be on board as well. Aha! Don't worry, husband. I will find a good time to leave at the critical moment to create an opportunity for you to be alone. Young master, young lady, dinner has been prepared. A maid came over to remind. After the meal, the 3 of them took a walk in the garden of the mansion. Husband, our house is so lively today. So many people have come. Although Mingyu didn't see it with her own eyes, she heard her subordinates recount the lively scene. Ha ha ha, these are all here to challenge your husband me, Menghao said smugly. I'm still very business-minded, and took this opportunity to make a big profit. Husband is so powerful. Mingyu's eyes turned into little stars as she said with a face of adoration. My lady, whatever you want, just ask and I'll buy it for you. Menghao said with great wealth. 1,000 taels. Although there had been a few before, but they were all from Pops. Now this 1,000 taels, but he personally earned it. Spending it feels completely different. A husband? I want a child. Menghua said slightly shyly. Menghao glanced at Qingyi and realized that she was still looking as normal and expressionless on the sidelines, so he couldn't help but feel some regret. No problem. I'll try and get you a baby soon. As Menghua spoke, she suddenly said, Husband, Qingyi, you guys wait for me here for a bit. I'm going to get something important. What is it? Let the underlings bring it here. No, it's important. You guys wait. Menghua emphasized her words before she left in a mysterious manner. Menghao understood that this was his wife creating an opportunity for him. Go down, all of you. Menghao waved away the subordinates following him, creating an environment where there were only the two of them. But then he had some regrets. Qingyi carried a special aura that always made people uncomfortable and a little afraid of her when they were alone with her. Back. Everything getting used to it? Cyan nodded slightly. Much better than living in a tree hole. How long does your body need to recover? His own sister-in-law was too cold, and Menghao didn't know how to converse, so he could only ask in a business-like manner. 2 or 3 months. Qingyi sat in the gazebo, his eyes staring out at the birds on the side. I'm rich now. Is there anything you want yet? Just ask. I'll buy it for you? Menghao said without words, secretly praying in his heart that his own mother would come back soon. Only then did Qingyi glance back at him and said in a cloudy voice, Don't waste time on such things. Ha! Menghao was a bit surprised that this sounded like he was concerned about him. It was already very rare for a person of Qingyi's character to be able to say such things. Ha ha, it's okay. I won't delay my cultivation. Menghao also knew the consensus in this world that other than practicing martial arts, everything else was called not doing your job. But telling him to give up making money is the same as telling him to give up progress. Having money to add points to become stronger can be so much better than normal cultivation. Qingyi's brows furrowed slightly, as if he hadn't expected Menghao to answer like this. According to him, enjoying the process of making money? Or maybe, just simply want to form a group and enjoy being courted? Qingyi also secretly observed a few times during the daytime on the way, and found that Menghao was not only making money, but also had a chat with the jianghu guests. In particular, there were several young girls who had physical contact with Menghao in the name of sparring. She shook her head slightly and said, Your talent is actually not that bad. At 18 years old, the 8th heaven of the outer landscape. Cultivate hard, and you will have a chance to become talented in the future. Seemingly afraid that Menghao wouldn't understand, she paused for a moment and emphasized, Don't get blinded by the world of flowers and go astray. If I were you, I would have cut off my messy activities and sunk my heart into hard work and cultivation. Menghao had since heard the concern in Qingyi's words, which flattered him, but he couldn't agree to it. Kryptonian cultivation is a golden finger that belongs to him alone. It could not be discarded, and it was impossible to inform anyone else, not even Pops or Mama, let alone a sister-in-law. True to his own qualifications, Menghao thought about it carefully. It had been a few years since the 100 days of foundation establishment had passed, and the original body had stayed in the first heaven of the outer landscape, which was enough to see that the qualifications were about the same as those of his father and grandfather. If he didn't use the kryptonite system and just cultivated on his own. Hey, just this outer landscape 8th heaven to outer landscape 9th heaven would probably be enough for him to cultivate for the rest of his life. And now, with enough money, it was just a matter of moving his fingers if he wanted to enter the 9 heavens of the outer landscape. You like me? Seeing that Menghao didn't answer for a long time, Qingyi suddenly opened his mouth to ask such a question, startling Menghao to almost jump up. After all, Menghao was with some modern thinking, and was still a bit flustered by his sister-in-law's question when he was in possession of his maiden. Even if he knew that it was normal for men in this world to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, not to mention marrying a sister-in-law, even if he married all the sisters-in-law in his mother-in-law's family, no one would say anything. Sister has been saying nice things about you these days, Qingyi said to herself. It feels like she's trying to set us up, trying to get me to marry you too. Menghao's scalp tingled, and he couldn't help but think of Qingyi's hidden identity as a witch, wondering if this sister-in-law would cut him on the spot. Just then, Qingyi suddenly added, 2 women serving 1 husband. Do you want to? Chapter 25 I think it. This sister-in-law. It is not necessary to marry. Menghao's face was suffocatingly red, coy for a long time, without spitting out a word. He would have liked to answer. In the place of a normal sister-in-law, he would have dared to flirt with his mouth in a flowery manner, and to say some earthy words of love. But this sister-in-law is unusual. She exuded a hidden killing intent all over her body, and a single look could send shivers down one's spine. Before I met, I was able to fantasize about a story between my brother-in-law and sister-in-law. When they met, the cold, piercing chill made him just want to stay away. Not to mention, she had the cultivation of the ninth sky of inner scenery, and in terms of strength, she crushed him too much. She was still the identity of the holy maiden of the devil's way, in name only, and was wanted and hunted by the imperial court and the world's righteous path. On top of that, she once chopped up an entire family with her own hands. Although it was an act forced by the enemy, Menghao didn't feel that his status as a brother-in-law could be more than her biological parents. So, if someone like her is really ruthless and cleaves him with a knife, it would be a white death. Otherwise, with his graceful and suave personality, how could he be like an introvert in front of his sister-in-law? Menghao thought about it carefully and realized that he had been naive and hasty. It's better to get rid of her than to sleep with your sister-in-law. He really can't handle one like Qingyi. It's just a woman. There are many more beautiful women in the world than your sister-in-law. Even if you dwell on the status of sisters as such, the big deal is that you can just find another pair later. Is it hard to answer? Qingyi frowned again, looking at Menghao with some confusion. She was still quite confident in her looks. Menghao's hesitation made her a little stunned, and she couldn't help but give him a high look. Should I think or not think? Menghao revealed a forced smile and asked tentatively. He wasn't sure what Qingyi meant by asking this. A person's name? A tree's shadow? She was more than just a sister-in-law. She was a murderous, temperamental witch. He was afraid that Qingyi was testing him, and if he answered incorrectly, splattering blood on the spot would be too unworthy. If you don't want to, then forget it. Qingyi subconsciously touched the long sword pinned at his waist. Usually, those who rejected her were killed by a sword. Think. Menghao was able to detect the change in temperature around him, and only felt the coldness carry through to the sky, and hurriedly returned. Damn. Deceived by this woman, he recalled that when Qingyi was still using the Lu Meier lookalike, she didn't have such a strong killing intent. Instead, she was seductive and full of the kind of helplessness of a tender woman, making him unable to resist wanting to help her. And it was that brief time together that had given him some unrealistic fantasies during the week, coupled with the fact that his mother was blowing off steam. He was really moved to take his sister-in-law under his wing. But now, Qingyi changed back to his original face. His original form was revealed, and his killing intent boiled over, so he couldn't even block it anymore. You're thinking pretty well. The corner of Qingyi's mouth twitched slightly. Menghao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing this. There was a bit of loss in her eyes when she saw it, and she would have been quite happy with that statement. With a long, heartfelt sigh, Cyan realized that she had been thinking too much. How does someone like her deserve a normal life? Is it the injury that makes me vulnerable? Qingyi understood that his own origin must have been damaged, and it must have been because he had experienced the life and death barrier that he had developed such cowardly thoughts. After clearing away the distracting thoughts, her expression returned to lightness and her eyes became ancient. Help me get revenge if you want me to marry you. Ha? Menghao was a bit dazed. His mouth unconsciously opened, wanting to ask, are you serious? The meaning of my life is to take revenge. If you take revenge for me, how about giving this body to you? Qingyi said it in a cloudy manner, but Menghao listened to it with his heart pounding, but felt that what she said had a few points of credibility. This, to marry or not to marry is another story. Maybe you will meet someone you like later. Menghao coughed, did not dare to overstep that step, and then said, but the matter of revenge, well, your revenge is the revenge of the bright moon. Mingyue is my mother. I'm willing to avenge her. Conscious that his words were seamless, Menghao said with slight curiosity, I just don't know. Your enemies are? Qingyi's eyes flickered for a moment, as if realizing that he was being a bit self-serving. Maybe, it wasn't Menghao who liked her at all. Rather, it was her sister Akatsuki's own idea. Her sister's simple desire for her to settle down and live out this life. But how could she be like that? The enemy is in a good mood and has purposely kept them alive in torment. If the enemy's playfulness dissipates, that is the time of their death. Have you read this issue of the weekly? Look. Seen it. Menghao hastily recalled the contents of this issue of the weekly magazine in his mind. Qingyi slowly spat out 3 words. Yuan Jun. Yuan Jun? The royal family? Menghao froze. In the weekly magazine, this woman appeared in the comments section as a guest reviewer for SkyQuest, commented on the halfway house incident. The war in which the 10th son of the Meng clan was involved was described by her as a vegetable chicken pecking at each other, and countless people in the Jianghu lake fought over it, and the sin stone that could make the interview cross into the Dharma body realm was described by her as a broken stone. It can be seen that Yuan Jun, the probability of being a princess, is either gifted or very favored, and the probability is that both are present. Qingyi faintly said, the matter of revenge, you'd better not hang on your lips. In your condition, at best you are a mole. No one will notice you, but if you tell others that you want to seek revenge on Yuan Jun, without her having to do it, there will be people who will exterminate you for her. Menghao frowned. He didn't like the narrative. It reminded him of the scene when the Mang clan's divine son came, high and mighty, making hundreds of them wait for a few hours. When they arrived, they even ignored them all. Whether you truly want to avenge Akatsuki or simply, Qingyi paused for a moment, thinking back to Menghao's attitude towards her, and realized that he was only more solicitous when she turned into Lu Meier's appearance. Looking at it this way, he probably wasn't interested in her. Solely retracted the words simply interested in my body. She shook her head and said, Yuan Jun, if you kill her, I'll be yours, at your mercy. Of course, you can ignore that part. I never wanted anyone else to avenge me. It's just that you said yourself that you want to avenge Mingyue's death. So I have to tell you who your enemy is. After saying that, without waiting for Mingyue to come back, she turned around and left, walked out a long distance before stopping. Why did I tell him so much? Only then did Qingyi come back to her senses, realizing that she had lost her temper a bit just now. Because he saved me last time? Or is it because, discovering the problem with his attitude in dealing with Willow Meyer and me? Or maybe, jealous that he's so good to his sister, Akatsuki? Qingyi frowned, realizing that this was caused by the damage to her origin and the disruption of her spiritual world. Shame, mortification, anger, chagrin, all sorts of emotions came flooding back. It took her a long time to regain her composure. That's just it. If he can really kill Yuan Jun, what about serving him with sister? Immediately after, she frowned again. How could one think that? With him killing Yuan Jun, how could it be possible? Why did I develop the idea of relying on others for revenge? The master is not here to help me clear my roots and suppress distractions. Qingyi only felt that every moment after the injury. She wasn't her. That there was another person at work inside her. Phew. I can't believe I'm thinking about relying on a man. The way Menghao cared about her kept flashing in her mind, as well as the way Menghao picked her up in a princess's arms and pranced and leaped up under the tree hole. That handsome sideways face had left her distracted, disoriented, and possessed. Must have been too lax lately. Killing some people should calm you down. It seems inappropriate to kill people rashly. It is easy to attract the righteous people. Saying so, but Qingyi actually didn't want to kill indiscriminately. All the way to kill the people who deserved to die. Killing the people who were murderers. People will always kill. In that case, go to the slaughterhouse and kill some pigs. As soon as she thought of it, Qingyi went back to her room to change into her black night clothes and quietly left the Meng mansion. Chapter 26, Scum of the jianghu? Shame of the martial arts world? How do you think I'll answer? I'll answer lying down. Anyone who doesn't want to try, come and try. Menghao had thought that as the news spread out and the number of people coming to challenge him increased, his daily income would get higher and higher. Unexpectedly, the number of people who challenged peaked on the third day, and after earning more than 1,800 taels on that day, the next day suffered a waist cut. For the next 4 days, it was less and less every day, and couldn't even break 1,000 taels. But even so, in 7 days, Menghao had earned nearly 9,000 taels. Accordingly, his 100 Shadow Sword technique, too, had been raised from the minor achievement realm to the major achievement realm. He wanted to save these 400 taels, but the people coming to challenge him were getting stronger and stronger, and if he didn't promote, he was showing signs of losing. Menghao hadn't forgotten that others had come to challenge him purely because he was famous on the Subterranean Dragon ranking. If he lost the fight and fell from the Subterranean Dragon ranking, there would be no money to be made. I would have thought that the whole making money off of this would have slowly ended up falling off as the heat died down. Unexpectedly, the new issue of the weekly magazine released by Qingyi Pavilion made the heat soar again. On the Subterranean Dragon ranking, his name, on the contrary, was still there, only that it had dropped from the 96th position to the 100th position. During this period, 4 people had successfully challenged the Subterranean Dragon ranking, and the Shunde naturally squeezed his ranking back a bit, almost squeezed off. Menghao called out his luck. If one more person had succeeded in his challenge, he would have been out of the list. Of course, just being the 100th in the potential dragon ranking was not enough to spread his Menghao's name. The one that really fired up the heat was, shocking, the Subterranean Dragon list has lost its credibility, and you can even pay for it? Qingyi Pavilion's own weekly magazine. For the sake of the topic degree, the hype is also without shame. This article, in detail, depicted that after Menghao was promoted to the Subterranean Dragon ranking, he engaged in a mode of signing up for challenges in the first place. It tells of a situation in which he utilized the rankings of the Subterranean Dragon ranking to make a great deal of personal gain. Although the location was at the end of the weekly magazine, the first few pages were all about big names, interview and even Dharma body powerhouses. However, the matter of spending money on the Subterranean Dragon ranking still attracted a large wave of eyeballs. At first, people read the headline and thought that the Celestial Pavilion was depraved and corrupt. Who knows? After reading it, only then realized that there was a guy named Menghao, who was so shameless that he didn't take the submerged dragon ranking seriously and did the thing of spending silver money to sign up for the challenge. Shame on the martial artist. Scum of the jungle. I don't think he should be called the gentleman's sword. He should be called the money eyes. Such vulgar people. It is really corrupting the atmosphere, and in vain has degraded the prestige power of my subterranean dragon ranking. I hope that Qingyi Pavilion will step in and fire this person. Pull him into the blacklist and never go on the list. Shame to share the list with him. I'll bring someone to cut him down. Those who could be invited out by the Qingyi Pavilion to comment were naturally people from the subterranean dragon ranking who had a stake in the matter. Of the 100 experts on the potential dragon ranking, 10 or so blew up, all of them filled with righteous indignation, bluntly stating that Menghao didn't deserve to stay on the same list as them. Everyone would have been standing high up in the sky in a very forced manner, enjoying the admiration of all. As a result, a Menghao came out and engaged in a set of costly challenge plays, directly pulling down the compulsion of this list, naturally making many people feel unhappy. This is like the previous life took the science category Nobel Prize items of the top scientists. Do not think of scientific research to change the world, change society. Turn their heads and run to mix the entertainment industry as singing and dancing trainees debut. Though in terms of independence, it's his freedom. But at this level, what do you mean by not pursuing further education and heading for the cesspool? Isn't that properly self-defeating? Along with that, the faces of the other science Nobel Prize bigwigs followed suit. Needless to think, once this weekly magazine came out, the world didn't know how many people were stinking up Menghao, and more than likely, they were laughing at him behind his back. But there were also many people who felt that Menghao had defiled their spiritual beliefs, and had traveled thousands of miles to come and beat him up. Son, don't open the ring today. I have something to say to you. Early in the morning, before the hour was up, Papa Meng came to the door. Father, did you read that weekly magazine too? Menghao didn't need to think about it to know that it must be a weekly magazine thing. It's the fact that you're having a ring. The clan knows about it, and some people are very unhappy and want you to do away with that model. Old Father Meng took out the letter from the clan with a sad face and handed it to Menghao. In the past few days, Menghao made a big profit, and he was so pleased that he wrote to the county side to show his relatives. Who knew that bad news would come this week? News from the county clan? Menghao was slightly surprised that there was more than just carrier pigeons in this world to deliver news. There were other various flying demonic beasts that could also deliver messages, and they were much faster. Qingyi Pavilion strength, cooperation with the court, finalized the content, which was distributed to the local, in situ printing, so the weekly publication time is consistent. This meant that the clan elders of the county couldn't stand to look at it and would rather use more expensive means of transmission to expedite the letter. Menghao took a look and his lifted heart fell. On the part of the county, there was no strong order saying that he was not allowed to engage in a toll ring. It just indicated that doing so would make the world think that their Meng family had no compulsion to look down on him, Menghao, and affect his reputation. In the end, he was cautioned that hard work and cultivation was the right way to go, and that such things as making money were more or less out of the ordinary. It can be seen that the county side, but also very give him face, mainly to exhortation. After all, Menghao was at least an expert on the subterranean dragon list. Although, the clan ancestor places did not really pay much attention to the potential dragon list, for the county small clan side, this list was still very golden. Pops, the clan didn't say I wasn't allowed to. Menghao didn't care too much. As long as the clan didn't explicitly oppose it, then he would just continue to engage in it. For him, money is cultivation, and he doesn't have to care what people say. He also thought that the clan would give a sum of money, but it turned out that just talk. The actual benefit letter is not mentioned at all. If you're like this, I'm afraid that the clan elders will be unhappy, said Elder Meng with some concern. He knew his own son was smart and much better than him, but from his point of view, the attitude of the clan elders was important. Menghao could understand. After all, his father grew up in the shade of the Meng family. It's okay, Pops, Menghao laughed. This is just the county side's idea, the clan's ancestral land side. How would it care about this subterranean dragon list? The real absolute genius, the absolute generation of pride, not to mention 30 years old before ascending the submerged dragon list. People 18 years old is estimated to have already internal seen do not know how many heavens. Even if you want to be on the list, it's directly on the human list. Just like his sister-in-law Qingyi. In terms of age, she was even younger than him, and now she was in the 9th heaven of inner scenery, about to exist in the Dharma body. What the county side thinks is still not important. Old Father Meng was surprised, thinking how his own son's eyesight was so high all of a sudden, that he didn't care about the thoughts of the county's small clans and only cared about the thoughts of the clan's ancestral lands. This made him both terrified and relieved, sighing outright that his son had made a fortune, and at the very least, his ambition was greater than his. Returning to his ancestral land was something he couldn't even think about. Don't worry, Pops, this world is still strength talking after all. Menghao couldn't care less. As long as I'm strong enough, no one will say anything, he said lightly. It's normal to have opposition. As soon as I can break everything, all that's left is the sound of obedience. Chapter 27. No matter how you see me and how you want to make trouble, pay up for the challenge. Understand? Where is Menghao? Come out to me. Menghao's side had only just begun a new day of enrollment challenges when there was a sudden clamor outside the door. Young master, it's not good. A group of jianghu people have blocked our gate. Sixth son panicked and ran back to report. I told you. Why is there no one at this hour today? The martial arts arena was empty. On a normal day, there would be at least 200 or 300 people at this point. Turns out it was cut off. Arriving outside the mansion, sure enough, there were hundreds of people gathered at the entrance, many of whom had appeared in the martial arts arena in the past few days. But there are many more that are unseen faces. A familiar face pointed out Menghao's position to this group of raw faces. Several of the men and women at the head of the group led the way at once. You're Menghao. A woman who looked to be in her 20s and did the warrior woman costume looked at Menghao with her eyes flicking up and down in an extremely disgusted manner. It's me. And you are? Menghao said without moving. Hoochie. The woman spat out 2 words with a haughty face. Menghao scratched his head. Never heard of it. Something wrong? What? Hoochie looked shocked. What kind of hick are you that you haven't even heard of my name? No sooner had the words left her mouth than a couple of men about the same size next to her followed in a chorus of agreement. This kid has been in a small county for a long time. It's not unusual for him to sit on the sidelines. Hey, good luck, kid. Just in time to catch up with a subterranean dragon list expert who was injured. Just picking up a bargain. Stinking fish is just a shrimp. 100th in the subterranean dragon ranking. Really think you're a person? What a disgrace to our subterranean dragon ranking. With these words, there were quite a few people in the room whose faces became not so good. If Menghao was a stinky fish and shrimp, then what were they who paid money to challenge Menghao and didn't win the challenge? Of course, anyone who can stand with Hutchin is not an ordinary person. Some people had already recognized their identities, and without exception, all of them were famous figures on the subterranean dragon list. What kind of big shot are you? Menghao only felt puzzled. Should I know your name? Just after that, a couple of men couldn't take it and yelled. Unbridled. Menghao brat, how dare you disrespect Mistress Hu? You, a guy who ranks 100th on the subterranean dragon ranking, doesn't even know about Huqin, who ranks 9th on the subterranean dragon ranking. Do you know that Miss Huqin? If she hadn't been trying to cross over into the inner scenery at the breaking delusion level, she would probably have already ascended the human ranking by now. Breaking paranoia? It dawned on Menghao that there was no wonder he was so proud. The 9 heavens of the outer scenery. To advance to the inner scenery, one needed to sharpen their will and spirit. It has been roughly divided into 3 levels. Nanda, immaculate and breaking the delusion. Under normal circumstances, when the spiritual will reaches the level of Nyende, it has the conditions to break into the inner scenery. But generally martial artists with ambition would endure and seek immaculate or even broken delusion. Stepping into the inner landscape in this way has more potential for better development. The most intuitive manifestation of this is that the person who crosses into the inner landscape at the level of broken delusion can break through the nodes of the imaginary heavenly realm at any time and freely enter and exit the 2 realms. Those who crossed into the inner scenery at the unsullied level, on the other hand, needed at least a quarter of an hour of concentration before they could enter the void sky realm. As for those who crossed into the inner scenery at the Nyende level, they could basically only enter and exit the void sky realm through channels opened up by others. It's none of my business if she's on the human ranking or not. Menghao interrupted a few people's boasting and said with a frown. Everyone present was stunned. Never thought that Menghao would say such vulgar words, but more than that, he was shocked at the way Menghao treated Huqin. Harlot, how dare you insult me like that? Huqin was furious, crossed his eyebrows, seemed to have suffered a great humiliation, clenched his fists and said, even if you are a son of the Meng family, I still want to today. Mistress Hu, calm down, don't fall for his trap. He's deliberately provoking you so that you'll come and injure him, thus avoiding the battle. Her companions, who were with her around, stopped her at once. A mere outer scenery 9 heavens. Do I have to design against you? Menghao was greatly speechless. He now had more than 8,000 silver taels in his hand, and could cross over to the 9 heavens at any time, or even cross over to the inner landscape. So he naturally did not put these people in his mind. Just wanted to see what they were up to and not stir up his business. Phew! Hutchin took several deep breaths, which calmed him down. Well. She let out a cold laugh. Menghao, you really are good at calculating, even thinking of countermeasures in advance. The corner of Menghao's mouth twitched. Can you guys be any more outrageous? Fu Qin, however, didn't bother to respond to him, twisting his head to look behind him at a few people who were slightly behind their group by a few lengths. Gentlemen, you are all human masters with the strength of the subterranean dragon ranking. Can you teach this scum Menghao a lesson for me? Miss Who can rest assured. We will definitely drive him off the dragon potential ranking. Mistress Who is polite. Purging the martial arts of unorthodox practices is something we should do. The chivalrous men responded with smiles and a courteous demeanor. Only then did Menghao realize that these people had come with the idea of driving him off the potential dragon ranking. I'm here for the challenge. Say so. With a speechless face, he twisted his head to look at Sixth Son. What are you waiting for? Go up and collect the money to register. I can't believe you. Hu Qin and the others were greatly shocked, not realizing that Menghao hadn't given up on his business endeavors. Menghao. Hu Qin once again stifled her red face and chided. You are in the subterranean dragon ranking. How can you do such vulgar things? I advise you to quickly disband the ring, return the silver and send a public letter apologizing to the world. Sick. Menghao rolled his eyes, turned around, and headed for the door. Originally he had wanted to talk nicely and resolve the conflict, but since the other party had come with the purpose of driving him off the potential dragon ranking, and with such a foul mouth, he simply didn't give any face. Stop, but you don't dare to answer the battle? You got a seat on the subterranean dragon ranking by a fluke and you're afraid you'll reveal yourself? Those few men who wanted to perform in front of Hu Qin and the others were anxious and hurriedly shouted Menghao down. Want a challenge? Simple. Register, pay up. Menghao was surprised. You guys aren't broke and can't afford to pay the challenge fee, are you? You? Several men couldn't help but look at Hu Qin and the others. Menghao, how dare you be so skinless and shameless? I, Hu Qin, am here, and you still dare to collect money? Hearing Hu Qin's words, Menghao only felt prickly and bared his teeth. Has anyone ever told you that you're narcissistic? What do you mean you're here and I dare to charge you? Who do you think you are? Good guts. I must teach you a lesson. Hu Qin could not resist and drew his sword to fight. Menghao pointed to the plaque above his head and stood with his arms folded, looking as if he didn't intend to fight back, and said in a cloudy manner, What? Do you want to be an enemy of my Meng family? As the words fell, the entire room fell silent. Many people then reacted to the fact that Menghao, in addition to the subterranean dragon ranking, could still be the son of the Meng family, a great family. Who dares to make a move in full view of the public? Menghao snorted and shook his head as he returned to the mansion, leaving behind a sentence. If you want to challenge me, then pay up. After taking 2 steps, he turned back as he crossed the threshold. That what's his name Huang Qin. If you're not convinced, feel free to pay up and challenge me. Chapter 28, You think you can beat me? Joke. This young master is just playing you like a monkey. Everyone that enters the house has to pay a cutting fee? Sixth Son was a bit nervous. Young master, will no one come this way? There are too many people. My Meng mansion can't squeeze so many people. Menghao shook his head. Besides, Nyangzi is still in the mansion. It's not good to be disturbed. He also knew that it was a roadkill to do so, but he's already got this reputation, so he's not too far off. Besides, what Menghao was really worried about was Hu Qin and the others. Don't look at him as easy to say, but if that group really wanted to mess up, he wouldn't necessarily be able to stop them. At the very least, he'd come up with a way to shred his money-making pathway on his own. That was to find some people who were ranked low on the subterranean dragon ranking, right next to his Meng mansion, and directly and openly announced that they would accept the challenge for free. Both are also at the bottom of the subterranean dragon ranking. One charges 100 taels and the other is free. Anyone would know how to choose. Damn it, if you guys me like that, this is a mortal sin. Menghao felt that once he had this solution, the money would definitely not be earned, and he couldn't help but hate it. There were so many people on Hu Qin's side, it probably wouldn't take long to think of this, so he could only speed up the charges and end up collecting a hard wave. Otherwise, do away with the bunch. Menghao's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he quickly shook his head in the negative. He was still on the right path, in the open, and wasn't worried about being shouted at, but if he did so, it would be a proper devil's path, not to be seen in the light of day, and everyone would be able to kill him to get rid of the devil. It would be fine for him to be alone, to find a random place to hide and wander with a new face. But the problem was that he still had Papa Meng and his mother Qingyi. If it was 2 months ago, when he had just crossed over, leaving behind Papa Meng and Qingyi to run away, he hadn't had any mental burden. But after 2 months of getting along, whether it was old man Meng or Qingyi, they were both sincere to him, and he really couldn't make the decision to abandon the two and run away. Alas, People with 9 years of compulsory education are just too well-rounded. Menghao sighed repeatedly, ruling out the idea of humanely destroying Hu Qin and the others, and began to think of a more reliable approach. Young master, the challenger is here. It is the person that Hu Qin brought. A subordinate led a man to come. This person was also a member of the clamoring party, and at this moment, when he saw Menghao, a brilliant light appeared, and from his eyes, he was able to see ambitious ambitions. Menghao, the money has been paid. You won't renege on the bill, right? The visitor was deliberately irritating, always trying to do something different to get the attention of Huqian and the others. It was obvious that he wanted to be famous, and although he disdained what Menghao had done on his lips, he envied him for being able to be on the weekly magazine, and for being singled out by the editorial department of the Qingyi pavilion to write a report. Sign up. Mr. Meng doesn't behead nameless people. Menghao's face was indifferent, and the thousands of thoughts in his head came back to one, gradually coming up with a way to delay. The path of making money by fighting in the ring wouldn't last more than a few days, and at the very least he didn't think of a way to be able to continue it. All he can do is extend the earning cycle as long as possible and save more money. Listen up. The one who defeated you is Qingping County's first genius, the true disciple of the wind-chasing martial arts school, the handsome and dashingly handsome Sun Jianghu. Sun Jianghu was in high spirits and seemed to be a little exuberant about his taking the match 10-1, with excitement glittering in his eyes, as if he had already seen the scene of being honored by 10,000 people after his victory. Menghao, inner scenery 8th heaven, 100 shadow sword technique, just fight, what's with all the talk? Sun Jianghu, however, didn't wait for Menghao to finish. His body shook, his palm slapped on his waist, and he popped out his long sword to attack. He naturally knew the purpose of Menghao's self-reporting of his cultivation technique realm, which was to find out what level he was at. Vile. Menghao spat and hastily drew his sword in response. He also didn't expect that there was really this kind of shameless one who knew his cultivation realm but didn't report his gungfu level himself. It was clearly a mismatched fight. However, Menghao didn't feel that bad. Self-reporting, knowing the roots of the battle, natural heart, not easy to make mistakes, but like this, only knowing the cultivation level, not knowing exactly what martial arts they knew, was what made it more like a real battle, more like a situation encountered while walking in the jianghu. Because he didn't know his opponent's condition, Menghao didn't dare to fight hard and tried carefully. Both sides then fought back and forth, and in a flash 300 rounds passed. What made Menghao a bit puzzled was that this Sun Jianghu, in terms of swordsmanship, was far inferior to him, and was only a minor accomplishment, and even the level of the gongfu was not extreme. Even his apparent strength was far superior to the other party. But where did he get the courage to challenge? Therefore, Menghao guessed that this person should still have a backhand, and might be able to establish a victory. Seeing this, he didn't dare to hide and quietly used his golden finger. Whether or not to spend 500 silver taels to raise the yellow grade extreme 100 shadow sword technique by 500 points of proficiency, is, yellow grade extreme 100 shadow sword technique, perfection, 1/600. Still up? Menghao was slightly surprised, hesitated, and raised it again. To his relief, the realm above perfection was finally free of the suffix proficiency bar. Yellow grade extreme 100 shadow sword technique, extreme realm. When martial arts proficiency instantly surged into his brain and became one with him, the corner of Menghao's mouth couldn't help but turn up. The extreme realm is actually this strong? After raising this sword technique to the extreme, Menghao realized that he was as if he was a seer, and was actually able to predict the direction of Sun Jianghu's long sword. One sword is through all swords. The 100 shadow sword technique reaches the extreme level, and Menghao will instantly see the end when he encounters another sword technique of the same level or below. Not only that, the extreme realm grade sword technique was even more profound, just from the perspective of battle power. The current him, in the case of one against many, was able to chop up the 5 he had a minute ago. However, he was in no hurry to win Sun Jianghu. Instead, he utilized his far superior eyesight to start delivering moves in tandem, create the appearance that he is starting to go all out with a view to taking his opponent down quickly. Sun Jianghu had also figured out Menghao's fighting style at this moment, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Is that the best you can do? After he sneered, he bellowed, "Explode! Boo!" In a flash, Sun Jianghu's top jacket blew off, revealing his firm muscles. And, as far as the eye could see, these muscles began to swell. Although my swordsmanship is inferior to yours, but with the addition of physical fitness, how can you win against me? Sun Jianghu laughed wildly and once again raised his sword to fight. As soon as Menghao got his hands on the sword, he really felt that the other party's sword power was a few points stronger, and if he had replaced himself a few minutes ago, he really wouldn't have been able to defeat him. But now, he still pretended to be down on his luck. The two of them exchanged more than 100 moves, and Menghao was in danger. Sun Jianghu's face was joyful. It was hard to hide the pleasure in his heart, as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. However, just as the two sides were fighting to a certain point, Menghao suddenly changed his stance to sneak attack. I lost? Sun Jianghu sat on his knees in disbelief, seemingly still unable to react. Looking at Menghao, who was panting on the opposite side of the room and looked even worse than him, Sun Jianghu only felt suffocated. Obviously almost won. He's actually hiding a killing move. That's his card. Menghao, I'll challenge you again when I'm rested. And next time, you won't have a chance. Only after seeing Sun Jianghu leave did Menghao stop pretending, a contemptuous smile on his face. How else are you going to stall without giving you any hope of beating me? This was his strategy, to give those under Hu Qin's hand, like Sun Jianghu, who had come to challenge him, hope that they would feel that they could win against him. That's how they'll fall into a misguided mindset, filled with thoughts of kicking him off the potential dragon ranking, instead of changing their minds and opening another free ring to scrap his business. So, according to inertia, they would continue to spend money to challenge him. But of course, Menghao would lengthen the time span that the group challenged him. As much money as possible for other non-interested, jaded people who really want to be on the list. After all, the big moneymaker was still the people from all over the world who had come here to challenge him and wanted to ascend the subterranean dragon ranking. Chapter 29. A group of small white people in the jianghu. This young man, a little trick, will be able to play in the palm of your hands. Brother Sun, how's it going? The entrance to the Meng mansion. Just as Sun Jianghu walked out, a group of people surrounded him and looked at him expectantly. Ha ha, you all have been waiting for a long time. The corners of Sun Jianghu's mouth turned up, and he couldn't stop the smugness on his face. Seeing him with a big smile, the crowd could not help but be happy. Hu Qin was even more beautiful, eyes flashing, excitedly said, "Little Sun, but you won? That's not true." Ha! The crowd's smiles lagged. "Why are you laughing if you didn't win? And you are?" Sun Jianghu then lamented. "I would have suppressed that Menghao throughout, and I see that I am about to win the game." He began to narrate. The passage and details of his battle with Menghao were meticulously told in totality. While dancing around, he did not forget to highlight his strong places everywhere. Hearing the crowd is scratching their ears. "Really want to ask you so strong. How did you lose?" Until Huqian couldn't resist and reminded. "Get to the point. How did you lose?" Only then did Sun Jianghu mean to skip the part in the middle where he showed off his skills and get to the point. He was already defeated and exhausted, struggling to fight back. "I could have beaten him," Sun Jianghu sighed, chagrined, "but when I think of his appearance of owing a beating, when I think of how he treated Sister Qin before, I am angry. So instead of defeating him in one fell swoop, I wanted to tease him a bit. I was beating him while asking him if he would beg for mercy, admit defeat and apologize. This Menghao also has a stiff upper lip, and insists on not saying a word. I thought, it's good to have a stiff upper lip, just to torture him slowly." Speaking here, Sun Jianghu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that Menghao had hidden a handful of killing moves, the key moment that made him flip? When the crowd heard this, they all felt sorry for Sun Jianghu. Hu Qin also shook his head repeatedly. Being gullible is a taboo in the jianghu. "Little Sun, you shouldn't have done such a rash thing for my sake. Alas, it's my fault." Sun Jianghu instantly showed a pained expression on his face. "Brother Sun, don't feel bad. You're already amazing." "Yes, Brother Sun, after you rest for a while or two, then you can battle that Menghao again and win him over in a dignified manner." The crowd, however, was not full of people who completely believed him. More than 30 places on the subterranean dragon ranking. A man called Shi frowned. "Are you sure that you suppressed Menghao the entire time, and were careless enough to be defeated by him?" "Brother Shi, the way you say that, but you don't believe me?" Sun Jianghu revealed an aggrieved look. "Shi, excessive Shao Sun fighting in the first line. You say him like this, too inappropriate." Hu Qin saw, not to say Shi a pass to criticize. The others also felt that there was no need for Sun Jianghu to lie. He was already close to the subterranean dragon ranking, and winning over Menghao was a reasonable thing to do. Shi opened his mouth, and seeing that the crowd was speaking for Sun Jianghu, he didn't dare to question too much, arching his hand and bowing in apology, stating that he was just trying to ascertain Menghao's strength. When Sun Jianghu saw it, he also accepted it openly. After all, he was convinced that he was stronger than Menghao, but he was just undermined at the critical moment. "In that case, it's my turn to challenge." There was a man who had once been on the subterranean dragon ranking, who leapt to his feet and said, "That Menghao's strength isn't as good as Brother Sun's. Won't it be easy for me to take him?" These words caused Sun Jianghu to roll his eyes. "Can you all give me another chance to rest and fight that Menghao again?" The crowd looked at each other in dismay. Sun Jianghu fought with Menghao, and even though he didn't win, he was considered a meritocracy in their eyes. In the end, it was still Hu Qin's idea. After all, she had the highest ranking on the subterranean dragon ranking and was the leader of the group. Menghao was estimated to be injured as well, and challenging him now is not necessarily accepted. She nodded slightly and said, "Then let Xiao Sun rest and pick Menghao again." Seeing that some people are disappointed and depressed, she hastened to pacify, "Don't be discouraged. That Menghao may still play small tricks. In case Xiao Sun didn't block it, but also you guys have to press the line." Sun Jianghu heard, also did not think, can understand the Hu Qin. After all, she is the big sister. Well, in the sun to him, face always have to give others. As long as he seized this opportunity and defeated Menghao, then he would be able to successfully make it to the top of the list, with no one else having anything to do. Hu Qin saw that the crowd had no opinion, which finalized the matter for the end, smiled and said, "Gentlemen, the great thing will be accomplished. That Menghao in the mansion blowing the wind to rest. We also do not stand here dry. The best local restaurant. My treat. Everyone let loose to eat and drink. Sister Qin's atmosphere. Miss Hutchin is magnificent." Surrounded by a group of people, Hu Qin left the Meng mansion. What she hadn't noticed was that there was still a steady stream of registrations and collections on Rocco's side. Those who entered the mansion, however, were not only those who wanted to spar, but also those who challenged Menghao. Menghao naturally sent a number of houseguests to check out the situation, and when he saw that Hu Qin and the others had left, without saying a word, he immediately accepted the challenge from the jianghu guests. Where was there a hint of injury in the living, breathing form? Moreover, in order to speed up the progress and amass wealth as soon as possible, he didn't bother to ink, and he just went straight to a quick battle, one challenger after another, riding the wave of excitement, and leaving in a state of dismay. This Menghao is also too strong. The 100th place in the subterranean dragon ranking is so strong. Alas, it turns out that I'm still this far from the subterranean dragon ranking. Forget it, go home and practice hard. Many people were extremely frustrated and had no thoughts of continuing to stay over here, and hurriedly left, burying their heads in bitter cultivation. Brother Meng, I've learned your style today, and now I know the gold content of the subterranean dragon ranking. When I return from my studies, let's fight again. Ha 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 ha. The future scenery is infinite. Only the lack of June's shadow to get away together. Brother Zhao, I'll be waiting for you on the road ahead. Menghao naturally gave enough face to make every challenger feel that the money was not spent in vain. This made a lot of people feel a lot of emotions, as if they were really in the same category as Menghao, just a little slower on this martial arts path, and if they just worked harder, they would be able to catch up with him. Brother Meng, see you in the future. Brother Zhao, take care. Sending the wealthy lords off one by one, Menghao expected them to come to his door again later to pay for the challenge. In this way, when Hu Qin and the others were present, Menghao pretended to be injured and only challenged their people every other day, and acting like he was pinned down the entire time and eventually won by pulling a dirty trick. This also made Hu Qin's group very angry, and every day, they scolded Menghao for being a hypocrite and using villainous tactics. Time passes day by day. Hu Qin and the others had heard about Menghao receiving other challengers. Never mind, Menghao is facing us, so naturally he should be cautious and go all out to think of underhanded tricks. But those jianghu guests, one by one, do not even have proficient level martial arts, not to mention that Menghao was injured and still dared to meet the battle. In my place, even if I was seriously injured, I would still easily take. There are quite a few jianghu visitors coming and going in this small county, but they are also distinguished into 3, 6, 9 classes. On Hu Qin's side, with her 9th ranked character on the subterranean dragon ranking to back her up, she was naturally the existence at the top of the contempt chain. Along with that, these people who hung out with her gradually looked down on other jianghu visitors who had challenged Menghao. Not only that, the crowd was also extremely ashamed of those jianghu guests who paid money to challenge Menghao, feeling that they were fueling Menghao's anger. And on the other hand, feeling that these people were not self-conscious enough to give Menghao money for nothing. Until this day, a jianghu guest who had challenged Menghao and Sun Jianghu had a conflict. The truth gradually surfaced. Chapter 30. No, it's too much of a dish to only realize a week ago that this young master had already predicted your predictions. You were really defeated by Menghao in one move? Hu Qin asked with a grave expression on his face. In front of her was a burly, jaded man. He definitely bragged. He must have been sent out by Menghao to disrupt our military. Menghao can't even beat me. How can he possibly second him in one move? Without waiting for the man to speak, behind Hu Qin, the nose and face of Sun Jianghu gritted his teeth and said. The man rolled his eyes at Sun Jianghu, arched his hand for Hu Qin, and respectfully said, I was indeed defeated by Menghao with a single move, and having fought with him, I realized how high the gold content of the subterranean dragon ranking is. Sun Jianghu and Menghao can go through 1,000 moves without losing, and even steadily suppress him. And you were defeated by Menghao in one move. Hu Qin muttered and turned back to Sun Jianghu, frowning. How did you lose? Sun Jianghu's face showed embarrassment and said forcefully, he could never be defeated by Menghao in one move. Next to him, Shi stood out and spoke. I watched the battle between Sun Jianghu and this brother. His strength is no worse than Sun Jianghu. Truly speaking, he can even fight with the 90th strongest person on the subterranean dragon ranking. It turned out that Sun Jianghu was too arrogant with his mouth and got into an argument with a jungle guest. Both sides fought, and to the great surprise, Sun Jianghu was finished off by his opponent. It was only after the fight that he realized that his opponent had challenged Menghao before, only to be defeated by a single move. Go, find the person who challenged Menghao before and ask. Hu Qin finally realized that something was wrong and shouted with an ugly face. A jianghu guest who had fought with Menghao and hadn't left the small county for a while was invited to the inn. I was defeated by Menghao in one move. I was defeated by Menghao in 2 moves. When these people, who were about as strong as Sun Jianghu, all stated that they were outmatched in strength by Menghao, the crowd realized that they had been tricked. So, Menghao is purposely making moves to fool us. Why would he do that? Hu Qin and the others were a bit confused, not understanding the significance of Menghao fighting with their group to let off steam. Can it be that he actually doesn't want to offend us? So he's giving us a leg up? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How could he be such a person? Huchian was the first to disbelieve it. No, he just doesn't want us to interrupt his lucrative business. Shi is considered to be one of those whose brain turns faster. Shaking his head, Menghao's strength is definitely more than 100th on the subterranean dragon ranking. As it stands, he is at least comparable to a top 50 powerhouse. He's doing this for the purpose of, as far as I can think of, stalling. Stalling? Stall what? The crowd remained confused. Naturally, it's his time to make money. Shi spread his hands and said, don't you know that he can score more than 1,000 taels a day? I sent people to secretly watch the people who challenged him, every day less than 7 or 8, more or even 11 or 12. On top of that, there are more than 100 people every day who are under the banner of sparring, but actually want to befriend him, and they can also contribute a lot of money. Menghao was, after all, a son of the Meng family, and now that he was on the potential dragon list, with a high probability that he would be promoted to become a son of the Meng family's small clan in the future, many people were willing to make friends in advance. Otherwise, a different person from the subterranean dragon list would definitely not have the same effect as now. That much? Hu Qin was shocked. She had spent nearly 100 taels of silver this week, treating herself to a meal, and was already heartbroken. That Menghao made at least 10,000 taels a week? She wasn't the only one. Everyone in the room was shocked. They just didn't do the math, or never thought about it in that direction. If I set up a ring too, some people are slightly perturbed if they can make that much money in a week. No, Huchian hastily interrupted. Have you forgotten what we're here for? Menghao has disgraced our subterranean dragon ranking. This kind of scum. How can we still imitate him if we don't put an end to his behavior like this? The people in the room instantly woke up, thinking about the public opinion trend in the weekly magazine. If they follow Menghao's example and engage in the paid challenge thing, they will probably be chased to death as well. Thinking about it that way, a lot of people hated it. That's 10,000 taels, together with the week they were away. It was equivalent to Menghao raking in 20,000 taels of gold after only half a month of being on the subterranean dragon ranking. Sun Jianghu's eyes instantly red. He tired to teach disciples, and occasionally run darts, only earn a 300 to 500 taels a year. Menghao made his whole life's money in half a month. We can't let him make money like that. He must be terminated. Kick him off the list. Can't catch up. Shi shook his head. You guys forgot what I said. His strength is comparable to the top 50 of the subterranean dragon ranking, which means that we have to find at least 50 people who aren't on the list but are stronger than him to target him. This kind of people, most of them are the core sons and daughters secretly cultivated by the major powers, almost not coming out until the inner scene. How could they possibly come out because of a mere submerged dragon ranking? What then? Of course we open the ring too. Shi followed Menghao's thoughts of stalling for time and quickly thought of a way out, and seeing that some people were stunned, he quickly said, free challenge in the ring. There are so many people on our side of the subterranean dragon ranking. Once the free ring is open, how else is he going to charge? As long as we jointly announce that anyone who wants to challenge us will come and go, naturally no one will go to him. This makes his pay-per-view ring mode useless. The crowd was overjoyed. Brother Shi is really smart enough to think of such a good idea. Yeah, why didn't we think of that? Alas, I was focused on driving Menghao out of the list, but I didn't realize that it's entirely possible for him to make no profit. Even Hu Qin's beautiful eyes flashed when she heard this, and she said with a smile, if we can win that Menghao this time, Brother Shi should take the first credit. Shi Hui listened but was slightly embarrassed. He had only thought of this solution along the lines of why Menghao was delaying. Truly speaking of intelligence, Menghao was far above him. The deeper he thought about it, the more frightened Shi Hui became. He felt that Menghao's strength definitely didn't soar all at once. It was impossible for anyone to climb from the bottom of the subterranean dragon ranking to 50 on the subterranean dragon ranking in just a week. This meant that Menghao had already thought of this method when they first arrived, even anticipating their preconceptions in advance. Compared to Menghao, the group of them appeared to be as stupid as idiots. Gentlemen, the free ring holds up, and the Menghao incident will be over. Shi Hui arched his hand and said, I've gained a slight realization from communicating with you all these days, and I want to go back to consolidate my cultivation for a while, so I'll take my leave first. He was bashful enough to stay a little longer. If the beginning and end of this matter were to spread out, it was feared that their group would be reduced to a laughingstock. They took the moral high ground with what they did, and maybe no one said anything about it in the open, but it did seem a little too stupid to be fooled for a week, and you can't just not allow people to joke about it in private, can you? It's better to get a grip and cut it out with Hutchin and the others. Take care, Brother Shi. Brother Shi. It's too bad that you can't see the frustration on Menghao's face. Yeah, I'd really like to see Menghao's pissed off look when he realizes we set up a free ring and cut off his business. Why is Brother Shi running so fast? As if there are wolves chasing him. Although Hu Qin was also amazed at how Shi Hui ran away when it was time to share the fruits of victory, she was more interested in seeing Menghao's expression of defeat. Gentlemen, let's leave now and go to the Meng mansion to block the door and set up a ring, so that from now on, he won't be able to earn a single penny. Chapter 31 Those who learn from me live like me die. Do you really think that this young master is just casually setting up the ring? It's all wisdom behind this. Husband, where are we going? Inside the Meng mansion, at the dinner table, Mingyu asked with some curiosity. Early in the morning, Menghao told his subordinates to start packing, seemingly to leave. To the Shire. Do I come along? That's for sure. Menghao smiled and said, we moved to the county to live. Qingyi frowned from the side. How could you suddenly move out in good time? She had not yet recovered her strength, and in this small county, she was not worried about anything yet. After all, strong people above the interview rarely came here, but the countryside was different. There were strong people like clouds, a whole lot of messy people. There were even Dharma body realm powerhouses out there, so maybe someone would be able to discover the secret on her. Menghao sniffed and pulled out the weekly magazine, handing it over. Just take a look at the latest issue of the weekly magazine and you'll know. Qingyi took the weekly magazine with some confusion. Sort of time, this would have just been posted this morning. Searching with a purpose, soon, she found the list of potential dragons that might be related to Menghao. What made her puzzled was that there was no longer Menghao's name on the list of potential dragons. You flipped to the front page, Menghao mentioned. As soon as my sister-in-law got the weekly booklet, she started at the end of the page, which was a bit of a downer. Qingyi half-heartedly flipped to the front page and was shocked the moment she saw the headline. The dragon list has changed. The Menghao effect is corrupting the society. Officials of the weekly, specialized personnel are being sent to investigate, and if money transactions are found to be involved, they will be disqualified from the list and pulled into the permanent blacklist. Your name on the front page? She was shocked. This is the most recognizable weekly magazine in the world, and it is not a county magazine. Menghao even managed to get on the front page. Usually, the protagonists of the weekly magazines were people who were famous on the major heaven and earth lists, either Dharma body realm powerhouses or first-class powerhouses, like Menghao, a mere fourth-rate expert. Ascending to the front page was a rarity, and it was the first time she had seen it since she had grown up. With intense curiosity, Qingyi quickly followed the catalog and flipped to the article related to Menghao. The weekly changes in the subterranean list are often as few as 1 or 2 and as many as 3 or 5. And this week, nearly 4 dozen new faces made it onto the subterranean list. I haven't missed almost every issue of the weekly since I can remember being born, and I've never seen this kind of big change. Even if there was a war between the righteous and the devils, such an exaggerated change in the list wouldn't have happened. I think there are only 2 possibilities for this replacement of 40 adults to occur. The first, the world is in chaos. The great battle between the righteous and the devil. All have not been spared. The population has been halved. Then it is normal to see a 40% change. But although the world is still chaotic, it is not to the extent of a great chaos. And the other 3 lists of heaven, earth, and man, have not been different. Only the submerged dragon list is so. So this situation can basically be ruled out. That leaves only the second possibility. Someone paid someone on the subterranean list to buy and sell ranked seats. There is no doubt that Menghao's use of the subterranean dragon ranking as bait to pay for a fight has created an extremely bad social impact, leading to a fluttering of people's hearts. So the culprit is Menghao. Qingyi finished reading the article and was a bit confused. She didn't expect Menghao to make such a big commotion by engaging in a pay-per-view ring. It was like a butterfly stirring its wings in Mangfu and triggering a hurricane thousands of miles away. You've become the scum of society, Qingyi said in consternation. Menghao shrugged, unimpressed. As it turns out, money is something that no one dislikes. It's just that before, no one dared to risk universal condemnation by using the list to make a name for themselves. After all, this was a weekly magazine jointly issued by Qingyi Pavilion and the court. Two giants. Who would dare to offend? Menghao was the equivalent of that first crab-eater. When the bystanders saw that he made 10,000 a week, they were so red-eyed that they immediately followed suit. Of course, they didn't dare to engage in a pay-per-view ring like Menghao for fear of being sprayed to death by public opinion, so they chose to deal privately one-on-one. If there were only one or two, no one might be able to tell. Only, these people also didn't realize that they were not the only ones who held the same idea, but there were as many as 40 people. That's what led to the big change in the list, so conspicuous that even the weekly's officials were forced to speak out and get to the bottom of it. Qingyi was even more nervous than Menghao and hurriedly looked at the officially released article. What put her mind at ease a little was that the officials only said that they would thoroughly investigate the matter of money trading on the list and did not mention Menghao. Seeing her nervous appearance, Menghao laughed softly. I paid for the challenge. It's not like I'm intentionally losing the match. I'm just giving the crowd a chance to challenge me. Otherwise, the people on the submerged dragon list, the gods and dragons can't be seen. Many people want to challenge can't find anyone. They're not the same. They're straight up fake matches. Everyone's completely different in nature. He spread his hands and said, this kind of behavior of mine doesn't affect the credibility of the list. It's just that it's ugly to eat, and it's unacceptable to some self-proclaimed noble people. Their kind of behavior, that is effectively affecting the credibility of the list. If the weekly officials don't care, don't release the list in the future. Let the major merchant alliances release it. When Menghao spoke like this, Qingyi instantly figured it out. Indeed, as he says, the peer-to-peer pay-for-play deal to get on the list is too big a blow to the prestige of the list. If we really don't care, people who want to be on the list in the future will pay all kinds of money for spots, and maybe even bribe those authors or commenters to put ads in their articles. Looking at it this way, Menghao's behavior, on the contrary, was quite measured. Did you think of all this before the pay-per-view ring started? Cyan asked, slightly surprised. It's not something you can just think about and figure out. Menghao laughed lightly. I was ranked 96th at the time, so I was thinking of finding a gold master to sell my place. Then thought carefully, so doing so is a hammer deal, and by the Qingyi Pavilion found out, may do to me what? Looking at Qingyi's shocked and stunned appearance, Menghao was also slightly amused. He is, after all, a person who has experienced the inculcation of the internet, and is also considered to be knowledgeable and quick-thinking, so it is normal to be able to think of this. But for people in this world, it's a downgrade. After all, in this world, any knowledge, that can be passed down from generation to generation as an heirloom. Who would go around talking nonsense and cultivating competitors? Even the experience of picking dung, the dung picker was careful to pass on to his children and grandchildren to prevent it from being stolen. And in the age of the internet, knowledge from all walks of life, experience that was once prized as a treasure, is all public and spread at will. Menghao today listens to the dance music that once only ancient emperors could listen to. Tomorrow looks at the reasoning that once only ancient aristocrats could learn. And the day after tomorrow learns the organs that once only ancient state craftsmen could see. Maybe the specific things do not quite understand, but under the influence, the general principle is able to know one or two. Placed in this era, is indeed erudite, the existence of astronomical knowledge of geography. Accordingly, the small matter of utilizing the list to make money is just child's play. And what is really precious is his modern internet-inculcated mindset. Qingyi was shocked for a while, and even gave Akatsuki a little bit of information about the situation. It wasn't until Mingyue gave Menghao a fragrant kiss with an adoring face that Qingyi came back to her senses, gathered her emotions, and wondered, what does any of this have to do with you moving to the county? Chapter 32. Is my blessing not sincere enough, or are you people too small-minded? The good ones are always missed. I'm on the front page of a weekly magazine. Menghao smiled bitterly and said, it's just that the reputation is not very good, and the Meng family's big clan side have all sent messages to ask about the situation. The county side gave my father a promotion, transferred back to the county, and gave him a fat job to return quickly. Not even me. He pulled out a token with the word immortal written on it and handed it to Qingyi. Let me participate in what's called the Immortal Ascension Conference. This is the qualification token. The Ascension Conference? Qingyi was shocked. A qualification token that has a price tag. And it's just given to you? Is this thing important? Menghao scratched his head. Although his old man was just as excited when he saw this token. Being able to increase the chances of an outer view breakthrough into the inner view. And even having a chance to improve your mind power. Isn't that important? Qingyi showed a complicated look on her face. If she had this token back then, she wouldn't have needed to promote to inner scenery so painfully. It was the pain that tore the hatred apart and laid it out in front of you. Into the marrow of your bones. She exclaimed. You were born in a blessed place. Menghao shrugged. He had the system in place. And trying to get into the inner landscape was a breeze. If it wasn't mentioned in the clan's letter that the top 10 in the Immortal Ascension Conference would be rewarded with something worth 10,000 taels, he wouldn't even want to go. Qingyi, is this token worth a lot? Menghao suddenly said. 20,000 taels. Sold to you. Want it or not? 20,000 taels? Qingyi slightly shook his head. Don't think about it. This is a registration system. It can't be sold. And no one dares to buy it. She smiled and said. I can see that your Meng family has hemorrhaged money to get you back. This kind of token. Your county Meng family is not enough to use internally, but also even out one. To give you a sideline. That's true. I've at least been on the subterranean dragon ranking. Okay. Menghao was a bit displeased. What do you mean even out to him a sideline? When he promoted to the inner view. Not also a small clan children. Not the same. Qingyi shook his head, as if to mention him, and deliberately said, those who are truly gifted will not be on the subterranean dragon ranking until they have entered the inner landscape, and they will not even hang around in the rivers and lakes. Why? Menghao asked curiously. Always heard people say this, but no one can say a reason. Sister-in-law at least is also a first-class master of the ninth heaven of the inner landscape. See her now have the interest to tell. Just ask. Ascension Conference, you can sense something from that name too, right? Qingyi explained. Promoting from outer view to inner view requires a qualified spiritual power, which involves the soul, a domain that is hard to touch. After arriving at the inner scenery, the soul power is considered qualified, and is able to take some treasures within the void sky realm to prolong one's life. Normally, soul power at the inner view level can withstand life extension up to 100 years at most. This means that an inner view powerhouse, with a theoretical lifespan twice as long as an ordinary person, can reach a terrifying 200 years. There's such a thing? Menghao's eyes lit up. He had never heard anyone talk about this before, and thought that martial artists were simply strong in power. And the biggest hurdle between the outside and the inside is that it involves the soul, the mind. Qingyi went on to explain. There is a saying in the martial arts world that the older you are, the harder it is to cross over into the inner landscape. This is actually true. The more and richer the experience. Want to cross into the inner view? It is really very, very difficult. More than 30 years old has not been promoted to the inner view. Almost hopeless. Of course, occasionally there are so many exceptions. Menghao was a bit confused. Shouldn't the richer the experience, the stronger the mind power? You can't say that. Qingyi shook his head and said, it's not very easy to describe to you. The outer view crossing into the inner view requires not this kind of rich mind power. Quite the opposite. To put it simply, the more blank the mind is, like a blank sheet of paper, the easier it is to break through the inner landscape instead. After Qingyi's explanation, Menghao gradually came to a realization. As he understands it, this hurdle from outside to inside is like having to get high that much at a critical moment. This is like, for example, a person who hasn't even read the rubrics, suddenly sees the rubrics and is instantly cool, and it just so happens that he's at the threshold of the 9 heavens of the outer landscape, and the mind passes over even if he's promoted. And those who have not yet reached the outer 9 days, has read the film Countless Old Drivers, not to mention Rubbing the Edge. Multi-person movement to see are no ripples. Want to cool the threshold value is terribly high. The natural breakthrough is more difficult. Therefore, many of the truly well-qualified sons and daughters were well protected from a young age, minimizing their pathways to coolness, making their thresholds not as high and their breakthroughs not as difficult. Of course, this was Menghao's more vulgar understanding. Qingyi simply means that those who harbor a red heart are more likely to be promoted. The equivalent of a light in the eyes of a student before entering society. The light in the eyes of the student who entered the community went out. It is important to catch the light in the student's eyes before it goes out and get promoted. Or else to get promoted, you will have to reach the realm of seeing the darkness of the world and still being able to live with a smile on your face, or coming out of the mud and not being stained by it. If the difficulty of an ordinary outer scenery 9 heavens wanting to advance to inner scenery is 10,000, then in that environment of the Immortal Ascension Conference, The difficulty is equivalent to being reduced to 1000. Qingyi continued. Remember what happened the last time we were in the Void Sky Realm crevice? The Immortal Ascension Conference, which is held in an environment similar to that, is of course not simply an inner view pulling an outer view in to make a breakthrough. There are other reasons. She shook her head. What the exact principle is, I don't know. It's the most core and valuable thing of the righteous path. The Devil's Way had also mimicked the Orthodox way in organizing a similar convention. But as far as she knew, it was simply a compulsion to raise a bunch of devils to go in and kill a bunch of devils. And the ones who came out alive would have a chance to be promoted to the inner landscape. Speaking purely from the breakthrough rate, it was true that it was a bit higher than normal cultivation, but the death rate was also extremely high. This Ascension Conference. Qingyi suddenly paused again. What? Menghao looked at her suspiciously. Nothing. Go to the Ascension Conference, you practice well. Qingyi sighed inwardly. The venue where the Immortal Ascension Assembly was located was very special, and it just happened to have the conditions needed to break through the Dharma body. Of course, she wasn't trying to break out there. She just wanted to put something there so that the snipers would mistakenly think she was breaking out there and attract some attention. In this way, her hopes of advancing to Dharma body would be even greater. But she hesitated, afraid of involving Menghao in this matter, although the possibility wasn't too big. But what if, in her opinion, Menghao was her sister Mingyu's guarantor, and if he lived, her sister would have something to rely on. Menghao scratched his head, always feeling that Qingyi had something to say, but he knew the other party's character, and he couldn't be bothered to ask after him if he didn't want to talk about it. The three of them had eaten and their moving bags were packed. When the following people packed their luggage onto the carriage in large bags, Menghao and his group walked out of Menghao's. Come on! Free subterranean list challenge. A subterranean list challenge that doesn't cost any money. Across from the Meng mansion, Hu Qin and the others were being surrounded by a group of jianghu visitors, feverishly accepting challenges. Menghao, see? Free ring, I set it up. Hu Qin shouted excitedly when she saw Menghao come out. She wants to tell Menghao that from this day forward, your pay-per-view ring will never be in business again. Come on, I wish you success. Menghao gave her an encouraging smile, assisted his mother, Mingyue, and got into the carriage. Watching one carriage after another drive away, Hu Qin and the others froze. Where are they going? Didn't you get the news? Menghao is moving to the county. What? Huqian and the others were dumbfounded. It had the feeling of a punch in the cotton. The carefully prepared free ring doesn't seem to smell good anymore, completely missing the frustration on Menghao's face. It's not at all what was expected. Win it! Sun Jianghu pretended to be relaxed and reluctantly smiled at the crowd. Menghao fled in disgrace. We're considered to have one, aren't we? Yeah. Win it, sparsely. 3 by 3, they responded. A lot of people couldn't fake a smile if they tried. It was evident that in everyone's heart, there was a sense of suffocation. Winning my ass. Hu Qin stomped her foot fiercely. We've been tricked by Menghao. How could it be such a coincidence that they just happened to put out a free challenge banner and Menghao moved to the county? Moreover, from start to finish, there was a feeling that they were being led by Menghao. No, go to the county. I want to keep an eye on him. Hu Qin was not willing. She had never been fooled like this since she was a child. Her mind was full of Menghao's underhanded appearance, which made her teeth itch. Not caring about the clothes in the inn, she directly chased after the Meng family caravan's carriage. Yes, I have to win one. I want to see Menghao cry in front of me. Damn it, I've never hated someone so much. Menghao is the first one. The others also finally realized what they were getting at, and after cursing a few times, they all gritted their teeth and followed. Hey, what are you guys running for? It's my turn to challenge. Behind them, a number of journeymen shouted. Hu Qin and the other group of people named on the subterranean dragon list ran off after the Meng family caravan without looking back. Some people were suffocating in their hearts. Menghao, the rightful owner, had run away. So what the hell were they doing with a free ring? Challenge my ass. Free ring cancelled. All disperse. Hearing this, many people were speechless. What a thing! What kind of free ring? Squeeze Menghao away and do not do it again. You guys might as well not come it. Chapter 33, Marrying Hu Qin? This young master is sick before he marries her. The night was low, all was silent, and a carriage sped through the darkness, crowing like thunder and rolling on its wheels. On one of the most luxurious carriages, a dainty beauty with her breasts half exposed was leaning on a perfectly built and handsome man. Husband, you hate it. It's all been heard by others, Mingyu said in a fragrant sweat, but her face was overflowing with happiness. Who told you to scream so loud? The corner of Menghao's mouth turned up. Mingyue was said by him, immediately blushed. It's all your fault, La, always shouting other women's names. If you like that Hu Qin, marry her into the door. Better forget it. That woman is sick in the head. If I marry her, I won't have any peace in the future. Menghao shook his head helplessly. He was getting annoyed with the hooch these days. Every now and then, he ran up to him, gesturing with 2 fingers at his eyes, then turning to point at him in an "I've been staring at you" kind of way. That was fine. That woman also always appeared at random times, often sneering coldly in the vicinity when he was making out with Menghwa. Who can stand it when you're in the middle of something like that and a woman laughs at you? With a little bit of sarcasm in her voice? Menghao really wanted to ask her what she meant. Did she think he wasn't man enough? An hour ago, when he was exchanging words with Menghwa, that woman appeared again and actually climbed to the bottom of their carriage to eavesdrop. Menghao was furious, so he started shouting Hu Qin's name, plus some insulting prefixes. Menghwa didn't know the reason. After listening to it was both shame and an inexplicable pleasure. That's why she didn't control the volume and let out a beautiful music that resounded through the mountains and forests. Just what Menghao did not expect is that the Hu Qin is really do not know shame. Even in their carriage under the listening to a full hour, before sneaking away. Almost there. One more river to cross and you'll be in Menghua City. Up ahead. Someone yelled. Husband, are we there yet? Menghua hastily straightened her clothes, slightly worried. She didn't know what her life would be like when she returned to the Meng family. Don't worry. Let's go directly to the county town. Pops has arranged a mansion over there. We can move in directly. Menghao gently patted her back to calm her uneasy emotions. The population of Meng Family City was hundreds of thousands, equivalent to the size of a county, and almost all of them were sons of the Meng surname. Needless to think, there must be a lot of rules inside, so Menghao planned to live in the county town. At least he didn't need to see people and worship them. This matter was discussed with Pops in advance, and while Pops went over to Menghua City himself, Menghao took Mingyu to the county. Mengclan City has arrived, accompanied by a shout. Menghao told Menghua to sit down a little while he himself operated his light power to leap over. From the outside, Menghua City was no different from an ordinary county town, with all the walls and gates that should be there, except for the flags with the word Meng planted everywhere on the walls. Son I will report back to the clan first, you go directly to the county. Father Meng also knew that Menghao didn't like this kind of red tape, and said that he alone could handle things within the clan. Okay, Pops, do you have enough money? What do you mean? Can a father ask his son for money? Papa Meng's stomach was straightened and he said with bravado, you're old man, I have a lot of money. Okay. I grew up right here for decades. Don't worry about it. He gave Menghao a wave of his hand, signaling him to do what he needed to do. After seeing Papa Meng enter the Meng family city, Menghao returned to his carriage and headed towards the county town. The two cities are about a dozen miles apart, which isn't that far. Only, when he was still a few hundred meters away from the county town, Menghao was surprised by the long line of people entering the city. So many people coming into town? A queue several hundred meters long was something he had never seen before. Is this a case of too few people checking the gates of the county? Or too many people entering the city? What's going on? What's with all the people? The voices of Hu Qin and the others came, and Menghao turned his head to look and realized that they were also surprised. Unlike him who had left Dongyue County City for a few years, Hu Qin's few people had all left Dongyue County City only 2 weeks ago. It was obvious that they were also puzzled as to what was happening. It should be someone from another county. Qingyi didn't know when he appeared on the carriage and said indifferently, the Immortal Ascension Conference, which is held once a year, is held in a different county. It just so happens that it's Dongyue County's turn this year. These people should all be here to participate in the Immortal Ascension Conference. Buzz. While this was happening, there was a sudden roar overhead. Menghao looked up and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise, only to see that high in the sky, a flying boat that resembled the generality of a warship slowly sailed by. Flying boats, please follow me to the docking point. There were strong people standing in the air, stopping in front of the flying boat and guiding it to stop and land. Interfacility flying boat, it should be someone from the West Mountain Province. Qingyi laughed softly and shook his head. I guess it's to pick a fight. Good luck. You should be able to see a good show when you enter the city. Menghao knew from his original body's memories that such a flying boat existed, but it was only limited to books, and this was the first time he had witnessed it with his own eyes, and he only felt shocked. This flying boat, hundreds of meters in length and weighing at least several tens of thousands of tons for fear, could actually fly high in the air. Simply unbelievable. Qingyi suddenly said, don't you hate that Hu Qin? Into the city. I guess she's going to be challenged by someone from the West Mountain House. Odds are she's going to be humiliated. A man from the Western Mountain Province, challenging Hu Qin? Menghao was stunned for a moment. This Dongyue County of theirs seemed to be under the Wanshan Prefecture. The Western Mountain Province, which was said to be located in the middle of the same mountain range as them, had friction between the enclaves of the two provinces, and there were some conflicts of interest. Hu Qin is the 9th person on the subterranean dragon ranking, and she extremely values the subterranean dragon ranking. If someone challenges her, she will answer the battle. Qingyi said indifferently, I reckon that the people from the West Mountain province may send someone from their side of the subterranean dragon ranking to challenge and deliberately humiliate her. Of course, it's also possible to similarly send someone who's 9th on the subterranean dragon ranking to challenge her. The same people who sent the 9th person on the subterranean dragon ranking? Menghao was a bit bewildered. There could still be 2 9ths on the subterranean dragon ranking? You don't think that the subterranean dragon list is the world list, do you? Qingyi let out a faint smile, explaining, the people's list and the potential dragon list are all house lists. One list for one house. One house. One list? Menghao was a little surprised. This is something he really did not know. After all, he began to pay attention to the jianghu things, also just this month, before not much care. You may not have a concept of how far away the land of the 2 houses is. Qingyi shook his head and said, not counting the dangers encountered in it. An ordinary person who walks for a lifetime will not be able to make it to the head. Even if a strong inner viewer, speeding day and night across the land of the 2 mansions, it will take several years. Without the inter-mansion flying boat, under the Dharma body realm, the Wanshan mansion is the entire world. In fact, for many people, they can't even walk out of Dongyue County, let alone Wanshanfu. It dawned on Menghao that if the people's list and the potential dragon list were true lists of the world, then these 100 people probably wouldn't even see the top for the rest of their lives, let alone challenge each other. Qingyi paused for a moment, and then opened his mouth to mention, the fight between the West Mountain House and the 10,000 Mountain House. You must not get involved. And if someone provokes you, steer clear and ignore them. Chapter 34, Breaking Delusion? Isn't that just a breakthrough? If it wasn't for the 10,000 taels reward, I'd break the inner scene right now. Someone will provoke me? Menghao was confused. He was a nobody who deserved to be provoked by others? It's not just you. All the ones attending the Immortal Ascension Conference. They're probably going to find a way to challenge. Qingyi explained. It is said to be able to influence the promotion of the Ascension Assembly. This Wanshanfu doesn't care? Menghao frowned. It's affecting the promotion. And the senior management doesn't step in to take care of it? Wanshanfu has also sent people to Zishanfu to interfere with them. Qingyi shook his head and said, it's already impossible to say which side first started it. The 2 governments hold the Immortal Ascension Conference every year and send people over to harass and interfere. But it's impossible to say whether this kind of interfering harassment is useful or not. After all, there's no such thing as turning back time in this world, and no one knows whether those who can't be promoted have been influenced, or were not able to be promoted in the first place. Menghao nodded, and after some careful thought, it did seem like what harassment and interference had nothing to do with him. All he had to do to get promoted was call out to the system, whether or not to spend 800 Rio to increase the proficiency of Tongxian Baodian by 800 points. Technique, Tongxian Baodian 9th level, 1 out of 900. Cultivation, 9th heaven of the outer landscape. Silver, 21, 580. Do you want to spend 900 Rio to improve Tongxian Baodian's proficiency by 900 points? Technique, Tongxian Baodian, complete. Cultivation, 9th heaven of the outer landscape, perfection. Nenda, 0/1258. Unsullied, 0/2533. Delusion, 0/3157. For the next person, the Nanda mind level, which only had a slight chance to break through by blocking his life, only required 258 silver taels in Menghao's case. Even a genius like Hu Qin was stuck at the unsullied level for 3 long years, and still had not found the direction to cross over to the breaking delusion level. Menghao, on the other hand, likewise only needed 3,000 taels of silver, which could be easily achieved. Extra points. Previously, he had purposely hidden his strength in order to fight in the ring, but now that he didn't have that need, there was no need to pretend. Menghao directly spent more than 6,000 taels to pull his cultivation to the extreme of the outer landscape level. Nyanda, completed. Immaculate, completed. Delusion, 3156/3157. The breaking delusion level reached the point where it was only 1 point short of proficiency to cross over into the inner scenery. He naturally didn't want to advance to inner scenery now, or else he wouldn't be qualified to participate in the Immortal Ascension Conference. According to the Meng family, the top 10 in the Immortal Ascension Conference have additional rewards worth 10,000 taels. He would wait to get this reward and then promote to interview in one fell swoop. This way if you have the Order of Ascension. This way if you have the Order of Ascension. We're chatting in the carriage, when suddenly there was a man on horseback outside the window shouting. Poking his head in, he realized that another gate had opened near the city gates, and that side was empty, with not much of a queue. Seeing this, Menghao didn't have the idea of suffering, and directly let the carriage head that way. In the group, there were also some carriages that made the same choice as Menghao. More people, however, are still lining up. This showed that those who came to their Donghua County were not all attending the Immortal Ascension Conference, but were more likely to come to see the fun, or to seek a glimpse of a chance to obtain a token. In no time, Menghao and the others' carriage entered the city. Looking out through the windows of the car, I realized that the county was just like that, except that the streets were wider, more pedestrianized, and appeared to be a bit more prosperous than the county. Menghao didn't rush to report to the place where the Immortal Ascension Conference was held, but instead went to the residence that Pops had prepared for them in the county. A large mansion with 3 entrances and 3 exits. Compared to the Meng mansion in the small county, it was simply too small, not even a wigwam stream. Mother, for the time being, I'm entrusting you to live here. When I advance to interview, I'll take you to a different place. The house was not bought by his father, but applied with the Meng family. In the county where the land is so expensive, the land deed property is ridiculously expensive. And Menghao can't afford to buy the suite even if he still has more than 13,000 taels left. Of course, even if you can afford it, Menghao probably cannot afford to give up. The house is just a house. There is a clan to allocate. Why spend money on their own? Silver is not enough to be used to improve strength. How can it be so wasted? It was believed that when he was promoted to interview and his status increased, he would naturally be able to exchange it for a better house. Instead of feeling aggrieved, Akatsuki says that this has been bigger than she expected. When the luggage was put down and arrangements were made to clean the house, Menghao wanted to take the sisters out for a stroll. Who knows that Qingyi is not too happy? There are too many messy people in the city. We'd better not go out. She was not very willing to walk around now that she had not recovered from her serious injuries for fear of being seen for who she was. Menghao could also understand, thinking that it was reassuring to have Qingyi protecting Mingyu. Then I'll report over to the Ascension Conference. Go husband, I wish you a successful breakthrough to inner scenery. Master, you're finally back. In the boudoir, Qingyi looked at the woman floating down from the beams of the room and said with a slightly joyful expression, Menghao has the Immortal Ascension Order. Lu Yun asked hurriedly as soon as she showed up. You got it. Did you tell him to help bring something in? Lu Yun just took one look at Qingyi's expression and knew that she didn't say that, and couldn't help but frown. What are you being reserved about? It's about promoting the Dharma body. Such a good opportunity. He raised his hand for something that can attract most of your enemies for you. I've already checked. Before the Ascension Conference teleportation, there will be no checking of items. It's easy to bring them in. Qingyi opened his mouth, somewhat at a loss as to how to retort. She didn't know why she became so sentimental when it came to Menghao. Don't you want revenge? Lu Yun was a bit hateful. Qingyi's body was jolted, seemingly recalling the words of her parents who had smiled at her and said, "Live well with Akatsuki." The kinder and more loving they were, the more guilty she felt and the harder it was to let go of her hatred. I understand, Master. I will go and talk to him. Qingyi took a deep breath, his heart firming up once again. Walking on the streets of the county town, Menghao walked and stopped, buying some trinkets from time to time, intending to go back and give them to Mingyu. After wandering around for a little more than half an hour, he realized that the county town was just not the same as a small county town, and the most intuitive point was that there were too many jianghu people. The small county he was in before, when he didn't encounter any big events, there were hardly any jianghu visitors. It was more peaceful, and people called him Young Master Meng everywhere he went. And in the county, no one knew him, and naturally no one called him Young Master Meng. Instead, he always ran into a bunch of jianghu visitors who fought at the drop of a hat. Then you can see the city police chasing these jugglers around, the ones who get caught losing money and paying fines, and the ones who don't get caught having a private laugh. For a short time, he saw several waves of flyers, chasing after each other in a very lively manner. It made him want to purposely mess with some city officials and feel what it was like to be tracked. However, this thought was completely dispelled after he saw that there were inner scenery powerhouses in the city management team. He has a lot of money, and every bit of it goes to good use. After wandering around and taking in some of the county's customs, Menghao arrived at a small area specially planned out in the east of the city. This is a non-prohibited martial arts area, completely open to jianghu visitors, allowing free fighting and sparring. Huchian is defeated. That group of people from the West Mountain province, bullying people too much, saying what the same as the 9th place of the potential dragon list. Our Wanshan province is too watery. That skinny monkey is definitely more than the 9th in the subterranean dragon ranking. His strength is far beyond Huqin. I heard that Suyu, the number 1 on our subterranean dragon ranking, has already rushed over. Menghao had only just turned around for a short while, and realized that along the way, the Jianghu guests were discussing all that was related to the Shishan mansion. As expected, It was no different from what Qingyi said. This group of Zishanfu people were in a hurry. Once they arrived at the place, they didn't even wait to spend the night, and started to challenge people in a hurry. He hadn't seen Hu Qin for just over an hour, and this was how he heard the news that Hu Qin had been challenged and defeated. Suyu was fighting that skinny monkey from the West Mountain Mansion. Fellow disciples, quickly go and shout for Suyu. Where are they fighting? The square outside the Ascension Conference. Seeing a bunch of people rushing towards the Immortal Ascension Conference side, Menghao thought for a moment that he wasn't afraid of this group of people causing interference to his promotion to the inner landscape anyway, so it would be good to go over there and see the fun. Chapter 35. The first time I saw someone more arrogant than this young master. In the crowded square, someone had built a ring. There were two men on the stage, one standing, proudly, with his nostrils turned to the sky in an unassailable manner. The other man was half lying down, one arm propped up, blood pouring from the corner of his mouth. Late again? Menghao had some regrets that he hadn't been able to catch the battle between Suyu, the number one in the subterranean dragon ranking, and the people from the Western Mountain Province. The previous Huchian fight didn't make it either. Dude, who lost this game? He didn't recognize any of the two men in the ring and didn't know who was who. And when he saw a bearded man next to him, whose face showed a look of sadness, he casually asked, Suyu lost. What Menghao didn't think about was that the strong man next to him was so emotional that he cried bitterly on the spot. From the fact that he was dozens of meters away from the ring, it could be seen that this person did not have much to do with that Suyu. The reason for the weeping should be too much regional honor. Suyu lost. Could it be that my Wanshan province is really inferior to their Western Mountain province? In the arena, many people let out cries of sorrow, as if their faith had collapsed and they were greatly shocked. Turning his head to look around, Menghao realized that those who were as indifferent as he was, and even wanted to laugh a little, were inversely in the minority. Most of the people shared their grief and sorrow, beating their chests over Suyu's defeat. Dude, look on the bright side. Menghao patted the burly man who had asked before and comforted him. Although Suyu lost, the good news is that the one who won him is from Wanshanfu, and it doesn't change the rankings. He's still the number one on the subterranean dragon ranking. Just because he is the first in the subterranean dragon ranking, I am crying. This means that no one on our side is better than him. The strong man cried bitterly, his sense of honor and shame pulled full. Your Wanshan mansion, is there no one left? On the stage, the victorious slim man condescendingly shouted, I'm only the 9th in the Western Mountain Province's subterranean dragon ranking, so I can win over your Wanshan province's first in the subterranean dragon ranking. With an indebted look on his face, he shook his head and said, unfortunately, you number one, you can't even make me warm up. You're too weak. Asterisk. Him. The crowd under the field was furious, and the sound of metal being sheathed was endless. Stop it. If you can't beat them in single combat, you're not ashamed to beat them in a group? Before the crowd could make a move, someone blocked it. Ha ha ha. I woo you in the West Mountain Province, but a small person in your Wanshan province, but can cause such a big commotion. The thin monkey woo you on the stage, not suspected of being a big deal, incited the fire. Come. Since that Suyu alone cannot force me to make full force, you guys together, all then. Asterisk. Him. Another person couldn't take it and turned red and had a fierce look in his eyes. Stop. Don't fall for his trick. Once we do it, the reputation of the Wanshan mansion will be completely stigmatized. In the future, people from other provinces will mock our Wanshan province for being unable to afford to lose, and switching to group fights after failing in single combat. When Wu heard this, the corner of his mouth turned up, snorted, and stood in the ring, towering over him. That's true. If you lose even in a group fight, that's even more humiliating than losing in a single fight. Asterisk. Him. Anger after anger. But the crowd on the stage ultimately didn't dare to fight in a group, unable to afford the name of the entire Wanshan prefecture being taunted. Menghao also saw the clues and felt that Wu Yu was deliberately irritating the people on their side. He was taller, and even if he wasn't in the front row position, he could still see the core area. Down in the ring, Huchi is in tears, crying her eyes out, with a broken beauty that comes from being trashed. Of course, Menghao was able to locate her so quickly purely because her voice was interspersed in asterisk. Him. Suyu is not the strongest in my Wanshan province, although Mengbo, the true dragon of the Meng family, has not been on the subterranean dragon list. He is rumored to seek to break the delusion to advance to the inner scenery, and has been suppressing his realm, and his strength far exceeds that of Suyu. There's also the Su family's Su Biting. She is the Su family's goddess Su Qiaoqiao's own sister, and her strength is equally extraordinary. The Zhang family is said to have a Taoist son who was born with yin and yang eyes, And who can glimpse the void sky realm without going to the inner landscape? Named Zhang Wanpeng. Finally, some people couldn't help themselves and started to nominate the more powerful characters in the prefecture. Menghao hadn't heard of any of the names of these three people. However, from the excited looks of the people coming from the other counties, they could tell that their fame was still not small and had spread widely within the house. What big wave and small wave? I've never even heard of it. The number one on the subterranean dragon ranking has been ed over by me. Can there be anyone stronger than Suyu? On the stage, that Wu was deliberately stimulating the crowd. Obviously the corners of the mouth cannot resist the upturn, still pretending to be full of care. It was evident that the purpose of this trip was to provoke those hidden experts to come out. Is clan brother Mengbo not something you can challenge just because you say so? Someone was so furious that he took the initiative to jump onto the ring. Lingtai County, the small clan's son, Meng Xian, will teach you a lesson on behalf of his clan brother. Ugh. A long sigh. Menghao noticed that an older man, who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, shook his head in regret when he realized that Meng Xian was on the stage. What kind of nameless person dares to challenge me? Wu Yu was consistent. His mocking face pulled full. Meng Xian instantly reddened. His eyes glazed over. And he said, "When I defeat you, I'll tear your stinking mouth to shreds." He drew his sword and rushed forward. Meng Xian isn't a nobody. He's a quasi-Qilin Z cultivated by my Lingtai County Meng family. Quasi-Qilin sons, cultivated according to the sequence seeds. Meng Xian has a great reputation in Lingtai County, and once privately sparred with Zhou Yun, who is the fifth on the subterranean dragon ranking. According to Zhou Yun, if Meng Xian didn't want to be on the list, he would have lost in a real battle. On the stage, the two figures were interlaced, swords glittering. The battle was extremely intense, and the opening was white hot. It can't be helped. Wu has such a foul mouth that anyone who is his opponent can't stand it. It's so fast. It's hard to see. Who can read and explain? The strength of the two people on the stage far exceeded the subterranean dragon ranking, and the fighting process was superb, making many people unable to understand it. Menghao's mind realm was at the breaking delusion critical point, just one proficiency away from being able to advance to the inner scenery, and operating his mind power, he was able to see it clearly. That Meng Xian was also using the 100 Shadow Sword technique, but it was only at the grand completion level, and that Wu Yu, although it is to make the sword, but the sword like clouds, even more than that Meng Xian's sword is more ethereal, vaguely have the signs of the perfect sword method. Although Meng Xian was at a disadvantage, he seemed to have learned a footwork technique, and his body was as light as a swallow, circling back and forth. In an instant, the two fought dozens of rounds. Meng Xian is really better than Suyu. Suyu was defeated in less than 10 moves at that time. Many people present, all exuberant, only to feel worthy of the Meng family, a shot far beyond imagination, with the possibility of defeating that Wu Yu. Boo! Who knows? The crowd's hope has just been ignited. On the stage was still quite stalemate, two people, instantly divided into winners and losers. Meng Xianrun was in midair, spitting out blood furiously, and the moment he flew out of the ring, someone leapt up in the air and picked him up. Lost again? The entire room fell silent, becoming instantly silent. At the same time, the stage once again resounded with Wu's mocking voice. What a cat or a dog, blowing so fierce, causing me to try 100 moves. Feelings are also a waste. Did not see how much stronger than Suyu? Is there no one left in the younger generation of your Wanshan prefecture? Chapter 36, how about strength? Power means you can do whatever you want. I can do whatever I want. Where's Mambo? Where's Su Bittern? Where is Zhang Wanpeng? Under the stage, countless people broke their defenses and held back their anger as they began to call out the three most famous people in the Wanshan prefecture. These three, although they had never been on the subterranean dragon list, there had always been stories circulating out in the jianghu. Maybe those things had nothing to do with them. Maybe the three families fabricated them for early momentum. However, the fame of the three of them had been heard of in all 18 counties of the Wanshan prefecture. On the contrary, Menghao, who came from a small county, did not feel anything with two eyes. Don't fall for it, people. This Wu Yu is doing it on purpose. Meng Bo, Su Baiting and Zhang Wanpeng are the prospective Qilin sons of each family, the future powerhouses of my Wanshan province. They are the ones who are going to achieve the Dharma body. How can they fall in a place like this? When Menghao heard it at first glance, he felt it made sense, but when he thought about it, he thought, what do you mean? Would you not fall down in a place like this? Spoken as if the three of them are bound to lose even if they come. Obviously, the people mingling in the crowd were not only from their Wanshan prefecture, but there were also people from the Xishan prefecture who had counterattacked, or had simply bribed the people on this side to intentionally provoke them. If this doesn't put down that Wu Yu's temper, Many people present are afraid that they will have no hope of internal view in this life. Woo with this person is not simple. Placed in the West Mountain Province, in the outside world, the combat power can also rank the top 3. Other than those 3, I'm afraid no one will be able to subdue him, but those 3, odds are they won't show up, and I don't think any of the 3 families will let them know the news. Not far from the square, on a high floor of an inn, several young men and women stood at the window critiquing. The inn was crowded with people, but it was as if they didn't see several of them, and those who wanted to go to the window also left straight away after freezing, as if they had forgotten what they were going to do. The Ascension Assembly. Should we find a way to blend in and see what the principle is? Or forget it? This kind of occasion. There are Dharma body realm powerhouses sitting around. Once we reveal ourselves, we will surely die. Lu Mayer, I heard that you were injured. Why did you come out to watch the fun instead of recuperating properly? Qingyi faintly said. It's just a small injury. It's not in the way. It won't affect your promotion to Dharma body? Someone tried. Of course not. When the time comes, you may still need your protectors. Qingyi had originally sought out Menghao to talk about helping to bring something into the Immortal Ascension Conference, but ended up being bumped into by a few fellow Devil Sect members, and for fear that they would find out about their relationship with Menghao and implicate him, he could only pretend that he had come to see the fun. Oh, if you are not afraid, we can't wait to go over to protect the law, said someone meaningfully. How did Meng Xian he lose? Didn't see it. Doesn't matter. Woo, he's taunting us again. It's so embarrassing and hateful. God, save us. Are there any more masters out there? Please, come out and finish that Wu-yi. Under the stage, thousands of people with grief and indignation, if the eyes can kill, would have killed that Wu with 1,000 cuts. Menghao did see the reason for Meng Xian's defeat. That Wu Yu, in addition to a sword technique that was close to the perfection realm, he also mastered a body technique that was also close to the perfection realm. Most importantly, these 2 techniques, they were also both yellow grade extreme. So looking at it, in terms of strength, Wu Yu was almost close to the outer scenery extreme. Of course, it couldn't be compared to him. His 100 Shadows sword technique had reached the extreme realm, and he could beat 10 of his perfect realm selves, not to mention Wu Yong. Even if there were a few more Wu Yongs, they would still be no match for him. Who else? Wu used to scurry around the ring, his rampant laughter unusually harsh. Where are the people from Wanshanfu? He shouted. Invisible. Ah, invisible. More than 100 people from the Western Mountain Province followed in agreement. Wu Yu shouted, where are the people from Wanshanfu? The others from Zishanfu then shouted out of sight. In contrast, there was silence from the thousands of people on stage. No, there's sound. The sound of some female martial artists whimpering and sobbing, with Hu Qin's cries being the loudest and most conspicuous. Menghao stroked his chin. This Wu, he could defeat single-handedly, but he had little interest in fighting for honor or passion. If only we could make a fortune on this. Looking at this depressing atmosphere in the arena, Menghao narrowed his eyes, and a plan was born in his mind that he could take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. He was seen slowly raising his hand in full view of the crowd. Oh, and not afraid to die? On the stage, Wu Yong snorted, but after seeing Menghao's handsome face, his face changed, and he said in a cold voice, that kid, come up and fight. I like to beat you these little white boys the most. A vacuum instantly appeared around Menghao, and many people looked at him in surprise. Who is this? Don't know. Never seen it. Warrior, don't be a hero. Yes, even Su Yu was defeated. If you are not as strong as Su Yu, don't take the stage and add to that Wu Yu battle in vain. The crowd, like Wu Yu, was mesmerized by Menghao's handsome face, and only thought that he raised his hand because he was out of breath, and didn't think he was that strong. Menghao, what are you doing? At that moment, Hu Qin, who finally saw the appearance of the person who raised his hand, shouted out. She looked dismayed. What level was Menghao at? Could she not know? What pleased her was that although Menghao, a man who was greedy for money and lust, was not bad in his family and country, he actually stood up at such a time. Although the initial intention is good, but the strength is not good, it is better not to go up there to be humiliated. Menghao? The room froze for a moment, followed by a gasp of surprise. Could it be that Menghao? The one that was in the weekly? It must be him. Hu Qin left the county and ran to the countryside, just to rush to that Menghao. There won't be a second person. I remember the description of Menghao on the submerged dragon list, just as handsome as he is. On the stage, Wu Yu saw the crowd's reaction and became interested. Oh, it's still a celebrity. Why haven't I heard of it? Before he came, he had long studied the various experts of the Wanshan prefecture. Naturally, it also included the hidden ones, like Meng Bo, Su Baiting and Zhang Wanpeng. But the name Menghao was indeed the first time he had heard it. From the words of the crowd, he quickly figured out what Menghao was. It was especially disdainful to hear that Menghao was making a charge ring match for money to make people laugh. He, a mere person at the bottom of the subterranean dragon ranking dares to challenge me? Wu used a look of contempt, thinking that people like Menghao were not worthy of being his opponents. But the next second, with Menghao's words, not only Wu Yu, but the whole room froze. I challenge Huchin. In Hu Qin's dumbfounded gaze, Menghao pointed at her and said, yes, it's you. Don't hide, Hu Qin. I have no grudges with you in the past, no hatred in the recent days. You are not far away from thousands of miles, running to cut off my financial road, when the crime is really great. Today, I will challenge you and take revenge. What? Many people's mouths were wide open as they stared daggers at Menghao. Menghao, stop it. Huqian was red in the face and his mood shifted dramatically. I thought that Menghao's family and national feelings were pulled full, and she still slightly appreciated it, but I didn't expect that she was immediately given a head start. I'm not messing around. Hu Qin, do you not dare to accept my challenge? Menghao was unforgiving. You? Hu Qin was shocked. His eyes were full of incredulity. Are you serious? Or what? Menghao walked towards that side, and on the way, the crowd made way, all looking at him with some consternation and surprise, especially after noticing that Menghao was still carrying a birdcage with an unknown bird in one hand. Just like a playboy who was uneducated, his opinion of him became even lower. Don't you know that when a great enemy is at hand, we in the Wanshan mansion have to be united as one? Hu Qin shouted out the hearts of the people present, only to feel that Menghao was a bit confused about the situation and couldn't distinguish the occasion. Now, Wu Wu is on the verge of humiliating them to death, and they're still engaging in infighting. Won't this make people look at the joke? Hey, you guys from Wanshanfu, TSK. Wu used exaggerated movements and made a staggering expression. A look of stealing to see you Wanshanfu make a fool of yourselves. Naturally, he could see the mood swings of the crowd on the stage and went along with it, getting out of the ring and adding to the crowd's fire. Come, the ring is ceded to you guys. Settle your personal grudges first and let us people from the West Mountain Province see a joke. Chapter 37, How dare you call me scum? Wait, later on, I'll make you all kneel down and say nice things to me, and you'll have to pay me money. Third brother, we have to take care of each other more in the future. How is your own nephew after all? Dongyue County, a courtyard of the Meng family. Papa Meng was all smiles and bows, and the table was full of gifts. Directly in front of him, a middle-aged man, far younger than Papa Meng, sat in a chair in an old-fashioned manner, holding a cup of tea and sipping it in small sips. You Kai, I heard that your son Menghao got a wife. Meng Qingyi asked indifferently. Meng old father's face changed slightly, fawningly smiled and said, Third brother, at that time it was to give you a gift. Just, what words? Meng Qingyi frowned, putting down his teacup and said unhappily, what do you mean by giving me a gift? Am I someone who likes gifts? I do think that as an elder, shouldn't I be present at the wedding? Shouldn't I officiate and witness the marriage? Ugh! Meng Laodai slapped 2 slaps on his thighs and said repeatedly, It is my younger brother that I am confused. It is Yutsai that is confused. Third brother, don't take it to heart. Oi vey. Meng Qingyi called a halt and waved his hand, saying, They're all brothers in their own family. Make it seem like I'm oppressing you. Don't play this set of bitter meat trick. You children, if you fail to promote, in the future, you will do things with me. At least the external view of the ninth heaven. More or less a little use. Unlike you. Yes. Thank you third brother. Old man Meng was overjoyed. However, the wedding did not call me things can be exempted, but Kowtow have to make up for me. Otherwise this nephew I do not recognize, which has a big day not to call him third uncle. Meng Qingyi posturing said, Definitely. Boo. While this was going on, the door was pushed open and several people dashed in. Who is so big? Meng Qingyi was about to get angry, suddenly realized the appearance of the person coming, scared and shivered, hastily put away the words behind, stood up and arched his hand. Clan Elder Meng Li. The visitor was clearly a clan elder of the clan's main courtyard, specializing in the speech and behavioral precepts of the Meng clan's children. Under the direct jurisdiction of the great clan of the clanland, the power was so great that it could even cross over the small clan elders council and punish all the wrongdoing Meng clan's sons and daughters. Although Meng Qingyi was considered a pulse master in their lineage, he was still terrified at the sight of the people from the clan's main courtyard, not to mention that the one who came was Meng Li, a clan elder who was known for his torture severity. Menghao is from your lineage. Clan elder Meng Li had a dark face and came in with a questioning look. Meng Qingyi's brain turned fast, and he quickly said, I have gone out independently to become a vain master, and Menghao is of my grandfather's vein. Saying that, he pointed to Papa Meng next to him. Menghao is his son. Father Meng was suddenly terrified. This life has not been dealt with by the clan's main courtyard, but he has seen other clansmen who have entered the clan's main courtyard. That is standing in, lying out, body and soul. I didn't expect to find his son, so scared that he immediately knelt down. Clan elder, forgive me. No matter what my son has done, I am willing to take the punishment for him. Meng Li frowned. Get up for me. Now go to Ascension Square and call your son back. Don't disgrace my Meng family again. Ha! Elder Meng didn't dare to say anything more, only knowing that his own son had gotten into trouble, and under the clan elder's urging, he hurriedly followed. It turned out that Menghao's challenge to Hu Qin in the square had been quickly spread back to the clan, causing an uproar, which had alerted the clan's main courtyard. This is normal. The Immortal Ascension Conference? That's a big event for the whole government every year, and it's held in their Dongyue County today. Not only do the other 18 counties and prefectures come to people, but even the Xishan prefecture has people coming. The Meng family's small clan in Dongyue County had naturally gone to great lengths to get this done and leave a good impression on all the other parties and the big clans over there. But never thought. The notice cautioned all said. Precisely Menghao this countryside left out. Although Papa Meng was afraid of the people of the clan's main courtyard in his bones, he could only ask his son what he had actually committed at this moment. Your son, Menghao, isn't very capable, but he's a troublemaker. Walking down the road, Meng Li was cold. He had long heard about Menghao, and the weekly magazine was famous, and even alarmed the great clan. Summoning back to ask about the situation, it caused them to discuss overnight, forcefully transferring Meng Yukai back, and giving Menghao an immortal ascension order. Meng Yukai, after all, was still a member of their small clan and could use a transfer order, but Menghao was already a member of a side branch. Strictly speaking, it wasn't under their small clan's control anymore, and the affairs involved were to be managed by the big clan, which was why their hands were tied. The rules are here and cannot be overstepped. They can only be circuitous and use the ascension order to make Menghao return to the county, thinking that it is close enough to see. Even if Menghao wanted to cause trouble again, there was still his family around, and there were their own elders to persuade them. But I never expected to be late. You've only been in the county for a few hours? Not even 2 hours before you get out and cause trouble again. This time it's good. Not only will the Wanshan province be disgraced, but it may also be disgraced to the West Mountain province. At the back of the group, some distance away, Meng Qingyi hung back from afar, wanting to follow to see what was going on so that he could make preparations in advance. Menghao, will you stop it? Hu Qin was on the verge of crying, stomping her feet like a little daughter-in-law. Wu, with no suspicion of the matter, standing on the sidelines to fan the flames. Hey, not to revenge it. On the ring I have let out, grasped the time of the others around them, on the other hand, had a look of hatred, chagrin, helplessness, anger, and all sorts of complicated gazes toward Menghao. In the eyes of the crowd, this was a farce that would make the West Mountain House look like a joke. When the enemy is at large, one of their own implodes first. Menghao loves money so much. Could he have been bribed by someone from the Xishan province? Most likely. Traitor! Some people couldn't stand it and directly gave Menghao a hatchet. Anyone who beats him into collecting money from his enemies is better than the current situation. Listening to the curses of the crowd next to him, Menghao's face remained unchanged, still waiting for Hu Qin to accept the challenge. Hu Qin couldn't help it, but she was also angry and hateful. Did you take money? She twisted her head to look at Wu Yu, who was at the side. You paid to bribe him? Wu Yui laughed out loud, drowning out the voices in the room. He's so in the spotlight that no one can ignore his every move. After attracting the attention of the entire room, Wu Yu then said disdainfully, I would bribe such a person. With him, he's worth my bribe? With that, he turned back, looked towards a certain area in the crowd, and shouted, where are the people from the Western Mountain Province? What are you waiting for? Laugh. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. There were over 100 people, and the laughter rang out. Thousands of jianghu clients of the Wanshan prefecture were all sad and angry, hanging their heads in despair and disheartened. Menghao, good luck. Hu Qin was torn for a long time. She didn't know what Menghao really wanted to do. Maybe it's true that they took money from the enemy to make a fool out of their Wanshanfu, but right now, if they continued to let this fester, they would only be ridiculed for even longer, and their Wanshan mansion would be even more unable to raise their heads. She had no choice but to nod her head in response, trying to end this farce quickly. However, she believed that after this battle, there would be no more room for Menghao and Wanshanfu. Even if he was a son of the Meng family, it was still the same. At this point, Menghao finally got his wish and stepped into the ring. Only, the opponent wasn't Wu Yu, as the crowd expected, but Hu Qin. What everyone present didn't expect was that Menghao didn't put the birdcage down, and even carried it single-handedly. The stage was filled with wailing and grief. He really didn't want to win. He didn't even put a birdcage. Paid for? Definitely paid for. Sure enough, the same money-grubbing scum we know so well. No, he's worse than scum. He's complete and utter trash. Chapter 38. You said I collected money? Well. Then this young master is ready to collect the money. Look at the good Lu. Hey, what do you guys say? Did this Menghao take the money or not? In the tavern, several devil Dao saint sons and demonesses were talking with interest. They think through, Wan Shanfu or Zishanfu, whose face doesn't care. On the contrary, they feel that now this is quite lively and interesting. It should have been collected, otherwise he's a nobody. It's not exactly nameless. The article in the weekly. Didn't you guys read it? Someone snorted. Yes, but this guy is so weak. How can he beat the Huqin? By the way, Lu Mayer, when you were competing for the Sin Stone before, that Menghao seemed to be at the scene. Have you seen him at that time? What kind of person is he? Seeing the gazes from the crowd, Qingyi's heartbeat accelerated slightly, but she didn't move on her face and said indifferently, "Don't know. This kind of small person, which deserves my attention." She thought to herself that not only did they know each other, but Menghao was her brother-in-law and had hugged her. In his mind, he unconsciously flashed back to the image of Menghao carrying her to the top when he was at the bottom of the tree hole. It's also true that Menghao was famous for the first time, or when he ascended the subterranean dragon ranking. And then, there was the weekly magazine that covered articles related to him for 2 weeks in a row, and it even made the front page. At this moment, Qingyi was also a bit bewildered. She didn't understand what Menghao was trying to do, to commit such a great offense. Could it be that he wanted to enter the devil's way and run away with her? This can be. No way. Menghao ran away with me. What about sister? What about her? TSK? Mentally disturbed like this, Lu Mayer, you're not lightly injured. Hearing the words of the bystanders, Qingyi then came back to his senses, realizing that he had lost control again, and hurriedly collected his mind and eliminated distracting thoughts. Hurry up and get down there. Off stage, many people made noises of disgust. Don't want to see the man with the bird in one hand again. Menghao, I thought you were an opponent worthy of my attention. Huqin shook his head inside with emotion. I didn't expect that you would be such a person. From now on, I won't stare at you. With a disdainful look on her face, she said, because you don't deserve it. Menghao's eyes lit up as he listened. Then I thank you. Rotten man. Suffer. Huqin became infuriated and charged with his sword. Just when people thought that Huqin would sweep Menghao down with one move. Clank. In the ring, a long sword flew out in an instant with a lightning-fast momentum. Avalanche. With a loud thud, it was nailed to the wooden wall of a distant inn. Looking at the stage again, the long sword in Huqin's hand disappeared, and at her neck, resting on a sword blade, the person attached to the end was clearly Menghao. Shhhhhhhhh. Menghao whistled and lifted the birdcage to his eyes with one hand, teasing the bird with ease. What's going on? The crowd on stage froze. Aren't we going to fight? How come in the blink of an eye, Menghao's sword was clamped on Huqin's neck, and Huqin's sword flew? Huqin's eyes widened in disbelief, showing an unbelievable look that she hadn't reacted to so far. Menghao, he won? How did that happen? Everyone on the stage was stunned, and there were many famous experts on the subterranean dragon ranking, but almost as with Huqin, it was not at all clear that the winner on the stage was already divided. Swordsmanship, 100 shadow sword technique, at least at the grand completion level, or even complete. No, he's at the least complete level. Meng Xian stood out and said with a grave expression, my 100 shadow sword technique is the Deshang realm. It is simply not as fast as he is. He is at least complete. He didn't care about Menghao at all. He only felt that this person had disgraced their Meng family, and thought that when the incident was over, he would definitely report it to the great sect and deal with this person. I didn't realize that Huqin had lost in a moment of inattention. If he had known that Menghao's swordsmanship was so strong, he would have stared at it with all his concentration, and maybe he would have been able to tell a thing or two. He's a master. Menghao is an expert. The whole audience reacted at once. A master so much better than Huqin. Meng idol is willing to bow to. Suyu says he's no match. Countless people were thrilled. Finally, an expert who can hopefully win against Wu has stepped forward. Under the stage, Wu also looked grave and asked his companion in a low voice if he had seen Menghao's movements. This resulted in a negative response. Everyone didn't care. No one thought of Menghao as an expert, so naturally they didn't bother paying much attention, and as a result, they really missed it. Wu Yu, no need to worry. If you're not sure, try to force his bottom card out. When the time comes, I'll make my own move. Someone smiled faintly, facing Wu with a vaguely high profile. Menghao! 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 Off stage, there were cheers everywhere. Although he hadn't yet competed with Wu, the audience, who had been holding back for a long time, couldn't help themselves. After all, the strength that Menghao had displayed seemed to be no worse than that Wu Yu. Menghao, it's me who wrongly blamed you. With a sword on his neck, Hu Qin has not stopped, and his tearful eyes look like he is going to be deeply in love. Stop! 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 Menghao felt his head spinning at once, and hastily put away his sword, gesturing a don't come any closer gesture. Seeing him do this, the field fell silent. People wanted to hear what Menghao would say. Huqian, I want you to tell you to stop making a fool of yourself in the future. I'm having a pay-per-view ring purely to hone the martial arts skills of the younger generation. You hit me with a free ring and doused me with full enthusiasm. Huqian was mortified. When she was on the road, she wondered whether the free ring was organized for the sake of those young jianghu guests, or to combat Menghao. The answer that was given, or the fact that was laid out, was that they were there to fight Menghao. It's so unfair to those who really want to play against the best, and it also reduces an avenue of communication. After all, other than Menghao, the other subterranean dragon ranking experts, one busier than the other, always disappeared, and were hard to encounter on weekdays. Okay, that's all. I hope you'll have a long road ahead of you. Menghao coughed lightly twice, and when he saw that Hu Qin was on the verge of crying, he quickly stopped and walked toward the stage. Naturally, he wasn't trying to educate Huqian or to whitewash himself. Getting in the ring with Huqian was purely to show what he could do. These thousands of people on the scene, stimulated by that Wu, what do they need most? An expert who can step up and defeat Wu for them is most needed. It also had to be a native master of their Wanshan province. Menghao fits the bill. However, he was quite a character for a master, and had been misunderstood as liking money before. Hey, how did you get off the stage? Menghao, don't go. There's still Wu Yong. Defeat him before you go. When the crowd saw Menghao walking off the stage, looking like he was about to leave, they were all stunned and hurriedly blocked the way. Unable to leave, Menghao was helpless and shouted with an aggrieved face. Sorry guys, I'm charging the West Hill house. Chapter 39. This money is what you gave me. This young master did not want to take. Ahem. It's not in vain for this young man to act hard. Menghao took money? Wu Yui froze for a while, twisting his head to look at his colleagues in the Xishan province, his eyes inquiring if they had done it. The natural answer was no. None of these people knew Menghao before. How could they send money? Why is this guy jumping back on himself? He didn't send him any money. He said he did? Wu Yu's brain is not quite enough. Always feel that this Menghao is a little bit wrong. Left and right horizontal jump. Do not know which group. My bad. I apologize. In the crowd, someone stood out with a shameful face and admitted, I didn't investigate before and said that Menghao took money, but it was actually me who was jealous of his good looking. I am also at fault. It is me who looks at the scene and wants to see you celebrities die, but I am also a member of the Wanshan province, and with the dog thieves of the Xishan province currently, we need to unite. Countless people stood out and took the initiative to apologize to Menghao. Some of them had really scolded Menghao, while others hoped that Menghao would win against Wu Wu. In fact, these people had misunderstood Menghao at first, purely because they thought he wasn't as strong as Hu Qin, and had deliberately imploded to make outsiders look at the joke. But now, Menghao's strength far exceeded Hu Qin's, and was even vaguely stronger than that Wu Yu. So naturally, there was no more possibility in this regard. Therefore, the possibility of him being bribed is extremely low. Otherwise he wouldn't have specially won Hu Qin. Otherwise he wouldn't want to hang out in the Wanshan mansion. And it would be good for him to follow the people from the West Mountain mansion and leave. But how could this be possible? Menghao, as a son of the Meng family, was obviously more comfortable staying in Wanshanfu than going to Zishanfu. This was also the reason why Menghao dared to bear the misunderstanding, because the chain of logic was simple. As long as he proved that he was stronger than Hu Qin, there would basically be no problem. And if he could defeat Wu Yu, he would even turn his reputation around in one fell swoop and become a hero in the eyes of many people in Wanshan province. Of course, he's still doing this for the purpose of figuring out how to get money. Therefore, no matter how much the people underneath shouted, Menghao was unmoved, neither left nor loosened up to fight that Wu. Are you going to fight or not? Wu Yu had no idea in his heart, not knowing how strong Menghao was, and worrying about losing in this way. He couldn't help but urge. Hu Qin looked at it for a long half day, gradually figuring out the flavor. Menghao, this looks like asking for money. But then she thought it was ridiculous. Menghao is so strong. How can he do it for money? If it wasn't for the money, what was he setting up the ring for in the first place? After Hu Qin thought about it carefully, Menghao's strength was definitely not something that had soared overnight. Most likely, when the weekly magazine gave him the position on the potential dragon list, it was on the low side. Perhaps a month ago, he was far more powerful than the people on the potential dragon list, especially after seeing Menghao glancing at her from time to time. Hu Qin seemed to realize something. Her face was complicated, and after 1,000 things had passed, she clenched her teeth and stepped forward. Menghao, it's my small-mindedness that makes me a gentleman, Hu Qin cried out, exclaiming, when you first started the paid ring, it was indeed to improve the strength of the young generation of experts in my Wanshan province. I'm jealous of you for having a free ring to force you out, but then canceling the free ring after you're gone. Compared to you practically benefiting the young generation of my Wanshanfu, I am selfish and self-interested. To make it up to you, I'm willing to put up 500 taels as compensation. With that, she pulled out her private money and walked slightly reluctantly to Menghao. Hey, how can this be good? You make it seem like I'm a person who sees money. Menghao pretended to wave his hand repeatedly, but the clothes on his chest were windless and accidentally opened up. Huqian's face crooked, and he almost cursed out a mama's boy. But fortunately, she didn't forget her purpose, and tucked the silver ticket into Menghao's chest clothes in a smooth manner. It's all you deserve. It's my way of making it up to you. With that, she left with a complicated look on her face. To Menghao, she was indeed quite complicated, both feeling that this person was not doing his job, not learning, not working hard to cultivate, thinking about earning copper all day long, and disgracing them in the subterranean dragon ranking. But these words, when placed on any person below the subterranean dragon ranking, made perfect sense, and when placed on Menghao, a person whose strength far exceeded that of the subterranean dragon ranking, it was a bit strange. It gave her a sense of faith crumbling but not crumbling, as if she had vaguely glimpsed some of society's unspoken rules. The immaculate hierarchy's mind realm was also slightly loosened. This shocked her greatly. 3 years, she had spent 3 years on the subterranean dragon ranking and 3 years in the 9 heavens of the outer landscape. If she couldn't cross over from the unsullied level to the delusion-breaking level of the mind realm this year, she would have no choice but to promote. This was not the best choice for a woman who aspired to achieve a dharma body or even a stronger existence. Perhaps the opportunity for me to break through to breaking delusion lies with Menghao, Hu Qin muttered as she watched more and more people stuffing money toward Menghao's pocket. This guy, Menghao, is really a wonderful person. Upstairs in the inn, a demon sect holy maiden said with a somewhat strange expression on her face. Yeah, so much talent, but so into money. Someone shook his head and said, valuing money too much may be his maze, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to cross over to the delusion-breaking realm. Cyan nodded slightly. The 3 major mind realms, Nian and Immaculate, were easy to step through for geniuses like them. The really hard part is breaking the delusion. She, for example, is burdened with a family feud that haunts her like a nightmare. In the beginning, the easiest way to break the delusion was to choose to let go. But how could she let go of it? So she completely entered the devil and strengthened her vengeful demonic barrier, which allowed her to cross over the broken delusion and step into the inner view. However, this way of promotion of hers had its unsteady moments. That is, once the idea of vengeance faded, the internal scene would be disorganized, and there was a risk of dispersing the power. Therefore, she knew very well that if Menghao didn't let go of his money-grubbing mentality, it would probably be difficult to break the delusion. Gotta find a way to warn him. Qingyi thought so, with some curiosity still in her heart. When I saw Menghao a month ago, he seemed to be only at the 7th heaven of the outer landscape, but now not only was he at the 9th heaven of the outer landscape, but his martial arts were extraordinary and beyond imagination. Thinking back carefully, it did seem that Menghao hadn't shown his true strength in front of her a month ago, nor did he have the chance to do so. Hey, this fortune hunter, the more money he collects now, the harder it will be to break the delusion pass. Let's see how he'll screw up then. Some people laughed coldly, only feeling that Menghao was cocooning himself. Ha ha, people, they always have to pay for their own stupidity. This guy is finally in the ring and honestly, he's so funny. A magical girl's eyes flickered and licked her lips. Hey, why don't we mix into the Immortal Ascension Conference? I want to play with this kid. Dharma body strong man care of the field. Mixed in this is not looking for death. The others were not amused. In the ring, Menghao and Wu Yu had already stood. Do you want to put the money down? Wu Yu looked at Menghao with a speechless face. The other party was carrying a birdcage in one hand, which was stuffed with a lot of silver tickets, and his body was even bulging with money. Carrying so many things on his body, even if he wins, he won't win, right? It's okay. Start. Beat you. One hand will do, said Menghao lightly. Good job Menghao. Shoot him. This arrogant attitude of his caused the entire room to cheer. After a long day of holding back, Someone can finally give the guys a chance to get back on their feet. Good. Since you seek death, then I will. Before Wu Yu's words fell, there was a sudden clamor from below, followed by a loud cry from afar. Menghao, you're not humiliated enough. Come down quickly. A path opened up in the middle of the crowd, and Meng's family, led by Meng Li, angrily walked this way. Chapter 40, you want to take away the immortal ascension order that has passed through my hands? Dream on. Dreams have everything. This is from the Meng family's main house? Before Menghao came to the county, he was afraid of accidentally breaking the clan rules, and had deliberately looked through his memories to recognize the clothes Meng Li was wearing. Then, he realized that Papa Meng was following that clan head elder's side with a jittery look on his face. Is this looking for trouble? Although Menghao didn't know who the other party was, he guessed that it should be someone from the clan who had seen him on the weekly magazine before and was dissatisfied with him. His greatest characteristic is that his brain turns quickly, although he still doesn't know what's going on, but it's a bright idea. And while walking towards the bottom of the ring, he spread his hands to the crowd and said helplessly, everyone, I also want to fight for the glory of our Wanshanfu, but there is an order from the clan, so I can't do anything about it. With the atmosphere of the scene so explosive, he was now in a position to take advantage of the situation to press the people of the clan's main courtyard to see what exactly they were up to. What for? What's going on here? The whole room was stunned. Stay back. Someone stopped Menghao. Others were directly confronting that Meng Li. Dare I ask the Meng clan elder, what exactly has Menghao committed that he needs to leave now? Meng Li was stunned. He did not expect that someone would dare to question him. If he was dressed in the costume of a great clan, it would be fine. The person who blocked the way in front of him was still just an unknown little person. His face changed and he said in a cold voice, little boy, why do I need to talk to you about the affairs of my Meng family? This statement was like a stone falling into a lake with an ancient well, setting off a shocking wave. Many people were indignant. What reason do you have to transfer Menghao when the enemy is at hand? You people from the Meng family, you don't come early or late, but you come at this time. Could it be that Menghao has committed some kind of treasonous crime? Damn it. They say that Menghao received money from Wu Yu. I see. It's you Meng family who received money from Xishan province and want to be my Wanshan province's mole, right? Looking at the furious crowd, Meng Li looked shocked and puzzled. However, he was a clan elder of the clan's main house. Would he be intimidated by these words? If he backed down today, where would he put his face? You guys? Before the words fell, a figure suddenly appeared in view. Young Master Meng. Meng Li hurriedly saluted a rather young figure. Stunned, the crowd turned their heads to see a 15 or 16-year-old boy heading this way. He is? Look at the attire. It's a descendant of the Meng clan's great clan in the prefecture city. He's Meng Xiaotian. Someone exclaimed. It's the son of that great man. Under the gaze of the crowd, Meng Xiaotian issued a soulful question. Clan elder, has Menghao committed any crimes of treason against his clan? Meng Li's heart thumped. From Meng Xiaotian's question, one could hear a clear inclination. The other side is biased in favor of Menghao. How did that happen? He had indeed come here to lend a hand because of Menghao's challenge to Hu Qin. The real knowledge of the name Menghao was naturally 2 weeks ago, when the name was left on the weekly magazine. At that time, he was the one who had someone send a message to Papa Meng, admonishing Menghao to withdraw from the ring. Who knows? Menghao was indifferent, treating his words as farts, and continued to set up the ring as I did, and even led to the Menghao effect. Even the great sects had people asking questions. Although the subsequent letter transferring Father Meng back to the county did not say anything excessive, he was very dissatisfied with Menghao in his heart, feeling that this person was not big and small, lacked discipline, did not know the rules, and lost the face of their Meng family. Young Master Meng, Menghao he really hasn't committed any great crime of treason. Then what do you mean you want to take him away? Meng Xiaotian asked with an indignant face. Young Master, why are you here? Meng Li was a little bewildered. This master is the kind of legend that is raised in the home, less than the internal scene cannot come out of the existence of the mountain. Reasonably, he wouldn't be allowed to be contaminated until the Ascension Conference was over. But now, he had inexplicably appeared here. Me? I came out if I didn't want to stay in the house. Meng Xiaotian was slightly displeased. You haven't answered me yet. Why don't you let Menghao fight in the ring? Do you know that he's just about to fight for the honor of our Wanshan mansion right now? It was obvious that he was mixed up in the crowd and was also infuriated by that Wu Yu. That's because, Menghao he. At that moment, someone hurriedly came and attached themselves to Meng Li's ear, quickly recounting what happened afterward. Meng Li was astonished. When he learned the news, he hurriedly called out to Meng Yukai to rush over. How much time did it take for Menghao to win that Hu Qin? Wait, Menghao can win against Hu Qin? Meng Li was taken aback. According to his thoughts, Menghao was only at the bottom of the subterranean dragon ranking. Father! Behind Meng Li, a young man in his 20s shouted out in a slightly anxious manner. Meng Li frowned. If Menghao was that strong, then there would be no way to take away the immortal ascension order. The distribution of the ascension orders for their Meng clan, small clan in Donghua County, had long since finished confirming their share. Because the Menghao effect incident was not a small impact, and there were even large clans inquiring about it, he took the opportunity to lash out, pulling an immortal ascension order out of other people's hands and handing it over to Menghao. He thought that when Menghao arrived at Donghua County, he would find a way to take the immortal ascension order from Menghao and transfer it to his son. Inner view, 200 years of longevity, can protect their lineage for 200 years. He is more than 150 years old this year. He can't do it for much longer. His children and grandchildren have been passed down for 7 generations, but there is still no one who can inherit the mantle and pass it on. The further back the lineage was passed on, the fainter the bloodline became, and the less likely it was to give birth to someone with good talent. He had no choice but to take matters into his own hands, and at the age of 130, he plowed hard for 3 years, which gave birth to 2 more sons. The first son had used the Order of Ascension 5 years ago and had failed to be promoted, so hope could only be placed in the second son. The oldest 2 have been carefully cultivated so far, and have been stuck in the 9 heavens of the outer landscape for many years, and are looking at the same difficulty of crossing into the inner landscape without the immortal ascension order. Young Master Meng. Misunderstanding. Meng Li explains that he only heard that Menghao was going to challenge Hu Qin and that's why he rushed over. Realizing that Menghao was so strong, he understood that when things came to this point, if he forced his hand, not only would Menghao's immortal ascension order not be taken away, it would also affect his position as the elder of his clan's main courtyard, so he could only think long and hard about it. Since it's a misunderstanding, you guys should leave. Being here is affecting Menghao's play. Meng Xiaotian, however, didn't think much about it, truly believing that Meng Li was just like them, simply coming because Menghao challenged Hu Qin. Okay, we're on our way. Meng Li respectfully excused himself, not looking at Menghao the entire time. However, his son was not so well set, and his gaze toward Menghao was filled with hostility and dissatisfaction. This father and son. Menghao was naturally not blind and saw the attitude of Meng Li's father and son. It was also evident from Meng Li's reaction that this person seemed to have come with some other purpose. On his body, other than an inexplicably obtained immortal ascension order, there was nothing else worth coveting by this pair of father and son. In just an instant, he figured out the joint. These things, it would not have been difficult to think about. Just like some project works in the past life, easily billions of dollars. From the top down, everyone knows there's something fishy going on, but similar programs are never rare and continue to come and go. Why? Naturally, it's really profitable. It's also fortunate that he's now making a name for himself, or else a quiet conspiracy might await him. Silently memorizing the appearance of Meng Li's father and son, Menghao returned to the ring. This absent-minded appearance of his, but let Wu with anger. He has not been ignored by people like this for a long time. Cannot help but storm anger. Fighting me and still daring to get distracted. Menghao, you're too wild. Chapter 41, Punch in the Face. Where are the people from the Shishan mansion? I can't see them. What are the people of Wanshanfu waiting for? Laugh. Quiet. Thinking. Menghao waved his hand, full of concern. It was as if what stood opposite was not some master, but a cat or a dog. He's a little disrespectful, but I'm having so much fun watching it. Under the stage, the people of the Wanshan mansion all got high. It only felt that Menghao's move had given them a vicious breath of air. Aren't you high and mighty? Aren't you blind? Our Menghao of Wanshanfu was even more arrogant than you. Wu Yu, him up. Damn, too arrogant. What capital do you have to say that to Wu Yong? Accordingly, the people who came from the West Mountain province were greatly upset. And if it wasn't for the large number of people from the Wanshan province at the scene, I'm afraid that some people would have wanted to get into the ring to teach Menghao a lesson. Menghao, do you fight? Wu said with forced anger. His emotions had never swung so violently. Even when my ass-wiping hand poked the paper out, I was never as moved as I am now. Menghao is the first one, carrying the birdcage in one hand. The waist and belly are stuffed with silver tickets. The mind is preoccupied and distracted. From top to bottom, it was written that he didn't care about him. Wu, it was as if, being a nobody, he wasn't worth taking seriously. How dare you? Wu Yu couldn't help but ask such a question after all, as he was unable to stay angry. What? Menghao didn't understand, froze for a moment, reacted, and beckoned. Come on, do it, fight directly. You don't have to care about me. I'm ready. With that said, he propped his chin up with one hand, once again lost in thought. 7. Deception. Wu Yu was furious, his eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth in a way that he couldn't wait to swallow Menghao alive. Off stage, the audience was shocked. Menghao is too good. Look at how pissed off that Wu is. Many people were secretly happy in their hearts, but they were also vaguely worried. Cool as it is, it would be a shame if Menghao lost. Yeah, the tune is up so high. If he loses, Huqian was also a little afraid to think about it. In case Menghao lost, then Wu might not be able to ricochet. By then, I'm afraid the scene will be even uglier. Wu had been suppressing his anger. Not that he was really a gentleman, but he was waiting for instructions from the leader of his peers. Below the stage, in the crowd from the Shishan prefecture, a noble young man was similarly propped up with his chin in thought. Young Master Qin, Wu Yu seems to be waiting for your orders. Next to him, someone couldn't help but remind him. Only then did the teenager come back to his senses, nodded, and said, "Fight, fight, let them fight." Upon receiving the signal, a cruel smile appeared on Wu Yu's face once, and he twisted his head to look at Menghao. "Kid, you're honored to have me use my full power." He grimaced. "I'll rip your head off and kick it as a ball." Originally thought, so ruthless words, how Menghao should also pay attention to move a little, but what he didn't expect was that Menghao acted as if he hadn't heard it, still doing the contemplative act. This feeling of being ignored was even more difficult for him compared to Menghao putting harsh words against him. I can't take it anymore. I will kill you today. No one can stop me. I said so." Wu Yong went completely berserk and charged towards Menghao, using his full strength to execute a killing move as soon as he came up. This guy. Under the stage, young Master Qin, at some point, ended his thinking and stared at Menghao with full attention. When he realized that the corners of Menghao's mouth were slightly raised, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wu can't calm down. He realized that Menghao might have done it on purpose, just to irritate Wu Yong and make the other party lose control. This way, however, is extremely risky. Stimulating an enemy has the potential to keep them from utilizing all of their strength, but it also has the potential to bring out 12% of their strength. Wu with now seems, even if it is bursting, that a killing move, the degree of severity, even he looked at some chills, do not dare too hard to receive. Menghao should have miscalculated. Just as he was thinking this, Prince Qin suddenly frowned again, as he realized that Menghao still had a hint of disdain in his eyes. Put. An object that flew out of the ring with such speed that many people didn't react. What the hell whooshed past? Someone craned their head and missed it, then turned back to the ring and froze completely, only to see that on the ring, only Menghao was left alone, while that Wu Yong was nowhere to be found. Where's Wu? Where is he? Not only that one person. In fact, most of the people present almost didn't see the situation clearly. Just a blink of an eye, Wu Yuan disappeared. Boo! At that moment, a loud bang came from far outside the field. There! It was only then that people were shocked to realize that Wu Yu had already appeared 100 meters away. The whole man crashed into the wall of the Ascension Assembly, his face bloodied, his eyes closed, and his clothes hanging from a pole rising outward from the wall. Could it be that an inner view powerhouse has intervened? Impossible. Which Nekai would dare to do such a thing in full view of the public? In front of the square of the Immortal Ascension Conference. I don't know how many inner scenery powerhouses were secretly protecting their young masters, so who would dare to risk disbelief and do such a thing? It was Menghao who moved. Su Yu, who was ranked number 1 on the subterranean dragon ranking, explained to the crowd with a shocked face. You guys are looking at it wrong. What just flew past was more than just Wu Yu's body. And his sword. Menghao's sword blocked Wu's killing move. Then he spun and jumped, kicking the sword with one foot and Wu with the other. So, the whoosh won. It was the sword that flew first. Then the man, one before the other leaving the ring at the same time. With Su Yu's explanation, the audience under the stage finally reacted. Winning, Menghao won tax. It wasn't until then that the room finally cheered. Menghao was also infected by this warm atmosphere and revealed a smile. The contemplation before was naturally something he was pretending to do. Even if he was no longer worried about Meng Li's father and son brushing up on their dirty tricks, there was no way he could think about it in the ring. He did that purely to irritate Wu Yong, so that the other party would lose his mind and go all out. Menghao had thought about it carefully, and the place where he was stronger than Wu Yu was in the extreme realm 100 shadow sword technique. Wu Yu, on the other hand, had one more yellow grade extreme grade, cultivated to a near complete level body technique than him. In a real fight, the other party would just have to roam around and not fight in close combat, and although they couldn't lose, the scene would definitely not look good. That was why Menghao chose the simplest and most effective way to defeat Wu Yu. Judging by the frenzy as well as the adoration of the people on stage, he got it right. With such a strong reputation to back him up, he believed that Meng Li's father and son would not dare to move him easily. Menghao was laughing, when he suddenly felt a strong sense of wariness. Turning his head, a handful of people from the western mountain province, the man with the proudest temperament at the head, looked at him with a burning gaze. With a slight turn of his mind, the corners of his mouth turned up and he slowly raised a hand. Countless people under the stage were staring at Menghao, and when they saw his movements, the cheering stopped. Menghao, on the other hand, stared at the flashy young master with a slightly provocative look in his eyes as he shouted, "Where are the people from the Shishan mansion?" The people of Wanshanfu were just flabbergasted for a moment, and then they reacted instantly. "Isn't this the same slogan that Wu Yu shouted before?" All of them were so excited that they took out 10% of their energy and shouted, "Invisible! Ah, invisible!" Not only were the male martial artists shouting, but those relatively reserved female warriors on the scene were all transformed into big spritzers at the moment, facing that 100 or so people from the Shishan prefecture with crazy output, especially Hu Qin, as if in order to vent the internal pent-up frustration, but also ran to the group of people in the Shishan house, dislike face shouting, spittle points splattered, completely without a woman's image. This guy, the flashy teenager's face was very ugly, and his footsteps moved slightly, having the urge to go up to the stage and fight with Menghao. "Young Master Qin, don't be impulsive. That guy definitely still has something that hasn't been exposed. If you lose again, the face of our Shishan mansion will be completely lost. You are the last platoon of our West Mountain house, and if you don't fight, you won't lose." The next several people were dead set on admonishing them. Although the flashy teenager was burning with rage, he at least had his senses intact and realized that he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat Menghao even if he went to the ring. If you can really suppress Menghao, it is naturally a great relief. But if you can't beat Menghao, the next step will be twisting his head and glancing at Wu Yu, who was hanging outside the inn for all to see. He finally suppressed his impulsive heart and turned around to lead the men towards the outside, all the while not forgetting to put down a harsh word. "Menghao, today count your luck. This young master just got off the flying boat, the water and soil, still some seasickness boat, to wait for me to rest for a few days, and then pack you. The whole room booed. The flashy teenager only felt his face burning as if he was being boiled in boiling water, but he walked away without looking back. Chapter 42, The Immortal Ascension Conference opens. "You have to stay in there for half a year? I'm not staying. I'll leave when I'm sure I'm in the top 10. Dongyue County. Fuck Lai Restaurant Box. Menghao, you sure know what you're doing." The corners of Meng Li's mouth turned up, and his body couldn't help but lean back in his chair. Menghao frowned and reminded, "Are you mistaken? I intend to sell it to you, not give it to you." The Immortal Ascension Order, which was useless to him, was a breeze when he wanted to advance to inner scenery. The only thing of value was probably the top 10 of the Immortal Ascension Conference, which rewarded almost 10,000 taels or so. Menghao thought about it. If he could sell it for a price higher than 10,000 taels, it would save him from going in and trying to fight for a place. And as this Immortal Ascension Order of theirs was a registration system, it was impossible to sell it to an outside clan, so they could only look for people within the clan to sell it. However, at this time, it should not be vocalized, otherwise it is easy to go wrong. After thinking about it, Meng Li was a suitable candidate, and there would be less trouble after selling the token. After all, this Meng Li was a senior member of the clan's main courtyard. He might not be afraid, but his old man was still in the clan. "Very well, I'll buy your Immortal Ascension Order." Meng Li pulled out a silver ingot from his pocket and placed it on the table, smiling lightly. 100 taels. "Bring it." Menghao looked at the ingot of silver on the table and was a bit bewildered. Did he not make himself clear? "No, the priceless Order of Immortal Ascension, which will allow your son to advance to the inner scenery, and will allow your lineage to be glorious for at least another 100 years. Isn't it worth 20,000 taels? 20,000 taels. The Order of Ascension is worth it, but are you worth it?" Meng Li smiled contemptuously. "If you are sensible, the silver take away. The Order of Ascension to immortality to stay. In the future you this lineage. I'm Meng Li cover. That outrageous?" Menghao was dumbfounded and only felt ridiculous, completely different from what he had imagined. In his opinion, even if Meng Li presses the price by virtue of his status, at most he will press the price to about 7,000 or 8,000 taels, then it is not so bad as to press the price to 100 taels, right? Brainless villain? Have you ever thought about the fact that this token, if I don't sell it to you, your son won't be able to be promoted? Menghao couldn't help but ask. "You still dare not sell?" Meng Li snorted. "Kid, the consequences of offending my Meng Li, do you know? There are really people who are that stupid." Menghao had a heart attack. In the past, when I read metaphysical novels, I always felt that the villains were all more stupid than one another. specializing in finding trouble with the protagonist. Now that I've really come across it, it's outrageous to open the door to the outrageous, outrageous to the home. Menghao slowly got up and said directly, 100 taels. You are insulting me. His face was cold. Ascension conference, I will go by myself. When I come back must be the interview. If my father or my mother has a long and short, you this vain to them to accompany the funeral. After saying that, Menghao left the field with depressed gas in his arms. Phew! After he left, Meng Li took a long breath. A man full of majesty came out of the next box. Well done. Next year's ascension order. Promise one to your son. Meng Li hurriedly bowed respectfully. He also didn't understand what the above meant, and specially sent someone to warn him not to touch Menghao's token. As it happened, Menghao happened to contact him and expressed his desire to sell the token. Meng Li knew that the opportunity had come, so he found the big man, and as a result, he got the promise of promising his son an immortal ascension order for the next year. Asterisk. What the? Menghao was furious. He really couldn't figure out Meng Li's brain circuits. It was simply the same as a brainless villain. It was as if they were specifically messing with him, preferring their own son not to go to the Immortal Ascension Conference. Could it be he did it on purpose? The vendetta isn't that big, is it? It would be understandable if they really had a deep grudge, but they've only met for the second time. Or, was it that Meng Li actually didn't want his son to go to the Immortal Ascension Conference? After thinking of multiple possibilities, all of which lacked rationality, Menghao could only give up his guesses helplessly. However, he was also worried that Meng Li was trying to take advantage of his position to force his way in, and had the idea in his heart to take more precautions in the next few days. Brother-in-law. Just after walking back to the mansion, Menghao was stumped in place, looking at Qingyi, whose face was odd and stiff. He was surprised that this was the first time she had called him brother-in-law. Hey, is something wrong with you? Menghao still held back and didn't tease her. After all, the witch, with 1,000 different minds, can't afford to mess with her. The Ascension Conference, if you go, can you bring something for me? Qingyi explained stiffly. There will be a lot of sniping when I promote my Dharma body. Normal breakthroughs will be difficult, need to cover up. The Immortal Ascension Conference is in a special location, a good place for promotion. I'd like you to help me bring the Sinister Stone up to attract some attention. Menghao was flabbergasted for a while, puzzled. You don't use Sinister Stones to break through? I was going to use it, but I haven't needed it lately. Qingyi hesitated for a moment and explained. Lu Mayer has advanced to Dharma body. Just as we were fighting over the Sin Stone, she secretly promoted the Heavenly Tao Dharma body. Qingyi explained. The two of us cultivate some special gong methods that feed off each other, so I can follow her path to advance. As for the Sin Stone, you'll need to help bring it up, and when I'm officially promoted, she'll chase the coordinates of the Sin Stone over to create the illusion that I'm breaking through. Menghao frowned and asked, will I be found out if I bring the Sin Stone up? No, each piece of Sin Stone has a strange shape. Those who do not understand see it, just think it is an ordinary stone. Only my eroded heart sect people can find out the end. Qingyi told the truth. Having said that, I'm at risk. Menghao thought for a moment and spoke. 10,000 taels? 10,000 taels? Qingyi was stunned for a moment. Yes, but you have to wait for me for a while. I need to raise money. That cool? Seeing Qingyi leave, a smile appeared on Menghao's face. He had only just hit the wall from Meng Li's side, and then he received good news on this side. Not bad for a sister-in-law. Love around the corner. 10,000 taels. Cannot take out. Lu Yun face embarrassment. Etching heart religion has long been broken up, which still has a serious money-making business. The remaining heritage, but also are mainly cultivation resources, also scattered in various secret areas. Then I'll talk to her? Qingyi explained. I met her at the restaurant today. She wants to blend into the Immortal Ascension Conference, if the coordinates are given to her. That crazy woman? Lu Yun hesitated for a moment and nodded. It's okay, with her messing things up in there, she might even be able to share some of the firepower for you. There's something I need to discuss with you. What? I don't have 10,000 taels. I can only find other magic sects to find buyers to sell the coordinates. Someone is willing to pay 10,000 taels for a coordinate. Sell. That's 10,000 taels. Menghao said in a spirited manner. A single immortal ascension order to make 20,000 taels. That's so worth it. It's the buyer who might. Cyan paused. Putting back that buyer is actually interested in your words. Buyer how? You wait a moment. Qingyi slowly closed his eyes. A few moments later, when she opened her eyes again, the whole had changed drastically. Willow Mayer. Menghao realized that Qingyi, who had changed into Lu Mayer's appearance, was devoid of a sense of flirtatiousness today, and instead was full of majesty. making him slightly afraid. Brush. Just as he was wondering what Qingyi wanted to do, Lu Meier reached out and a spiritual energy flew into his sea of consciousness. Menghao was so scared that he took 2 steps back and touched his head, realizing that he wasn't injured. But his face was still ugly. I had Lu Meier put a body protection spiritual thought in your sea of consciousness, which can resist some demons and evils. Qingyi thought for a moment that it would be better not to tell Menghao about that which, saying it might affect his breakthrough to inner scenery. With this spiritual thought protecting his body, he could keep Menghao unharmed. For the next few days, that young Master Qin from the Western Mountain Province didn't even look for Menghao to challenge him. Instead, he challenged many other strong people, such as Su Yu, who was number 1 on the subterranean dragon ranking, and then some hidden experts. But in reality, these people had a number of people from the Xishan province who had fought a few matches first before young Master Qin made his move, and had long since figured out the strength of the bottom line. After a bit of hype, young Master Qin of the West Mountain Province, and Menghao of the Wanshan Province, became the leaders of the younger generation on both sides. Countless people wanted to see the duel between the two of them. Unfortunately, accidents always happen every time, resulting in the two never colliding head-on. It wasn't just young Master Qin who didn't want to fight either. Menghao actually didn't want to fight either. Fame, he had already earned enough. Even if he won young Master Qin, it would just be icing on the cake, and he might even offend the Xishan mansion completely. If he annoyed the big shots, maybe they would collude with the Devil's Way and assassinate him. Don't look at his reputation at the moment, but these were all false names. This world was still honored by strength. Moreover, Menghao wasn't necessarily sure to win against young Master Qin, and in order to win 100%, he would at least need to practice another yellow grade extreme grade technique and kryptonize it to at least the perfection level. There's no great need for such a set to be less than 1,000 taels. Thus, until the day of the opening of the Immortal Ascension Conference, the two had not been able to battle each other, which made many jianghu guests feel regretful. Ascension Assembly Square. This place had been cleared. No idle people were allowed to approach, and only those with the Immortal Ascension order in hand could appear here. After enjoying the scenario of being courted by millions of people for a few days, and now suddenly being placed in the 5th echelon, an overall backward position, Menghao was still a bit uncomfortable. However, he did not think too much about it. Anyway, just go through the motions to participate in a race. Get the top 10 money to take on the line. The bunker constructed by our Wanshanfu Dharma body realm powerhouses is located in the middle of the crevice between the human realm and the void sky realm. The location is very special. Not easy to be found and not easy to run into powerful creatures of the void sky realm. It is just right for the enlightenment of the power of the mind. On the square, a magnetic baritone voice was able to clearly reach the ears of everyone present. The position was too far back, making Menghao only hear his voice but not see his person. Not knowing who the speaker was, when the color of the sky is red, it means that the bunker is biased to the side of the void sky realm, and you must not leave the bunker, or you will attract void sky realm creatures, and you will die 9 deaths. When the color of the sky is gray, it means that the bunker is biased to the side of the human realm, and you can go out and about, but only within the 3rd ring. Here, I want to emphasize one thing: no matter what day, do not leave the 3rd ring, or you will be completely lost. Many, uninterested in the content, whispered and mingled. Menghao, however, listened with great interest. His background is average, which people will be informed of this in advance. According to that voice's description, that bunker was like a satellite, one moment close to the void sky realm, and the next moment close to the human realm, naturally dividing out the gray sky and red night. While gray sky is out and about, red night is required to stay inside the bunker and not go outside. Remember, when gray and red meet in the sky, it's the best time to practice, and you get 2 chances a day for a quarter of an hour each. It's fine when red and gray cross over, and forgetfulness doesn't hurt, but when gray and red cross over, it's easy to forget. So remember to leave one person on guard each time, and wake the others up at critical times. The hour is almost up. All that needs to be said has been said. The rest is up to you. Half a year later, unified teleportation to leave the bunker. If there is a cross into the inner landscape, want to leave early. In the bunker to catalyze the token. Naturally can return to the human realm in advance. But I suggest that even if you break through the inner scenery, it's still good to stay in the bunker. That kind of cultivation environment is something that many people can't thirst for. On the square, from front to back, people from all echelons entered the Ascension building in order. Menghao was located in the 5th echelon, and there was no one he knew around him. To his surprise, most of the people around him, too, didn't recognize him, and only a few smiled when they saw him. In that case, the Immortal Ascension orders were indeed precious, and the users of the various families were almost all those supreme geniuses who had been treasured. following the team forward. Menghao soon entered the Ascension building as well, and at the same time saw the way to the bunker. A huge altar-like teleportation formation, with the person holding the token standing in the center, next to which someone would add some kind of energy-rich crystals to the 5 corners of the formation. Every time a person was teleported away, the energy of the 5 crystals would be instantly depleted and would need to be replaced with new ones. However, instead of heading directly to the teleportation array, the party went to the private room, change into special clothes and carry items in a suitcase. The teleportation site is unique in that normal clothing will be torn to shreds and will need to be changed into special clothing. And likewise, normal items cannot be brought in, but only in boxes made of iron. Menghao had been notified in advance, and had built a short sword that just fit into the iron box, as well as the stone that Qingyi had given him, and in the remaining space, he had placed some pastries. In order to prevent the silver tickets from being shredded, Menghao had recharged all of his more than 30,000 taels of silver into the system in advance, ready to be used to enhance his cultivation realm. To his relief, the staff did not check the items and released them quickly. It was soon Menghao's turn, and he followed the stance of his predecessor, standing in the center of the formation, holding the token in one hand and the iron box in the other. The moment the 5 crystals were embedded in the formation, a sense of vertigo struck. Menghao only felt a sense of weightlessness as if his body had entered space. There was a special suction force coming from all directions, as if he was traveling through some kind of time tunnel. Brush! Dozens of seconds later, his feet landed on the ground, his eyes still black, and without waiting for him to see, a clamor came from all around him. Last one's a man. I win. Ah, Yu Xian is so annoying. Losing a Xian crystal to you. Yu Xian, it's okay. I don't want that Xian crystal. Yu Xian is very upset. Is Yu Xian what you call her too? Also, is Yu Xian a sore loser? I was wrong. Su Yuxuan, your Xian crystal is temporarily placed here with me. Let's play another game. I will give you all of mine. Menghao, it's actually you. Standing still, he realized that he was located in a small, crowded space with 7 or 8 young men and women standing around him. Among them, the one closest to him was clearly Hu Qin, whom he hadn't seen for a few days, and was currently looking at him with a delighted face. There was more than one bunker, and it was said that it was to prevent them from being discovered by the creatures of the Void Sky Realm, so that they could be eliminated in one fell swoop. Therefore, each bunker is not big and can only accommodate 10 people, and each transmission is also randomized, which should also be related to the fear that the most gifted group of people will be wiped out. Menghao nodded to Hu Qin and looked around. Besides the 2 of them, there were 8 other people, 4 males and 4 females, all of them in their 16, 17 or 18 years of age. They were in various positions, some justifiably in the very center, others cowering coyly in the corners. Regrettably, this 8 people, none of whom he recognized, were obviously all supreme geniuses who had been in seclusion until today. Just as he was about to open his mouth and have everyone introduce themselves to each other, the woman who stood in the very center, with her chin raised high and a rather noble temperament, was the one who opened her mouth first, and also had a very disgusted tone. Yu Xian is very unhappy to be in the same bunker with that fortune hunter. Oops, when we leave, Yu Xian won't be stained with the smell of copper. Chapter 43, let me roll up? I feel like I've been in trouble for nothing. Everyone dares to bark at me now. That fortune hunter, do you hear me? Stay away from my Su Yuxuan in the future. Standing next to Su Yuxuan was a teenager who looked to be 16 or 17 years old and couldn't wait to jump out and agree. Menghao froze for a moment and looked around before pointing at himself. Me? Wealthy? It's just you. Menghao, what are you pretending? You guys know me? Menghao was slightly surprised, and thought that Hu Qin was the only one present who knew him, and no one else. In short, pay attention to yourself. Don't get too close to my home Su Yuxuan. These words caused Menghao's mouth to twitch as he rotated his neck and began to move his muscles. What? Want to fight? The teenager stared with a blank stare, protecting in front of Su Yuxuan, and drank. If you have the ability to go inside the room and nag, fear you are? Menghao was really intending to teach this little brat a lesson. Not very old, learning to be a licking dog. It was time to give him a good beating, or else he would be afraid of getting along in the future. Menghao, don't be impulsive. Hu Qin's face changed, and she hurriedly pulled Menghao's sleeve and whispered, his father is a powerful person in the Dharma body realm. Menghao was stunned for a moment, not realizing that Hu Qin was quite concerned about him. Patting her on the arm, he returned, I have a point. Soon the 2 were in the room. The door had just closed, and Menghao was about to make a move. Brother, we are all family. My name is Meng Ziyun. I am younger than you. The teenager who had been arrogant and domineering just now turned his head with a sardonic smile. The speed with which he changed his face made Menghao startled. somewhat not understanding the situation. Brother, I'm chasing Su Yuxuan. You understand more, Meng Ziyun said, opening the iron box he was carrying and taking out a stack of silver tickets and handing them over. Menghao took it and counted it. Just 10 sheets, totaling 1,000 taels. Well said. We're all brothers in our own family. Surely we can't tear you down. Menghao immediately revealed a smile. Just now, he glimpsed that in that Meng Ziyun's iron box, there was a bright golden light and a lot of treasures. Okay, thank you brother. Later can you help me play a little? Just say we played into a tie. No problem. Menghao nodded, giving 1,000 taels for giving away a false name. This was too good a deal. Meng Ziyun, Su Yuxuan, it's not possible that your fiancé, Zhang Qiqi, is here too, right? It suddenly occurred to Menghao that before, in front of these two men, there stood a girl who looked even younger, with an equally unflattering temperament and appearance. Don't mention her. Too bad luck. Brother, if you like it, Zhang Qiqi, you can just chase her. Meng Ziyun looked distressed. This kid. Menghao also didn't expect that Meng Ziyun was such a character. It couldn't be said to be good or bad, but it was always better than what was shown outside. At the very least, the relationship didn't get too frosty, which was much better than expected. In fact, long before he came in, his old man begged his grandpa and grandma to get a list of names for him. It listed the introductions of many people with strong background powers, the least of which was covered by the Dharma body realm. Among them, the one who ranked first was called Su Yuxuan, which could be called the woman who couldn't be messed with the most. Su family great clan direct lineage. His own father is Dharma body realm. Ancestral grandfather is also Dharma body realm. But also the Su family is the only person who climbed the heaven list. Most importantly, this Su Yuxuan's own aunt married into the royal family and was a very famous princess. And her cousin was the Princess Yuanjun, who was the most favored by the emperor. The most obvious characteristic is that she likes to imitate her cousin Yuanjuan's speech, i.e., Yuxuan is happy. Yuxuan is happy. Therefore, the first moment he teleported in, Menghao knew the woman's identity, and was doubly headstrong at the time. Only, what he didn't expect was that Su Yuxuan's licking dog had also come. There was another ranked guy on the list named Meng Ziyun, who was obviously married to Zhang Qiqi, the first daughter of the Zhang family, but was following Su Yuxuan's ass all day long, just like a licking dog. Unexpectedly, these three were teleported together instead. However, he could understand. The three great realms of the mind were all about breaking through obsessions and breaking down barriers that would naturally teleport those who possessed bonds together. It was as if Huqian was also in this bunker, and one of the few people with whom he had a bit of a bond. Bro, let's stay a few more minutes. Almost 100 rounds and get out? Whatever. This Meng Ziyun was so uptight, and Menghao didn't want to cause trouble, so he naturally did what he wanted. The room was surveyed from side to side. The black and gray walls, which no one had come in for so long, were still very clean, without a speck of dust. Two single stone beds on the left and right, almost 1.5 meters high, separated a narrow upper space that barely slept like 3 people. The room was cramped, small, and without any extra furniture of any kind except for 5 places where people could sleep. Pretty much the same as what had been learned beforehand. Brother, which of these 2 beds do you sleep in? Meng Ziyun naturally ruled out the upper flat 3-person bed straight away, pointing to the 2 single slate beds below and asking. That's it. Menghao casually pointed out one close to him. Okay, I'll sleep across from you. Meng Ziyun happily placed the iron box on the bed, not minding the dirt, and sat on his butt. Seeing this, Menghao also placed his own iron box on the single bed, sort of taking the place first. After thinking for a while, he still took out the short sword in the iron box and pinned it to his waist. The two of them sat on the bed and chatted for a while, lamenting that this stone door was made of good material and the soundproofing was really good. Feeling that it was about time, he got up and pushed the door open. Yu Xian is very unhappy. How can Yu Xian sleep in such a dirty and poor room? Yu Xian doesn't want to sleep with other people. Yu Xian is going to collapse. Yu Xian wants to go home. The structure of this bunker was simple. There was a large disc in the middle, and on top was a glass-like skylight that could see the color of the sky. And this was the same entrance and exit. Then there was the stone door room that Menghao had just gone in, with 2 rooms in front and back. Just one for the boys and one for the girls. There's no toilet and no sink. This bunker is for survival shelter only. To solve your physical problems, you need to wait for the sky to turn gray and go outside the bunker to find a place on your own. At this moment, Su Yuxuan was standing at the door of the other girl's room, complaining with a broken face. However, while her mouth was talking, her body was honest, and she first placed the metal box she was carrying on one of the single beds. That was something she was overthinking. The 5 girls in the field, all of whom were more sensible than expected, spontaneously chose their corresponding beds according to their status background. The other single bed was occupied by Zhang Qiqi, while the other three girls placed the iron box on the upper triple bed. If you two aren't off fighting, why did you take the spot first? On the boys' side, of the remaining three, two didn't have much of an opinion, realizing that the two single beds on the lower bunk were occupied, and without uttering a word, they put their things on the upper bunk, while the other boy was a bit indignant. What? You're not convinced? Meng Ziyun clasped his hands to his chest, resuming his condescending stance in front of outsiders as he scanned the boy up and down. The boy didn't dare to meet his eyes, turned his head toward Menghao, and said in an overbearing manner, "You, get your stuff and get the hell up there." Chapter 44, Juggling? Then juggle with him. Menghao was a little confused. He's not so famous these days, is he? The number one man on the outside. It's not a fake, is it? Even Meng Ziyun, a direct descendant of the great clan, saw him and knew that a good man would not be forced to do so, and privately spent 1,000 taels to ease his relations. This person in front of him, how do you think? The background will not be too deep, otherwise it will not be even in Su Yuxuan before even the words cannot ride. But how dare he provoke his own? Next to them, the other two boys, who looked as if they were watching the fun. From their gazes, Menghao could tell that other than Meng Ziyun, these three boys didn't know who he was. It puzzled him. Didn't they say that until they were promoted to the inner sanctum, they were to be hidden away and kept out of the outside world as much as possible to prevent contamination? Meng Ziyun knew who he was, Su Yuxuan knew who he was, and there was also Meng Xiaotian, who had appeared in the ring a few days ago and had an unusual identity and background at a glance. It was as if that hidden theory was ineffective against these direct descendants of the great clans. I advise you to keep your hands to yourself. Meng Ziyun's eyes were quick, and after realizing that Menghao was showing signs of making a move, he quickly interjected, "Menghao, his strength is comparable to mine. Can you beat him?" Brother Meng is a bit of a bully for saying that. That boy was unforgiving. Meng Ziyun's great name, I naturally know. But this one from your same clan, I've never heard of it. I'm afraid it's just a small clan's child. Obviously. He also had a list of people he couldn't offend in his hands, and the word Menghao wasn't in it. The two onlookers beside them froze for a moment, and then they also reacted, seeming to have never heard of Menghao's name either. However, they didn't dare to recklessly say anything more. After all, Menghao was also surnamed Meng, and was in the same family as that Meng Zi. Oh, Meng Ziyun nodded and asked, "What is your honor's name?" He didn't have a list on hand, which meant that anyone who could scare him, he knew. Yi Shen. The teenager shouted out two words rather smugly. The Yes. You Yi fan of the Yi family? You don't even dare to talk to me like this in front of me. Why are you so tuggy? Meng Ziyun's words caused Yi Sheng's face to change. Yi Fan, a member of the first line of their Yi family, had long ago internalized the scene and ascended the human list, and in terms of status, was much higher than him. Do you think that, like you, I'm just trying to break through an interview? Meng Ziyun said with a look of disdain. Laozi passed the immaculate realm a long time ago, and if I hadn't never been able to touch the threshold of breaking delusion, I would have broken through the inner scenery long ago. Yi Sheng's face instantly became much uglier. His background might be a bit stronger than the other two and Menghao, but if he didn't break through to the inner landscape, it would all be vanity. On the contrary, Meng Ziyun could enter the inner scenery at any time, but only had a higher pursuit, which was why he temporarily stayed in the 9 heavens of the outer scenery. Since Brother Ziyun wants to shelter him, then I have nothing to say, Yi Sheng said, placing his own iron box on the upper bunk, but his gaze toward Menghao was filled with indignation. It seemed to still feel that Menghao didn't deserve to sleep in a single bed, and if it wasn't for Meng Ziyun covering him, he would have done it long ago. Menghao was stunned for a moment, feeling that this Meng Ziyun didn't hold his farts. It looked like it helped him out, but it was more like arching a fire. Originally, he made a move to restrain Yi Sheng, letting the other party realize the gap in strength, and then he completely solved his worries. But now that Meng Ziyun had intervened, it was not good enough for him to make a move on Yi Sheng, and he always had to wait for another opportunity. Not only that, the other two boys, who were now looking at him with slight contempt. Brother Hao, did I talk too much? Meng Ziyun whispered, his face still somewhat apologetic. Playing tricks on me? This is a deliberate attempt to provoke me. Let's see how I react. Menghao stroked his chin and came to be a little interested. It was more or less uninteresting to fool Hutchin and the others when they were charging the ring earlier. It's rare to meet a player who plays intrigue just to practice. Nowadays he has two ways to go. One natural way was to show strength and violently suppress Yi Sheng to let a few people know his strength. But this would be like falling for Meng Ziyun's plan and falling into the wrong hands. This is the same as the game against the game. Who breaks the defense? Who read temperature? Who cannot afford to lose to lift the table? Jump out of this rule. Do not play online. Change offline real fighting. To sum it up in 2 words, lose your share. It's like playing chess with someone. Losing and coming to fight, playing checkers. Losing and coming to fight, playing backgammon. Losing and coming to fight. To put it in a bigger picture, one of the parties in the political game between the 2 countries has no more cards in its hand and does not want to lose. So what should it do? Wage war. Stud up. Play for your life. Win and eat a big wave. Lose and wait 18 years to be a good man again. Therefore, Meng Ziyun unleashed a plot against you, and the most elegant thing to do was to return the favor by casting the same ploy. Menghao was a decent person, so naturally he had to choose an elegant walk. What's happening now is that the 2 of them are new to the game and have each brought their own card. Meng Ziyun is the background card and Menghao is the strength card. As soon as Meng Ziyun came up, he pretended to make the others think that he had taken 2 hands, and in a different way, he pulled down Menghao's strength hand. What he needed to do then was to gracefully display strength at the right time, restoring the dusty strength cards to their original luster. At the same time, there was a need to find ways to create cards and return as many colors as possible to Meng Ziyun until he fell and admitted defeat. Yu Xian can't breathe. Which one of you brought salted fish? Yu Xian is going to be stunk to death. Hearing Su Yuxuan's coy voice, the corner of Menghao's mouth turned up, knowing how to build cards to play with Meng Zi. Gentlemen, Menghao clapped his hands, and after attracting the attention of the crowd, he opened his mouth and said, the red sky outside is about to pass, and at most 2/4 of an hour will be the red and gray moment of being able to cultivate. It's possible that we'll have to stay together for half a year, so while there's still time, let's introduce ourselves, get to know each other, and go out to cultivate together later? It was an offer that, naturally, no one refused. After all, the big guys were here to cultivate, not to hook up. Even the most pretentious Su Yuxuan, what she wanted in her heart was to reach breaking delusion as soon as possible and leave this place. Menghao, as the proposer, took the lead in introducing himself. He didn't mention that he had once ascended the subterranean dragon ranking, nor did he talk about the feat he had performed during the Immortal Ascension Square. Instead, he also revealed that he was only a sidekick, his 5-star strength card, since it had been veiled by Meng Ziyun and made to look like a 2-star strength card. It would be a good idea to simply suppress it again and lose the background card altogether, so as to save Meng Ziyun from finding the opportunity to debase it again. Among those present, other than Hu Qin, Su Yuxuan, Zhang Qiqi, and Meng Ziyun, several others revealed contemptuous gazes. Soon, the people were introduced one by one, some just with a name and others with their backgrounds. The boys, 5 of them, laid out in plain sight with separate messages. Menghao, 2 stars of personal strength, side branch of the Meng family. Meng Ziyun, 2 stars in personal strength, carries around treasures that aid in combat, a direct descendant of the Meng clan's great clan, and his own grandfather was also a famous expert in the Dharma body realm. Yi Shang, 3 stars of personal strength, carries several treasures with him, Yi family direct lineage, his own father's ordinary Dharma body realm. Zhou Pengfei, personal strength of 2 stars, carrying a number of treasures with him, Zhou family direct lineage, 3rd grandfather ordinary Dharma body realm. Su Wenbin, personal strength of 2 stars, carrying a number of treasures with him, Su family direct lineage, Pulse master ancestor grandfather ordinary Dharma body realm. The girls are 5, and the message laid out in plain sight is, Su Yuxuan, personal strength of 2 stars, carried clothes and a few protective treasures with her, Su family great clan direct lineage, her own father's Dharma body realm, and her grandpa's Dharma body realm heavenly ranking. In addition to that, she was also Princess Yuanjuan's cousin. Zhang Qiqi, 2-star personal strength, carries several treasures with her, a direct descendant of the Zheng family's great clan, and a powerful person in the Dharma body realm of her own grandfather. Hu Qin, 4-star personal strength, 9th on the subterranean dragon ranking, carries a number of treasures with him, a direct descendant of the Hu family, his own grandfather's ordinary Dharma body realm. Moui Ruo, 2 stars for personal strength. Lu Wei, 2-star personal strength, carries several treasures with her, a direct descendant of the Lu family. Among them, Menghao and Hu Qin knew each other beforehand and were considered to possess a bond. Su Yuxuan, Meng Ziyun and Zhang Qiqi, dog-licking and married, possess a bond with each other. Lu Wei and Su Wenbin are a public couple. Moui Ruo and Zhou Pengfei, who appeared to know each other but pretended not to, obviously had some sort of bond as well. A circle down. In turn, Yi Shang did not know with which circle of custody to mix in. After gaining a preliminary understanding of everyone, Menghao noticed the red and gray intersection appearing outside the sky window and smiled. The time has come to go out and cultivate. Chapter 45, The Dangerous Sandwich World. Saving someone's life. This young man is also considered to be a virtuous act. With cultivation at stake, no one dared to slack off. After determining that the sky outside had become a mixture of red and gray, people pushed open their skylights and leapt out of the sky, fish out of the ground as if they were rats coming out of their holes. Sweeping his feet, the top of the bunker had all kinds of weeds as a cover. Even the skylight, from the ground, looked completely like a block of stone, and could not see the condition inside. Single-sided mirror effect. Looking out, around the bunker, was a large field with green leaves growing on the ground and sweet potatoes buried in the earth. This was their food for the next 6 months. And looking out, 100 meters in circumference, they were surrounded by blue flags. This is the marking of the first ring. 3 kilometers further out, there will be orange flags, sort of a sign for the second ring. Until 10 kilometers in, the third ring where the red flag is located, is the final tipping point, and once you go out, you risk getting lost. The 10 people were new to the area, not too familiar with the surroundings, and didn't dare to run too far. So they sat close to the top of the bunker and began to cultivate on their knees. While waiting for the other 9 to close their eyes and cultivate, Menghao was slowly getting up again. He could rely on the system to break through, so naturally he didn't need such a tedious cultivation process. Bypassing the crowd, Menghao headed toward the distance. According to the usual designation, the first ring is known as the blue zone, the first ring to the second ring is known as the orange zone, and the second ring to the third ring is known as the red zone. Menghao shuttled along the orange zone in one direction, passing a cold pool and a forest of red leaves. By the time we reached the red zone, everything became abnormal, and all the dead things, as if they possessed life, were flowing and moving. Just as he wanted to continue exploring, there was suddenly a slight ringing in the distance. After listening sideways, he realized that someone seemed to be calling, and the direction of the voice was clearly the bunker side. Is something wrong? Menghao hurriedly rushed towards that side. Upon reaching the vicinity of the blue zone, a quick glance showed only a pool of blood above the bunker. Everyone else was nowhere to be seen. Something happened so soon? Menghao was shocked in his heart, and had long heard countless times that the Ascension Conference was dangerous, and that the red sky went out with 9 deaths. But right now it's just a reddish-gray junction. How can that be? Running his light energy, he pranced to the stone where the bunker was located and attempted to open it, only to find that he was unable to do so. It's someone on the inside unlocking it. Menghao frowned and hurriedly knocked on the stone. Open the door. I'm still outside. After a few seconds of knocking, there was no movement at all underneath. As if he hadn't heard. He knew that it was a one-sided mirror, and that he couldn't see the picture underneath from above. But if there was someone underneath, they would certainly be able to see it. Help! At that moment, another voice came faintly from the distance. Seeing this, Menghao temporarily gave up his intention of entering the bunker and quickly headed that way. A wild ride soon brought us to the red zone on this side. A low towering red cloud, from which dozens of tentacles protruded and roamed the sky, with several figures dangling from it. As they approached, Meng Ziyun, Lu Wei, and Zhou Pengfei were all in mid-air at the moment, one pulling on the leg of the other, crying and calling out. On the ground, the two of them, Hu Qin and Zhang Qiqi, were pulling on a thin rope that extended to Meng Ziyun's neck, seemingly wrestling with the tentacle. Make some effort yourselves. You can't pull. Hu Qian's face was suffocatingly red as he shouted, but the two of their bodies were still being pulled toward the outside, and the ground was being dragged and plowed out with 2 marks. And just a dozen meters in front of them was the edge of the third ring with red flags. Once even they were pulled out, they would have to follow the 3 people in mid-air and be buried with them. Qiqi, don't let go. I am your fiancé. In mid-air, Meng Ziyun had a handful of snot and tears, as if he had already seen his own death. In comparison, Lu Wei and Zhou Pengfei, who were grasping his legs and were much closer to that red cloud, were much quieter, although despair was also faintly visible on their faces. Menghao, help! Hearing the commotion, Hu Qin twisted her head and realized that Menghao had rushed in, and she couldn't help but be overjoyed. Seeing this, Menghao quickly stepped forward and grabbed the rope with the 2, but the power of that tentacle was extremely strong, and new tentacles were constantly reaching out from the red cloud. Even though the 3 of them were all in the 9th heaven of the outer landscape, they were still being pulled continuously towards the red flag side. We can't be pulled out, or we'll be completely lost, and sooner or later we'll die if we don't make it back to the bunker, Zhang Qiqi whispered, and in her heart, she had actually already sentenced the 3 people in midair to death. It's all because those 4 guys were too wimpy and ran back to the bunker. If they were all there, they might have had a chance. Don't give up on me. Kiki, save me. I'm your fiancé. In midair, Meng Ziyun's ears were so good that when he heard Zhang Qiqi's vague intention to abandon them, he burst into tears. Menghao, save me, we're from the same family. Brother, 100 Shen crystals, by my life. Lu Wei and Zhou Pengfei would like to shout, but they did not memorize the names of the following 3 people, for fear of shouting the wrong, counterproductive, can only repeat the word help. Ugh. When Zhang Qiqi heard this, she sighed lowly, thinking that Meng Ziyun was sick and desperate. How could Menghao save him? 100 crystals? Menghao's eyes lit up. 100 taels of silver for a piece of Xian crystal. 100 pieces were equivalent to 10,000 taels of silver. Glancing at their position from the red zone, Menghao quickly said, "Take your life and buy me 10 seconds. After he said that, his entire body instantly let go of the rope and leapt onto it, running towards Meng Ziyun and the others. How dare he? Both Zhang Qiqi and Hu Qin were shocked. This was the life-snatching heavenly crow. The tentacles came with a paralyzing effect, and anyone who was sucked on would completely lose their power of resistance. After Menghao took off, the 2 of them immediately felt a strong pull. Without thinking too much, both of them exerted their utmost strength and pulled the rope with all their might. Father, you are my father. Come and save me. Seeing Menghao ascending the rope and coming towards them, Meng Ziyun was almost touched to death. Seeing hope in the midst of despair, this was simply too good to cry. Lu Wei and Zhou Pengfei were also excited, not expecting this Menghao to be so courageous. In this situation, he would still come to save people. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In midair, several tentacles attacked toward Menghao. Put. Menghao's footsteps did not stop, and as he shuttled through, the tentacles of the tree roots broke off and fell down from the air. What? The few people present were all shocked and somewhat disbelieving. The tentacles of the life-snatching heavenly crow were chopped off by Menghao. They were well aware of the speed of this thing. It was as fast as lightning, and there was almost no resistance until the interview. This was only the strength of the most ordinary life-snatching heavenly crow. If that red cloud in the sky was a bit bigger, not to mention the stalemate, it was estimated that even Zhang Qiqi and Hu Qin would be pulled away. Hold on. In mid-air, looking at Menghao, who was darting around like no one was watching, the 3 of them were ecstatic, and after the tentacle tried to attack Menghao twice without success, it stopped striking and instead increased its pull on the 3. Father, you've come to save me. Looking at Menghao, who was close at hand, Meng Ziyun burst into tears. The one who can come to his rescue in a time of despair is simply closer than his own father. Just as Menghao made his move, preparing to chop off the tentacles from their bodies, the tentacles on Meng Ziyun and Lu Wei's bodies instantly loosened as if they knew what they were doing. Saved. Both of them were overjoyed, but the pulling force behind them did not decrease at all. No, help me. Immediately afterward, Zhou Pengfei, who was hanging at the very back, grasping Lu Wei's calf, let out a miserable scream. Seeing this, Menghao's body took a flying leap. Whoosh! Before the short sword chopped down the tentacles, most of Zhou Pengfei's torso, as well as the dozens of tentacles, instantly retracted back into the red cloud, and accompanied by the reddish-gray changing sky, disappeared without a trace in an instant. Puff! Losing the pull of their tentacles, the 3 fell straight into the ground. Get back! At this moment, they appeared outside the red flag. A murmur rang in his ears, invading his brain as if it were a mental attack. The 3 of them rolled and crawled, burrowing back into the red zone before the ravings disappeared. We all survived. Lu Wei shouted with a grateful face. Where all survived? You look back. Menghao reminded with a complicated expression. Zhou Pengfei is not just in my. Lu Wei twisted her head to see Zhou Pengfei's 2 hands, still tightly gripping her calves, extending up. Both arms were there, but the entire torso was gone. It turned out that the tentacle, seeing that it couldn't bring all 3 in, quickly adjusted its strategy and grabbed at the last person with all its might, surprisingly ripping Zhou Pengfei's arm off alive. No one had expected that even an hour had not passed since descending into the bunker, but a person had died first. Even if Menghao had not saved him, the death toll would have risen to 3. Don't stay here. The red zone is dangerous. Go back to the bunker first. Chapter 46. In order to live better, this young man must come forward to resist the bannerah. Back on the ground where the bunker was, the 5 called out for a while, but no one opened the skylight. Are you guys sure they're in there? Menghao asked doubtfully. I'm sure. Meng Ziyun gritted his teeth and said, Mom, when I was hanged, I saw them running back, with my own eyes. If the 4 of them had helped at that time, we wouldn't have been in danger, and Zhou Pengfei wouldn't have died. That's right. Zhang Qiqi nodded her head in recognition. The 2 of her and Hu Qin pulling the rope could hold out for a while, and if they were to add 4 more people, they would definitely be able to fight through the tentacles. After shouting for a while, the sunroof just wouldn't open. Exasperated, Meng Ziyun hammered the stone hard for a while, and as a result, it didn't even sputter. Menghao was a bit curious and pulled out his short sword to try as well, realizing that the skylight disguised as a stone was ridiculously hard, and he didn't know what material it was made of. After a while, I don't know if the people inside figured it out or realized there was no danger outside, so they opened the skylight. The 5 men saw this and darted back into the bunker. Who locked the door? Who the hell is it? Do you want us to die out there? Damn! I almost died. As soon as Meng Ziyun entered, he yelled. He reacted violently, scaring a few people inside the fort. Yu Xian feels so noisy. Meng Ziyun, what are you being mean about? It's Yu Xian who won't let them open the door. As soon as Su Yuxuan's coy and calm voice came out, Meng Ziyun was dumbfounded, and after opening his mouth several times, he didn't know what to say, and in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. I want to know who locked the door? Seeing that the scene had quieted down, Zhang Qiqi was suddenly asking, but her eyes were staring straight at Yi Shang. At that time, when the tentacles started to grab people, Su Yuxuan was the first one to head into the bunker. Then came Mo Yuerua and Su Wenbin. Yi Shang was in front of her, and as a result, the door was closed before she could enter. Yi Shang was red in the face and explained, I was the one who closed the door. I acted subconsciously. He paused for a moment, then pointed at Mo Yuerua, but she locked the door. Normally, a door can still be opened from the outside when it's closed, but not when it's unlocked. Only then did the crowd realize that Mo Yuerua didn't know what kind of stimulation he was suffering from, and was currently squatting in the corner, snapping and snapping his fingers on the ground. What's wrong with her? A few people couldn't help but ask. Who knows? As soon as I came in, I became like this. Yi Shang rolled his eyes and said, doesn't look mentally normal. The crowd had a consensus that Mo Yuerua's brain might not be very good. How did you leave me alone in the bunker? I didn't think much of it. I got wrapped up in them and went into the bunker, and by the time I tried to get out, as you heard, that big lady wouldn't let the door open. Lu Wei and Su Wenbin, the couple, also ran to the corner and started whispering. Meng Ziyun was dumbfounded. Lu Wei didn't have the guts to fire a shot. The two people who should be the most furious didn't move, and naturally, Menghao, Hu Qin, and Zhang Qiqi were silent as well. However, Menghao was a bit dissatisfied with these people's behavior of locking the door. If the people inside are intent on doing something bad and never open the door, by the time they get to Red Sky, all of them outside will be dead. This looks like a huge safety hazard. Think about it from his perspective. The safest thing to do, naturally, was to take out the other 8 people, leaving him alone, then no one would lock the door and pit him. But doing so is not very realistic. On the one hand, he's not an abusive killer, and the mental hurdle just doesn't pass. On the other hand, these 8 people were not unknowns, each with a deep background. If they left here after 6 months, they'd have him alive in this bunker. He believed that he wouldn't be able to survive for long, and would even drag Pops and Minghua down with him. So, there is no choice but to unite everyone, or at the very least, to reach a consensus, and not to lock the door when there are still people outside and lock the door inside. Gentlemen, Menghao spoke, we're going to stay here for half a year, and you've seen the situation. Zhou Pengfei wouldn't have died if things had happened and everyone had been united. Zhou Pengfei is dead? The 4 men inside the fort froze for a moment and looked around, realizing that there was really one person missing. However, they were not very familiar with Zhou Pengfei and did not have much emotional turmoil after learning of the cause of death. So, my idea is that we need to come to an agreement ahead of time, make a covenant, and clarify some rules and regulations. Before the words fell, Yi Shang couldn't help but interject. Who do you think you are? It's your turn to be in charge here? How the do you talk to my savior? Meng Ziyun on the side couldn't help it, and directly pounced on Yi Shang for a fat punch. Yi Shang was completely confused, not expecting that his finding fault with Menghao would result in attracting Meng Ziyun's fists and feet. Brother Ziyun, I'm wrong, don't hit. Lying on the ground, Yi Shang didn't even dare to fight back, and could only beg for mercy. Meng Ziyun was already harboring a fire. After all, he almost died, but as a result, when he came back just as soon as he fired, he was disliked by Su Yuxuan's words. He was suffocating when Yi Shang jumped out on his own, although he was looking for trouble with Menghao, but he couldn't help it. After all, Menghao was really his savior, and at that time, he was already desperate, thinking that he was really going to die there. Menghao appeared, as if he were a savior, stepping on the rope to save them from the tiger's mouth. Su Yuxuan was also a bit surprised, as if she didn't expect a person like Meng Ziyun to stand up for Menghao, and couldn't help but measure Menghao a bit more. Menghao, he also saved my life. We have to thank people properly. In the corner, Lu Wei was also a bit upset with Yi Shang's attitude towards Menghao, and said seriously to Su Wenbin, good, I know, your savior is my savior, Su Wenbin said with a smile. After a while, Meng Ziyun's anger subsided, and only then did he stop beating Yi Shang, a nice handsome guy, beaten up and swollen. Even her mother could not recognize her. 3 stars were beaten by 2 stars like this. Hu Qing couldn't help but snicker. When he introduced himself, Yi Shang stated that Su Yu, who was number 1 on the subterranean dragon ranking, was barely a star, and his strength was equivalent to 3 stars. Other than him, Hu Qing claimed 4 stars, and everyone else stated that they were only 2 stars strong. Now it seemed that even if Yi Shang really did have 3 stars of strength, it would be futile if he didn't dare to make a move. Menghao, go on. I'll see who dares to object. Meng Ziyan looked around and realized that there didn't seem to be any more pricks, other than Su Yuxuan, who rolled her eyes at him, and Mo Yoruwa, who was still picking at the floor in the corner. Everyone else was fine with it. Menghao nodded, then said, we have to survive for half a year together. Unity is the most important. So, the first rule is that when there are people on the ground, the people on the inside can't lock the door and make sure the people on the outside can open it. The second rule, every time you practice, leave one person to take care of it, and when you encounter danger you can wake everyone up in advance to avoid this situation again. Third rule, Su Yuxuan can't go back to the bunker until Zheng Qiqi is in the bunker. Just as Menghao's words fell, Su Yuxuan yelled, Yu Xian is furious. Why can't Yu Xian go back to the bunker? Strangely, though, she said she was angry, but her demeanor was light. Meng Ziyun was also a bit confused, and quickly said, brother, if Yuxuan has a shortcoming, we'll all have to die. Menghao nodded slightly, not to mention the background of Su Yuxuan's lineage of dual dharma bodies. Her cousin Yuan Jun alone was enough to bury everyone present with her. It is precisely because Su Yuxuan is so important that she must enter the bunker after Zhang Qiqi. Menghao explained. Think about it, if there was no Su Yuxuan in the bunker, would the other 3 dare not open the door? If Su Yuxuan, Yu Meng Ziyun, and Zhang Qiqi are outside, and everyone else is inside, who dares not open the door? Who dares to let you all die outside? But Su Yuxuan is different. She stayed in the bunker and was really daring everyone to die out there. After half a year, even if she returns to the human realm, who would dare to find trouble with her? When the crowd thought about it, they realized that this was really the case. Su Yuxuan's background was too strong, and she definitely couldn't be allowed to die, or else with Yuan Juan's nature, they would all have to be buried with her, even if Meng Ziyun was probably no exception. Yu Xian is very angry. Menghao, if you dare to treat Yu Xian like this, when Yu Xian goes back, she'll let father beat you to death. Su Yuxuan's face was as calm as water, and the tone of her voice was normal, but the content of her speech was tinged with emotional fluctuations. He hadn't noticed it before, but now that he had brought his emotions with him, Menghao realized that there seemed to be something wrong with this woman as well. Looks like a facepalm. No, I was trying to protect you, Menghao said seriously. Alone, you won't necessarily be able to live past half a year, and only with our help will you be able to live that long. This is my way of preserving us all to live long. We live long so you can live long. The more of us that are alive, the more people there are to protect you. Understand? Su Yuxuan was stunned by what he said, and some doubts appeared in her eyes. Yuxuan feels strange. Is that what you're saying? Sure, but anyone who's smart can run through the logic, Menghao said, turning his head to look at the others. Yes. Menghao is right. We live long enough for you to live long enough. For every one of us that lives, you have one more person to die for you. There was a murmur of agreement from the crowd, coaxing the children, but there were 2 exceptions in the field. One was Zheng Qiqi, who couldn't possibly grovel to Su Yuxuan because of her status, and at this moment, she inclined her head, unwilling to see this image. The other was Mo Yoruwa, still crouching in the corner and buckling the floor, as if none of this had anything to do with her. Yu Xian will believe you just once. Su Yuxuan opened her mouth again. Yuxuan doesn't want to die. If you let Yuxuan die, Yuxuan let father beat you to death. Menghao sounded weird. He was curious as to how Su Yuxuan was able to interpret words with emotional fluctuations with an expressionless face and a voice that had no ripples. Doesn't she think this is awkward? Chapter 47. One problematic child is just a problem, but even came 2 at once. If I had known that this young master does not carry a flag, the covenant was kinda reached without incident. Su Yuxuan coaxed it, and the others were basically sensible. Mo Yoruwa was the exception and kept picking at the floor. Menghao tried to ask for her opinion, didn't get a response, and simply ignored her. It's a gray day. It should be a time for us to be active. Menghao opened the skylight. Everyone go out. Familiarize yourself with the environment. Eat and drink. Yu Xian don't want to go out. Yu Xian want to stay here. Su Yuxuan was the first to jump out and object. No, Yu Xian must go out. Menghao mimicked her speech. If Yuxuan doesn't go out, we can't go out. Yu Xian doesn't care about you. If you keep talking like Yu Xian will get angry. Su Yuxuan's eyes were spitting fire. Everyone else was a bit headstrong. Menghao was right. If the gray sky didn't go out, the red sky could not go out even more. So, normally, they had to move around outside on gray days and rest inside the bunker on red days. These first few days are just about the best time to acclimatize and adjust your routine. But with Su Yuxuan like this, no one could really cure her. Yu Xian, how about I give you Xian crystals? Meng Ziyun prided himself on being familiar with Su Yuxuan and took the initiative to step forward. Yu Xian don't. And, Yu Xian is not something you can call. Fine. Su Yuxuan, haven't you always wanted to see Turtle? How about I go out and play Turtle for you? Meng Ziyun's words caused many people in the room to be dumbfounded, calling out that they were hot. Yu Xian is so annoyed with you. Yu Xian thinks you are so childish. Can you go away? Don't appear in Yu Xian's line of sight. Meng Ziyun instantly wimped out, spreading his two hands and signaling Menghao that you're on your own while he jumped straight out of the skylight. Menghao twisted his head and swept towards the others. Yi Shang, with a piggy face, didn't say anything and left directly. I'll see if the water in that cold pool is drinkable for us. So what? I'm going out to see how sweet potatoes work. We want to bury Zhou Pengfei's arm. In an instant, the people in the field were gone, leaving only Menghao, Su Yuxuan, and Mo Yoruo. It was obvious that the big guys didn't want to stay in the bunker for fear of being forced to stay and look after Su Yuxuan. Su Yuxuan still had an expressionless look, but her eyes were rich, fully displaying what it meant to speak with her eyes. The eyes were filled with disdain and provocation. A posture of what can you take from this Yu Xian? Your district Menghao. Ouch. No. My stomach hurts. Menghao covered his stomach and exclaimed. If Yuxuan doesn't go out, I can't go out to poop, so there's no way out. I'll just poop here. You, Su Yuxuan's eyes reveal shock. Yuxuan is disgusted by you. Don't be in the bunker. This is a safe house. Then Yu Xian is going to go out. Yu Xian went out. How will not be in the bunker to pull. Menghao did not know how he said these words out. Humph. Don't you just want Yu Xian to go out? Yu Xian will go out now. And when Yu Xian comes back, you're not allowed to make Yu Xian's bed stink. Su Yuxuan said, twisting her head and turning around condescendingly. She came under the skylight and leapt up, leaving the bunker. Phew. Menghao sighed with relief, only to feel that this Su Yuxuan grew so big for nothing, like a little doll, and had to be coaxed. When he was about to leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Mo Yoruo, who was still in the corner. To keep her here? No. He suddenly remembered Zhang Qiqi snapping at Yi Sheng earlier, and Yi Sheng stating that he was the one who closed the door. But the lock was put on by Mo Yoruo, in case he left as well, and this Mo Yoruo locked the bunker door again. It would be over. This woman can really look like she's not very nervous, and it's not always possible to call the door again. Damn. What a big head. A Su Yuxuan is just that. This also popped up another. A thought flashed through Menghao's mind, but he quickly shook his head. It's not like I'm an inhuman being. Walking over to Mo Yoruo's side, Menghao squatted down and took a look at the circle she had drawn. The floor was so hard that it could barely be branded. One could only tell by the trajectory of her fingers that she seemed to be drawing layer after layer of what looked like an onion. Mo Yoruo, everyone's out. Do you want to go out for a spin? Mo Yoruo was unmoved, still buckling the floor. Menghao couldn't help but pat her shoulder. Mo Yoruo, let's go outside and take a look around. Okay? The tap seemed to bring her back from a certain state of mind. The movement of her fingers drawing circles slowed. The whole person was as if they were fixed, not moving at all. This man is kooky. Menghao was certain that this woman was a little bit nervous, and she was also very sick. Just as he was wondering how he should persuade the woman to leave the bunker, Mo Yoruo's head twisted crookedly. His neck was twisted 45 degrees. His neck was as if it had roots, and he looked at Menghao with a crooked head and slanted eyes. My Zhou Pengfei is dead. Menghao was caught off guard and jumped back 3 meters. It took a while to freeze up and determine that the guy was still human, just acting too weird. What did you say? He moved a meter closer, which is when he heard her murmur. My Zhou Pengfei is dead. Your Pengfei Zhou. Menghao drifted off. No wonder. Just as he had guessed, Zhou Pengfei's hold was this Mo Yoruo. I'm sorry for your loss. Before the words were finished, Mo Yoruo suddenly interjected words that made Menghao shiver. Can you be the person I like? A weirdo. In a weird pose, saying scary, obviously wrong things. If it were a different occasion, Menghao would have turned his head and left. But here, it was going to be as long as half a year. Do you listen to me when I do what you like? It was visible to the naked eye that Mo Yoruo, who was still expressionless and even appeared bizarre, was getting brighter and brighter, and the depths of her eyes were filled with joy. ignoring Menghao's fear. She just tilted her head and nodded her head repeatedly. I will listen to you. And from today onwards, you are the person I like. For some reason, Menghao inexplicably only felt a chill coming on, and couldn't help but shiver. It always feels like I'm doing something wrong. But there was nothing he could do about it now. Thinking that if this crazy woman was willing to listen and was good enough to be coaxed, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Besides, when you are awake, be more cautious. As for when you are asleep, everyone does not sleep in the same house. It should be those girls who should be afraid. Okay, then can you stand up now and not be in such a posture? Menghao revealed a forced smile. He was tempted to say, I'm scared when you're like this. I'm sorry, I couldn't control my body or expression properly. Moura apologized, and then, seemed to be recalling and pondering how to move in order to get her body right. A few seconds later, Moura stood in front of Menghao in a dignified manner. Upon closer inspection, Menghao was slightly relieved. Although this woman had a strange personality, her appearance was born well. If Su Yuxuan was a face that was naturally proud and came with the attribute of being a stinker, Moura was just a face that was naturally delicate and came with the attribute of attracting pity. Without that previous conversation, Menghao even felt that Moura was very cute, like the kind of little sister next door. Especially her bright, twinkling eyes, which were imploring, made Menghao look a bit overwhelmed. He thought that even the maiden Mingyue at home didn't have such a blazing and piercing love. Did she? That, Moura, can you go out now? Moura smiled sweetly and looked at him with an expectant face. Brother Menghao, I want to give you a snack that I made with my own hands. Chapter 48 Accompanying Missy to relieve herself? What ascension conference this young master is here to be a babysitter to. Dim sum, in Menghao thought, should be similar to his iron box? A little sweet, a little greasy, but it never occurred to me that a pitch black, rancid, stinking piece of black bread could be called a snack. Brother Menghao, I made this with my own hands. Try it. Moura looked at him with a hopeful expression. Get out first. Menghao instinctively resisted, finally realizing where the salted fish smell Su Yuxuan had shouted before came from. Isn't it? The staff of the Ascension Conference don't care? How can you let her bring in this dark cuisine? Moura was as if she hadn't heard, still holding up the black bread and shoving it towards Menghao's mouth. Don't you ever make anything without tasting it yourself? As the words fell out of her mouth, Moura stuffed this black bread into her own mouth and took a ladylike bite. Looking at the way her teeth were all stained black, but she still had a sweet smile, Menghao only felt his scalp tingle. Seeing that Moura was about to pass the black bread to her mouth again, without saying a word, he grabbed her by the waist and leapt up, leaving the bunker. As she landed, she also pretended to be careless and knocked the brown bread she was holding off the floor. Oops, I'm so sorry. I dropped something on the floor. It's dirty. I can't eat it. Menghao pretended to exaggerate and accidentally kicked the black bread. Moura looked at the black bread scattered on the ground and revealed a sad expression. The little expression kinda scratched his heart, giving Menghao a thought in his heart that he wasn't going too far. However, with another glance at the pitch-black bread on the ground, Menghao still had a hard heart. Never mind. Moura's saddened expression instantly faded and was replaced with a look of joy. Brother Menghao, this dim sum isn't good enough. I'm going to make a dim sum for you with my own hands. Menghao was flabbergasted for a moment, thinking that her pitch-black treats, perhaps expired, should have been fine when they were first made. Besides, it's better to give her something to do than to stay in the bunker. Okay, then you go and do. Witnessing Moura hopping away from the bunker, Menghao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking around, 4 or 5 people were digging sweet potatoes within the blue zone, and a few others should be exploring farther out. Su Yuxuan was closest to the bunker, holding an arm and standing motionless on a relatively clean piece of ground. Seeing Menghao looking over, he rolled his eyes without hiding it. What are you standing here for? Humph, Yu Xian doesn't want to talk to you. Big bad guy who cheats on little girls. Little girl? Who? Moura? Menghao scratched his head. Just from her appearance, it was true that Moura looked the smallest, yet she seemed to cause the most headaches. Su Yuxuan, however, stopped speaking, as if she didn't want to talk to Menghao. Seeing this, Menghao didn't force himself, squatted down close by, and started digging sweet potatoes. He doesn't have enough pastries to last more than a few days, and he'll still be looking at this sweet potato as a staple in the future. While digging up the sweet potatoes, he kept an eye on Su Yuxuan with his afterglow, fearing that she would take a huff and run back to lock the bunker door again. When he first arrived, Menghao was not familiar with anyone else except Hu Qin, and could only speculate about them with the utmost malice. Now that's called taking responsibility for your life, which is like the others. Really believe him? Digging sweet potatoes. out exploring exploration. Hey, do you guys eat sweet potatoes? In the field, Hu Qin and the others dug out dozens of sweet potatoes and shouted at Menghao and the two of them. Bake on it. There are so many of us. It's okay to bake more, said Menghao with a nod. Soon, on the edge of the orange district, a fire was built. Ah! It was at that moment that another shout that sounded like a scream came from the distance. Whoosh! Stop right there! Menghao managed to catch Su Yuxuan before she drilled back into the bunker and picked her up. Let go, let go! Yu Xian wants to go back. Yu Xian doesn't want to die. Su Yuxuan tried hard to break free, but Menghao was as strong as an ox and tightly grabbed her wrist. Menghao, let's go over and take a look. When Hu Qin and the others saw that Menghao had stopped Su Yuxuan, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and with a greeting, they ran over that way. Seeing this, Menghao decided to just guard this side of the bunker. I'm going to cut you loose and you're not going back to the bunker, okay? You're hurting Yu Xian. When we get back, Yu Xian is going to make daddy beat you to death. Seeing that she stopped struggling, Menghao let go of her hand. Su Yuxuan didn't care about the red marks on her wrists. She huffed and turned around. Her hands clasped in front of her chest and her mouth was still broken. Yu Xian is so aggravated. Her wrist hurts. Yu Xian wants to cry so much, but Yu Xian can't shed tears. Menghao was slightly embarrassed to hear this, making it seem like he was bullying people. Despite her words, she kept her eyes fixed in the direction of the screams coming from the party, as if any more movement there was going to make her dive right back into the bunker. How come the Miss Su family is so afraid of death? Menghao was speechless and could only stand here with her. However, it was slightly reassuring that there wasn't any more yelling coming from there, so things should be good, just wondering if another person would die. After a few moments, two men emerged from the grove in the distance. Lu Wei ran in front and Su Wenbin chased after her. Don't follow me, Su Wenbin. I'm telling you, we're done playing. It's over. Wei Wei, you listened to my explanation. I was shocked. You know, Zhou Pengfei good end of the person, and then see only the arm. When they got close, they realized that Lu Wei had tears hanging on her face, while Su Wenbin had a guilty look on his face. Seems to see this side of the people. Su Wenbin's voice a little smaller. Vaguely can hear him say family scandal cannot be publicized. Let's keep our voices down. Whose family with you? Get lost and stop pestering me. Lu Wei was a bit irritated and pushed away Su Wenbin who tried to pull her back. Yu Xian can't stand to watch. She doesn't want you to pester her. Can you stop moving your hands? Su Yuxuan, however, was out of several people's expectations and stood out to say something on Lu Wei's behalf. Menghao could ignore Su Yuxuan, but Su Wenbin didn't dare to do so, fixing himself in place, watching Lu Wei run back to the bunker, and didn't dare to chase after him. I was a childhood friend of hers. After explaining, seeing that neither of the two people over here were interested, Su Wenbin then arched his hand and headed towards the orange district again. Hey, Yu Xian is curious. What's the situation with the two of them? When the people left, Su Yuxuan said something that made Menghao feel surprised. Are you that nosy? Yu Xian doesn't want to care about you. Can you people talk? Menghao smiled, suddenly feeling that this woman didn't seem completely ungrounded, and opened his mouth. What else could be the reason for the two of them separating? It must be that Su Wenbin left Lu Wei behind again at a critical moment. Previously, when the desperate Heavenly Crow was in place, Su Wenbin had fled on his own. At that time, if he hadn't made a move, Lu Wei would have died. Humph, this kind of man is so unreliable. Yu Xian despises him. The two of them chatted for a while longer, during which they asked what had happened on Lu Wei's side. Only then did he realize that it was an oops, and Lu Wei and Su Wenbin were frolicking around the cold pool. From the water suddenly leaped out of something. Lu Wei was startled, accidentally fell in. Su Wenbin saw the situation and turned his head to run. That's what caused the two to fall out, while the others didn't come back. And according to what Lu Wei said, they should be over there catching fish. Yu Xian has something she wants to say, but doesn't dare to say it. Menghao couldn't help but stare, curiously saying, just say what you're going to say. It's not like you to twist and turn. Su Yuxuan was still expressionless, but she held back her redness for a long time before she said with some shyness in her eyes, Yu Xian wants to pee, but Yu Xian is scared to be alone. I'll get Qingyi Zhang to come over and keep you company? Su Yuxuan was stunned for a moment and shook her head. Yuxuan doesn't want her, then I'll have Lu Wei accompany you? With her little strength, she might even need Yu Xian to protect her. Su Yuxuan proudly raised her head, her chin tilted up to the sky. Menghao suddenly realized that he thought she was shy, but it turned out that she was worried about having no one to protect her. Su Yuxuan suddenly straightened up and said, Menghao, you accompany Yuxuan to pee. Yuxuan will forgive you for your previous rudeness. Chapter 49. It's not me, it's her who pulled my hand to hug her. Alas, this young master is always too kind-hearted. Rebellion? Menghao stroked his chin, feeling that he had felt Su Yuxuan's temperament. A word like pee. How vulgar. But she used it, and let him, a big bloody lad, accompany him to pee. Hey, this missy wants to play rebel. Yu Xian warns you not to think too much. Yu Xian just needs a bodyguard. Your strength is barely enough. Su Yuxuan couldn't help but emphasize when she saw Menghao's eyes that seemed to see through everything. Hearing this, Menghao couldn't help but be a bit curious, asking her why she knew about him, while Yu Shang and the others didn't. Su Yuxuan was stumped for a while before she returned. Geographic narratives can only affect those who have not yet reached the level of Nianda. As for Breaking Bad, it won't be affected by something so superficial. For example, Hu Qin. She was trapped in Breaking Delusion for 3 years because she valued the subterranean dragon ranking too much. In her perception, the subterranean ranking is something that fulfills her fantasies, something that gives her an experience of high status that was not originally hers. She was afraid of losing, afraid that she wouldn't make it to the human list, afraid that she would reach the inner landscape and be obliterated from then on. Su Yuxuan smiled faintly. Yuxuan wouldn't be trapped by such a superficial reason. Menghao nodded. Breaking Delusion was the same as he thought. That is, everyone had at least one or more obsessions. Take care of that obsession and it's a done deal. Thinking of this, Menghao suddenly realized that Yu Xian's obsession could possibly be the Yu Xian is happy. Yu Xian is happy mode of speech. When she can express I properly, perhaps the delusion will be broken. The two went in the opposite direction away from the public. When she reached the orange zone, Su Yuxuan was still unwilling to stop until the red flag appeared, and Menghao couldn't help but remind her, the red zone is dangerous and I can't always protect you. Only then did Su Yuxuan beep her mouth, slightly dissatisfied and said, what first expert in the outside world? Yuxuan is very dissatisfied. Okay, that's it. You pee. Menghao pointed to a small pothole on the side of the road and said, you stay away. Yu Xian is a lady. You come back. Yu Xian is afraid. You blindfolded. Yu Xian is going to squat. Cover your ears. Yu Xian is going to make a sound. You're not allowed to look. Turn around. Blindfold. Cover your ears. Yu Xian is going to cry. A bubble of urine. The whole Menghao, a moment to the east, a moment to the west. A moment blindfolded, a moment to cover the ears. After peeing with great difficulty, Menghao realized that Su Yuxuan really had tears in her eyes, but she didn't want them to fall. Looking up at the sky and still blinking her eyes. Yu Xian can't cry. If she cries, she'll turn into a spiteful woman. What the hell is Yu Xian doing? Why would she let a man watch Yu Xian pee on the sidelines? After a while, Su Yuxuan only finished adjusting, but Menghao saw a trace of joy in her eyes, like a kitten after stealing fish. Missy is being too disciplined. Menghao shook his head. Sometimes it felt that these big families were quite faulty, raising their own young ladies to be too disciplined, and once they encountered a yellow hair, they would easily fall. It's also that he met him, a decent person, or else he would have taken Su Yuxuan down in a few words. Your urine is too yellow. Drink lots of water in general. Su Yuxuan's face brushed red, stalking a neck half a day before stifling a sentence. Yuxuan, ignore you. Vulgar man. With that, he walked off with a proud swan step. The two went back to the blue zone one after the other. There were quite a few people this time, and there was a great deal of activity at the edge of the orange district, baking sweet potatoes and fish again. Yu Xian, eat the fish. I caught it especially for you. This one is the biggest. Meng Ziyun lurched up to offer his courtesy. Yu Xian doesn't want to eat. Go away. Su Yuxuan did not give him a good face. Meng Ziyun hurriedly excused himself and sought out Menghao, asking, brother, where did you guys go just now? Menghao was about to reply when he realized that Su Yuxuan's ears moved, seemingly listening to the movements over here. He couldn't help but smile and spoke. We just, went to patrol the territory and make some markings. Su Yuxuan's face instantly darkened. Patrolling the territory and marking. Only animals marked by peeing. Is she a little? Oh, I see. It must be because Yu Xian wanted to go for a spin and you were afraid that something would happen to her. So you followed her, right? Meng Ziyun dawned on him and hastened to say, brother, it's been hard on you. We should. It's the consensus of all of us to keep her safe. Menghao smiled, coughed, and added, Su Yuxuan should be thirsty. Meng Ziyun's eyes lit up and he was ecstatic. Thank you, brother. Wait until the evening. I will definitely repay you. When he took the water pot filled with pool water and brought it to Su Yuxuan. Get lost. Yu Xian is thirsty, but doesn't want to use your dirty, broken pot. Yu Xian, this pot is clean. I washed it many times. Get lost. Yu Xian doesn't want to repeat herself. Okay, let's get out of here. With a smile piled on his face, Meng Ziyun rolled in place under the astonished gaze of the crowd, all the way to the fire. TSK, why bother? Menghao was stumped at the side. You don't want to be a good young master. You have to be a lickspill. But looking at Meng Ziyun's appearance, he didn't seem to think it was a big deal to be humiliated like this, and he was probably still able to hold out for a long time. Where's Moe Rua? Menghao suddenly thought of this woman, and could not help but become nervous. A look around, and found that there was none. Hurriedly, he ran to the front of the bunker and was relieved when he reached out and the skylight was pulled open. Just in case, he also made a point of entering the bunker and checking in both rooms. There is naturally no male dormitory, but there is a Lu Wei in the female dormitory, who was burying her head and crying. Brother Menghao. He was about to leave quietly, but was stopped by Lu Wei. Menghao felt a big headache at once. He didn't like comforting others, and he didn't like women who loved to cry. Condolences. The sky's the limit. Before the words left her mouth, Lu Wei made a fierce lunge and burrowed into Menghao's arms. Ha! Menghao was confused. At the age of blood and vigor, his body reacted immediately when he encountered two little lumps of dough. I have a maiden. This is inappropriate for you, Brother Menghao. Thank you for saving me before. I didn't properly express my gratitude to you. Lu Wei head close to the ground tightly, while twitching and crying, sighed, if Su Wenbin has 10% of your bearing, I will not even be so sad. Compared to you, I realized that a man like Su Wenbin can't be relied upon at all. We were childhood friends and grew up together. I didn't think he'd leave me behind and run away alone at a critical moment. And twice in a row. Usually he talks a good game. What with me being the love of his life and willing to die for me. But when it comes down to it, he reveals himself. Menghao's two hands were up in the air, and he was at a loss for what to do when Lu Wei suddenly grabbed his hands and placed them on her own waist. She was the one who grabbed my hand to hold her. Menghao thought. Lu Wei is vulnerable time. Comfort is also good. Channeling the psychology. Do not be whole with Su Yuxuan, Mo Yorua, as the same, into a problem child. He did it for the good of all. Alas, I'm just too kind, always sacrificing my personal interests for the sake of the collective. Chapter 50 Please. I don't want to be a brother. Don't even call me brother anymore. I'm scared. The atmosphere was ambiguous as a man and a woman were alone in a room, and the two of them were embracing each other. Lu Wei's sobs gradually subsided, and she seemed to realize that her current behavior wasn't quite right. There was a desire to separate, but I was afraid that it would be embarrassing to see Menghao's face. What made her most flustered was that her heart was thumping very hard, especially because Menghao had a faint scent on her body that made her a little bit fascinated. Unable to say how she felt, her hand couldn't help but reach into Menghao's clothes and caress the muscles on his back. Hiss. Molested? Menghao was still the first time he met such an active woman. Mingyue at home. Although the heart is stirring, but the body is honestly waiting for him to take the initiative. I can't. I'm at too much of a disadvantage. Menghao's blood surged, and following Lu Wei's example, he reached into her clothes. Lu Wei also seemed to be unwilling to show weakness, and as if she had just experienced a life and death calamity, some passionate impulses, while responding strongly, while muttering something in a vague and confused manner. When she was about to go further, she suddenly suffocated her remaining light to see a person standing in the hall, and was startled, hastily separating from Menghao. Someone, she said, looking down to straighten her clothes. Menghao was stunned for a moment and turned his head to look. Right below the bunker, Mo Yuarua stood at an unknown time, his hands hooked together, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes, making it creepy to look at. Brother Menghao. Mo Yuarua instantly changed into a sweet smile and bounced to the dormitory, her eyes once again filled with overflowing love, as if the evil-like eyes just now were just Menghao's illusion. How long have you been here? Menghao asked with slight embarrassment. He was the number one person in the outer landscape, but he didn't even realize that there was someone behind him. It must be because comforting Lu Wei was distracted, which lowered his guard. I'll go up first. Lu Wei was on the sidelines, not quite daring to look at Mo Yuarua, and hurriedly left with her head lowered. When she left, Mo Yuarua was suddenly undoing her blouse and opening her bosom wide. Brother Menghao, what she can't give you, I can give you. Don't mess around. Menghao was startled and hurriedly looked back, realizing that no one was there before closing the door to the room. Really? How am I going to explain this if people see it? How could Menghao still have the heart to engage in this kind of thing? And hurriedly put Mo Yuarua's clothes in order. He was a bit headstrong. Compared to Lu Wei, this Mo Yuarua was simply too abnormal. That look in his eyes just now, even he was a little scared when he looked at it. Didn't you make me a snack? Menghao was a little weak from her fiery, loving eyes and asked, changing the subject. Yeah, oh, I came back for the tools, Mo Yuarua said, stepping over the single bed and lying on the top bunk to reach her metal box. Brother Menghao, when I'm done with the dim sum, I'll bring it to you to eat. Oh. With that, she left with a smile on her face. Phew. Menghao took a long breath. Stepping out of the bunker, it was hot outside, with young men and women having fun. On the girls' side, the main ones are also Zhang Qiqi and Hu Qin, who are bold and generous in nature and play around with the boys all the time. Su Yuxuan was alone, and she still maintained her elegant posture, standing straight with her feet together, proudly tilting her chin and looking down on all beings. Mourawa was nowhere to be seen, so he probably ran off to look for ingredients again. Lu Wei sat next to the fire eating sweet potatoes in small bites. Next to her, Su Wenbin rambled on, and every time he wanted to get closer, he was glared at by her with a look that made him take a few steps back. The overall atmosphere was quite cordial, much better than at the very beginning. The first gray day after entering the bunker was spent. When the gray and red handed over, everyone sat down on their knees to cultivate, and Menghao was in charge of vigilance. It was just that what made him slightly worried was that Mourawa hadn't returned. Nothing's going to happen, is it? Not daring to let the crowd cultivate for a full quarter of an hour, almost 10 minutes or so, Menghao woke them up, because at this moment, the sky above was unpredictable, and from time to time, the roar of a terrifying creature came out, vaguely showing signs that it was about to manifest itself. Seeing this scene, everyone was startled and jumped into the bunker. Menghao, why don't you go in? Hu Qin was the last one to jump in and couldn't help but ask when she realized that Menghao was still parked outside. Keep an eye on the door. Don't let anyone lock it. I'll wait for Mourawa. She's not back yet. Yes. Huqian closed the skylight and stood guard. The others had gone back to their dormitories long ago. The two stone chambers where the sleeping quarters are located are the safest, with the stone fortress being the next safest. Menghao had been waiting on the ground for 2 or 3 minutes, feeling that the sky had mostly taken on a reddish color, and was about to lose the ability to wait, when Mourawa's figure was finally seen in the distance. Quick! Shouting out, he found that Mourawa seemed to be injured, dragging a body and limping towards this side. Seeing this, Menghao couldn't think too much and quickly ran his light power to lean over. Brother Menghao, I made it with my own hands. Try it. Seeing Menghao appear, Mourawa had a joyful look on her face, and her eyes, as always, were so full of love that they blazed so fiercely that it was frightening. A jelly-like object wrapped in a few green leaves had a refreshing aroma coming from it just as soon as it was opened. What time is it? When we get back? Menghao grabbed Mourawa's hand and tried to pull her back to the bunker. Who knows? But there is no pull. Turning her head, Mourawa's eyes were full of grudges, as if he didn't love her anymore if he didn't eat the food she made. That grudge in her eyes grew more and more intense, and her originally bright eyes instantly looked like they had been dyed with ink, completely fainting away into a deep darkness, as if he was even with the abyssal hell. Menghao only felt that the eyes had a suction force that wanted to suck his soul away. In the darkness, countless unjust souls were heard crying and howling. Eat! I don't know if it was the survival instinct that was driving him, but Menghao forced a smile, grabbed the unknown jelly-like object wrapped in green leaves, and shoved it towards his mouth. I was thinking of coping with the bite, perfunctory, and looking for a chance to spit it out. Who knows? That jelly bite was surprisingly juicy and inspired his gourmand attribute. Feast as if worried about being taken by others. 3 or 2 mouthfuls swallowed into the abdomen. Not yet quenched the appetite. The green leaves licked and eaten one by one, and only then looked up with a sense of satisfaction. Immediately afterward, Menghao revealed a look of horror. What did I just do? Brother Menghao, I love you so much. The abyssal darkness in Mourawa's eyes disappeared, replacing it with blazing love, and a hand held Menghao's arm. This strange touch made Menghao tremble with fear, and he couldn't help but reach out and touch it. There was only one small clump. He instantly realized what kind of raw materials had been used in that jelly-like mass of objects in the party. Does brother still want to eat? Mourawa said with affection. I can also make another one for brother with my own hands. Chapter 51 Inside View. A silent breakthrough. A genius like me. Breaking through is as simple as drinking water. Red sky descends. Even through the skylight, one could still feel outside the unstoppable pressure of some horrible creatures. 9 people from the same fort just stayed in the hall for a little while, and then went to their respective rooms. Closing the stone door, the world went silent for a moment, and the outside world was completely blocked out. Sure enough, it's still the safest place to be. Meng Ziyan let out a long sigh of relief and sat on his butt on the bed. Yi Sheng sitting next to him. Menghao and Su Wenbin sat on the opposite side of the bed. The first time to experience the red sky. A few people are a bit unable to sleep, talk for a long time. The topic gradually shifted to the next dormitory. Su Yuxuan is really able to stand up, and a pestle towards that is a day. Fellow robes, watch your step. Yu Xian is my goddess. Don't talk about her like that. After a day, a few people became familiar with each other, And Meng Ziyun was not in a good position to use his power to oppress people. Ha ha ha, brother Ziyun, don't worry, we have our measure. The others also realized that with Meng Ziyun around, it wasn't appropriate for the boys to come together to discuss Su Yuxuan, although everyone was interested in Su Yuxuan. Gentlemen, why don't you help me think about how to redeem Lu Wei? Su Wenbin said with a chagrined face. I was really frightened, reflexively running light power to escape, but she didn't believe me and ignored me for a day. Hey, Xiao, that's what I'm going to say about you. Meng Ziyun shook his head and said, the first time Lu Wei was taken captive by the desperate Heavenly Crow, it's still reasonable for you to say so, but the second time you're still like this. It's too fake. If it wasn't for the thought of having to get along for possibly half a year, someone like Su Wenbin, he would have already badmouthed him and not interacted with him. The sight of the Yisheng is full of concern. Su brother is too conservative. Women, eat hard but not soft. You coaxed her, certainly not. According to me, directly pulled to the grove of the Orange District. On the ground to her. Su Wenbin was slightly embarrassed and held his red face. How can this work? Menghao curiously said on the side. Shall see you this blush. With Lu Wei to which step? Kissed? No, don't talk nonsense. She a yellow flower big girl. You don't talk nonsense. Yi Sheng and Meng Ziyun were both uninterested in Lu Wei and turned to talk about other people. Zhang Qiqi actually has a pretty good personality. Brother Ziyun, you don't want such a good fiancé and turn to pursue Su Yuxuan. I don't want it anyway. Whoever of you likes to go after it, better get me out of my engagement with her. Meng Ziyun shook his head and emphasized once again that he only liked Su Yuxuan and would not marry her, and that there was no possibility with Zhang Qiqi. Hey, brother Ziyun, if you say so, I'm not polite. Yi Sheng rubbed his fists. Within the 5 women, the only ones qualified enough for his high opinion were Su Yuxuan and Zhang Qiqi. The best object to pursue was naturally Su Yuxuan, the woman with the hardest background. But with Meng Ziyun around, he couldn't say it explicitly, and besides, he didn't think he could catch up with Su Yuxuan. Instead, Zhang Qiqi still had hope. If he could chase Zhang Qiqi to his hand, it would be a great help to him. Didn't Brother Yi say that Moura was quite tasty? On the side, Su Wenbin seemed to be tired of seeing him being such a womanizer and couldn't help but say, Moura? A small woman with no background. It's okay to play around. It's not necessary to be emotional. Yi Sheng snorted. Zhang Qiqi's kind is the one who was fit for marriage. It's not good for you. Su Wenbin frowned. Look at that wimpy look on your face. Yi Sheng smugly said, I tell you, attractive men, there is no lack of women around them. Anyone who hangs for a tree doesn't have much of a future. When I, Yi Sheng, get to this bunker, not only will I cultivate to inner scenery, but I will also chase Zhang Qiqi to my hand and make her my proper wife. I'm going to let Moura warm my bed and let Hu Qin pound my legs. After Su Wenbin heard it, he was also a little passionate, but on his mouth, he shook his head and said, No, you're too flamboyant like this. It's not good. Meng Ziyun skimmed his mouth and didn't say anything more, and he couldn't help but ask when he realized that Menghao was just listening on the opposite side of the room and didn't comment much. How? What do you say? Which woman do you like? None of them. Menghao shook his head. I just want to leave. Now. Oh yeah. Meng Ziyun suddenly remembered something and flipped open his iron box, from which he took out 100 Xian crystals. Brother Hao, when you saved me before, I said I would give you 100 Xian crystals as repayment. Menghao didn't make any pretense and took it directly. 100 crystals found, worth 10,000 taels. Are they topped up? No. He naturally couldn't recharge in front of everyone. At the moment, Menghao was thinking more about leaving. Moura's odd behavior made him a little fearful and intimidated. There was a desire to use the token to leave, but then he wondered if he was overthinking it. What danger could she, an outlander small potato, pose to him, the first person in Outlander? Why don't we find a chance to break through the inner scenery first? Menghao thought that in this bunker, breaking through the inner view would also allow him to continue competing. Anyway, the final ranking was based on killing this void sky realm creature. Without the strength of the inner landscape, not to mention the top 10, the top 100 won't even make it. In fact, the top 10 rewards are almost sort of internalized to those with deep backgrounds. Ordinary backgrounds, people like Yi Sheng and Su Wenbin, not even Yen De. Half a year's time is mainly focused on promoting the inner view. Even after really promoting, the strength is weaker than unsullied and broken delusion promoting the inner view. Menghao's mind still flashed over Moura's eyes that were as deep as an abyss from time to time, which made him feel insecure. You guys talk first, I'll go outside to check on Red Sky. He greeted the 3 and headed outside. Standing under the skylight, Menghao hesitated for a few seconds before finally making up his mind to break through first. Does it use 1 tael of silver to increase breaking delusion's proficiency by 1 point? is Nyanda, completed. Immaculate, completed. Breaking the delusion, completed. Cultivation has reached the peak of the outer landscape. In the process of breaking through the realm. Breakthrough successful. Menghao. Cultivation, first heaven of interview, breaking the interview. Technique, Tongxianjian first level, 1/1000. Martial arts, yellow grade extreme 100 shadow sword technique, extreme realm. Silver, 31. 350 taels. The Gungfu was an advanced version of the Tongxian treasure cannon, and before entering the bunker, Menghao had applied to Shaozong in advance and gotten the first 3 layers of content, and now that he had been promoted to the inner scenery, he had automatically succeeded to the Tongxian true cannon. Only, what Menghao didn't expect was that the proficiency required for Tongxian true cannon cultivation was much less than expected. Based on an increase of 1,000 proficiency per layer, I now have enough money to break through to the 7th heaven of the inner landscape? Menghao was shocked, which was still worried that he had recharged too much money, causing the system to increase in price, but now it seemed that he had overthought it. As for the issue of the Gongfu, he wasn't worried about it, and when he returned to the human realm, he would be able to find Shaozong to receive the full version, or see if Meng Ziyun has the full version on hand. The other party was a direct descendant of a great clan, so perhaps what he saw before coming in was the complete version of the Tongxian true cannon. Brush up. In an instant, 6,000 taels disappeared. Technique, Tongxianjian third level, 3,000. Cultivation level, inner scenery triple sky. Silver, 25. 350. 100 crystals found, worth 10,000 taels. Are they topped up? Is silver, 35,350. Feeling the true chi in his body that was filled to the point where it was about to materialize, as well as the spiritual intention that vaguely had the ability to detach itself from his body and go out to soar freely. Menghao really wanted to go out right now and try out the battle power of the inner scene by attaching to the true chi with his spiritual intent. It was said that true chi with spiritual intent attached to it was 10 times more powerful. Let's find a place to try again when it's gray. Chapter 52. While you guys are still in the fish finding stage, this young master has already gone to explore the infrared zone. Order of Immortal Ascension, Menghao. Points, 0. Ranking, none. Ranking, first, Zhang Lu. Points, 155. Previously, in order to inquire about the information on the Immortal Ascension order, one would still need to stick it to their forehead. Now that he had been promoted to inner scenery, Menghao's eyes came with his own spiritual thoughts, and he was able to see through the information attached to this token with a single glance. It's only been one gray day and someone has 155 points? Menghao was a bit staggered. Before entering, he had learned about the ways to obtain points for the Immortal Ascension order. All the creatures of the Void Sky realm would have points for killing them, which were automatically recorded among the Immortal Ascension orders. Generally, creatures of the Void Sky realm at the outer scenery level, such as the fish in the cold pool, only gave 1 point for killing them. Those at the inner landscape level range from 100 to 1,000 points, depending on strength. With 155 points, either the Zhanglo had wildly chopped 155 fish, or he had already promoted to inner view and chopped through inner view level monsters. Should be promoted to the inner view? Menghao also tried to catch fish today. The fish in the cold pool, very cunning, in the water is still powerful, can only be lured out of the water to have a chance to catch. He had instead been accompanying Su Yuxuan, while the others, like Meng Ziyun, had been catching fish, and as a result of the day, together with the others, they had only caught a total of 7 fish. Start tomorrow with a spin around the edge of the red zone. He had been promoted to inner view, and was reasonably able to leave the Void Sky realm at any time, but this territory was special, and a Dharma body powerhouse had cast a spell, so he could only use the token to teleport away. The following day, the red and gray crosses over. The others were cultivating on their knees, and Moura ran off to get food for Menghao again. Having had that incident yesterday, Menghao still looked at her with some trepidation now, and didn't bother to ask her about how she didn't cultivate. After taking care of the people to finish their cultivation and switching to Zhang Qiqi to guard the bunker today, Menghao left the blue zone. Yu Xian is very upset. Menghao, you wait for me. Waving his hand toward the back, Menghao walked away without looking back. He was the first to arrive at the cold pool, and with a single glance, he penetrated the dark, cold water and saw the scene below the surface. Die. A 1-meter-long fish was shocked to death by the true chi shot by Menghao. It's so strong now. Menghao was overwhelmed with emotion. The fish that he couldn't catch with his effort yesterday, was casually slapped away in seconds today. This was the inner view, and in terms of battle power, it was indeed 10 times stronger than the outer view. How? Are you so lucky? Just came and caught a fish? Meng Ziyun and the others arrived late and were surprised to see the big fish in Menghao's hand. Ha ha, The fish are feeling a bit dull today. You guys keep catching. I'm going to go around the rest of the place. The others weren't so desperate for a ranking idea, and came in here mainly to break through the inner landscape. Grilling fish, eating sweet potatoes and not missing 2/4 of cultivation every day was enough for them. That, brother Menghao. Seeing that Menghao was about to walk away, Lu Wei suddenly spoke out. Menghao was stunned for a moment and turned back. Note: stay safe. Next to Lu Wei, Su Wenbin looked at her with some curiosity, and when he heard this, he hurriedly followed. Brother Hao, you're Wei Wei's savior. Be sure to take care of yourself. We haven't repaid you yet. Humph. Who's with you? We. Su Wenbin. You're you and I'm me. Don't bring me along in the future. Lu Wei heard this, but she was a bit annoyed, as if she felt that if he said this, it would cause Menghao to misunderstand. Menghao let out a light laugh, gave the two of them a nod, and quickly left. Once inside the red zone, that murmuring sound came again, and the whole world seemed to twist a little. However, he had already advanced into the inner scenery and his spiritual power was strong, so he wasn't affected much. It's just that when viewed in this normal perspective, it's as if the world is made of water, with a certain degree of distortion and fluidity in individual objects, traversing through the red zone, during which he encountered several exterior view-level void sky realm creatures, all of which were easily cleaned up by Menghao. These creatures, having gotten information about them long before teleporting into the bunker, were not unfamiliar. After wandering around the red zone for an hour and familiarizing himself with the environment, Menghao came to the edge of the red flag. This is a triple loop, and once you're out there, you run the risk of getting lost. However, he was already in the inner scenery, still promoted by breaking delusion, and was able to see through the fog and find his way back. All interview triple sky. There shouldn't be much of a problem. Thinking this way, Menghao took a step toward the outside. Buzz. All sorts of garbled sounds flooded into the brain. Menghao instantly operated his spiritual power, blocking the spiritual platform and removing the element that could cause one to go insane. No wonder you can't come out. Not to mention getting lost. Ordinary outside. I'm afraid you won't stay long. You'll go crazy, right? Then he took a second step. Brush. As if shrinking into an inch, Menghao instantly appeared 100 meters away from the red flag. Amazing. Menghao marveled. This was the void sky realm that could make people get lost. You never knew where the next step you stepped on would take you. He didn't dare to move again, closed his eyes, brooded for a second, and then immediately opened his eyes. A layer of greenish light attached to it, and Dao Dingliang burst out, breaking paranoia. The world became colorful, with lines of all kinds of colors, intricately intertwined and entangled with each other, especially at his heels. There were circles and circles of red and green and purple, fluctuating in some way he didn't know, and there were new lines sprouting and obliterating over time. Purple can't be touched. Red and orange are in danger. Even though Menghao possessed the eye of delusion, he was still a bit mesmerized when he looked at the thousands of lines. There were really too many colors in the lines, and it took a while to get used to it before Menghao could distinguish one of the blue ones. Step down that blue line. In the next instant, Menghao returned to the edge of the red flag and touched it as he sighed in relief. No more problems, just make it back in one piece. The broken inner view only allows you to see the blue line that you have traveled, and by following it, you can return to the original starting point. And at the Dharma body realm, it was said that one could find the node corresponding to the void sky realm and the human realm, and utilize this characteristic of the void sky realm to travel through the void. After traveling 100 steps in the void sky realm and reappearing, he was already 10,000 miles away from the human realm. Menghao tried a few more times and realized that no matter how many steps he took and how far he was taken by the void heavenly realm, as long as he could grab the blue line and walk, he would be able to return to the starting point. Before entering the bunker, Menghao got the semi-secret information given by the clan about the void sky realm. Know how to minimize danger while you're here. For example, blue is the route back to the starting point. The orange lines are creatures or scenarios that are somewhat dangerous to you. The red line is very dangerous. The purple line is pretty much the equivalent of a death sentence. In addition to this, there are other lines that are not solid colors, and these tend to have multiple colors intertwined in such a way that it is impossible to tell how many hazards there are, and are generally not advocated, because it's too complicated and easy to get killed. It was actually simple to find void sky realm creatures of similar strength to him to hunt. Specializing in the orange line, 9 times out of 10 you can run into it, but it's not completely safe, because in the realm of the void sky, these lines are changing all the time, and it's possible that one second they're going to be just orange, and the next they're going to be purple. For other colors of threads, Menghao didn't have the idea to satisfy his curiosity, even if he wanted to try. He would have to wait until he was in the Dharma body realm and had the power to defend himself. For now, He'll keep to the red flag, walk the orange line, and within 3 or 5 paces, if he can come across a void sky realm creature, then he'll try to hunt a wave. When he couldn't touch it in 5 steps, he chose to return to the blue line and go on a different orange line. None other than the fear of running too far and having a change in the lines and encountering other dangers for nothing. After all, threads were just threads, and only shifted according to the movements of the creatures of the void realm, as well as his own. Even more, everyone sees the line differently. The same line is orange for some people, walking in purple for others. Menghao was at least a delusion-breaking promotion, and could see all sorts of lines, and many non-delusion-breaking promotions of the interview could not even see a single line, and when they entered the void sky realm, they still needed to find a delusion-breaking interviewer to lead them. After trying multiple orange lines in succession, finally, when an orange line took its 4th step, Menghao encountered a void sky realm creature. The information that he had read before automatically appeared in his mind. It was a creature shaped like a horse, yet slightly different, with an electric light flashing on its head. Thunder horses, commonly of pre-interview strength, judged by the electric light above the horse's head. Soon, Menghao's eyes lit up. Electricity is 3 inches long. The mane is short and yellow. Interview 1 sky, the softest persimmon. That's it. Chapter 53. What? They're all dead? This is great. This young master will have to find a way to run away, right? What softest persimmon? It feels harder than me. In the red zone, next to the flag, Menghao was paralyzed on the ground, breathing heavily. When he encountered the thundering horse, he judged based on his features that he only had the cultivation of the 1st sky of inner scenery. He thought that he was all 3 heavens perfect, and it would still be more than enough to beat this kind of 1 heavens weakling. As a result, it was a hard battle for 2 hours before it could be worn down, during which the two were transported to unfamiliar environments by various means. But fortunately, this thundering horse seemed to have a special means of circumventing powerful void sky realm creatures, and didn't encounter any additional dangers until it was exterminated. After killing the thunder horse, Menghao didn't dare to stay, picking up the thunder horn and divine crystals that fell after the thunder horse's vaporization, and then quickly returned along the blue line the same way. It wasn't until we got back to the red zone that we laid down and rested up. It's mostly a matter of martial arts. I'm already in the 3rd heaven of the inner landscape, and it's surprisingly difficult for an outer landscape level martial art to cause effective damage to inner landscape creatures. After Menghao eased up for a while, he began to review the battle. It was found that he was in good condition in every aspect, with a cultivation level far higher than thunder horses, but he just lacked the means to attack effectively. Purely relying on spiritual will to attach true chi, the power was indeed good, but it could only hurt the thundering horse, making it difficult to kill it. In the end, he was able to win. It was really purely due to his strong true chi and spiritual will, and he hardened his thundering horse. It requires a Xian level technique. Menghao sort of understood that Gongfu was Gongfu and could only enhance cultivation, but martial arts were still needed to increase combat power. Returning to the Meng clan, he would naturally be able to obtain the appropriate feats. But the problem was that it was now in the middle of the Immortal Ascension Conference's Void Human Realms crevice, and leaving would mean abstaining and not getting the top 10 rewards. No, there is a way. Menghao narrowed his eyes and thought of Mengziyun. This is a direct descendant of their Meng clan's great clan, and his own father is in the Dharma body realm. Before he came in, he must have considered the matter of advancing to the inner scenery here. Then the complete techniques related to inner scenery, as well as the Xian level martial arts, must have been recorded quite a bit in advance. As soon as he thought of it, Menghao planned to talk to Mengziyun directly, as long as no money was involved. All other conditions were fine. Walking on the road, Menghao played with the thunder horn dropped by the thunder horse, which was considered a weapon refining material, capable of refining weapons with lightning attributes. However, weapon refiners were only found in the big clan forces, and learning them not only required a certain amount of talent, but also cost a huge amount of resources to cultivate. Menghao naturally didn't have the idea of keeping it and using it when he became a refiner in the future. He planned to trade it to Mengziyun or sell it to his clan when he returned to the human realm. Putting away the thunder horn, Menghao picked up the divine crystal again and observed it. Is this the legendary divine crystal that can enhance spiritual will? Internal scenery cultivation did not only require the enhancement of cultivation, but also the enhancement of spiritual will. In terms of cultivation, it has its own Xian crystals and various pills to assist in cultivation, and there are quite a few corresponding resources in the human world. However, the resources in terms of enhancing spiritual will were only produced by the void sky realm. Unfortunately, it is useless to me. The system upgrade is even the cultivation plus spiritual will grow together, but keep it and you should be able to sell it too. Menghao had thought to see if this could be recharged into the system, but unfortunately, the system did not prompt. divine crystal is not like crystals. This thing everyone lacks. Get their hands on the basic self-use. Very few run to sell, that is, trading, but also general barter. Moreover, the spiritual will contained within different divine crystals was different, and the prices were naturally different. Ranking, 5. Menghao. Points, 118. That's 5th place. There are 4 more breaking through the inner landscape in front of us. That's unexpected. Menghao guessed that perhaps these people had long thought of breaking through the inner scenery upon reaching the void sky realm, and mainly focused on competing for the rankings. For him, the top 10 in the Immortal Ascension Conference was only equal to 10,000 taels of silver. But for others, it's a chance to dramatically improve their standing within the clan. It was equivalent to a yearly opportunity to show your face and display yourself to all the major powers in the entire Wanshan province. It was conceivable that the winners of every year's Immortal Ascension Conference would be renowned far and wide. In terms of gold content, it might be even higher than the Subterranean Dragon list. After all, the Subterranean Dragon ranking actually had many heavenly prides that did not participate in the ranking. Where are the people? Where did they all go? All along the way, he didn't run into anyone, which made Menghao a little disappointed. He still wanted to share the joy of being promoted to interview with the others. This kind of thing, naturally, cannot be hidden. The Ascension Order can view the ranking, unless he does not want that 10,000 taels, or sooner or later to enter the list competition. When walking through the orange zone and returning to the blue zone, Menghao froze. 100 meters away, a huge pit could be seen in the center of where the bunker was located. He was shocked and rushed forward to check. In the center of the giant pit, a crumbling bunker presented itself. Damn it, what's going on here? Menghao was startled. The bunker was said to be able to block all inner scenery level void sky realm creatures from attacking. Even at the Dharma body realm, one could resist for a moment or two. Furthermore, their location was in the gap between the void sky realm and the human realm, and it was said to have been personally sought out by a strong person of the human race who had reached the half-immortal level. There were usually no Dharma body realm level void sky realm creatures that would appear at all. It's over, it's over. Su Yuxuan, don't die here. Menghao chanted from the corner of his mouth and hurriedly ran towards the bunker. No matter what, live and let die. If Su Yuxuan really died, then he would have to find a way to sneak out early and run away with Pops and Minghua. He knew that the Meng family couldn't protect him. Once, when he was in the small county, he still felt that the Meng family was the sky, a great family alongside the Zhang family and Su family. However, after learning about the royal Yu family, he realized that the Meng family was only considered an overlord in this Wanshan prefecture, and was nothing outside of it. Besides, with Yu Wanjuan's dominance, if her cousin died, not to mention him, the Meng family was afraid that they would have to hemorrhage money. As for whether the Meng family would be exterminated, Menghao didn't know. The levels involved were too high and beyond his understanding. But to be one of the 3 hegemons of a house, it wasn't so easy to be exterminated, was it? If she really wanted to be exterminated, Yuan Jun shouldn't be just a princess, but an empress. Jumping into the middle of the crumbling bunker, Menghao lost his voice. A few moments later, several skeletons lay flat on the flat ground of the blue zone. 9? It's not right, is it? Menghao thought carefully. They have 10 people in this bunker. Zhou Pengfei was taken away by the desperate Tianwu. Only a pair of arms. Was buried by Lu Wei. Su Wenbin. He's not there, so there should only be 8 people left. It can't always be. With a hint of ominous foreboding, Menghao examined the features of the bones on the ground. 5 women. 4 men. Could it be that this is even me? In an instant, Menghao's hair stood up in sweat, and he only felt chills piercing his bones. Even though it was now a gray sky, he still felt that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him around him. A leaf blown by the breeze looked ghostly and appalling to him. After a moment, Menghao calmed down. That wouldn't be Su Yuxuan and the others. When did I run the other bunker? Chapter 54. Numerous people are fighting for the Sin Stone that can allow one to advance to the Dharma body realm, and I casually threw it away. Hey, is play. Trying to determine if this is our bunker is actually quite simple. Menghao chose the easiest and quickest way. He was seen heading straight for a certain area of the orange zone after recognizing the direction. It's pretty much here. The terrain is pretty much the same, but it really isn't the same bunker we have. There are no toilets that we built. While covering Su Yuxuan in the toilet yesterday, Menghao felt that it was too easy to step on the big guy when he was ting and pissing all over the place to the back. It was then proposed to gather in one place to go to the toilet. Who knows that Su Yuxuan said that she is not with the others. She is noble. She wants to be alone in the toilet. There was no other way. The crowd could only build 3 toilets. One for the boys, one for the girls, and one for Su Yuxuan alone. Menghao naturally didn't spoil her by stealing the use of Su Yuxuan's separate toilet. Boom! Menghao revolved his true chi and struck out with a fist in the air. the ground exploded with dust. It's safe to assume it's not our bunker. Returning to the blue zone again, Menghao observed a 3-second moment of silence for the 9 unknown skeletons. At least they are human beings. It is not good to expose their bodies to the wilderness like this, so they buried them with their own hands. After doing so, Menghao made another trip into the bunker. It was only when he wandered into the room that his eyes lit up and he took a brisk step forward and opened the iron box that was strewn across the floor. A dagger weapon. Not bad. Not bad. Should be worth a lot of money. Pastries? Snacks? Damn poor guy. Why don't you bring some Xinjing? Menghao spat out a couple sentences, took the dagger weapon on, and turned to check out the other iron boxes. A quarter of an hour later, he walked out with a delighted look on his face, holding 3 iron boxes. That Dharma body realm void sky creature. I guess it just intruded unintentionally and crashed the bunker. Or maybe it killed them with its might alone. The contents of the 10 iron boxes were all there, and he consolidated them, discarding what the poor man had brought up that was of little value, and packing what was of value together. Unfortunately, the quality of the 10 people in this bunker was not good. Not as good as the one they had with Su Yuxuan, Mengzian and Zhang Qiqi. There was only one iron box over here that contained Xian crystals, and it was also still only 100 pieces, but it was equivalent to 10,000 taels. 100 crystals found, worth 10,000 taels. Are they topped up? Is silver, 45,350. Other iron boxes, basically, come with 1 or 2 weapons, or else some change of clothes and other household items. Other than that, the most valuable thing is a secret book of martial arts. It's so rare that it brought the original up. Did that lucky guy pick it up? 1,000-hand seal. Xian grade extreme grade technique. A martial art that can strike true chi out with special techniques. Discovered the Xian class superb martial art 1,000-hand seal. Does it cost 1,000 taels to get started? 1,000 taels? Menghao was stunned for a moment, and in a burst of rummaging, he found what appeared to be a matching 6+1 gesture made of metal that was in the same iron box as the 1,000-hand seal at the time. The metal gesture was quite large, a bit thicker than a normal person's finger, and Menghao tried to embed his finger in it. Discovered the Xian grade superb martial art 1,000-hand seal. Found the introductory aids. Does it cost 20 taels to get started? Ooh, it works. Menghao was overjoyed and quickly agreed. With this auxiliary entry apparatus, direct immediate savings of 988. Xian grade extreme 1,000-hand seal. Introductory 1/1000. Whether or not to consume 1,000 taels to enhance. Whether. After a few consecutive taps. Xian grade extreme 1,000-hand seal. Great achievement, January 5000. A total of 10,000 taels were spent to pull the 1,000-hand seal directly to the grand completion realm. Silver, 35,350. All the Xian crystals picked up over here have been spent again. Anyway, it was picked up for nothing, so Menghao didn't feel any pain. The remaining weapons, similar to the short swords he brought up with him, were all cheap goods, adding up to just over 1,000 taels, which was really cheap, and Menghao was reluctant to bring them. Forget it. Bring it back to be able to sell it. It's money at least. After picking up the 3 iron boxes and walking a few steps, Menghao put them down again and pulled out a stone from his pocket. This is the sinful stone that countless jianghu people are fighting over. Unfortunately, it can only be promoted to an earthly dharma body. If it could be sold for money. Menghao shook his head. Forget it. There's no need to break the bottom line for this small amount of money. With one last look at the sinister stone, he tossed it into the bunker. Wait. Menghao stopped again and frowned. According to Qingyi, there are coordinates on this sin stone, and when she secretly promotes to the Dharma body realm, Lu Mayer will come along the sin stone, pretending to promote and attracting attention. All the people in this bunker are dead, and if I take their things with me, will it make people think that I brought this sinful stone of hers with me? Although there is also a possibility that someone of the 10 people in this bunker of theirs has brought up the sinister stone, but I've been here before. If I'm exposed, I'm equally suspect. Thinking it over, he realized that he couldn't take the few weapons worth more than 1,000 taels yet, or there would be a lot of trouble afterward. Just colluding with the holy maiden of the devil's way was enough to make it impossible for him to mix in the righteous path, and the ending was the same as if Su Yuxuan had died here and he had found a way to sneak back in to bring his old man and Mingyue to run away. Damn! What a shame! Menghao let out a long sigh and helplessly put these iron boxes back into the bunker as they were. As for the bones, he didn't want to dig them up. It could have been buried by Lu Mayer's great kindness. Or by some other person. It had nothing to do with him. No, there's also the 1,000 handprints. I just don't know whose martial art the 1,000-hand seal is, and whether it has a heel. To be on the safe side, it's still not possible to perform this technique in front of people. At the very least, we have to wait until we go back and get a clear understanding of it. The 100 Xian crystals, he recharged to the system. naturally not afraid of being checked. Only the learned thousand hand seal remained. Before you can figure out the thousand hand seal heal, you need other martial arts skills on your side. Damn. Sister-in-law, this 10,000 taels is hard to earn. Menghao cursed. Go back and make sure to let her add money. When she achieves Dharma body by then, it's time to compensate me for the loss of my weapons worth more than 1,000 taels. Ah no, more than 10,000 taels worth of weapons. Except for the mound where the bones and skeletons were buried. Everything else was restored to its initial appearance. And only then did Menghao return the same way until the edge of the red zone. Not long after he left, a silhouette appeared in the crumbling bunker. She picked up the sinister stone and looked at it, shaking her head before dropping it back down and making her way back to the blue zone. Looking at the rows of graves, the silhouette snorted and raised her hand. The 9 mounds of graves instantly exploded, and those 9 skeletons turned into flying ash the moment they flew out. The sinister shadow still seemed to feel unsafe, opening her mouth and blowing the ashes completely out of the bunker's shrouded range before calling it quits. On the other side, Menghao unfolded his paradox eye as he reached the edge of the red zone. It was only then that I was surprised to find that there were blue lines in the infrared area. It should be before fighting with that thundering horse. Accidentally and mistakenly broke into this place. At that time the back did not see the red flag. With this in mind, Menghao traveled more than 10 steps forward along the blue line and appeared at a red flag again. Looking out again, there were no more blue lines, just many lines of different colors. Should be back this time? Running his light energy, he flew towards the direction of the bunker. They didn't go far before they reached the cold pool, and on the shore, Meng Ziyun and the others were eating grilled fish and chatting. When they saw him coming, they all stood up and exclaimed, "Menghao, you've internalized the scene?" Chapter 55, Is Nida Nijing not worthy of being friends with you? It doesn't matter, you can think what you want, I don't care. Gentlemen, I'm so sorry, I'll go ahead, Menghao said with a pretense of modesty. Hu Qin was a bit shocked and hurriedly said, "Don't you intend to go to number 1 on the subterranean dragon ranking? With your strength, winning Su Yu over, you will surely reach the top of the subterranean dragon ranking." Menghao waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, so many people don't care about this list. Won't he look too much like he's pushing it? That's a shame." Huqian was a little despondent. Menghao didn't care about the top position of the list that she couldn't chase after. "Brother Hao, you broke through so early, you wouldn't just be Nian de Nei Jing, would you?" Meng Ziyun couldn't help but ask. Battle power during the outer view period has nothing to do with Nianda, unsullied in breaking delusion. These only affect battle power when you reach the inner view. Therefore, even if Menghao was the number 1 person in the outer landscape of the Wanshan prefecture, it didn't mean that he was Nianda, unsullied, or breaking delusion. Oh, Nian de Nei Jing, the future is limited. Menghao, you're in too much of a hurry. Yisheng laughed softly from the sidelines. I thought to myself that Menghao really has no background, and I don't even know that Nianda breaks through the interview is just the weakest. If it were him, even if he reached Nianda, he wouldn't be in a hurry to break through, but would seek immaculate, or even breaking delusion. What are you pretending? You Nianda? Meng Ziyun couldn't help but roll her eyes, disliking Yisheng so much that she was speechless. Menghao couldn't help but look at him twice more, feeling that Meng Ziyun was still playing that mental game now. However, he no longer cared. Breaking the delusion inner view, although the system helped to break through, but a lot of distracting thoughts, but also along with the smoke dissipated away. His future would surely be a straight path, not to mention Yi Shang, even Meng Ziyun, and even his Dharma body realm father, couldn't catch up with him. To engage in psychological games with Meng Ziyun again would be a bit of playing house, and it would be too much of a drop. Nian de Nei Jing, Yu Xian does not want to be friends with such ordinary people. Menghao, you should stay away from Yu Xian in the future. Yu Xian is afraid that Yu Xian will also become mediocre. Su Yuxuan was direct, always hanging what she wanted to say directly on her mouth, not afraid of offending people. She was interested in Menghao at first, but also because he was the number 1 person in the outside world and had made a huge name for himself. Those who are willing to comment have said what's on their minds, and the rest either don't care or have other things on their minds. The way you guys are talking, maybe Brother Meng just wants to be a rich man? Su Wenbin laughed. In the past 2 days, I've heard Hu Qin talk about Brother Meng's deeds in the human world, which are truly extraordinary. Ugh. Lu Wei heard it from the side and let out a long sigh, feeling sorry for Menghao. She felt that Menghao might have really suffered from not having a background, not knowing that before breaking through the inner scenery, there were Nian De, unsullied, and broken delusion. Having just read the Nanda, he was impatient to break through, given his deeds in the human realm, plus the fact that he was so quick to Nanda. Menghao's talent definitely wasn't bad. It's really a pity. Zi Yun, there's something to tell you. let's go that way? Menghao, however, didn't bother to pay attention to the crowd's thoughts. After breaking the delusion interview, there weren't that many distractions inside. Soon the two went to a separate area. Brother Hao, there is something, you just open your mouth. Brother can help as much as he can. Okay, then I'll get right to it. Menghao didn't make a fuss and opened his mouth. I'm breaking through the inner scene and I'm lacking in techniques and martial arts, so I wanted to ask if you have any here. Lack of feats? Meng Ziyun froze for a moment. He expected that Menghao might borrow Xian crystals and other cultivation treasures from him, but he didn't realize that it was merely a lack of techniques. However, thinking that Menghao was only a side branch, it was understandable. The complete version of the Tongxian True Canon, which is cultivated at the inner scenery level, and several sets of Xian level extreme martial arts. Meng Ziyun's eyes turned, pretending to hesitate. Brother Hao, although I have these things, after all, they are given by the clan's transmission house. If I rashly pass it on to you, I'm afraid that it will violate the clan rules, and if the clan's main court knows about it, then I won't be able to eat it. Menghao let out a light laugh, seeing through Meng Ziyun's purpose, and nodded his head. Straight to the point. What are the conditions? Don't beat around the bush. Cool. Meng Ziyun hemmed and hawed and put up a finger. First, if in danger, prioritize saving me. Menghao was an interview. Even if it was only a Niende interview and had little future, it was the most deservedly strongest person in this earth realm. Enough to shelter them. Menghao didn't hastily agree and asked instead, what if you and Su Yuxuan were in danger at the same time? Ugh. Meng Ziyun let out a long sigh. It's best if we both save. If you really can only save one, then save Yu Xian first. This sounds in line with Meng Ziyun's persona, but Menghao always felt that it was not true. Could it be that there really are dog lickers who lick to the point that they don't even want to die? He was skeptical. Unless one day Meng Ziyun actually physically did something to sacrifice for Su Yuxuan. Menghao didn't ask for trouble to ask Zhang Qiqi what to do. Since Meng Ziyun didn't mention it, he would just pretend he didn't hear it. It wasn't his fiancée anyway. Second words. Meng Ziyun scratched his head, knowing that he couldn't make conditions that were too outrageous, or else Menghao wouldn't feel it was worth it, and probably wouldn't even trade. After all, if Menghao went out on a limb and didn't want that top 10 ranking reward, he could also learn these feats by leaving the bunker now and returning to the human realm. When I advance to interview and need to leave the red zone, I hope that you, Brother Hao, can protect me for a while or two. Of course, it won't take long. Half a gray day will do, so that I can familiarize myself with the infrared zone environment and make a peaceful transition. That's all. How? Is that okay? Menghao nodded slightly. These conditions are limited to the period of the Immortal Ascension Conference, and after you leave, the two will not owe each other anything. No problem. Meng Ziyun answered in one gulp. I thought to myself, when we go back to the human world, we will all go our separate ways, and who will still beg you? Menghao. Soon, Meng Ziyun began to dictate the gong method. Menghao wasn't worried about the authenticity because the system would identify it for him. The Tongxian True Canon to the 9th level has been collected. Brother Hao, I guarantee with my personality that the gongfu is absolutely fine. I definitely won't lie to you. Cultivation is something that requires rigor, and a wrong step carries the risk of going off the deep end. Meng Ziyun swore after dictating his position. Don't worry, I believe you. Menghao let out a faint smile and let him proceed to dictate his martial arts. Brother Hao, I heard that you were strong during your external period and practiced at least one consummate level martial art. I wonder which one. 100 Shadow Sword Technique. Then you cultivate the 1000 Shadow Sword Technique for the best results. And getting started should be quick. Soon, Meng Ziyun recounted the complete version of the 1000 Shadow Sword Technique. Discovered the Xian Grade Extreme Martial Art 1000 Shadow Sword Technique. Does it cost 10 taels of silver to get started? Menghao realized that his 100 Shadow Sword Technique cultivation to the extreme level was not without its benefits, and at the very least, he could save 1,000 taels of silver by getting started. He suddenly thought of something and spoke. Have you recorded a lot of martial arts? Meng Ziyun was stunned for a moment, nodded and said, this thing of martial arts is too much to chew. For us, cultivation is the most important thing. Living longer is better than anything. Is there a lineage of martial arts that are practiced up to the Dharma body realm, and an upper level alternative? From the point of view of the 1000-hand seal initiation, normal Xian level martial arts, cultivation initiation are at least 1,000 taels of silver. Then when the Dharma body realm cultivates earth level techniques, it may require even more money. Picking a lineage now while it's still there will save untold amounts of silver in the future. A lineage practice to the Dharma body realm? Meng Ziyun was stunned. Even he wasn't sure that he could definitely cultivate to the Dharma body realm, let alone Menghao, a Niende Nei Jing person. Although he scoffed in his heart, he did not show it on his face and nodded his head. Yes, I'll read it out to you in order of stance, lightness, and swordsmanship. He didn't care anyway, respecting the fate of others. And when Menghao wasted half of his life and realized that he would never be able to break through the Dharma body in his entire life, or even reach the middle and late stages of the inner scenery, he would probably be ashamed when he thought of today. Even, one would be grateful to him and feel that he had saved his face. In this way, a door of Xian grade extremely high-grade martial arts was included into the system by Menghao, and as he thought, each of the techniques, the introductory price, basically ranged from 1,000 to 2,000 taels. After draining Meng Ziyun dry, Menghao casually said that he was going out hunting, so he parted ways with him and returned to the edge of the red zone, where he began to ponder which martial art would be more appropriate to cultivate. Chapter 56, 7 Heavens of Inner Scenery. Upgrading like drinking water. This is the feeling of flying. This young man will leave first. There should be no one watching this place. Otherwise Meng Ziyun was in danger last time. There must be someone to save him. Menghao thought about it carefully, and the bunker could isolate his breath, so he wasn't afraid of being found out when he promoted to the third sky of inner scenery with a brain last time. But now, being in the red zone, he was vaguely uneasy about someone else bumping into him. After all, aside from Lu Meier who would sneak into this place through the sinister stone, there was another magical girl who knew the coordinates above. He wasn't sure when the witch would sneak in, or maybe even if she had already come in, and might be peering at him from somewhere. Play it safe, before you run into danger. Break a heavy sky in 3 days. In terms of feats, Menghao just spent 3,000 taels to upgrade the 1,000 Shadows sword technique to the proficient level. Anyway, there was the 1,000 hands seal at the De Chang level, which was enough. For stance and light skill, Menghao was not in a hurry to upgrade, mainly in this random teleportation place. The benefit of learning stance and light skill was not too high. Cultivation level, interview 5th heaven. Technique, Tongxian Jindian. 5th level, January 5000. Martial arts, Xian grade extreme 1,000 hand seal, great achievement, January 5000. Xian grade extreme 1,000 shadow sword technique, mastery, January 3000. Silver, 28,350. Although he had made a plan for 3 days and 1 heavy sky, Menghao didn't worry too much about breaking through too quickly. Wanshan province people list. Geniuses are many. The light of his sister-in-law Qingyi, younger than him, but has long been the inner view of the 9 heavens. He was 18 years old, and even if Krypton were to reach the 9th heaven of the inner landscape now, he would still only be a second-rate genius. For the next week, Menghao would go out hunting for 3 or 4 hours every gray day, and the rest of the time, naturally, was spent eating grilled fish and talking to other people about life. Cultivation level, 7th heaven of inner landscape. Technique, Tongxian Jindian 7th level, 1/7000. Xian grade extreme 1,000 hand seal, perfection, 1/6000. Silver, 12,350. First place, Menghao. Points, 6,450. Second place, Zhang Lu. Points, 928. Menghao hadn't intended to raise the 1,000 hand seal, but he was helplessly forced to raise the 1,000 hand seal against the enemy after encountering a tricky void sky creature in one of his battles. At the late stage of the inner landscape, the 7th, 8th, and 9th heavens were just cultivation gaps, and there was not much of an increase in strength, so there was no rush to break through. That's why Menghao left 12,000 silver in case of any more dangerous situations. Either pull the 1,000 hand seal to the extreme or run away with wild liver lightness. Exchange or not. Divine crystal for Xian crystal. This kind of deal. Only I would do it, right? Menghao was lying on Su Yuxuan's exclusive rocking chair, talking in an old-fashioned manner, and on the wooden table in front of him, a pile of divine crystals and some weapon refining materials were placed. These were the trophies he had acquired from this week's hunt, and the fact that they could not be converted into silver was worrying him. Afraid of an accident and losing their pile of treasures. Yu Xian's chaise longue is dirty. Yu Xian hopes that after 1 hour, there are still chaise longues that belong exclusively to Yu Xian appearing under Menghao's gaze with a smirk. Meng Ziyun awkwardly scratched his head. No problem. When things are done over here, Yu Xian's exclusive recliner will appear. Menghao, these divine crystals, can I exchange them? Yi Sheng hadn't wanted to be like this, but the divine crystal was to enhance the spiritual will, and it was said to be able to slightly help in advancing to the inner scenery, so he could only suppress his inner pride. Of course, who'd mess with money? Menghao said indifferently. He was a man in the late stage of inner view. It would be too meaningless to compete with someone who was still seeking to break through inner view. Thanks Hao. These are all my treasures. See if you want any. Yi Sheng was not able to hold on to the bottom line after all, and with a smile on his face, he hugged the iron box and held it open, fawning continuously. Don't move. Yu Xian wants to be the first to change. Su Yuxuan, however, couldn't stand up and lowered her head in a rare moment, handing the iron box to Menghao. Yi Shang's face stiffened, but he could only back away with a sarcastic smile. Compared to Yi Shang's iron box, the things within Su Yuxuan's iron box were each fine treasures, but they similarly lacked things that could directly recharge to the system. Even the Xian crystals, there were only 100 of them. I'll take the metaphysical crystals, and you can pick the divine crystals yourself. As Menghao's words fell, he finally couldn't sit still when he saw that Su Yuxuan was going to carry away all of his piles of divine crystals. Getting up, he flicked her on the head. What are you thinking? 100 Xian crystals for all my divine crystals. Do you think I'm Meng Ziyun? Yu Xian is so painful. Yu Xian, go back to tell daddy. Let daddy beat you to death. Su Yuxuan was in so much pain that tears were coming out of her eyes, but she held her head high and kept blinking her eyes for fear of losing her grace. Meng Ziyun looked all heartbroken. A look of wanting to blow a blow for Su Yuxuan but afraid of tainting her look. Yuxuan, you do not take Hao as me. He has not spoiled you. As he said that, he also gave Menghao a scowl. A look of giving his brother face and not bullying Yuxuan too hard. Alright, for Ziyun's sake. These are for you. Menghao casually flicked his hand, dividing almost 100 Xian crystals worth of divine crystals, and threw them into Su Yuxuan's iron box. Then it was Meng Ziyun and Zhang Qiji's turn. It was also mainly Menghao's goal to prioritize the exchange of Xian crystals, and the other treasures, too, would have to take a bit of a back seat. Brother Ziyun, sister Qi, leave us some divine crystals. This time, not only Yi Shang, Su Wenbin and Lu Wei couldn't help but open up. When it comes to the inner landscape of promotion, no one is beyond the pale. On the contrary, it was Hu Qin, holding an immortal ascension order and staring at the rankings, with no intention of redeeming it. As for Moura, he was not at the scene and did not know where he had run away, always missing the dragon. Very mysterious. Soon, Menghao redeemed all the Xian crystals of everyone present with his divine crystals alone. Su Yuxuan also wanted to leave some Xian Jing. When she was promoted to the inner view of the cultivation use, Menghao could not let her stay. Hard to completely drain her before giving up. The rest of the weapon refining materials were of no interest to the others. Only Meng Ziyun was over there picking and choosing. In the end, more than 20 refining materials were exchanged for Meng Ziyun's 3 finished treasures, 2 body protection treasures and 1 escape treasure. You have so many treasures, and you still let the desperate Heavenly Crow capture them on the first day? Alas! The other day to see everyone did not bring protective treasures. I was alone with it. That how humiliating. Meng Ziyun shook his head awkwardly and didn't think much about it at the time, as the gray sky had just appeared and he was anxious to cultivate, so he went out of the bunker, thinking of being so close. If there is anything, just drill back to the bunker directly. How do I know that the life-snatching Heavenly Crow will be so fast? It seems that Menghao suffered a loss, but he does not matter. Anyway, our hunting to come. Their own take the opposite is always worried about losing. Change into the Xian Jing and treasures. A peace of mind. 250 crystals found. Worth 25,000 taels. Recharge or not. Is. Silver, 37. 350. Looking at the silver taels filling up again, Menghao nodded with satisfaction. The 3 treasures that he had exchanged from Meng Ziyun were all kept close to him. The thing that protects your life. Instead of carrying it with you, you hide it in an iron box. Is it not possible that you want to leave a chance for someone who is destined for it? Right at this moment, a figure in the distance came flying at inner scenery level speed. The crowd was startled, thinking that it was an inner scene level void sky creature, and they hid behind Menghao. Menghao, however, had long since seen the visitor through the eye of delusion, and it was the mysterious Moura, who had unexpectedly broken through to the inner landscape at some point. She directly ignored the others and came straight to Menghao's body, smiled wryly, and said meaningfully, "The good show is starting." As if in response to her Riddler's words, a blast came from the sky in the next second. Rumble. The sky was filled with robber clouds, which suddenly appeared with a powerful pressure, as if it was going to shake all living creatures to death. The crowd was alarmed. Su Yuxuan also lost her color and said in a shocked voice, Yu Xian has seen this kind of heavenly calamity scene before. This is an inner scene trying to break through the Dharma body realm. Chapter 57, Real or Fake Moura? I can break the illusion with a single glance. Want to learn? I'll teach you. 1 is real, 2 or fake. Whoosh! Just as the crowd looked up to the sky, surprised that someone had actually promoted to the Dharma body realm in this immortal ascension conference, Menghao suddenly struck out, and the Thousand Shadows sword technique chopped towards Moura. Brush! With his cultivation of the 7th sky of inner scenery, plus the Thousand Shadows sword technique at the proficient level, he was unexpectedly dodged by Moura. Even, she had the leisure to smile with the corners of her mouth. My lover boy. You have a cruel heart. You're not Moura. Who are you? Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Menghao quickly retreated 8 steps back and looked at his opponent with a wary face. Ha! The others were startled, but still chose to trust Menghao and hurriedly hid behind him. After all, Moura was godly and unlike a normal person. While Menghao had a history of saving people's lives and was considered a decent person any way you look at it. We're not. I'm Moura. Moura spoke demonically, and unlike the crazy type from before, she had a foxy flavor. Menghao was silent and stared at her chest for a couple of moments. This Moura has a little bigger chest. Of course, the most important thing was that this Moura had 2 small clusters. No, big clusters. Does Menghao cover it? Yu Xian wants to go home. You are here at the top. Yu Xian first returned to the bunker. The few people behind him, naturally, could also see the difference in Moura, and the drums of retreat in their hearts rang wildly. At that moment, Menghao and Moura, who was on the opposite side of the table, were simultaneously turning their heads to look in one direction. Perception is dramatically enhanced after inner scenery, and especially after spiritual will attachment. It will also possess additional bonuses. Menghao heard footsteps. It was someone approaching, eyes attached to the green aura, and a puzzled look was revealed in the whirlwind. Split? How did you get here? Another Moura appeared, and Menghao took a special look at her. A small donut. She had a look of surprise and annoyance on her face after seeing the other foxy-flavored Moura. Who's the doppelganger? I'm the original. That fox charming Moura smiled contemptuously. Which one has a cultivation level that is lower than his own? Humph. This father is just settling down, trying to get out of a new path. Crazy Moura had a disdainful look on his face. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. From the duo's conversation, they both seemed to be Moura. They just didn't know who was the original and who was the doppelganger. In this world, there really is a means of splitting up? Menghao was horrified, saying that the world of high martial arts, how did it become metaphysical all of a sudden? Yu Xian doesn't want to play the game of recognizing the real or fake Moura. Yu Xian is going to go home and pamper her grandpa on the heavenly list. No one expected that Su Yuxuan ran away without looking back, and while running, she also yelled about her background, fearing that she would be decapitated. The corners of Menghao's mouth twitched as he turned back to look at Su Yuxuan, who usually manifested elegance and now even ran away with her crystal shoes. Is this woman so afraid of death? Yu Xian runs slowly, just in time. My grandparents also want to progress a few places on the heavenly ranking. Let's go home together. After Meng Ziyun reacted, he followed and ran wildly. Ha! Fox Mei Moura smiled contemptuously, unmoved, suspecting that those two might know something. Menghao looked around. It was found that Hu Qin, Yi Shang, and the others, although scornful, their faces were okay and they weren't too scared. On the contrary, Zheng Qiqi's face was pale and she looked like she was dying. Do you know who she is? Menghao couldn't help but take a step back and asked with a sideways glance. A woman on the same level as Yu Wanjun. Zheng Qiqi let out a bitter smile. Whether we can live or not depends on her mood. Instead of fleeing for her life like Su Yuxuan and Meng Ziyun, she chose to stay. What's the word? Menghao, however, did not believe it. He was all the way up to the 7th heaven of the inner landscape, and the Thousand Hands seal was even at the consummate level. However, when he thought of the sneak attack on Fox Mei Moura just now, the way the other party dodged it lightly, he thought that his cultivation was not low, at least at the level of the late interview. But if they fought, Menghao was sure of a 50-50 split. Boom! In the sky, as the thunderbolt surged, the gray sky was changing, and before the hour was up, a reddish glow even appeared. Closer to home, there were void sky creatures that landed from the red clouds and ran towards their area. Retreat! First to the bunker. Seeing this, Menghao did not hesitate and quickly gave orders. The group saw this and hurried toward the blue zone. What made Menghao slightly relieved was that both of the Moura behind him didn't stop them, but chose to follow. Soon they reached the bunker. The door is locked. Yi Shang's face crumbled. Finished. Su Yuxuan, this abortive, really locked the door. Ha! Fox Mei Moura, however, laughed softly and walked this way. The crowd quickly avoided it, only to see her walk to the front of the bunker, her eyes flashing red as she let out a woozy sound. Ziyun, open the door. Yu Xian is still outside. Ha! Menghao froze. Hadn't Su Yuxuan run in long ago? The others were also at a loss. Who knows? Thump! A sound. This skylight actually opened. Meng Ziyun, you big fool. Yu Xian is going to be pissed off by you. At the same time, Su Yuxuan's voice came from within the bunker. Meng Ziyun looked at his hands with a blank expression. What did I do? In the orange zone, a bunch of void sky creatures attacked, and the crowd couldn't be bothered to say anything as they jumped into the bunker. Yi Sheng had wanted to give Menghao the word to keep those two women outside, but when he saw the gaze of Fox Mamoruawa looking at him, he was still too scared to open his mouth. As things stood, he also looked back and felt that a proud person like Su Yuxuan was scared to the point of twisting her head and running away, and didn't even want her shoes. So this Mo might really be some kind of terrifying existence. Close the door. What are you waiting for? Don't you kinda like to close the door? When everyone had come in, Fox Mamoruawa laughed and cursed. Meng Ziyun, who was still frozen at the entrance of the bunker, sniffed and hurriedly unlocked the skylight. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the door was the sound of a bunch of void sky creatures frantically crashing, like a death knell, knocking the hearts of the crowd. Aren't you guys gone? Someone looked at Su Yuxuan and Meng Ziyun and asked, who said Yu Xian is leaving? Yu Xian just came back to look for something. Zhang Qiqi, however, sneered and pulled out the Immortal Ascension Order, attempting to activate it. Failed. It's not that you don't want to leave, it's that you can't leave. Sure enough, when Menghao saw Fox Mamoruawa's disdainful appearance earlier, he had a feeling that he might not be able to use the Immortal Ascension Order to return to the human realm normally. You things are so annoying. You're in the way of people watching. Fox Mamoruawa looked at the creatures of the Void Sky realm crowding outside the sky window and said in dissatisfaction, go away now. There are no human races here. The view opens up instantly. Those Void Sky realm creatures, surprisingly, were really compelled by her to leave the place. Menghao took a step back with some scorn. The woman remote controlling Meng Ziyun through the skylight just now was scary enough. Now, it was amazing that it could even affect the creatures of the Void Sky realm. Moreover, there were several of them, all of which were of internal strength. The others have also long realized that the Fox Beauty Moura was extraordinary. All have a heart of gold, shrinking in the corner, not saying a word, pretending that they are not living things. Lu Mayer is acting like she's really going to advance to the Dharma body realm. Moura was in the middle of her good-natured critique when suddenly her face changed and she exclaimed out in shock. How is it possible that so many half-immortals have come? Chapter 58, Betrayal? Trap? Protecting the way? The more I hear, the more confused I am. I'm just here to get a top 10 reward. How did this woman see that? Menghao was a bit bewildered, and with the green mango attached to his eyes, he could only sense the raging heavenly tribulation in the outside world, but he couldn't sense any of the half-immortals she was talking about. Half-immortal? Su Yuxuan and the others shrunk their heads, seemingly a little afraid. Puzzled, Menghao turned his head and asked, what level is a half-immortal? He had only been cultivating properly for a few months, and only knew about external and internal views and dharma bodies, and had never even heard of the term half-immortal. The grandpa she hangs on to is the peak of the dharma body realm, the existence known as the half-immortal. Zhang Qiqi had a rare heart-on, and it was rare to see Su Yuxuan in this mold. She hesitated for a moment and added, the half-immortals of the Wanshan prefecture. There are only 3 in plain sight. Even if there are still hidden ones, there can't be more than 2 palms of them. So many half-immortals, and vaguely there are also immortals of the Dharma realm. Moura cursed. Damn, this is a trap laid out in advance to catch Lu Mayer, right? With that, she turned her head to look at Menghao and questioned, you kids sold out your sister-in-law? Menghao was shocked. How did he know about their relationship? Qingyi had said that she never showed her true face when she went out, and tended to walk only as Lu Mayer. What sister-in-law? What are you talking about? He wondered if the other party was swindling him and pretended not to know. Don't pretend. The grave you're buried in is still the one I blew up. Fox Mamoura rolled her eyes, meaning I already knew your secret. So it is. Menghao suddenly realized that, listening to her, the one who looked for Qingyi to buy the coordinates was her. Look at it this way. The sister-in-law is not trustworthy. She's been seen through the heel and doesn't even know it. Again. Not quite. And it doesn't seem to be doing you any favors for your boy to betray her. Fox Mamoura frowned and said to herself, how did this Yuan Jun get here? Yuan Jun? The crowd froze. Su Yuxuan, however, her eyes lit up, and she unconsciously straightened her chest. So it's Yuxuan's cousin who came. No wonder so many half-immortals have come. All of them are with Yuxuan's gang. Don't imitate Yuan Jun's disgusting way of speaking in front of me, or I'll gouge your eyes out. Fox Mamoura couldn't help but sniff and threaten, scaring Su Yuxuan so much that she hurriedly covered her mouth and hid behind Menghao's butt. It was obvious that she had a good sense of humor and knew that the situation was stronger than the people. What a picture, Moura said contemptuously. Yuan Jun developed this way of speaking because she had hundreds of sisters die in front of her and was scared like this. You're a hothouse flower in the district. Who wouldn't it be better to learn from her and talk like her? All the people present were a bit terrified. How can they listen to such hidden things? Even Su Yuxuan was a bit bewildered and seemed to be hearing about it for the first time. This made Menghao more and more curious as to who this Mo Yurua was, knowing so many hidden things. After despising them for a few sentences, Mo Yurua stopped caring about them and turned her head to once again look remotely in the direction where the heavenly tribulation was. Menghao looked in her direction, and still could only faintly see the robbing clouds, but not any silhouettes. If she wasn't faking it, then maybe she was a step ahead of him? This is Yu Wanjuan's trap against Lu Mayer. Fox May Mo Yurua's eyes brightened slightly. Then do I have a chance? What chance do you have with your district dinner scene? On the side, crazy Mo Yurua couldn't help but sneer. I still have bilocations that are in the Dharma body realm. You don't know that, do you? Fox May Mo Yurua said contemptuously. You're nothing but my split body. What do you know? Insane Mo Yurua snorted coldly. When I regain my memory, I'll take back all of you bilocations. These words made Menghao's scalp tingle. This Mo Yurua even has a Dharma body realm doppelganger? Or maybe the present? How many doppelgangers does she have? Also, how come all these bilocations have autonomous consciousness one by one? Who all think they are the original? This side is definitely hopeless. A bunch of half-immortals. If Lu Mayer is not stupid, she will definitely have to flee. Fox May Mo Yurua licked her lips, seemed to have thought of something, turned her head to look at Menghao, and said with a big smile, let's go. Go and see how the situation of your betrayed sister-in-law's promotion is going. Don't be ridiculous. I didn't betray her. Menghao frowned, a little displeased. He hadn't even clarified the situation. How could he betray Qingyi? Oh, that's all the more reason for you to go. There's a bunch of half-immortals guarding Lu Mayer's side, and things might not be going well on her side as well. You're just what's needed to protect the way. Fox May Mo Yurua looked at Menghao with interest, as if she wanted to know what he would do. Menghao frowned tightly and didn't rush to reply. Instead, his brain was running and thinking fast. According to her, the fact that he had taken the Sin Stone into the Immortal Ascension Conference would have been known a long time ago. Even Yu Wanjun used this to set up a trap, intending to hunt down Lu Mayer. Then who leaked it? Besides Lu Mayer, it was also Qingyi. Lu Mayer was under siege, so could it be that the person who betrayed her was Qingyi? Menghao found it absurd that Qingyi's enemy was Yu Wanjun. How could she possibly join Yu Wanjun to victimize Lu Mayer? It was hard to believe that Qingyi could be greatly benefited by Lu Mayer's death. In order to become strong and take revenge, so first you pit Lu Mayer to death? After brainstorming for a while, Menghao felt that he should listen to Mo Yurua and go to Qingyi first. After all, if people had laid out their plans in advance and ran to siege Lu Mayer, then they must have known that the sinister stone was brought in by him as well. Naturally, he also knew about his relationship with Qingyi. Staying here and deluding himself that people will treat him like an ordinary person is ostrich behavior. On the contrary, running to find Qingyi, if she didn't betray Lu Mayer, then escorting her so that she could advance to the Dharma body realm, and then running back to Dongyue County to pick up Pops and Mingyu. It seemed that there was still hope. Even if Qingyi really betrayed Lu Mayer and defected to Yu Wanjun, he would be fine if he followed him around. Lead the way. Qingyi is my sister-in-law. If you do anything against her, I will behead you. Menghao knew that this Mo Yurua in front of him was only at the inner scenery level, so he didn't make fun of her. After all, there were still more than 30,000 taels of silver on hand, and one could enter the 9 heavens at any time, and the 1,000-hand seal could reach the extreme realm at any time. He didn't believe that if these two items were stacked on top of each other, he still couldn't defeat a Mo Yurua. In addition, the reason why he said that was purely because this Mo Yurua was also a magical girl. Maybe she had a good relationship with Lu Mayer, or else she wouldn't have bought the coordinates for 10,000 taels of silver. Ha ha, you're sentient. I like it. Fox May Mo Yurua licked her lips, but she didn't care about Menghao's provocation. Turning her head to look at the darkly delighted crowd, the corners of her mouth turning up as she opened her mouth. And you all follow, as hostages. How can you stay here? Ha! Yi Sheng couldn't help but say. Su Yuxuan is Yu Wanjuan's cousin. Hostage her alone is enough, right? TSK. Fox May Mo Yurua staggered, twisted her head to look at Crazy Mo Yurua and sneered. Just this kind of goods. How can you get down? Crazy Mo Yurua had a cold face and twisted her head to stop talking. What do you mean? That Mo Yurua wants to sleep with him? Yi Sheng heard some fear, could not help but protect the chest with both hands. Menghao, however, couldn't help but think of Mo Yurua's behavior of cutting and feeding her breasts, and suspected that what she meant by taking a bite out of her mouth was to eat Yi Sheng. Perhaps, she had been eyeing Yi Sheng for a long time, but just ran into him, so she temporarily changed her target? My patience is limited as a hostage, and those who can't keep up, go to hell. After saying that, Fox May Mo Yurua led the crowd and headed towards the infrared area. Chapter 59, Spy Within a Spy? My sister-in-law doesn't know people well. She's really unreliable. Sooner or later, she'll drag young master me down. Yu Xian wants to laugh. The Ascension Assembly is a half-immortal level powerhouse, opened up in the gap between the Void Sky realm and the human realm. Without the Ascension Order, don't want to leave. Su Yuxuan didn't hold back from opening her mouth after all. Not far from them, several soldiers dressed in the clothes of the Imperial Forbidden Army stood guard with weapons in hand and serious faces. She knew that these were her cousin Yu Wanjuan's men, and as long as she let them realize that she was here, then she would be safe. Don't bother. This bunch of mealies can't spot you. Fox Maymo snorted and continued casting spells. Su Yuxuan's face was ugly. The two sides were obviously only less than 20 meters apart. She had spoken so loudly. The few forbidden soldiers were really indifferent, as if they hadn't heard. Menghao. She couldn't help but ask for help. Menghao was equally unmoved. I thought, my sister-in-law and your cousin is an enemy. I do not toy with you or considered a great good man, but also expect me to save you? Go! Just then, Fox Maymo opened her mouth and shouted, and in front of her, a vortex channel appeared out of thin air. Crazy Mo was the first to step in, followed closely by Menghao. The sinister stone was brought up by him, and as a result, it was utilized by Yu Wanjun to ambush Lumiere. Maybe he's been on the righteous blacklist for a long time, and he'll kill after he's utilized. So what are you waiting for if you don't run while you're ahead? If Menghao, the inner viewer, didn't resist, the other group of outer viewers could do even less and could only follow helplessly. Under the leadership of Fox Maymo, the crowd seemed to have left the Void Human Realm crevice and were completely walking within the Void Heaven Realm. Think you're a Dharma body? Run into a Void Sky Realm creature and swallow you in one bite. Su Yuxuan stared at Fox Maymo's back, her mouth broken, wanting to run but not daring to. She only felt that her cousin was unkind, and that she had engaged in traps to ambush people, without saying that she should be informed, causing her to be in danger now. She only dared to think about it in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it out loud, not to mention to question it afterwards. Menghao's delusion-breaking eye stayed open, and after recording it a few times, he gave up completely. With his cultivation level of the 7th sky of inner scenery, he couldn't even read it. Her doppelganger or principal body is in the Dharma body realm, and her eyesight and means are far beyond imagination. The group traveled for who knows how long until they came to an altar. This is... Menghao froze. This altar, wasn't it the place where the Sin Stone was found before? It seems to be equally at the seam of the imaginary human realm. At the center of the altar, Qingyi sat cross-legged, surrounded by 5 unknown men and women who were guarding the spell. Judging from the fact that they were all dressed in Devil's Way clothing, they should all be fellow Devil's Way disciples or something like that she had invited. What was surprising was that their group was clearly standing on the altar, even if it was at the edge, and it was reasonable that they should be seen, but it turned out that the 6 people on the altar were ignoring them. There was no doubt that this Fox Maymo had some sort of unknown means that could make people unable to see them. Looks like it hasn't started yet. Just in time, Fox Maymo pulled out a chair from nowhere, took off her shoes and sat on it in a very unladylike manner, looking like she was watching the show, and around it, a hood, visible to the naked eye and slightly darker in color, appeared out of nowhere. Is that what's keeping them from seeing us? Menghao couldn't help but ask. Yes, if you want to catch up with your sister-in-law, just go. Fox Maymo smiled and said. Menghao frowned and turned his head to look at Crazy Mo, somewhat puzzled. Since Fox Maymo had arrived, Crazy Mo had become much more silent. Su Yuxuan and the others looked at Menghao with a look of astonishment. On the altar, that group of 6 people. How did they look like people from the Devil's Path? Menghao's sister-in-law is among them? Who is that Menghao? Also the Magic Path? This made them shiver a bit, and before, they had thought that they could rely on Menghao. There you go, into the Devil's Den. I'd rather not show up. Menghao shook his head and refused, intending to take a look at the situation first and figure out if Qingyi had betrayed Lumiere. If so, the woman is horrible. In order to become stronger, he simply did whatever it took to join forces with his blood-feuding enemy. If not, then he doesn't know what went wrong. Maybe he was carrying the sinister stone through security and got caught in the inspection part? Fox Maymo's body appeared to be relaxed, but in reality, her back was drenched in sweat. Eyes darted around as if thinking of something furtive. She had wanted to pick up the slack, thinking that Lumiere was being shinned, and if her main body was smashed, she might have her soul transferred to Qingyi. It's just time for her to pick up the slack. Who knows? Just sat down, found that around this altar, densely hidden all the people. Damn. Yu Wanjun has a lot of dogs. Another group of half-mortals. I can't believe this side is being watched too. What's going on? She was a little puzzled that she was able to come after Qingyi purely because she had secretly left her mark at the time of the transaction. But Qingyi was surrounded by Yuanjun's people, which was a bit weird. Could it be that Qingyi really teamed up with Yuanjun, planning to trap and kill Lu Meier? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. One thought from her and Qingyi would have to die. How could she do such a thing? Fox Mourawa took advantage of the crowd's attention on the altar and silently handed Crazy Mourawa a small object. The other party nodded slightly, then silently backed away until a blink disappeared without a trace. Fox Mourawa had been staring at the group of half-immortals around them and was relieved to find that people didn't care about them at all. Stealing another smile, she thought that if Yuanjun knew that the people under her hand had let her Mourawa off the hook, she would probably explode with anger. Rumble. In the sky, the robbery clouds rise again. This time, it's time to really cross over. At some point, the green clothes had already floated into midair. It's on. The crowd was wide-eyed. It was the first time that they had watched someone transmitting a Dharma body calamity from such a close distance. Put. Just then, a bald nun in the field suddenly drew her sword and stabbed towards one of them. Lu Yun, what are you doing? The man covered his chest in disbelief. The other three were shocked and rushed up to help, wanting to restrain Lu Yun first. Who knew that they had only just moved, when two of them suddenly reversed their direction and sneak attacked, exterminating the remaining one. In mid-air, Qingyi's mind stirred and couldn't help but ask, Master? AI, my good disciple. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth turned upwards, and with a sword, she lords over the person she sneaked up on, before turning around and saying with a big smile, You? Looking at her strange smile, Qingyi was shocked. You're not my master. When? Ha 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 ha. The bald nun Lu Yun laughed up to the sky, and then, with a turn, her appearance changed dramatically. Su Chao Chao? The other two, turned around and changed their appearance. It was clearly Menghao's 10th divine son, Meng Yiwu, whom he had once met in the small county, as well as Zhang Chuanji, the Taoist son of the Zhang family. My master was captured by you guys during the fight for the Sin Stone? Qingyi then reacted with some shock. That's not true. Su Chao Chao laughed. I chased her for almost a week or so before I caught her. Thought it was a tough one. Under heavy torture, it said what it needed to say. Chapter 60, Goodbye to the Son of God. Meng Easy. Young Master Meng, you didn't expect the person you ignored in the beginning to appear in front of you, did you? Put. Qingyi immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, but she was enveloped by the robbery cloud at the moment, and she couldn't move at all, not even to cancel it, so she could only be slaughtered. The others seemed to know this, and looked at her playfully from the sidelines, as if they wanted to taunt. So it was Lu Yun who was arrested. No wonder. Mourawa drifted off. She thought that Menghao had betrayed Qingyi, or that Qingyi had betrayed Lu Meier. She didn't expect Lu Yun because she didn't expect that Qingyi would choose to tell Lu Yun about this kind of matter concerning the breakthrough of the Dharma body. Pedantic woman. Mourawa smiled contemptuously. The two people who were killed by Su Chao Chao and the others just now had Lu Meier's aura on their bodies, and were obviously subject to Lu Meier's control. As for that Lu Yun, although he was Qingyi's master, there was no forbidden constraints, and the relationship was always shaky. Now that I look at it, it's really not a good idea to put on some torture and sell her out. My master, is she still alive? Who knows? Even though Qingyi was in such a situation, she still looked worried about Lu Yun. TSK, you're being sentimental and righteous, making it seem like we're the devil's way. Su Chao Chao smiled and said, she is only disabled, but not dead. The old woman who stayed in the eroded heart sect for so long. There must be secrets that can be tapped. One or two. Qingyi heard this, but she was relieved. Hey, you woman, watch where you're going. Meng Yi had a great interest in Qingyi, his heart fluttering wildly, and seeing that the other party had ignored him and Zhang Chuanji the entire time, he couldn't help but stand out and brush up on his presence. You don't think that Lu Meier will come to save you, do you? He proudly said. She has Princess Wanjun watching over her right now and is having trouble protecting herself, so how could she have the time to come and save you? Qingyi sniffed, a look of shame on his face. It's me who dragged her down. She had been hesitant to think about whether or not to use Menghao's connections to send the Sin Stone to that place in the Immortal Ascension Conference. It was Su Chao Chao who pretended to be Lu Yun and convinced her. If she had discovered the disguised Su Chao Chao earlier, she might not have let Lu Meier get into danger. As for Menghao, as the one who carried the Sin Stone to the Immortal Ascension Conference, I guess he's been dead for a week now. Pity my sister who was widowed at a young age. Outside the arena, Mourawa shook her head slightly and looked at the half-immortals hidden around her, understanding that she had no chance to pick up the pieces. Even if Lu Meier turned to Qingyi, with this group of people guarding her, there was nothing for her to do anyway. Inside the boundaries, hearts are aflutter. Su Yuxuan, Meng Ziyun, and Zheng Qiqi looked at each other as if they wanted to find a chance to jump out of the boundary. After all, the situation at the altar looked more on their side. Su Qiaoqiao, Meng Yiqiao and Zhang Chuanji, all considered their cousins, had met a few times at the family banquet and would not let Mo Yuerua harm them. Mo Yuerua laughed contemptuously, seeing the little bit of the several people's hearts, but didn't care, turning her head to look at Menghao and flirting. Your sister-in-law is in distress and you're not going to help? You're not helping? Menghao tried. Me? Mo Yuerua laughed. Don't think I'm in on it if I deal with her. I can't wait to see them die. Menghao to help. The others were surprised and laughed in their hearts. Would Menghao, a third-rate expert who was new to inner scenery, dare to stop three first-rate experts who were famous in the Wanshan province? Su Qiaoqiao, Meng Yiqiao and Zhang Chuanji, very active and popular figures in recent years. His fame in the Wanshan prefecture was immense, and lately it had become even more so. Menghao nodded slightly. It's time to help. The matter of the sinister stone, though, was a matter of carelessness on the part of the sister-in-law, and she was drilled. But as it was, he might not think the two were that close, but only if outsiders could believe it. So odds were that outsiders would treat the two of them as one. Then we can only go one way and turn against the right way and join the devil's way. If he could preserve his sister-in-law and allow her to advance to the Dharma body realm, then there would still be a chance to save Pops or Mingyue. I hope they're not dead. Menghao could imagine that the duo might have been tortured or tortured. It was a little hard on the heart, but he couldn't just sit back and wait, taking advantage of the fact that Lu Meier's side had attracted most of the firepower. Going back a little earlier might have the hope of robbing the prison. Upgrade. Whether it consumes 7,000 Rio. Whether or not it consumes 8,000 Rio. Whether it consumes 9,000 Rio. In an instant, Menghao consumed 24,000 silver taels, directly pulling his cultivation to the peak of inner view. Whether to consume 6,000 silver taels to raise the 1,000-hand seal to the ultimate level, is, brush, cultivation, peak inner view, humane, 0/15,000, tunnels, 0/30,000, tendo, 0/45,000. Note, only one item can be chosen as the direction of breaking through the Dharma body. Extreme metaphysical grade seal of 1,000 hands, extreme realm, silver, 7,350. There's really something wrong. Mo Yuerua narrowed her eyes, sensing Menghao's cultivation soaring rapidly, but she didn't make a sound, just pretended she didn't see it. Do me a favor, watch Su Yuxuan for me. I'm going to use her as a hostage. Menghao twisted his head to look at Mo Yuerua before leaving the boundary. Although he wasn't sure if Mo Yuerua would help, he always had to try. Yu Xian is very angry. Menghao, you even want to take Yu Xian as a hostage? Have you forgotten the unforgettable time you spent with Yu Xian? Su Yuxuan exploded with anger, not expecting Menghao to say such words. It's a shame she trusted him so much before. Hey! Mo Yuerua became interested and pursued. What about the benefits? Menghao froze, glanced at her breasts, and said uncertainly, I eat one of your donuts? Mo Yuerua was stunned, thought of something, and burst into a rage. Scram! Scram! Don't think of me as the same as that pervert. What reassured Menghao a little was that she scolded but seemed intent on helping. Thanks a lot. Arching his hand, Menghao took a step out of the boundary. In the center of the altar, Meng Yiqiao was circling around Qingyi with an admiring look, and if it wasn't for Su Qiaoqiao, he might have moved his hand. What man? Su Qiaoqiao let out a chortle and turned to look at the person who appeared out of thin air from the void. Meng Yiwu and Zhang Chuanji also hurriedly picked up their weapons and looked at Menghao vigilantly. Is that how you guys bully my sister-in-law? Menghao carried a sword and said with a cold face, fighting the few with the many, taking advantage of a person's danger, and still the righteous path. How shameless. Sister-in-law? So it's with this witch. Su Qiaoqiao sneered. Menghao, why are you here? In mid-air, Qingyi, who was still restrained by the robbery cloud and unable to move, had a shocked look on his face. I didn't expect Menghao to be alive. And even more unexpectedly, he came to the scene. How did he come over? If you're here, why jump out? Wouldn't he be sending himself to death for nothing when facing these three divine sons and daughters of the gods as a mere outer scenery ninth heaven? Menghao? Meng Yizi was stunned for a moment. Surname Meng, it wouldn't be someone from my Meng family, would it? When Menghao heard this, his footsteps couldn't help but lurch. When he was in the small county, he had also dangled in front of Meng Yizi and the others a few times, and everyone had seen him before. Just like that time, this 10th god's son, as usual, ignored him. The god's son is really a nobleman. When it was me who led the people to dig the grave and searched for Li Ji's tomb for you. Chapter 61. It's okay if you don't remember me. Respect is earned by fighting. From now on, My name will be your nightmare for the rest of your life. Finally cheese grave for us? Meng Yuyao twisted his head to look at the other two. After Su Qiaoqiao and Zhang Qingyi took a closer look at Menghao, they both shook their heads, saying that they had never seen it before. My father is Meng Yukai, the president of the Meng Family Chamber of Commerce in the local small county, and I was standing in the second row with him when we greeted the Son of God. Menghao still couldn't forget the scene when he was ignored by Meng Yuyu. He was 18 that year, and outside the doors of the Chamber of Commerce, he stood like an ant. It was deliberately brought up to prove to him that the people he had once ignored were nowadays, able to fight against them in a confrontation. Oh, so it's you. Meng Yiqing drifted off. Menghao's eyes lit up. You remember me? Yes. Your father is the master of the first vein of the small clan in Dongyue County, and at that time, he asked me to take more care of you, saying that you had just broken through the inner view. Meng Yiqiu frowned slightly. This witch is your sister-in-law. Menghao opened his mouth. Some words stuck in his throat. There was the intention to think that Meng Yiwu was doing it on purpose, but looking at the other party's reaction, it was a true case of mistaken identity. LOL. When your cultivation is low, you ignore me. When your cultivation level is comparable to yours, you still ignore me. So I don't cultivate for nothing? Menghao realized that respect was playing out. You've mistaken me for someone else. So it seems that the Divine Son really doesn't remember me. He resumed his indifferent appearance and continued. Qingyi, she is my sister-in-law. You guys, but if you investigate some more information, you won't be unaware of it. Arrogance. On the bright side, Qingyi is named Fu Qingyi, has a sister named Fu Mingyu, and a brother-in-law named Menghao. Wouldn't they look into this information that is so blatantly obvious? That's something they don't even bother to look up. The three of them were also a bit embarrassed by Menghao's words. Menghao, run away. They're all first-rate experts at the peak of interview. You're no match. Qingyi finally couldn't help himself and bellowed out in a distracted manner. Although she was touched that Menghao stood up to defend her, she didn't want Menghao to die for nothing. After shouting, she was a little ashamed again. Was she still a witch? How to care so much about a man? It's because if he's alive, his sister has someone to shelter her. That's right. When I die, my sister will always need someone to take care of her. After hearing this, Meng Yiwu couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Such a beautiful woman who cared about other men. Why couldn't it be him? He turned his head toward Menghao and said coldly, whether you're from the Meng family or not, right now, since you're going to stand up for this devilish girl, take your life. After saying that, he raised his sword and charged toward Menghao. The two of them, Su Qiaoqiao and Zhang Qingyi, were not in a hurry to make a move, but instead focused their attention on the surroundings to prevent anyone from sneaking up on them. Menghao was finished. Within the boundary, Meng Ziyun shook his head in regret. Meng Yizi is the most cold-blooded one among so many of my clan brothers, and he is afraid that he will directly behead Menghao. Ha! Yi Sheng coldly laughed. Who let him play the big-tail wolf? District beginner into the inner view. Run out to block their golden triangle combination. Menghao, he was a bit impulsive. The golden triangle, whose rumored stories have been heard often over the past 2 years. Zhang Qiqi didn't have any opinion about Menghao, but instead felt that he was sentimental and righteous. But unfortunately his strength was not good. Yu Xian is a bit sad. Yu Xian doesn't want Menghao to die. Meng Ziyun brushed his head and twisted it over. Seeing the sadness revealed in Su Yuxuan's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. He forced a smile. Yes, Menghao is also considered our partner, and I would be sad to die just like that. Hey, there's a buzz going on. Su Wenbin pulled Yi Shang, and the two of them watched the show with interest, stealing a laugh every now and then. Beside them, Lu Wei unconsciously put her hand on her chest. In his mind, he recalled that day in the dormitory, the scene when he and Menghao moved to touch each other. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upward with a hint of sweetness as she thought about the depths. But as she looked at the situation in the field where Meng Yizi was charging at Menghao, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. Snort! You guys have a lot of drama. On the side, Mo Yuerua couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her perception was far beyond normal people, and she knew very well that Menghao's strength had long since reached the peak of the inner scenery, and was generally the same as that Meng Prowler. Even if his cultivation level had increased too quickly and he hadn't learned much about martial arts, with his cultivation, he wouldn't have been defeated that quickly. So, in a moment, when Menghao falls to the ground, am I going to help or not? Mo Yuerua thought. Later on, if he saved Menghao and threw him to the altar like a dead dog, and said, "Little altar, your prey has been brought to you," what would her expression be? What? Just as she was in her reverie, an exclamation of surprise was heard from the side. Looking back, Menghao in the field unexpectedly fought with that Meng Yiqiu in an uncontrollable battle. Yo, this knows martial arts. When did you learn? Mourua at first had some reviewing implications, but as she watched, she couldn't help but sit up straight and put her feet back into her shoes. In the middle of the field, Menghao was actually still suppressing that Menghao by a head. How can it be? This. He's definitely not Menghao. I'm probably dreaming. Within the boundaries, several people crumbled. I wanted to see Menghao's jokes, but who would have thought that they became the joke? Yu Xian is a little happy. Menghao's strength is surprisingly so strong, worthy of being the friend that Yu Xian looks at. When Meng Ziyun heard this, his heart ached again, and he pretended to laugh softly. Yes, Menghao is a good friend with all of us. Pop. A punch in the face sounded. The crowd turned their heads in surprise, only to find Yi Shang slapping himself hard, rambling as he did so. I must be dreaming. Wake up. It's turning into a nightmare. Damn. This nightmare won't work. I'm going to turn it into a spring dream. With that, he turned his head to look at Mourua and swallowed a mouthful of saliva before walking over with a cheap smile on his face. Boo! The crowd didn't see the situation clearly. Yi Shang was stomped into the ground, leaving only his head outside. Obscure. Mourua was speechless. Ha! This isn't a dream? Feeling the intense pain, Yi Shang finally reacted. Which he was dreaming. That was because he couldn't accept that Menghao was so strong and was deceiving himself. Look! Su Chaoqiao and Zhang Chuanji have joined the battle. Hu Qin, who had been paying attention to Menghao, suddenly shouted. The crowd craned their heads over, but they were horrified. In the middle of the field, Menghao surprisingly fought 1 against 3, suppressing the 3 to the point of retreat. The entire altar, the sky was filled with sword shadows. Meng Ziyun had an ominous feeling. What kind of sword technique did he have? It looks like your Meng family's 1,000 shadow sword technique, Mourua said thoughtfully. This 1,000 shadow sword technique. Looking at the caliber, it seems to have reached the proficient level. She was a bit shocked. It's only been a short time since Menghao was promoted to inner scenery, and he wants to raise his cultivation level again, and he also wants to cultivate martial arts again. 1 week. It was only after she reminded them of this that it occurred to the crowd that Menghao, a week ago, was still just an outlier. It had only been a week since he had been promoted to inner view. Now, not only was his cultivation comparable to the golden triangle combination, even the 1,000 shadows sword technique had been cultivated to a proficient level. How did he do that? Chapter 62. Her chest blew up. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's normal to get hurt in a fight. Mourua watched the battle for a while and quickly saw the signs. Shaking her head, Menghao's breakthrough time was too short after all, and he didn't have the time to learn the stance. He was too slow, and the 3 of them realized this and began to swim with him. The scales of victory tipped before the words fell. In the middle of the field, Menghao's stance, at a speed visible to the naked eye, rapidly got better. Phantom misty steps. Meng Ziyun was stunned. The stance that Menghao was performing at the moment was clearly one that he had only taught a week ago. Looking at the several phantoms in the field fighting against the golden triangle respectively, Meng Ziyun man was dumbfounded. At this level of illusion, it's at least proficient, isn't it? How does he practice? 1,000 shadow sword technique weak cultivation to the proficient level is just. After all, rumor has it that Menghao 100 shadow sword technique practiced to the extreme. The 2 are in the same vein. The cultivation of fast can be understood, but phantom maze steps, Menghao didn't have any foundation, and still cultivated to proficiency in a week's time? This is too much. Meng Ziyun felt ridiculous. Even if he was a genius, there had to be a degree, right? The Phantom Misty Step was indeed a temporary enhancement that Menghao had made on the way to battle. It cost a total of 6,000 taels. The realm wasn't the proficiency Meng Ziyun thought it was either, and had actually reached minor accomplishment. However, Menghao always liked to keep his hand in the game, so he only showed the proficiency level. It was the same as how he clearly possessed the 1,000 hand seal at the perfection level, but only displayed the 1,000 shadows sword technique at the proficiency level. The intention was to hide their clumsiness first and feel out the strength of the 3, and then find the right moment to fully utilize their martial arts and take them down in one fell swoop. How did you get so strong? In mid-air, Qingyi was a bit bewildered. In her perception, Menghao was weak, only having an external cultivation level, and still had the 3 steps of Nianda, immaculate and breaking delusion to take. I'm sure I won't be able to get an interior view for a while. But now, Menghao internalized the scene, and it wasn't just any inner scene. He was a breaking delusion inner scene, and this could be seen from the battle prowess he displayed. However, what surprised her the most was that Menghao actually also had a peak cultivation level of inner view, and had also mastered at least 2 Xian level extreme martial arts, and cultivated them to a proficient level. For the first time, she realized that her brother-in-law who was mediocre in every way except for his handsome looks, had suddenly become mysterious. Does he also have a hidden identity? On the surface, it's my brother-in-law, but behind the scenes, it's some devilish big shot? Judging herself, Qingyi felt that since she had a hidden identity, it was possible that Menghao was also hiding other identities. Meng Easy, when did you have such a ruthless person within your clan? Zhang Chuanji couldn't help but ask in a loud voice. He was a bit unable to accept that the three of them had joined forces to fight one, and they were still being beaten back by Menghao. Mengyiwu was even more confused. From Menghao's reaction, he could tell that the other party knew him. They may have even met in person and had some interaction between them, but he was completely unimpressed. Cut the crap. Let him win and we'll lose face. Use the stance. Yellow, golden triangle, joint battle technique. Although Su Qiaoqiao was a bit ashamed, she decided to use their strongest means. She was the one who couldn't accept letting Menghao win the most. Qingyi's beauty made her jealous to the point of resentment. The reason, naturally, was Yuan Jun. This princess who was highly favored by the emperor, the proud daughter of the great Yu dynasty, would choose to destroy the Fu family because she was jealous of the beauty of the Qingyi and Mingyu sisters. Of course, the explicit reason was that at a certain banquet, because the dazzling 9 heavenly dragons had praised the two sisters, Qingyi and Mingyue, thus triggering Yuan Jun's jealousy. That's the way it's rumored out there, but she didn't believe it. She had met Yuan Jun and knew that she wasn't one to be angered by men. Therefore, she believed that Yuan Jun's anger and destruction of the Fu family was purely because she was jealous of Qingyi's beauty. What she couldn't understand the most was that Yuan Jun still had to kill and kill, purposely keeping Qingyi and Mingyue, as if the thought of their hated expressions made her happy. Doesn't she know that you have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots? Looking at Qingyi, it had only been a short period of time before he had leapt from an ordinary person to an existence that was about to become a Dharma body. Su Qiaoqiao understood that if she couldn't stop Qingyi from crossing over into the Dharma body at this moment, in the future, she would all have no more chances, because according to Qingyi's cultivation speed, they were destined to be two-way people for the rest of their future lives. The Golden Triangle's joint battle technique. Inside the boundary, the crowd gasped out in shock. I have long heard of the fame of the Golden Triangle joint battle technique. Once it is used, it is said to be invincible in the inner scenic realm. What a day for the eyes. Everyone was wide-eyed, feeling like today was going to be an eye-opener of sorts. In the middle of the field, Su Qiaoqiao stood on the shoulders of Mengyiwu and Zhang Chuanji, who held her feet tightly with their hands. One of them used a left-handed sword, while the other used a right-handed sword. Together, the three formed the word multitude. Looking at the pose alone, it seems simple. In fact, this combination of techniques is a great test of tacit understanding. It was only because the three grew up together and were childhood sweethearts that this was able to combine the three swords and bring out the effect of 1 + 1 + 1 is greater than 3. As soon as he made his move, Menghao was suppressed and dodged continuously. Surprisingly, it's so much tougher than three separate people. Menghao was surprised. The three of them fought separately, situated in three directions, and he was able to utilize his stance and move from side to side, either blocking or dodging in the gaps. And now that they were combined together, with 4 swords to face in a single direction, there was a bit of a handful. In just a moment, Menghao was forced into a corner position, precariously, worthy of being the Golden Triangle. It looks like Menghao is going to lose. Moyueroa laughed softly and lowered her high-crossed legs, intending to make a run for it. After the hilarity is over, it's natural to withdraw. As for helping, she was only thinking about it, and would not put herself in a position of danger. With so many half-immortals around the altar, she had hidden here by virtue of her special means. If she revealed herself, she would be captured. I'm in a good mood today, so spare. Moyueroa's words paused again. In the middle of the field, Menghao didn't know what he had done, but he had actually sent the golden triangle of that multitude combination flying. Vaguely, I think I see a large handprint. No, like Menghao slapped toward the three of them. Put. The golden trio was heavily injured as they continuously drew blood. When it's really a devil, it's so cunning to hide its strength. Before Meng Yuyao could finish speaking, he heard Su Qiaoqiao's miserable howls next to him. My boobs. He was startled and turned his head to look. Su Qiaoqiao's chest was blood red, and looking at its pattern, it was even too flat with them. Her boobs were busted? Menghao, I want you to die. Seeing that Su Qiaoqiao lost her mind and was going to rush up to fight with Menghao with her red eyes, Mengyiwu and Zhang Chuanji saw this and hurriedly stopped her with one on the left and one on the right. This devil is too ferocious. The three of us are seriously injured. Continue to fight. Life and death is unpredictable. Or retreat first, and then think about it in the long run. Boo! A projectile was dropped and a cloud of smoke rose as it hit the ground. A large handprint passed quickly from far away, but only blew the smoke away. looking at the original spot again. Apart from a streak of blood and some remnants of flesh and blood, the golden triangle had long since fled. The whole room was in an uproar. Menghao actually won? Chapter 63, Aggrieved. You are too much. Sister-in-law, I saved your life and protected your path. Is it appropriate for you to hug me like this? Aren't these old things going to do anything yet? Moruo's eyes flickered with red light as she looked up into the sky, guessing why those half-immortals hadn't made their move yet. Lu Meier's side hasn't been captured yet, so we can't do anything on this side either? Qingyi was Lu Meier's backhand. She was able to convert her soul over to this side over and use it to escape. But right now, there was no movement at all. Really? This can let Lu Meier escape? She was a bit surprised and stunned. This Yuanjun is also too much of a waste. After staring at the altar in the field for a while longer, Qingyi and Menghao were getting together to catch up on old times. From their happy appearance, they did not realize that experts at the half-immortal level had long been spread all around them. Moruo also didn't have the idea of speaking with them. Feeling that there was no chance for this side, she quietly left. The knot is gone. Meng Ziyun and the others, who were still in a state of shock, suddenly noticed Qingyi and Menghao looking toward them. They're just little kids. They don't pose a threat. Don't worry about breaking through. I've got you covered here, Menghao said in a spirited manner. Back then, Meng Prosperity had traveled to the small county with his monstrous reputation, and had treated him with utter disregard, as if we weren't from the same world. Now, although there was no revenge kind of thrill, after all, people hadn't oppressed him either, but Menghao just had an inexplicable feeling of coolness. We really aren't from the same world. From today onwards, you will only be able to look up at my back. In the future, when he hears the three words Meng Easy again, he will refrain from any excessive behavior. Qingyi pursed her lips. A hint of a smile appeared on her face, and nodded heavily as she began to concentrate on dealing with the heavenly calamity. She had never imagined that one day she would be protected by Menghao. This brother-in-law. On the first day we met, the impression of him was that of a colored straw man, uneducated, not know how to make progress, all day long idle, good and bad, with a few loyal dogs, everywhere womanizing. For Menghao, she had been 100 eyes, and did not give any good face. It was just that what she didn't expect was that this brother-in-law was even more accomplished than she had imagined. It was at this altar that the impression of him changed again. At that time, she was bound together with that had emotion, and life and death were not her own. She was stunned when Menghao appeared, and had even wondered if she was hallucinating in her mind from being read to by her sister all day. But who would have thought that he would really show up? And even though she was wearing the face of another witch, Lu Meier, he still chose to believe her. Not only did he kill Hatamoto, but he also saved her. Ever since that day, Qingyi had felt unsettled, with Menghao's shadow flashing through her mind from time to time. It made her ashamed and annoyed. Sometimes I would think about it. If she was just an ordinary person without deep hatred, could she really live a happy life as her sister described? With the two sisters serving Menghao together. But these thoughts were just that, thoughts, and she knew very well that she was in no position to do so. People like her don't deserve to marry. The third time she was impressed was when Menghao defeated Wu Yu and became the #1 person in the outside world. She was genuinely stunned. It was also the first time that he realized that this brother-in-law of his was actually a genius, even if it was only in terms of battle power. This time, for the fourth time, at a time when she thought that because of her own negligence, she had pitted Lu Meier and also harmed herself, and that she had no hope of taking revenge up to this point in her life. Menghao appeared. She was angry at him for being ungrateful and shouted at him to leave. He said, "Who dares to bully my sister-in-law?" It was, I thought, a death-defying act by a brainless brother-in-law. I didn't realize that it would be a bridge to the hero's rescue. Phew! With a complicated and despondent mood, Qingyi let out a long breath, pushed down the distracting thoughts, and opened his arms to start welcoming the heavenly tribulation. Brother Hao, that witch is gone. Let's go. Meng Ziyun, as the representative, came to Menghao's place of 4 or 5 meters and asked with a sarcastic smile on his face, "Just wait, when my sister-in-law succeeds in her promotion, I'll let you guys go back." Menghao definitely couldn't just leave now. This place was at the seam of the void human realm, and if they wanted to leave, they could only be led by someone from the breaking delusion inner landscape. Menghao was in no mood to deal with them. After driving away Meng Prosperity and the others, there was only a brief moment of elation before his mind was taken over by worry. Mingyue and Pops, I hope nothing happens. He didn't know what he would see when he returned, but he guessed that there was a good chance that the two men had been captured and were being tortured. Right now, one could only wait for Qingyi to advance to the Dharma body realm, and then return together to try to rob the prison, after which it would be the end of the world. Darn it, if only I had a little more time. Menghao secretly gritted his teeth and clenched his fists until his fingers turned white. I had thought that I had made money very quickly, and cultivated very quickly, rising from the peak of the outer view to the peak of the inner view in a week. But in this real world, no one will wait for you. At the very least, when an enemy hunts you down and tries to persecute your family, and the strength is not there, then you can only watch and have to accept the tragedy. He didn't know what Yuan Juan's reason was for going after Lu Meier, nor did he know what the reason was for the Fu family's extermination. He had heard rumors that it was because the Fu sisters were too beautiful and had received praise from a certain 9 heavenly dragons, causing Yuan Jun to become jealous and thus descending punishment. Because of this reason, the family was raided and exterminated, and they even played the killing and extermination game. So who is the devil and who is the right way? Menghao suddenly realized that the danger was always there, and that extinction could come at any time. After all, what happened to the Fu family could also befall in one day. He was so handsome. If he caused the jealousy of some people, or the love of some people, he was afraid that he would become the second Fu Qingyi. Menghao took a deep breath, and his eyes became firm. If Akatsuki dies, then I'll pay my debt in blood, destroy your Yu family, and let Yuan Jun, taste this loss of a close relative. Menghao was mentally prepared. Under normal circumstances, there was an 80% chance that Akatsuki was dead and a 10% chance that she was missing. There is less than a 10% chance that she is still intact, has not suffered any calamity, and is safely waiting for his return in the county. As for his old man, as a son of the Meng clan small clan, perhaps the probability of being alive was a bit higher than Mingyu, but not by much. Rumble. The last thunderbolt struck. Qingyi's body was reshaped, and in the void, there seemed to be laws pouring into her body, pushing the life breath to grow. Inexplicably, Menghao felt a sense of oppression and majesty from Qingyi. It was as if he had become an inferior being, and had a natural urge to bow down and kneel in the face of a superior life form like her. Enveloped by this invisible aura, Menghao's legs wobbled straight. Sweat dripped rapidly as he fought against the pressure. Men's knees have gold. Kneeling to heaven and earth. Kneeling parents cannot kneel on this kind of inexplicable place on? There was a heartbeat in his mind that formed a force that made him grit his teeth and hold on. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that Qingyi opened his eyes and quickly withdrew the aura he had unconsciously released after realizing Menghao's condition. Tap tap. Suddenly losing the force of confrontation, Menghao stumbled and fell backward. Just as he was about to fall, Qingyi appeared behind him in an instant, reached over Menghao's waist, and tenderly swept him into her arms. Help! Help me up! Menghao was a little ashamed. A big man, but he was princess hugged by his sister-in-law, but he had just fought against that pressure from the level of life, and he was momentarily exhausted, so he was unable to stand up. Qingyi seemed to have seen his macho mentality and covered her mouth with a light laugh, pushing Menghao up and holding his arm instead. Standing straight again, Menghao was only slightly relieved, but he didn't dwell on this issue much and quickly said, "Go back to the county town and see. Save Pops and Mingyue, whether they're dead or alive. It's always better to go back and see what's going on. If it's dead." Menghao clenched his fists and didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Chapter 64. The protagonist. Fight for money. Now being targeted by a half-immortal. I need silver to save my life. Wait for me to become a god and share a long life. Cyan was silent. Why don't you say something? Menghao was puzzled. Qingyi raised her head slightly and looked into the distance, lightly frowning e-brow. There is a group of half-immortals around. Ha? Menghao was startled. Half-immortal, according to Mo Yiruwa, was in existence at the peak of the Dharma body realm. When one comes, Qingyi may not be able to block it. And this is a group? They just seem to be staring at us and not making a move. Qingyi said, suddenly stunned, thought of something, shook his head and said, no, they are waiting for Lu Meier. With her restrained, it was naturally impossible for Lu Meier to have her soul transferred over. Split up. Qingyi exhaled. They were stalking me. I lured them all away. Yes. Menghao sighed darkly. It was thought that when Qingyi advanced to the Dharma body realm, the two of them would return to the county and rescue Pops in Mingyu. But as it stands now, the situation is more complicated than expected. Qingyi swept a glance at Su Yuxuan and the others, knowing that these were the people who appeared in the bunker with Menghao, and it was up to him to decide what to do with them. I'm leaving. Qingyi paused for a moment. Looking at Menghao's color was a little complicated. There is a premonition that he may not live long this time. After hesitating for a moment, in the end, he did not say anything more. Take care of your sister. With that, she rose up into the air and sped off in one direction, where Menghao and the others couldn't notice. Dozens of figures left after Qingyi. You go keep an eye on Menghao. This kid isn't right. There's something weird. How about just grabbing it? No. First follow him, don't let him run away. Exactly how to deal with. Wait for the princess to decide. In the void, one person obeyed the arrangement and broke away from the group that was tracking Qingyi, instead staying behind to watch Menghao. Brother, how are we? Meng Ziyun was a bit hesitant, not knowing what Menghao would do with them, but thought, we are all of the same clan. Even if we want to kill, we will only kill people like Yi Shang, right? I'll walk you out. Menghao saw through his apprehensive mind, and without wasting any extra time, said directly. There were so many half-immortals involved, and according to Mo Yuerua's previous reaction, they didn't have so many half-immortals in the Wanshan prefecture. From this, it could be seen that the group of half-immortals were basically all brought by Yuanjun. Injustice has its owner. Even if Pops and Mingyue died, he would still go to Yuanjun for revenge instead of spreading his anger on these unimportant people. I'm not going out. Just as the others were secretly happy, Hu Qin was shaking his head. I have a premonition that I will be able to break the delusion. Today, Menghao's leap to the peak of the inner scenery and defeating the Golden Triangle, which used to be famous even in the Wanshan prefecture, had caused a great shock to her. She suddenly realized that the subterranean dragon ranking was no big deal. The knot in her heart was loosened, and if she could take advantage of the opportunity to break her delusion, then she would also enter the inner landscape. Well, good luck. Menghao nodded, then brought the others with him and quickly left this altar. Now that they were not in the boundaries of the Ascension Assembly, there was no boundary blockade. As if passing through a curtain of water, he stepped forward and returned to the human realm, appeared near the grave of Li Ji in the small county. Everyone else cheered and just felt like they had experienced a thrilling adventure. Gentlemen, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. We'll meet again. Menghao, however, waved his hand in farewell and sped toward Dongyue County under the complicated gazes of the crowd. Menghao, is he colluding with the Devil's Way? I don't know. Maybe. So can we still hang out later? Difficult. Maybe the next time we see each other. It's time to yell and scream. The rest of the crowd had an indescribable feeling, vaguely seeing Menghao's future miserable end of being hunted down. Then I thought about the week the guys had been through together and just felt melancholy. Hey, our Immortal Ascension conference is over just like that? Yi Shang had a devastated look on his face. Then this is too much of a loss. I haven't even Niende yet. Lu Meier, there's a group of half-immortals on my side staring at. After leaving the altar, Qingyi transmitted the message through the two of them's unique mind-sensing method. I know. I'm also being chased by a group of people right now, Lu Meier said with a smile. Qingyi felt that she was purposely acting relaxed for fear of her guilt, so she couldn't help but feel even more ashamed. It was a problem on my end. I didn't realize that Master Shi had been captured a long time ago. If you know that the Master is Su Qiaoqiao's impersonation, you will not fall into the trap. When Lu Meier heard this, she laughed lightly. Yuan Jun made a move. How could she let you see through it? Don't get too entangled. Wait for me to get rid of the pursuers on this side, and then think of a way to help you. Qingyi sighed lowly, then said with some doubts, I actually don't understand. This Yuanjuan style of acting seems to be. See? Lu Meier hesitated and explained. I once secretly searched for the extreme body. I thought before that this body of extreme could only be detected in my way. I can come to you because I learned that Yuanjun inexplicably exterminated your Fu family, left you and your sister two alive, and threw the infamy on me. Qingyi's pupils shrunk as he lost his voice. I'm an extreme body? Right. Lu Meier shook her head. That Yuanjun got the way to find the extreme body from somewhere, and also knew the information that I was secretly searching for this physique. Instead of me finding you, I'd rather say that she pushed you onto me. Why? Qingyi subconsciously asked. Then reacted. She's trying to catch you? To use me as a breakthrough? She knew that Lu Meier was slippery and godlike, and it was because of her own existence that she had recently shown up in the Wanshan prefecture. Lu Meier was silent for a moment, and said firmly inwardly, these are the costs of ascending to the gods, and those of us who have mastered the divine factor have been in a position where we have no choice but to go on. Qingyi opened his mouth, somewhat speechless. She knew that Lu Meier's experience was even more miserable, and the thousands of girls who had grown up with her had become the price for obtaining the entrance ticket to the Ascension. Even Yuan Jun, who appeared to be bright and shiny, had once died hundreds of princess sisters in order to be able to fit the divine factor. There was no way back for any of them, and on each of them, they carried the lives of countless companions and sisters. If it fails, the deaths of those companions and sisters will become meaningless. So the disaster of my Fu family was not because Yuan Jun was jealous of that man's admiration for me and my sister? Qingyi's lips quivered a little as he snapped. She used to think all the time that redheads were the ones who had gotten the whole family into trouble with her and her sister's beauty. Not all of it. Lu Meier explained. Both Yuan Jun and I derive our divine factors from the same goddess who fell in the pre-mythic era. According to the records of the tattered ancient books that I found, as well as Yuan Juan's situation over the years, I speculate that her ability might have something to do with making men fall in love with her. She paused for a moment and read out the remnants of the poem she had been given about that goddess, divided into 10,000 incarnations into the mortal world. The net of love in the red dust is gently laid, and the foolish man and the loving woman sink into themselves. The threads of love are tied to the heart. Cultivation and talent are all in the jar, and the divine path is long to refine this body. Do not say that the goddess has no feelings, only that the divine path is immortal. When I have attained the status of a true god, I will look back and see that all mortal dust is smoke and clouds. Chapter 65, It's a disaster. I can't hide my absolute genius qualification anymore. I've risen from the 9th level of the outer landscape to the 9th level of the inner landscape in a week. Are there any half-mortals watching me now or not? Menghao kept pondering this question as he ran wildly. Reasonably, these half-immortals from the royal capital should have only received orders to keep an eye on Qingyi. But they weren't robots. They would only do what they were told. And if someone was a bit bolder or more cautious, they would have been on him as well. At that time, I was eager to save people and anxious to break through, but I didn't realize that there might be other half-immortals around. Menghao felt that there was also a great deal of disorientation in their existence. Let him mistakenly think that these three enemies were the only ones on Qingyi's side, which is to think of all the half-immortals around. Wait. When Mourua was in the bunker before, he said that Lu Mayer was surrounded by a group of half-immortals. Then wouldn't she have known that Qingyi was being watched by a group of half-immortals? Menghao was angry and annoyed in his heart. Why didn't Mourua tell him if he already knew? In favor of her, she also acted as if she was the only one who knew where Qingyi had broken through. What a waste of their one-milk friendship. It's not right either. This Mourua that stays is not the one I have a friendship with. Menghao was, after all, at the peak of inner view. And even though his body was a bit weak from Qingyi, his speed was still not slow. It used to take a few days to travel to Dongyue County by carriage from the small county town, but now it took only an hour to get there. He didn't dare to enter through the gates, but scaled the walls and snuck back home. Mother! Standing on the courtyard wall, looking at Mingyu, who was picking peas in the courtyard wearing a plain cloth coat, Menghao's eyes couldn't help but redden. Mingyue looked up, and after realizing it was Menghao, her face showed joy, and she couldn't even put down the dustpan before she pounced over. The two hugged each other tightly. A week without seeing you is like 3 years. It took a long time to separate. Husband, how did you come out so quickly? Mingyue was a bit curious. She heard that the Immortal Ascension Conference would be held for half a year, and it had only been a week. Missed you, so I came out, Menghao said with a smile. He didn't expect that Mingyue was really still alive, and by the looks of it, she hadn't been taken away to be tortured or anything. This is an unfortunate blessing in disguise. Mother, let's go. Go? Where to? Leave the county. I'll take you far away. I'll pack my things then. Akatsuki looked down at her outfit. Not her going out clothes. Don't clean it up. That's it. Run away first. But, Akatsuki hesitated a bit. There are so many things that you gave me for the first time that you can't leave behind. Don't be but. Nothing is lost if you lose your life. I'll send you a bunch of firsts when you survive. Menghao picked up Mingyu and ran outside. He didn't know when Yuan Juan's people would arrive. Maybe the next moment. It was better to run away early. As for the clutter, throw it away. One can buy new ones sooner or later when one is alive. In the void, a middle-aged man scratched his head. Why did this kid just arrive and have to run? To stop or not to stop? Seeing what the commander means, this kid may possess the divine factor of a certain fallen true god. I wonder what the princess' attitude toward him will be. As an underling, the greatest fear was not knowing what was in the mind of the master. If he did something wrong, with his understanding of Yuan Jun, he could be spared a death sentence, but he could not escape a life sentence, and he might be thrown into any dangerous mission to atone for his sins. Suddenly, he looked in a certain direction, and a joyful look appeared on his face. Hey, what a coincidence! With a flash, the man appeared in the middle of the void outside the city. In front, two figures emerged from the void, and upon seeing the middle-aged man's uniform, they couldn't help but be solemn, and hurriedly saluted. Meng Yunting of the Meng family heard that the princess was here on business and brought his friend Hu Yenji to help. Aha! The middle-aged man looked indifferent and said indifferently, the kid at the bottom is called Menghao, and he is a member of your Meng family. Don't let him leave the county and wait for the princess. Understand? Menghao, from my Meng family? Still waiting for the princess to be sent down? Meng Yunting was startled and hastily responded. I respectfully obey the princess' decree. Halfway through the salute, the middle-aged man instantly disappeared without a trace. Meng Yunting was a bit bewildered, always feeling that the man ran too fast, as if he had dumped some hot potato. Looking down, he realized that a young man was running wildly outside the city with a beautiful woman in his arms. This is my Meng family's son? Is it grabbing a woman on the run? After scrutinizing it, I realized that I didn't recognize it, and I didn't know what he was doing. First time here, involving the princess. He did not dare to act rashly. Eyes turned around and said, also please Huyen brother help look after it too. I first go back to the clan to inquire about the situation. Wrap it up. Hu Yanji slapped his chest and laughed. When the time comes, I will also ask Brother Meng to introduce me to the princess. Of course, Brother Hu Yan is a half-immortal. Put anywhere is a party of great heroes. The princess seeks the virtuous, will certainly reuse Brother Hu Yan. After saying that, Meng Yunting made a flash and disappeared. In no time, he appeared in the middle of Meng Clan City. Come see me at once. All the vain masters of the minor sect. A voice quickly traveled into the 8 directions. The hearts of the many peak inner scenery within the city shook as they hurriedly followed the direction of guidance. Although Meng Yunting had called out to the vain masters of each vein, he had actually only transmitted his voice to the peak inner view vain masters. Soon, all the big shots who were usually in high positions of power, whose words could make Dongyue County tremble, rushed to the scene in a hurry. When they saw Meng Yunting, they were all startled and hurriedly saluted. Meet the 7 ancestors? This is a living ancestor of the Meng family who is several hundred years old. Meng Yunting opened his palm and spread it out, and the image of Menghao that he had just seen outside the city appeared in midair. He opened the door and said, this kid's name is Menghao. He's a member of my Meng family. Do any of you know what his situation is? The crowd of vain masters looked at each other, most of them not recognizing each other. One of them, however, his pupils changed slightly. Although he acted subtly, he was still detected by Meng Yunting and reached out. You, come out and tell us about him. Meng Li cried without tears, carefully stepped out, took out a weekly magazine, handed it over at the same time said, reporting to the 7th ancestor, this Menghao is the son of the generation of my Meng family side branch, with a cultivation level of 9 heavens in the outer landscape, and 2 weeks ago was crowned by the world as the first person in the outer landscape. A week ago, he entered the Immortal Ascension Conference, and 4 days ago, the latest weekly edition of the Subterranean Dragon ranking was released, and he ascended to number 1 on the Subterranean Dragon ranking. A week ago it was the outer 9. Meng Yunting took the weekly magazine and casually flipped through it, appearing bland on the surface, but actually shocked in his heart. A week ago it was still the 9th heaven of outer view, but the Menghao he saw just now was clearly at the peak of inner view cultivation. He pointed at Menghao on the image again and pursued, are you sure? This person is the one you're talking about? I'm sure it's Menghao. Meng Li didn't know what Menghao had done and how it had attracted the attention of the 7 ancestors. Also do not know whether it involves a good thing or a bad thing. Can only truthfully inform, what he is holding in his arms, should be his maiden Mengyue. Meng Yunting was secretly shocked in his heart. This Menghao had actually really cultivated from peak outer view to peak inner view in a week. No wonder it drew the attention of the princess. And have a half-immortal keep a special eye on it. Chapter 66 Fury. Play me? I'll remember you. Hu Yanji, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. 1 week could break through from the 9th heaven of the outer landscape to the 9th heaven of the inner landscape. It's gonna be regular people? Meng Yunting secretly pondered, associating it with the way that half-immortal level vice commander had hurriedly left earlier. He suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Menghao has obtained the divinity factor of a certain true god? Highly probable. Good thing. Meng Yunting was ecstatic. The people around him couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after seeing his demeanor, glancing at each other and understanding that it should be fine. But who would have thought that in no time? Meng Yunting's face became cloudy. My Meng family, can I keep the divinity factor? Wouldn't this be a disaster for my Meng family? Should we let him go? Meng Yunting thought about it a lot, and even thought that he could simply sneak Menghao away and let him grow up outside. But when I think of Yuan Juan's temper, if you let Menghao escape, maybe the Meng family will be overthrown. Doesn't that make it stupid behavior? Possessor of the divine factor. It's not that simple. Yuan Juan's power is so strong, but she still can't do anything about Moura and Lu Meier, and has yet to capture the 2 of them. Perhaps Menghao has some sort of escape method to escape from Yuan Juan's hands. If he escapes and realizes that I'm stopping him, will he hold a grudge against me? Against my Meng family? With the growing nature of these divine factor possessors, it won't be long before their strength is above mine, and even the Meng clan won't be able to stop him. Meng Yunting sort of understood why that vice commander half-immortal under Yuan Juan's hand had dumped the pot and left. It's a ing hot potato. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. Those who possessed the divine factor had ghostly and unpredictable abilities, and it was not something that their ordinary Dharma body realm could get involved with. There. Meng Yunting suddenly thought of a trick to accomplish the task that vice commander had flung at him without offending Menghao and preventing him from holding a grudge against the Meng family. However, before leaving, he still threatened, "No one is allowed to talk nonsense about what I inquired just now. Violators will be punished for treason, and the top and bottom will be executed for 9 generations of the 3 veins." The vein masters were startled, not realizing that just asking a question about who the youth was, the consequences of leaking the information would be so serious. It was only when Meng Yunting disappeared that the group breathed a sigh of relief. Mengli clan elder, this Menghao, you just said. Hush, have you forgotten what the 7 ancestors just said? Mengli didn't dare to say anything back and quickly waved his hand. Seeing this, the acute person who asked was also startled. His back was chilled, and when he didn't see the 7 ancestors show up again, he shivered and hurriedly covered his mouth. No more questions, no more questions. I won't dare anymore. This kid is sneaky. Put the woman outside the city. He scaled the wall himself and entered your Meng family city. In the void, Hu Yanji pointed at Menghao on the ground, who was still cautiously concealing his movements and feeling his way towards old man Meng's residence, and said. Beside him, Meng Yunting nodded and said, I just asked the clan, and none of them know the purpose of the princess visit here. I only know that she took someone to the Ascension Conference. Brother Huyen, you and keep an eye out here. I'll go to the Immortal Ascension Assembly and ask to see what's going on. Hu Yanji heard. Haha said, rest assured, this matter is handed over to me. Staring at a district internal view, small meaning, he coughed, and the color of flattery flickered on his face. Brother Meng, if you know about the situation over there, please also inform my little brother a little. My little brother is so eager to make progress that he is willing to go through fire and water for the princess and serve her as a dog and horse. Brother Huyen is polite. Meng Yunting smiled brightly and said, with Brother Huyen's strength, sooner or later, he'll be able to make a mark for the princess and become an immortal in no time. Brother Huyen, little brother will go too. Take care, Brother Meng. Having just waved goodbye to Meng Yunting, Hu Yanji only lowered his head when Meng Yunting's figure appeared beside him again. Does Brother Meng have anything else to explain to little brother? Hu Yanji asked in a hurry. Meng Yunting but a pat on the head, mocked himself. Little brother but forgot. This has a set of armor. Can be sent to Huyen brother? With that, he reached out and a suit of armor appeared in his hand. This is the royal battle armor. Hu Yanji's eyes all lit up. Flattered. This is too valuable. AI. Battle armor matches the hero. Brother Huyen is about to serve the princess and deserves this battle armor. This is my little brother's early congratulations on his elder brother's elevation. It was only after Meng Yunting's persuasion that Hu Yanji, ashamed of himself but secretly pleased with himself, put his battle armor on. Handsome. Heroic. Meng Yunting circled around and nodded in praise. Only Brother Huyen can hold up this armor. Dare not dare not dare. Hu Yanji smiled joyfully. The corners of his mouth could not be suppressed and turned upward, pretending to be modest. Commander Huyen. AI. Dare not. Brother Meng cannot talk nonsense. Little brother cannot yet to the princess to serve it. Wasn't that the nail in the coffin? Meng Yunting smiled brightly and said, when Commander Huyen develops in the future, don't forget my little brother. How can that be? Hu Yanji also accepted this name, and slightly proud. A solemn face said, Meng brother rest assured, when his brother becomes the commander in other days, will certainly repay the grace of giving armor today. With these words from elder brother, Yun Ting is content. Meng Yunting looked excited and pounded his chest with his fist. After some brotherly love, seeing that Menghao was about to leave the Meng clan city with another person, Meng Yunting hurriedly expressed his farewell. Brother do not send. The task is important. Little brother first go to the Ascension Conference to go. Before the words fell, the person had already disappeared. Son, you've ascended to number 1 on the subterranean dragon ranking. This is a joyous event that honors the lintel of the house. So why don't you go through the front door and go over the wall? Papa Meng has had a good few days. The past slightly cold relatives have come to the door to visit. Stepping through the threshold, an endless stream. It was also mainly because Menghao had made a name for himself, not only shining in front of the Immortal Ascension Square, but also reaching the top of the subterranean dragon ranking. Pops, I've committed a crime. Let's not talk about this. Run away with me and die. Menghao didn't hide it and said truthfully. Offense? Stunned, old Father Meng pulled a hand on Menghao and said with a proud face, son, don't run away. You are the genius of our Meng family, the number 1 in the outer landscape, the top of the subterranean dragon ranking, the true dragon of the shallow waters, and the future unicorn son. These, not that he boasts, that are all the relatives who have lifted them up. Even if you commit a crime, the Meng family will cover you. He exuded the aura of a kingly bully and said, "The Meng family's small clan can't cover you. Pops will report to the big clan, and there will be an old ancestor of the Dharma body realm to cover you." Menghao opened his mouth, came to his ear, and whispered, "I messed with you, Wanjun." The arrogance on Papa Meng's face dispersed and his mouth opened wide to form a. The next second he was sadly pulling Menghao and running away. That's got to be a quick run. Soon, the two rejoined Akatsuki. Menghao pulled his old dad with one hand and held Mingyu with the other, and was about to flee when an uninvited guest appeared in front of him. A middle-aged man wearing a golden battle armor that shone brightly. "Junior, stop." Hu Yanji looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, turned sideways to face the three, and said with a bland expression, "I am ordered by the princess to guard you, and shall not leave Dongyue County." With that, a wave of pressure spread out. Dharma realm. Menghao's face showed bitterness. From the man's pressure, which was even more powerful than Qingyi's, he was able to tell that he was more than just a beginner in the Dharma body realm, and was most likely a half-immortal at the peak of the Dharma body realm in the legends. Ming, almost got away with it. If you've been stalking me all along, why didn't you show up earlier? Had to watch me leave with Mingyu from within the county. Watch me go into the Meng family city and bring my old man out until the very last moment, giving me hope and making me despair. Is it teasing me? Menghao was burning with anger in his heart, and still felt suffocated, firmly memorizing the appearance of the person in front of him. The heart is secretly hard. This revenge is not a gentleman. If you can live life, later to do the calculation. The face is not moving to ask. Dare I ask what is the senior's name? Junior. Since you want to know my mighty name, wash your ears and listen. Hu Yanji's figure automatically floated up, slowly rising, leaving a name behind as he faded into the void. I am Hu Yanji, the commander under the princess. Chapter 67, Unhappy. I'm the one with the golden finger, and I've traveled back in time, so how can I fall down in a place like this? Son, what do we do now? Papa Meng sighed, realizing for the first time that he was really not much use as a father. It's amazing that you can't stand up for your son and level the playing field for him when he's in danger. Menghao saw through the fact that his old man seemed to have some sadness in his heart, and pretended to be relaxed. Let's go back to Mengjia City first. Old man, how much money is left on your side? 3,000 taels. I brought it all. Without saying a word, Old Man Meng pulled out the silver bills he was carrying in his arms. Previously, these 3,000 taels were enough for Menghao to improve from the early stage of the outer landscape to the late stage. Now, but it was just a little bit of hair, much worse than the silver needed to advance to the Dharma body realm. Menghao did not refuse, and took all 3,000 taels, saying that he could think of a way to make his old dad feel at ease. Son, don't you have a master? Old Father Meng couldn't help but ask. This was Menghao's excuse to cover up his golden finger, and his need for money in the first place. Upon hearing this, Menghao could only helplessly shake his head, making an appearance that master couldn't help. However, fearing that his old dad was sad, he laughed. Father, in fact, it is not a big deal. People just stop and do not let go, and did not directly hit and kill. When Old Man Meng heard this, his eyes lit up and he felt that what he said made sense. Otherwise, with Yu Wanjuan's style, how could she just let someone stop her? It's okay. Menghao laughed. Let's go back to Meng Clan City first. I plan to apply for the Pulse Master, and then apply for the Sequence Examination. Chakra Master, you've internalized your vision? Elder Meng was pleasantly surprised and somewhat in disbelief. Of course, Menghao nodded his head. At a time like this, he still chose to let Papa Meng take it easy and not be too heavy. Aya, you are all internal view. When you become a Pulse Master, that is our small clan children. You're still so young, and the sequence test is definitely in play. Becoming the unicorn son of our Meng family, then even the princess will have to think highly of you. Yeah. Menghao's nose was sore. Since he heard that Papa Meng was comforting him and pretending to be relaxed, it was meant to make him not feel too sad and stressed out. As for Mingyue, although she didn't say anything from the sidelines, her hand clutched Menghao tightly. Marrying a chicken follows the chicken and marrying a dog follows the dog. She was originally one with Menghao, and when he said that he was dying, she didn't ask too many questions, packed up her things and ran. It is often said that suffering is the best thing that can happen to you. Menghao also thought about whether his father and his mother would complain about him in the event of such a dangerous situation. I didn't realize that the two had already prepared in their hearts to accompany him to his death, which was why they seemed so open. Pops, Mother, let me tell you about what happened at the Ascension Conference. Tell me quickly. Your father I used to grow up listening to other people's stories. Now I can listen to my son's story. It's really not a waste of life. The three of them talked and laughed as if nothing was wrong, and returned to Mengjia City in a relaxed and happy manner. In his mind, he had since had memories of being in Mengjia City, which was a particularly neatly planned city. In the center of every residential area, there is a small shopping district that radiates a lot of people. Although everyone's last name is Meng, many of them don't actually know each other and will never see each other in their lives. It's also just one more layer of blood as opposed to a stranger. Son, our family has moved from the 8 to the 6 square in your honor. So much bigger than the original house. There was a lot of talking and laughing on the way. And when they arrived at the place and familiarized themselves with it a little, Papa Meng said that he had official business. But seeing that he even brought his favorite tea with him, Menghao knew that his old man must have taken these things out to borrow money. It was as if he knew he could only give his son a little help with the silver tickets and nothing else. Mother, I'm going to apply for a vein master. Husband, don't worry about going. I'll wait for you at home. Mingyu's eyes were slightly red, and she took out a small medicine bottle with her, from which she poured out a red pill. Smiling, if there are outlaws coming to the door, Mingyu won't let anyone get away with it. Menghao knew that this pill, Mingyu had been carrying it on her body for a long time, and that she used to be alive because of Qingyi. But now there was an extra him. He opened his mouth and had the heart to say don't eat it, but thought that if he died, Mingyu would also suffer if she was insulted. Menghao grabbed Mingyu's hand and said seriously, if we die, we'll still be husband and wife in our next life. Husband, Akatsuki flung herself into her arms. The two embraced each other for a long time before separating. Menghao couldn't bear to turn back. He didn't dare to look at the bright moon again. Perhaps this time is the final goodbye. When Yuan Jun returns, it's their time to die. But he didn't want to sit on his hands. Even if there is only a glimmer of life, you have to work desperately hard to get it. Become a pulse master first, then apply for the sequence test. Enhancing my weight in the Meng family. There were also too many adults in the Meng family, and the status was only related to cultivation and talent. If he could become a Meng family sequence, he would be qualified to have the Meng family protect him. He thought that the Meng family was one of the 3 great overlords of the Wanshan prefecture, so they could more or less say something in front of Yuan Jun. Moreover, the Su family is also Yuan Jun's maiden family. The 3 families of Su Meng and Zhang, who have been married to each other for thousands of years, have a very unusual relationship. If he had enough value, the Meng family might even let the Su family intercede on their behalf. Of course, Menghao didn't put his hopes entirely on the Meng family, which only enhanced his own weight in the Meng family. Whether or not you can really live depends on Yuan Jun. At the moment, there is only one person, since it cannot be like comforting the old man Mingyu that way. Say something like the Meng family will be able to protect his nonsense. Yuan Jun's deeds, he had heard a lot. How to look at, are a cold-blooded and merciless killers without measure. If he really wanted to make any decision, he would certainly not change his mind just because of a few words from the Meng and Su families. To figure out whether Yuan Jun will kill me or not, we need to figure out Yuan Jun's relationship with Lu Meier and Qingyi. Menghao knew that his being followed by the half-immortal was inevitably not Yuan Jun's order, but that half-immortal's own idea. After all, before going to the altar, he was just a small person, an insignificant ant that could be easily taken down by any inner scene expert. So why would he let a half-immortal keep an eye on him? Therefore, it must have been his display of strength, plus his relationship with Qingyi when he was at the altar, that caught the attention of those half-immortals. If he had known that there was a half-immortal hiding at the altar, he probably wouldn't have been in such a hurry to expose it, and would have come up with a better way to save the people. Or what Mo Yuruwa told him, don't think about these useless things, just practice more. She is not obliged to tell me that the altar has half-immortals. Menghao only hated that he wasn't strong enough to even know that there were so many people hiding around him. Although, Qingyi also only knew about it after he had advanced to the Dharma body realm. But Mo Yuruwa, that was a solid peek of the inner landscape. And she spotted that group of people. Same inside view. How come the difference is so big? He had some bruised pride. At least he was a person with a golden finger. But he lost to the natives at the same level. Shame, chagrin, remorse, and so on. All kinds of emotions surged to his heart. And Menghao took a deep breath. If I can survive this time, I must train harder. Chapter 68, Great Wisdom. Young master, I'm not pretending. I'm showing my cards. I'm a wise man. I just don't use my brain on weekdays. What is the relationship between Yuan Jun and Lu Meier? If Menghao wanted to live, he had to figure out the relationship between the 3 in order to find that silver lining. He didn't rush to apply for a vein master, but climbed to the top of a tall tower and meditated. From Yuan Jun sending out so many peak Dharma body realm half-immortals, it can be seen that the grudge between them is not simple. If it wasn't for Lu Meier sleeping with Yuan Jun's man and cuckolding her head, either this Lu Meier has some very important treasure that Yuan Jun needs. I'm in it. It's just that I don't know Lu Meier because of Qingyi. Menghao began to try to clarify the line of relationship. Qingyi and Lu Meier's relationship. From what the other party had revealed since his contact with Qingyi, the two of them must be very close. Otherwise Qingyi wouldn't have borrowed Lu Meier's identity. Secondly, Menghao felt that Lu Meier might still be considered Qingyi's honored person, a honored person who guided her to become stronger and gave her hope for revenge. In addition, according to what Qingyi said, when the Fu family was destroyed, it was forced by Yuanjun and done by her own hands, but as a result, the news that came out was that Lu Meier had overthrown the Fu family. Does Qingyi have this ability to redeem his reputation? No. So, it was Yuanjun who deliberately spread the news like this in the first place. Qingyi said that it was because she heard about this that Lu Meier found her and brought her into the door. Yuanjun purposely passed on the news like this. Drunkenness, naturally on Lu Meier. But on what basis did she decide that Lu Meier would definitely accept Qingyi, and that the two of them had become similar to the extent of borrowing a phantom body? Menghao narrowed his eyes and came to a conclusion. Qingyi is very special. Yuanjun is certain that when Lu Meier sees Qingyi, she will definitely take her in and accept her. This might have something to do with her phantom body. Qingyi possesses a special physique that Lu Meier needs. Since it was beneficial to Lu Meier, Menghao guessed that if Qingyi could change into Lu Meier's appearance, would she end up becoming Lu Meier's doppelganger? Just like Mo. Or perhaps, Lu Meier had left a split soul in Qingyi, and when the main body died, the soul would be transferred to Qingyi to resurrect? The possibilities were many, and it was a pity that he didn't know what some of the physiques were in this world, or else he would have gotten more precise information. Looking at it this way, Qingyi's claim that the Fu family was destroyed because of their sister's beauty has a high probability of being false. It's not that she's lying, it's just Yuanjun's way of saying she's covering up the truth. Alas. Really? I told you what kind of person is so crazy to destroy someone's entire family just because they look pretty. If you're really jealous of looks, wouldn't it make more sense to capture and take them around as human swine and abuse them all day long? On the contrary, Mingyue and Qingyi were purposely placed outside. It was as if that Yuanjun wasn't at all afraid of their vengeful retaliation. It's obvious she did it on purpose. Menghao then thought about the information Mo had revealed, and the attitude she had shown. This woman, I used to think she was in league with Lu Meier and Qingyi, but now it does not seem to be. She may also covet the treasures on Lu Meier, which is why she went to guard the green clothes. In that case, what I deduced, the possibility of Lu Meier transferring her soul to Qingyi when she encountered danger is very high. That's why that group of half-immortals, who were just guarding Qingyi, were slow to make their move. They are waiting for Lu Meier to transfer her soul. If Qingyi is restrained, Lu Meier will naturally not make the foolish mistake of throwing herself into the net. In that case, Qingyi was specially concocted by Yuanjun to prepare an anchor for Lu Meier, an anchor to catch her. Menghao frowned. Then the point of keeping the bright moon is to capture Qingyi's anchor? No matter how she runs, as long as Mingyue is still around, we can find Qingyi, and if you find Qingyi, you'll find Lu Meier. He was a little shocked. Destroy a family just to catch one person? The Fu family is over 100 people. However, having traveled over for some time, Menghao was gradually able to accept the cruelty of this world. After just a little bit of emotion, he gathered his emotions and got back to business. Conversely, if Lu Meier dies or is captured, Qingyi would have no value, and Mingyue would have no value, so Yuanjun should make a move to kill them. Value. Menghao stroked his chin and roughly judged Yuanjun's character traits as someone who extremely valued benefits, or valued accomplishing goals. Doesn't care about any judgment or opinion of her person until she accomplishes her purpose, even if it's misinterpreted. A woman, misunderstood as a vicious exterminator jealous of someone else's beauty, is the same concept as a man misunderstood as a 5-second man, isn't it? Compared to Lu Meier greening Yuanjun. No, how can this woman care about being green when she's all that? That's just not how she is. Menghao reasoned to this point, naturally eliminating one of the two options at the very beginning. So, Yuanjun grabbed Lu Meier because she has a treasure, or she herself is a treasure. Her soul, for example, can prolong life? What kind of elixir can it be made into? Realistically, Yuanjun had captured Lu Meier, not for her body, but for her soul. Menghao remembered that Mo had said that Yu Xian's speaking accent was an imitation of Yuanjun, and said that she was sickening because Yuanjun spoke like that because of the death of hundreds of sisters. Look at it this way, Yu Xian is happy, Yu Xian is sad. This body of speech is Yuanjun's deliberate way of expressing her emotions and attitude to outsiders. To make herself like a person? On the contrary, she doesn't actually feel much of the emotions that humans are supposed to feel, i.e. cold-bloodedness, and that's a big chance that she's a facepalm. Back to Yuanjun's extremely profit-oriented and very pragmatic, almost calm enough to be free of personal emotions. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Yuanjun, a woman who wasn't even afraid of flipping her car. proved that she was extremely confident and believed in her own control as well as her own strength. So all I have to do is act worthy. Then she won't touch me. Just like Menghao and Qingyi. As strong as my talent is, can I be as strong as her in plain sight? Menghao knew very well that with the golden finger, he had almost no bottlenecks, and how high the realm was, how high his cultivation could go, so he could be said to be the world's #1 genius, but no one will know if he doesn't talk about it. On the bright side, he was a person who had reached the 9th heaven of inner view at the age of 18, which was a step behind compared to those who were at the peak of inner view at the age of 16 or 17. Although breaking through from the 9th heaven of the outer landscape to the 9th heaven of the inner landscape in only a week seemed a bit exaggerated. This was also because of the changes encountered, forcing him to expose his strength, or else he intended to stretch this timeline to half a year. Can I be an anchor to the bright moon? Can't. Menghao thought about it. 2 anchors were enough. Asking him to make a 3rd anchor would be useless. Yuanjun wouldn't do such an inefficient thing. I can't insert the anchor chain of Lumiere, Qingyi, and Mingyu. If you want to live, you can only show other values. For example, has been exposed. A week from the 9th heaven of the outer landscape, rose to the 9th heaven of the inner landscape. Talent. No bottleneck is too much of an exaggeration. Natural talent should go to hell if it shows stronger than her. I can draw karma and chi from money and transform it into cultivation. This is too strong and easy to die. Then, it's that I have a special physique with no drug resistance, and I can dramatically absorb the Shin crystal and rapidly raise my cultivation level. Menghao thought about it carefully, and in the 2 or 3 months since he had crossed over, there were only 2 points that were special enough to warrant suspicion from others. One was to make a huge amount of money, and the other was to exchange a large amount of Shin crystals with Meng Ziyun and the others at the Immortal Ascension Conference. This kind of talk about sucking karma and chi from money is too heavenly, and Menghao is afraid that he will die without a burial place after blowing out this bull. On the contrary, possessing drug resistance and being able to absorb the energy in the Shin crystal significantly seemed relatively ordinary. Sort of a genius, but not that unbelievable, and not one that would provoke envy to the point of euthanasia. Regardless of whether this talent of Menghao's he has is only useful at the inner scene stage, or whether it's also useful at the Dharma body stage. As long as he controls the Shin crystals and other resources, he'll be able to control his cultivation realm, the genius that others dare not use for fear of backlash. Yuanjun, dare to use it. Menghao tried to use Yuanjun's thinking to see himself, and found that it was extremely feasible and had a great possibility of surviving. This gift of mine, rather than needing a special display, the fact that the half-immortals are staring at me means that they know the importance of the situation and don't dare to kill me. They should be waiting for Yuanjun to decide what to do with me. And Yuanjun, right now, is still chasing after Lumiere. Menghao frowned slightly. Now there was another variable, and that was that if Lumiere died, there was a chance that he wouldn't be able to survive as well. Come to think of it, for a person of Yuanjun's character, she is just confident, but not arrogant. When her purpose is achieved, she will definitely cut off the roots. Not only Qingyi Mingyue, but perhaps he, Mingyue's husband and Qingyi's brother-in-law, will also be the target to be removed. This variable, on the one hand, depends on whether or not Lumiere gives a damn and can live. On the other hand, it also depends on the trade-off in Yuanjun's mind, whether she thinks it's important to cut off the roots or to take me in as a dog. Being taken in as a dog by someone else, I am now without the dignity of young Master Meng. Menghao smiled bitterly, suddenly missing the time when he was in the small county and was called young Master Meng everywhere he went. At that time, there was no need to think so much, just be happy. It's all forced. Menghao thought about the fact that he was so free in the beginning because in the small county, he had the highest battle power, and the Meng family's power was the strongest, with no one pressing on his head. Unlike nowadays, you have to try to figure out a woman's character and mind if you can live or not. Strength. Everything is still based on strength. If I were strong enough, I would have directly made Yuanjun kneel down and sing conquests to me. Why would I need to waste so many brain cells? Chapter 69, The Meng Clan Ancestors Conspiracy. What an abomination. I'm the protagonist, and there's no footage of me in this chapter? Old 7. What's the big deal about calling me in such a hurry? In Dongyue County, above the Meng clan city, 2 Meng clan ancestors converged. Meng Yunting nodded and said with a serious face, "Third brother, it's something that could potentially involve the survival and future of my Meng family." What? Meng Shugang was startled and looked around. Where is big brother and the others? Nope. Meng Yunting shook his head. I didn't call them. Only you. Third brother. Ha? Meng Shugang was stunned. What do you mean? He didn't understand. Involving the Meng family's life and death. How to pay attention is not too much. How come he was called only one person? Sango. I'm sorry I called you over. Meng Yunting said with a slight apology. This in turn made Meng Shugang even more bewildered. What's going on? Just apologize to me. Old 7. Speak properly. Meng Yunting nodded and began to narrate. My Meng family has produced a side branch son named Menghao. He was only 18 years old when he cultivated to the 9 heavens of the inner landscape. Not bad. Meng Shugang praised. This is the unicorn seed that can be selected to become a sequence. The problem is, Meng Yunting sighed. It was a week that he broke through from the 9th heaven of the outer scenery to the 9th heaven of the inner scenery. Ha! Meng Shugang was shocked. What did you say? Spinning around, he rejoiced. This is a good thing. My Meng clan has produced such a supreme genius? If it's usual, it's naturally good. Meng Yunting cried and lamented. He was discovered by the princess. When you didn't come, I investigated Menghao's life. The first 18 years, basically very plain, very ordinary. It's only in the last 2 or 3 months that it's suddenly risen. It's like right after his wedding day. The whole person became different. Meng Shugang frowned, and after thinking for a moment, he guessed. Could it be that the woman he married is some kind of special physique? No, it is just an ordinary woman. I have looked at the gas from afar. A very ordinary woman. Meng Yunting denied. Meng Shugang suddenly shuddered and thought of another possibility. His eyes widening as he said sharply. Could it be that he's attuned to some divine factor? That possibility is the greatest. Meng Yunting continued. One of the princess's deputy commanders, who discovered his extraordinary, specifically asked my Meng family to watch him and wait for her to return to dispose of this. Meng Shugang had a lot of thoughts and shattered his mind for a long time before he sighed long and hard. It can't be kept. My Meng family can't be saved. Yes, Meng Yunting said together with grief. Divinity factor, involving becoming a god. My Meng family will be crushed to pieces in front of those behemoths. If we let him escape, will the other forces be afraid of him growing up in the future and not dare to move my Meng family? Meng Shugang was still a bit unwilling. The Meng family had produced a divine descendant who fit the divine factor. It was too painful to give up just like that. The heaven-stealing sect, the heart-eroding sect, the acacia sect, and the valley of absolute love. All 4 of their demonic sects were thinking the same thing at the time. Meng Yunting shook his head and said, 20 years ago, the 4 of them dug out the divinity factor, split it into 4, and went around looking for girls to create divine descendants. What's the end result? Except for the core members of the heaven-stealing sect who escaped outside the country, the other 3 sects were almost completely wiped out. Also just before the eroded heart sect was about to perish, it stole a chicken and cultivated a lumiere, but the eroded heart sect was still dismembered with nothing left. He asked rhetorically, is the erotic heart sect that only has lumiere left, still the erotic heart sect that it once was? What about the group of amazing people who were far beyond us back then? A few of our brothers are still alive, while they have long since died and become part of the story. Meng Shugang opened his mouth, somewhat speechless, in order to let Menghao escape. Letting the whole Meng family be buried with him, even if Menghao eventually became a god. What did it have to do with them people? Sacrificing millions of Meng family members to fulfill Menghao alone. Not to mention that Menghao was simply surnamed Meng, and his blood relationship was as light as water. Even if Menghao was his son and his father, he could not have agreed. In order to become a god, many people are somewhat unscrupulous. Fear of future retaliation from the divine descendants when they grow up? The world is full of bare-ass people, even if they have a family. And many of them don't care. Extermination? You go ahead and perish. So, Menghao can't be saved. He must die? Not really. Meng Yunting shook his head and said, every divine descendant has the ability to be unpredictable? Maybe Menghao can escape from under Yuan Jun's hand. Meng Shugang's eyes flickered. When I came here, I saw Hu Yanji, who seemed to be hanging around our Meng clan city. Is he the one guarding Menghao? I told him to watch. Meng Yunting explained. Even if Menghao escapes, he won't be able to escape at our hands. Don't forget Yuan Jun's dominance. Meng Shugang was stunned for a moment, and then his face showed a look of solidarity. Yes, this person, suspected that we moved. Do not need evidence. It is estimated that it will be directly stepped on the Meng family. So what I'm thinking is that if Menghao can escape from Yuan Jun's hands, it would only be a great joy for my Meng family. Meng Yunting explained. Only in this way will my Meng family be safe, and Menghao will have the possibility to grow up. In the future, the Meng family may be able to go to the next level with his help. Meng Shugang scratched his head. You're saying this is like hitting the big time. It's both a hit and miss, but it can also be bad luck. Meng Yunting explained. There are probably several possibilities for Yuan Jun to come back and deal with Menghao. One of them is to kill and pump and refine the divine factor to the Yu family. Secondly, he escaped. If Menghao is captured by the Yu clan, a way to pump and refine the divinity factor. It's all irrelevant to us. So, it's that possibility of him escaping that we have to consider. Wait. Meng Shugang interrupted. Have you ever thought about it? What if Menghao wasn't of divine descent and didn't have a divine factor in his body? Not of divine descent? Meng Yunting shook his head and said, promoting from the ninth heaven of the outer scenery to the ninth heaven of the inner scenery in a week. Even if he's not a divine descendant, he's still related to a divine descendant. Perhaps like Qingyi, he's Lu Meier's divine dependent, or he's a divine servant, divine slave, or some other kind of existence. If he is not a divine descendant, then it is estimated that he can live. Yuan Jun probability will not kill him. The result is considered favorable for my Meng family. I have prepared another set of plans. I'm calling you over on the assumption that Menghao is of divine descent and happened to escape from Yuan Jun's hands. In the face of this situation, how should we respond in order to not let Menghao centrifugal or even secretly hate my Meng family, but also not offend Yuan Jun to preserve my Meng family? Meng Shugang was stunned. Menghao hates my Meng family? Why? If he escaped, then shouldn't he seek revenge on Yuan Jun? Why? A paperwork appeared in Meng Yunting's hand, displaying, this is Menghao's application to the family. Just now, he first applied for the Pulse Master status, and then he applied for the sequence examination. What does that mean? This means that Menghao is already signaling us for help, or shelter. Meng Shugang then reacted. Old 7. I get it. You mean, Menghao sent a distress signal, and if we don't care, and he happens to escape from Yuan Jun, then the future. He paused. There was never a shortage of people in this world who hated their family and country. He had heard too many rumors of families being destroyed by their own family. Even if you think of his heart in a good light, then he will still be a stranger to my Meng family in the future. Meng Yunting asked rhetorically. Think about it, a divine descendant of my Meng family, reigning supreme outside, turning around, my Meng family can't get any benefits, but also become the laughingstock of the world. Once this kind of thing happens, regretful. No, that's too bad. Meng Yunting said with a straight face. Third brother, this is the purpose of my calling you here. We need to find a way to not offend Yuan Jun, but also not to let Menghao centrifugalize my Meng family and create a grudge against me. According to him, this is equivalent to giving a patch in advance to a future that has only a 1 in 10 or 1 in 20 chance of occurring, eliminating the worst and worst possibilities and retaining the best and optimal possibilities. Meng Shugang nodded. Old 7. I understand. What do you want me to do? Just tell me. Chapter 70, Internalized Backstabbing. What? You've already figured out who I'm going to take revenge on? That's disgusting. Meng prosperity is considered to be in your lineage. Meng Yunting said bluntly. I've found out some information. Meng Yiqiao, Su Qiaoqiao and Zhang Chuanji, they are all considered to be children born from family unions, and they don't quite identify with their own family enough. The three great families were married to each other, with the first child taking the father's name and being raised by the father's family, the second child taking the mother's name and being raised by the mother's family, and so on, with odd numbers following the father and even numbers following the mother. Children, whether they take their father's name or their mother's name, are more or less ostracized and looked down upon by their brothers in the same clan. Why? Because this was a time when a man could take many wives. Even numbers took their mother's name, not because of how strong the mother was, but as a result of the toughness of the family behind her. The women of the three great families hardly ever marry outside the family, and even if they don't marry each other, then they only recruit flunkies. In recent years, it seems that only the Su family's daughter has married into the royal family, and no one else has ever heard of a foreign marriage. But even so, there were still a large number of small and medium-sized clans that were eager to join the three great families, wanting to get involved with them. Meng Yiwu's father married the daughter of the Su family, and although he took his father's surname, Meng, his half-brothers, identified with him very little, because he also had a younger brother who took the surname of Su, and was taken by his mother to be raised by the Su family. Zhang Chuanji, his father's surname is Su, his mother's surname is Zhang. He is the second son. With his mother back to the Zhang family grew up, but also often go to the Su family to see his own brother. Meng Yiqiao, Su Qiaoqiao and Zhang Chuanji are pretty much in the same situation, similar to the same situation. Empathy, sympathy, then became a childhood friend without words. These problems of insufficient identity were seen by Meng Yunting, but he didn't care. Why? Because they are the sons of big families. When the benefits given by the family cover them, these are small problems, and sooner or later they will still turn their backs on the family and contribute. As for Meng Yizi, Su Qiaoqiao and Zhang Chuanji, they were already not identified enough with the three big families, and were also extremely ambitious, wanting to use their families as a springboard to go to a bigger stage to make a break for it. That is, they only enjoy the benefits of the family and do not bear the responsibility of revitalizing the family. The last time Yuan Jun came to the Wanshan province to destroy the Fu family, the anchor design, but let the three of them see the opportunity to jump out of the pond. The three of them want to hang out with Yuan Jun and leave Wanshanfu. Meng Yunting shook his head and said, Qingyi, is Yuan Jun thrown out to fish for Lu Mei's anchor? This point, everyone knows. No one dares to move in the Wanshan mansion, treating that green coat like nothing and avoiding it. Within our clan, I remember that sixth brother once gave a meeting to each lineage in vain and said not to get involved in the fight between the two great divine descendants, but not the three of them. Specially ran to the small county to grab the sin stone with that green clothes, and they really let them catch the master of that green dress, a Lu Yun, a remaining member of the erotic heart sect lurking in a nunnery. The three of them tortured and forced a confession, but they actually tried to find out the location and strategy of Qingyi's promotion to the Dharma body realm. He staggered. This time Yuan Jun rejoined my Wanshan mansion. It was the result of the three of them skipping the family and privately informing. There is no sense of the greater good, and for the sake of personal gain, he has put the three of us in this situation. Meng Shugang was a bit angry. Yuan Jun, this kind of fatal star, wherever you go, there are corpses everywhere. It's too late to avoid. And there are people who purposely go to invite? It would be fine if it was a loose person like Hu Yanji, but it was one of their three great families who did it. You say, if this Yuan Jun doesn't come, Menghao, he might be the future of my Meng family. Meng Shugang hated some teeth. Menghao, if not found, hidden within the family, slowly develop. Their Meng family is bound to soar. But now, because of those three people's selfishness, it led to Menghao being exposed. More than that, Meng Yunting added, fourth brother is now following Yuan Jun's side to track down Lu Mei's trail, and according to him, the formations up there have almost been destroyed to a fault, because of Yuan Jun's intervention. This session of the Immortal Ascension Conference is considered a waste, and when they lift the blockade, everyone inside should come out as well. Our three great families, and even the entire Wanshan prefecture, have suffered heavy losses. Where are they, people? I will definitely teach them a good lesson. Meng Shugang was shocked. Don't count on it. They also know the consequences of doing so, and have been following the princess's side, so I guess they will be taken away from Wanshanfu this time. Hearing this, Meng Shugang scratched his heart and lungs, slightly anxious. Old 7, what exactly do you want me to do? Whether it's to clean up the door or what? Just say it. Sango, wait until I'm done talking. Meng Yunting's face was a bit heavy, as if what he was going to say next was difficult to talk about and needed to be laid out in advance. He continued. Menghao once had the idea of selling the Immortal Ascension Order. He seems to have known about his talent for a long time, so he doesn't intend to enter the Immortal Ascension Conference and wants to exchange money to buy resources to cultivate himself. Unfortunately, someone had warned the clansmen who had expressed their intent to buy ahead of time. A small clan vein master named Meng Li. Who? Meng Shugang pursued. Your descendant in this line. Meng Jun, the grandfather of Meng Easy. He had warned Meng Li not to allow him to buy Menghao's Immortal Ascension Order, even if his son needed it badly. Doing this is naturally to ensure that Menghao enters the Immortal Ascension Conference. In fact, in those days, Meng Jun kept an eye on Menghao to prevent him from selling the Immortal Ascension Order. Meng Shugang was shocked. This matter? Why did I not get any news at all? Meng Yunting shook his head. Doing things for the princess. What do you think? There were times when the Meng family was important, but in front of a power like the princess, the Meng family wasn't that important. People, there's always selfishness. Some people will put their personal interests ahead of the family's. Inverted Big Dipper. Meng Shugang was furious. This group of sons of ES, in vain of the interests of the family, only thinking of themselves. I will go to clean up the door now. Sango. Meng Yunting pressed him and shook his head, saying, none of this matters. It's all just minutiae. You can clean it up anytime afterward. What's important now is Menghao. Meng Su just came back to his senses. Yes. Menghao is important. He seeks the family's shelter now, but we can't let him have a grudge against my Meng family and hold a grudge. Old 7, come on, tell me what to make, third brother. Hearing the urging, Meng Yunting took a deep breath and stepped into the main topic and said, how can I keep him from harboring resentment towards my Meng family? That's because my Meng family's senior management, or most of the Meng family, don't know that he's a supreme genius and don't know that he's seeking asylum. Ha? Meng Su just froze and didn't really understand. Meng Yunting then said, third brother, the trouble was caused by people in your line, whether it's Meng Prowler or his grandfather Meng Jun. All of them have been involved in counting Menghao, and if he can escape, he will definitely find out about these in the future. Therefore, I want your department to slow down the progress of his application sequence, suppress the spread of news as much as possible, and limit the spread of news in Dongyue County. creating a fact that Meng Jun Meng Prowler and his group are secretly persecuting Menghao. In this way, apart from your lineage, my entire Meng family is unaware and innocent, which makes it so that there is no such thing as apologizing to him and failing to shelter him. Third brother, if Menghao grows up in the future and returns to the Meng family to seek revenge. Meng Yunting hesitated for a moment, then turned his face firm and said seriously, then you die and let the Meng family live. Chapter 71, Provoke? Your elders and backers have to walk around me when they hear my name. How dare you provoke me? Meng Shugan opened his mouth wide and froze for a while, finally realizing why Meng Yunting had rambled on for so long, telling the whole story so clearly. This is to sacrifice their lineage of blood. Third brother, I don't want this. I have to do this for the sake of the Meng family. Meng Yunting sighed. After all, things started because of Meng Prosperity and the others. He wasn't actually telling the truth. Meng Yiqiu didn't have that big of a role to play in this incident, and he didn't have the brains or the vision to do so. The three of them, Meng Yiwu, had only captured Lu Yun, and after digging out the information related to Qingyi's promotion, they were ecstatic to report it to Yuan Jun. The subsequent planning was all taken care of by Yuan Jun's side, and Meng Jun staring at Meng how to prevent him from selling the Immortal Ascension order was actually arranged by Yuan Jun's people. According to the information he had gotten, Meng Prowler didn't even know who Menghao was. Or rather, in Meng Prosperity's perspective, it didn't even care who these little people were. In his eyes, there were only Yuan Jun, Lu Meyer, and even Qingyi, all of whom he didn't care about, let alone Menghao, who was still unknown at the time. What? Number 1 on the subterranean list? The strongest in the outside world? For someone who debuted as an inner scenery, the subterranean dragon ranking was all a matter of rookies and chickens, and Meng Yiwu's type of noble son from a powerful family had always paid no attention to it. I know. Meng Shugang felt instantly 10 years old, his demeanor a bit tired, pursed his lips and nodded. I'll arrange it. From now on, my lineage is the supervillain, the culprit who victimized Menghao. If he checks here in the future, all of our lineage will be buried with him. Meng Yunting felt a bit guilty and comforted. Third brother, this is just a patch that assumes Menghao is of divine descent and was able to escape from Yuan Juan's hands. It's still a toss-up whether or not it's likely to happen in the future. Perhaps he is of divine descent, but having been pumped and refined by the Yu family with the divine factor, he died a long time ago. Perhaps he's not a divine descendant, just a divine servant or divine slave of some divine descendant. Then conversely, he doesn't even need to flee, just stay in my Meng family, and there's still a second chance to patch up and repair the relationship. He coughed and added, during the second patch, you will show up again, show your shock at Meng Jun and the others, and just clean up Meng Jun and his group. Meng Shugan let out a long sigh. Meng Jun and Meng Prowler, both direct descendants who had served by his side. It was a lie to say that they had no feelings, but all have to give in before the greater good of the family, even him. Of course, all of this is only in the worst possible light. Meng Yunting laughed. Perhaps Menghao's family has a strong sense of belonging and a calm personality? What? Someone applied for a sequence test? Who's so bold? This young master didn't even apply. He dares to apply? Meng Lin Chang, interview Triple Sky, a direct descendant of the Great Sect, or a native of the prefecture, came to Dongyue County on this trip under the banner of escorting his younger siblings to the Immortal Ascension Conference. In fact, it's about traveling over here and experiencing a different landscape. He was a bit more low-key when his younger brothers behind the background like Meng Ziyun and Meng Bo were around, but when all these people entered the Ascension Assembly, he completely let himself go. With a direct lineage from the Great Clan, a person from the prefecture, and a personal cultivation level of inner scenery Triple Sky, he was highly respected and noticed wherever he went. The young sons of the small clans of Dongyue County all had to respectfully call out to Brother Chang when they saw him. Brother Chang? Not from our Dongyue County. People from our Dongyue County. How dare they apply for the sequence in front of Brother Chang? Even if they want to, they're not qualified enough. There were men who looked to be in their 20s, older than Meng Lin Chang, who said with a fawning face, Dongyue County is not completely incapable. The qualification is stronger than this Meng Lin Chang. There are several, but all went to the Immortal Ascension Conference, so far did not come back. That's what made Meng Lin into a mountain without a tiger, and the monkey called the king. If it's not Dongyue County, then which person is it? Meng Lin Chang asked slightly sheepishly. Seems like a sidekick. From the county? What? Meng Lin Chang was furious. How dare such a small person clamor for attention? He was a little ashamed that he had been afraid in his party. Brother Chang, why don't we go meet him and check his color? Meet him? He deserves it? Meng Lin Chang said disdainfully. I would like to see him. What exactly is his ability? Dare to apply for a sequence examination. When he was in the prefecture, He never dared to apply for it for fear of being laughed at, but it turned out that when he came to this small place, he even had the courage to apply. It's so newborn. Brother Chang, it's this kid who's a bit famous. Fame? Meng Linchang was shocked in his heart and tried. Could it be that he still has some background? That's not true. Only, he's a bit famous lately. That Menghao, who's known as the #1 in Outlook. And this time, he even took the #1 spot in the Subterranean Dragon ranking in the weekly magazine. That's him, kid, huh? Meng Linchang had a disdainful look on his face. He thought it was some kind of character, but it turned out to be this wild boy. District Latent Dragon List. A true heavenly pride, never on the garbage list. Young master, I was out that year, that is the interview. Go together and teach him to be a man. Where's Menghao? Get thee out. Outside the house. A group of people yelled. Husband. Mingyu was very nervous and grabbed Menghao's hand, unwilling to let go. Mother, don't worry. It's not a big deal. Seeing this, Menghao hastened to comfort her. Glancing out the window, they were a group of half-grown boys, the oldest, only in their 20s. What he needed to worry about was retaliation from Meng Yenyuan, or the death sentence pronounced by Yu Wanjuan's return. These boys. Sit down for a moment. Ma'am, I'll take care of it. Husband, be careful. Ming Yue's hand involuntarily went to her waist, where there was the bottle of poison she carried with her. Once Menghao was dead, she immediately took poison to prevent being insulted. Looking at Ming Yu's very worried, terrified look, Menghao couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. A few moments of irritation were born for the group of boys out there who were looking for trouble. Menghao, you shrunken head turtle, finally willing to come out? Just based on you also dare to apply for the sequence examination. You or did not take a piss to look at your own appearance of? Outside the door, a group of people shouted loudly and vociferously. Menghao looked but tasteless. Only feel that this group appears childish, especially the leader of the few, a handful of years old, but also with their teenage circle to mix. Just you ing Menghao. Ha! Meng Linchang, who was in the lead, saw that Menghao didn't say anything for a long time, and thought that he was a wimp. So he stood out in a huff and said in a condescending manner, Laozi did not even apply for the sequence examination. You a Buddha. Before he finished speaking, Menghao dashed into the crowd and punched and kicked the group. Wailing sounds were everywhere. Dozens of people on the scene. Surprisingly, none of them were Menghao's opponents. A quarter of an hour later, the ground was covered with people and cries of pain were heard. Don't call for mourning at my door. I'll give you a breath of time. Get out of here. Menghao fatally beat up this group of people, but also subsided, loudly scolded. In an instant, the crowd, which had been unable to move just moments before, as if they couldn't take care of themselves, ran away. Seeing that the instigators were gone, Menghao then shook his head helplessly and turned around to go back to his room. It's true that if a tiger is not powerful, any cat or dog will dare to provoke me.